Star Odyssey Chapter 3945 to Chapter 3995. Stargate Xianxia said slowly, death brings death to other civilizations. When we first noticed that civilization, we knew that the ninth heaven universe was in trouble. If we couldn't avoid it, we could only fight to the death. Fortunately, we avoided it. Can we win? Luin asked. Stargate Xianxia laughed. Win? You think too much. At that time, we were thinking of throwing the Tianyuan universe out. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. When a civilization encounters an unsolvable disaster, what we have to do is find a way to continue. I believe that in the Tianyuan universe, you also encountered a situation where you needed to continue a certain force or family. Raising this situation to the entire human race was what we were thinking at that time. Even the killing maniac Xue Ta didn't plan to fight. All he could do was throw the Tianyuan universe out as far as he could. Stargate Xianxia looked at Luin. In fact, compared to spiritualization, the Tianyuan universe is very fortunate. It's neither robbed of resources nor changed of cultivation methods. It's also not bound together for good or ill. The Tianyuan universe seems to be the furthest, but it's also a barrier and sometimes the last chance. Luin, you can carry the Tianyuan universe to spiritualize and break into the ninth heaven. We admire this very much, and this is also why we have always supported you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have tolerated you just because of your understanding of karma. Luin remembered that Gu Duanka had said that other than the eternal ruler, no one in the ninth heaven universe could keep the Tianyuan universe's eternal ruler, including the lesser gods. At that time, he wondered if the three superior gods were too good to him, as if the Tianyuan universe was their own son. At that time, he knew that the eternal ruler's vision was on the entire human race and not limited to the ninth heaven. But now, it seemed that his understanding of the eternal ruler was still too low. They not only had a realm of cultivation, but also a realm of thought. This realm could only be achieved by transcending everything. Immortality was not divided into good and bad. Senior, although I couldn't find the skeleton and Wanda, I know that there was a mastermind behind the Battle of Mount Shao. It was the Eternal, Luin said. Stargate Xianxia was surprised. That traitor? Luin nodded. Stargate Xianxia pondered. After a while, she said, the Eternal is very special. He is a traitor to humanity and Wanda. In fact, he is also a traitor to deathly silence. Luin knew that the Eternal was a traitor to humanity and Wanda, but he didn't know that he was related to deathly silence. What happened? Yonggong is a mysterious person. He's existed for a very long time. People say he's a human, but he's different. People say he's not a human. At first, nobody could tell. He betrayed the human race, then he betrayed Manchuria, then he disappeared for a while. When he reappeared, he was already with the deathly silence. But not long after, he betrayed the deathly silence. At that time, he was very famous. The whole continent of the Nine Clouds wanted to catch him, but he managed to escape. Back then, no one knew where he fled to. As news of the Tianyuan universe spread, we learned that he had established the Eternals in the Tianyuan universe. He planned on using the Eternals to replace the Tianyuan universe and dominate it. And the reason why he was able to hide was because of Master Qingqiao. You asked Master Qingqiao about the Eternals, but he refused to tell you. I don't know much about this person either. He has always been hiding in the dark. Luin felt that this was absurd. He controlled Tianyuan, had transformed into a battle spirit, suppressed his consciousness, and rushed into the nine firmaments. He had seen the Eternal Ruler before, but he had only been hidden away by an Eternal. It was like a thorn in his side. It wasn't just a thorn in his side, it was a thorn in the continent of the Nine Clouds, and even Mango and deathly silence. What was going on with this Eternal? Jingmen Xianxia interrupted Lu Yin's thoughts. The Battle of Mount Shao allowed you to see the hidden dangers of the continent of the Nine Clouds, but we don't have to worry about them for the time being. We haven't been able to find them for so many years. We wanted to see if you could break through with your karma, but it seems like it was in vain. I'll take this opportunity to tell you something so that you don't have to make wild guesses. Luin raised an eyebrow. Wild guesses? What did she mean? Jingmen Xianxia was pointing at him. did she see something? Lu Yin had indeed had his suspicions. Ever since Xianxia had reminded him, he had another guess about the three eternal rulers. Although it was mostly due to his vigilance, he hadn't been so vigilant in the past. The Nine Firmaments universe had used practical actions to dissolve Lu Yin's vigilance about restarting Tianyuan. It had made Lu Yin subconsciously stop being hostile to the Nine Firmaments universe. But Xianxia had made Lu Yin return to his original vigilance. Jingmen Shangyu slowly spoke, recounting the past. A person once appeared in the Nine Firmaments universe. Her name was Qi Su. She was the fourth eternal ruler of that era. I wasn't even born at that time. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Eternal ruler? Jingmen Shangyu recalled, but she wasn't from the Nine Firmaments universe. No, how should I put it? She wasn't human. She was a collection of emotions. At first, Jingmen Shangyu didn't know. Although her arrival in the Nine Firmaments universe made them vigilant, the battle of eternal life was no trivial matter. They didn't kill her immediately, which led to a disaster. Qi Su spread her emotions to the Nine Firmaments universe, magnifying the greed and desire of countless people, causing them to kill each other. By the time they found out, at least 1/5 of the cultivators in the Nine Firmaments universe had fallen into hatred. In desperation, Jingmen Shangyu and the others launched a series of battles with her. Qi Su was very strong, but in the face of 3 eternal life cultivators, she had no choice but to retreat. She was constantly injured and tried to escape, but she didn't leave the Nine Firmaments universe. Instead, she hid. After that, Wang Mi appeared. Then, a long chase ensued. Qi Su brought disaster to the Nine Firmaments universe because of her unique ability to control emotions. Against Jingmen Shangyu and the others, she was fine, but against other cultivators, even those who had reached the peak of Kuai couldn't escape. Luckily, Mijin Shangyu created a skill called the Great Dream of 1,000 Years. People who practice the Great Dream of 1,000 Years don't have a corpse, they don't have a spiritual seed, they only have a dream spirit. Dream spirits can track people's emotions, just like how sentient creatures can see emotions. Dream spirits can also see emotions. Because of the power of dream spirits, Qi Su can't bring disaster to the continent of the 9 clouds. In the final battle, Qi Su died. She and Mijin Shangyu perished together. At that time, it wasn't that they didn't want to help Mijin Shangyu, it was that they couldn't. Only Mijin Shangyu could catch Qi Su. Lu Yin understood now. No wonder Xianxia had said that 2 people would run away and 1 would fight to the death. He didn't doubt Jingmen Shangyu's words. The immortal Shangyu wouldn't be so despicable. He just didn't understand. The 3 Shangyu had already severely injured Qi Su. Why did Mijin Shangyu perish with her? Jingmen Shangyu smiled bitterly. Do you think it's so easy to die in the eternal realm? Not to mention at that time. She paused and didn't say anything else. Instead, she said, it's difficult for an eternal realm to die completely. Qi Su hasn't died yet. Lu Yin was shocked. Didn't you say that they perished together? Yes, they perished together, but Qi Su's power still remains in the 9 firmaments. Lu Yin stared at Jingmen Shangyu in a daze. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. 7 fairies? Jingmen Shangyu nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Qi Su and Mijin perished together. Before her death, Jingmen Shangyu divided her control over her emotions into 7 parts and hid them in the karmic celestial phenomenon. But as time passed, these emotions continued to dissipate. If this continued, it would have been discovered one day. So, he had no choice but to extract the 7 emotions and integrate them into the bodies of 7 women. They are the 7 fairies now. So, the 7 fairies more or less have some personality flaws. They bear this flaw in the 9 firmaments. Wait. Lu Yin interrupted Jingmen Shangyu. He didn't care about being rude. He had too many questions. Are the 7 fairies from the 9 firmaments universe? Also, who noticed? Senior, you seem to have something you didn't say just now. I don't have to know. I just want to confirm it again. It's best if I know. Jingmen Shangyu smiled faintly. There are some things that I don't want to say, so don't ask. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's not the right time. You already know more than everyone in the 9 firmaments universe, including the Great Master. You should be content. As for the 7 fairies, one of them does not belong to the 9 firmaments universe. At that time, one of them lost control of her emotions and escaped from the 9 firmaments universe. Fortunately, Qinglian Xianxia caught her in time. In a limited time, she integrated into the body of a woman from the 9 firmaments universe. So, that woman was brought back and became one of the 7 fairies. As for who noticed it, her face was solemn. Do you think Qixu came by accident? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There's someone behind her? She's an eternal realm cultivator. Jingmen Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back. I can also say that there are people behind me. Qinglian Xianxia and Shueta Xianxia are older than me, aren't they? Immortality doesn't mean supremacy. Lu Yin looked at Jingmen Xianxia. Then who's behind her? Jingmen Xianxia said, I said, there are some things that I don't say, so don't ask. You will know what you should know. In short, you have to know one thing, Qixu's death must not be spread out. It must be sealed in the 9 firmaments universe. For this reason, Qinglian Xianxia paid a huge price and used the karma celestial phenomenon to preserve Qixu's ability. It's not easy. It can be said that the news of Qixu's death is equivalent to bait, a bait that can catch danger. Lu Yin was speechless. There are too many baits in the 9 firmaments universe. Jingmen Xianxia was helpless. There's no other way. The more contact there is, the more bait there is. Any bait here is enough to make us suffer. It's very likely to bring disaster. Now, do you still want Tian Yuan to integrate into the 9 firmaments universe? To be honest, Lu Yin hesitated. He felt that the 9 firmaments universe was more dangerous than Tian Yuan. He had encountered many dangers in the Tian Yuan universe, but at least he knew who the enemy was. However, in the 9 firmaments universe, he didn't even know who the enemy was. The distance of a square inch was like a lake. Nothing could be picked up. If you picked it up, you would lose your life. The speechless suffocation in his heart made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. Of course, there's no need to be too pessimistic. We humans are not weak. We have 3 immortal stage warriors, and that is enough to rule the universe. We just need to be careful not to run into those fishing civilizations. Haven't we wiped out a few space civilizations as well? In other words, we are not good people, alarmed Gate Xianxia said. Senior, your words don't make me happy. On the contrary, I believe in karma, Lu Yin said quietly. After hearing Lu Yin's words, alarmed Lord was speechless. He glanced at Lu Yin. This kid really didn't know how to talk sometimes. No wonder Green Lotus was so thick-skinned that she wanted to give him the 7 fairies. Then what about his daughter? But from another perspective, such a person was more reliable. For a moment, she looked at Lu Yin with even more admiration. Lu Yin thought of someone else, Yuya. Yuya's consciousness was also at the eternal realm. When the matter involved an eternal realm, it was strange. Qixu, Yuya, Etianke, and so on. He rubbed his head. Only by attaining eternal life could he sweep through everything. Right, he suddenly thought of something. Senior, that Qixu can control human emotions, and full sensory creatures can see human emotions. Could they be related to each other? Lu Yin asked. Alarmed Lord pondered for a moment. I don't know. According to what you said, those full sensory creatures originated from the transparent moths. The transparent moths have been hiding in the full sensory universe for too long and have never been willing to come into contact with other universe creatures. Then, it should be unrelated to Qixu. But it's really a coincidence that they have similar abilities. She then sighed. Qixu is a strong enemy that was carefully selected for us humans. Humans have emotions, and even if they attain eternal life, they can't be completely erased. Qixu is too suitable to deal with us. This is the cruelty of the universe. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Selected? This was not a good word. What was behind this Qixu? Inexplicably, he thought of the meteorite and Che. Could it be related to him? Previously, at the startling Sparrow Terrace, Master Grass had said that eternal realms could not enter the area covered by the karmic phenomenon. Otherwise, it would be a provocation, except for the immortal master of the insectoid nest. Then, what was up with Che? How did he come in? After thinking about it, Master Grass must have some understanding of the insectoid nest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Then, why didn't he take action when the insectoid nest was first discovered in the Tianyuan universe? This Master Grass had his own ideas, and Luyin felt that his ideas were very cruel. Senior, where did Qinglian Lord and Shueta Lord go? You won't know even if I tell you. Then, what about me now? Supporting the universe of consciousness? After all, I don't have the confidence to find white bones and Wangda. Jingmen Xianxia nodded. For the time being, Deathly Stillness and Mangda have appeared because of the battle at Mao Di. They were even taken care of, so things will be quieter now. That's good. During this time, you should focus on taking care of the bugs. It's not just the consciousness universe. Maybe other places will need your help too. Luyin replied, it might not be quiet. Jingmen Xianxia was surprised. What do you mean? Luyin looked down and said, Eternity is still here. The Battle of Pyrolite Mountain is related to him. I don't know what he's planning. Maybe he'll succeed, maybe he'll fail. But when I'm not in the ninth heaven universe, he'll definitely do something to achieve his goal when I return. At this point, Luyin suddenly felt that something was amiss. It sounded like he was looking down on Jingmen Xianxia, as if Eternity only cared about Luyin. Luyin hurriedly said, this junior is not being disrespectful to senior, and I have no intention of disregarding senior. However, this junior understands this Eternity too well. Jingmen Xianxia raised his hand. There's no need to explain. I'm not a narrow-minded person like Shueta. Luyin? Jingmen Xianxia said indifferently, there are some hidden schemes that I can't see. The Eternity realm is not omniscient. Otherwise, how could Deathly Stillness and Wangda exist? Ever since we entered the ninth heaven universe, we deliberately learned about the past of the Tianyuan universe. The establishment of the Eternals was completely under the glory of the celestial sect at its peak. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Your ancestors can't see this, and we may not be able to see it either. The history of the Tianyuan universe has reminded us. You can do whatever you want. Use your understanding of the Eternity. Although this person is not an Eternity realm, he's very special. We can't say when he'll break through. Luyin nodded. This junior understands. I also have a question that I'd like to ask. Speak. Is there a way to cultivate 2 spirit seeds directly? Jingmen Xianxia frowned. You saw it? From the body of Mangda? Yes. Normally, there's no way. Even us Eternity realm cultivators can only cultivate 1 spirit seed unless the spirit seed is special. However, no matter how special it is, it will eventually lead to the same destination. Using 1 spirit seed to step into immortality is unchangeable. Thus, the ninth heaven universe has never pursued cultivating 2 spirit seeds, except for Wangda. They don't seek immortality, they only seek to increase their combat power. That method is not something we can achieve with our strength. Luyin pondered. Was it something that could only be done by external forces? We've known for a long time that Wangda cultivates 2 spirit seeds, so be careful when you meet them. Their limit may not be 2 spirit seeds. Jingmen Xianxia reminded. Luyin thought of the terrifying combat power that Jiazun had displayed. It had made Li Gua and Qing Hongyuan breathless. If he had 1 more spirit seed, what level would he reach? Where did they get so many spirit seeds? Wangda is the forbidden force that has robbed cultivators the most since ancient times. Luyin understood. He thought of the box in the spring and autumn bamboo slip that could block the perception of the spirit-seeking technique. The word reminded him that it was related to the mysterious Eternity realm, and that mysterious Eternity realm was related to Eternity. The relationship between Eternity and Wangda was too complicated. He wanted to tell them about the mysterious Eternity realm, but in the end, he didn't. Eternity, these secret forces without Eternity realm cultivators couldn't solve it, let alone a hidden Eternity realm cultivator. Moreover, if the ninth heaven universe knew that there might be a hidden Eternity realm cultivator in the Tianyuan universe, no one knew how it would affect the Tianyuan universe. At least for now, the Eternity realm cultivator didn't stop him from cultivating. Then, the only thing he had to do was to step into the eternity realm. That would be the time to flip the cards. There's more. Jingmen Shengyu looked at Lu Yin. You don't have to worry about the 7 fairies. Qinglian Shengyu is just idle. Don't worry about it. Lu Yin blinked. Right, if Jingmen Shengyu hadn't reminded him, he had forgotten that 2 of the 7 fairies hadn't mentioned anything. Idle? A door appeared in front of him. Lu Yin bowed deeply to Jingmen Shengyu, stepped through the door, and left. Jingmen Shengyu looked at the empty startling sparrow terrace and muttered to himself, I hope you can clear the haze. Even if you want to hide, let the human race hide more thoroughly. There are too many baits. Somewhere in the 9th heaven universe, the Eternity Master looked up at the starry sky and looked in the direction of the startling sparrow terrace. During the battle on Mount Shao, he wanted to use Lu Yin to find the location of CG's skeleton. He deliberately exposed Jiazun to see if he could find the location of the rest of the Wangfu. Anyway, no matter which side Lu Yin found, it would be beneficial to him. However, he didn't find anything. Each of them hid too deeply. He expected that he would expose himself to Lu Yin. As long as he made a move, there would be traces. However, the result was not good. Master, will Lu Yin leave? Or is supporting the universe of consciousness a cover from the beginning? Cheng Shui asked. The Eternity Master said faintly, he will leave. He is not a clairvoyant and can't know that the battle on Mount Shao will happen. The reason he turned back is just to take a look. If there is a problem, he will take action. If there is no problem, he will leave. The universe of consciousness will definitely need his support. Cheng Shui heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Lu Yin gave her a lot of pressure. She knew Cheng Shui Yuan's strength very well. Cheng Shui Yuan would have been at a disadvantage in the battle with Li Gua if not for the initial plan. The 2 of them together couldn't defeat Jiazun, but Lu Yin easily defeated Jiazun. Lu Yin's combat power was too overwhelming. Cheng Shui's departure made her breathe easier. The Eternity Master exhaled. During Lu Yin's absence, he had to find CG and complete the plan. Otherwise, when the bugs were dealt with and Lu Yin returned, he would have nothing to do. If he really couldn't deal with CG, he would have to find Wangfu. There had to be a breakthrough. Now, he turned to Cheng Shui. You, change your clothes. The 1 green lotus moved towards the universe of consciousness through the core space. Many cultivators sat calmly on the lotus. Even those who were forced here by the Great 5 Palm sect could only calm down. What awaited them was the magnificent universe battlefield. At the front, Mr. Tidelistener looked at the core space. He had followed Pillar of the 9 Heavens on an expedition to the outer universe and was no stranger to the core space. The only difference was that it had been an expedition in the past, but now, it was a defense. He hoped that there wouldn't be too many enemies in this battlefield that he couldn't understand. Humans grew from weak to strong, and some universe creatures were extremely powerful from birth. The end of most people's cultivation was just their starting point. There were many such creatures in the universe. Who knew how many of these people would be able to return alive? A door appeared in front of him, and Mr. Tidelistener's eyes trembled. Lu Yin had followed the 1 green lotus to the universe of consciousness, but he had suddenly left halfway, saying that he wanted to go back and take a look. Back then, Mr. Tidelistener had known that the 1 green lotus's massive support was part of Lu Yin's plan, but he didn't know how it was now. That plan was definitely related to the startling gate. Lu Yin walked out of the door, smiled at Mr. Tidelistener, and sat down cross-legged. The door slowly dissipated. Sir, did you deal with it? No, it was quite troublesome. Mr. Tidelistener was puzzled. Who in the Nina Firmament's universe could make Lu Yin feel troubled? Senior, have you heard of CG? Mr. Tidelistener shook his head. No. Then what about Wangfu? Mr. Tidelistener was surprised. You went to deal with Wangfu? Sort of, Lu Yin answered with his back to Mr. Tidelistener. Mr. Tidelistener sighed. Wangfu are killers that have existed in the darkness for a long time. They violate the rules, plunder cultivators, and wantonly slaughter cultivators. They are the biggest target of Death Hill. Why did you find them? I ran into them by accident. Senior, how much do you know about them? Mr. Tide Listener thought for a moment. Not much. There are records of them in the Great Five Palms. The first master of the Great Five Palms killed several of them, but he left a warning to contact Death Hill immediately if you run into them. Don't attack without permission. I've never run into them. Louis nodded. That's right. If you run into them, contact Death Hill immediately. He recalled the battle at Pyrolite Mountain. That Jiazun was already very powerful, and he had even undergone spiritual cultivation to become a perfected Ku-adversity transcendence cultivator. The divine power that he had released was completely different from eternity, allowing him to explode with unparalleled strength. Afterward, he had borrowed the power of 2 spirit seeds to explode with unparalleled power, and he had suppressed Li Gua and Qinghong Yuan to the point of suffocation. How had he done it with 2 spirit seeds? The alarmed protector reminded them that there might not only be 2 spirit seeds, but that the upper limit might be even higher. The two remained silent as they calmly looked ahead. The one azure lotus leaf headed towards the consciousness universe. From the one azure lotus leaf, it would take more than half a year to travel the distance. It was outside the consciousness universe, and it was 3 degrees north. Countless insects flooded the heavens. Most of them were the most basic insects that had been born from the hives, but there were also many that had never appeared in the Tianyuan universe before. Some of them shuttled through the void, constantly flickering. Every time they flickered, they would leave behind a burning dot in space. These dots connected to one another and formed a flat surface that covered a certain area, burning all the cultivators in that area to death. Some of the insects carried enormous arrows on their backs that were incomparably sharp. Some opened their mouths and spat out beams of light that obliterated the void. Some of the insects combined to form a giant that grasped the heavens. Even further away, countless insects combined to form weapons that resembled warships. They launched countless attacks that covered a large area. Similarly, the human cultivators on the other side also launched countless attacks that clashed with the insects. Swathes of insects were obliterated, and swathes of cultivators died as well. The Shouwu were the weakest of the insects participating in the battle, but they still had the strength of a hunter. 100,000 of them combined into a weapon that was enough to obliterate a peak emissary. Qianli caused many cultivators to howl in grief, and some could not help but commit suicide. Qianli had become the most terrifying insect on the battlefield. The stone dragons were powerful, and when 10,000 of them combined, they were like a disaster that swept through the heavens. The Heptastar sword moved at a speed that was close to parallel time, and when combined with its unparalleled impact, it continuously obliterated cultivators. Phrygia continuously transferred the energy it had devoured to Ghost Orchid, and it rapidly multiplied in the void. Ghost Orchid obtained Phrygia's strength and continued to grow, and even progenitors were devoured along with their flesh. The Brocade Azura was everywhere, and its strength as a half-ancestor became a nightmare on the battlefield as it tore cultivators apart. Blood spilled across the heavens. It was a nightmare for humans. All kinds of insects made the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds retreat. If they hadn't used the spiritual treasure deployment spell, they would have died long ago. At the very back of the worm, there was a huge square stone floating in the air. There was an eye on the stone, lively but full of killing intent. It was called the longevity steel. It was a type of creature that was also born from the worm nest, Xianxia. The green immortals were the most terrifying creatures that the hive had ever produced. They were formed based on the strengths of all the creatures in the universe they had been born in. They had outstanding cultivation talent, terrifying cultivation speed, and superb intelligence. Any one of the green immortals was equivalent to a genius among humans. The longevity monument was born in a universe filled with stone life forms. There were only stone life forms in that universe, and after the longevity monument appeared, it became the most talented stone life form in that universe. It personally destroyed that universe, and the monument suppressed the galaxy. Sitting above the longevity steel was a young man with a smile on his face. That's right, he was a person. However, this person was also Qingxian. His name was Dan Zhu, and he was from the 3rd stronghold. Behind the longevity steel was another Qingxian. It was a purple spherical life form that looked like a planet. Its size was comparable to a planet, and it was incomparably huge. It rotated slowly, and its surface was full of protrusions. 2. Go and play. I can't wait to see another human. I really want to see if it's one of those fellows who escaped before, said the man sitting on the longevity steel with a smile. Behind him, the purple planet rotated faster. It went around the longevity steel and headed towards the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, many spiritual souls appeared. From time to time, blood would spurt into the sky. Howls of anguish never stopped. Xianli made all the cultivators afraid. They would rather die than endure that kind of pain. Juro's face was pale. She looked at the battlefield in front of her. Was this a battle with foreign creatures? The universe wasn't as beautiful as she had imagined. Those cultivators she was familiar with died one after another. Their corpses floated in the air, but they were smashed by the worms and even eaten. This scene made her tremble. Was this what she had to accept? Second miss, be careful. Someone pushed Juro away. Brocade Azura appeared in her place. This jade-colored centipede was very exquisite, but it was also very deadly. It was unharmed when faced with a cultivator's sword. It turned around and tore apart the cultivator who pushed Juro away. Juro attacked. She gritted her teeth, remained silent, and endured. This was what she had to bear. Brocade Azura was killed, but Juro wasn't weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as the next clan head of the Ju clan. She also had the cultivation of an ancestor, but her battle experience was much weaker. There was a battlefield in all directions. The anguished howls of those cultivators made her even more silent. She could only attack silently, unleashing a large number of attacks to kill as many worms as possible. However, there were too many worms. There were too many of them. They came from all directions. Not far away, Zhu Ling retracted his gaze and sighed. This girl had finally grown up. Zhu Ling, we can't go on like this. We will be torn apart sooner or later. Look at the furthest distance. That thing is coming again. Yu Jing's voice transmitted over. Zhu Ling looked towards the back of the battlefield. There, a purple planet had appeared. It was Xianxia. Tuesday 2's appearance made Zhu Ling's expression turn ugly. This thing could spit out poison. Anyone who touched it would die. Even if it was an expert of the sequence laws, they would die without a doubt. That thing had the battle strength to cross the bitter calamity. Its poison was extremely strong and rare. It could also change continuously. There was no way to deal with it. Everyone, retreat. Zhu Ling shouted. On the battlefield, the cultivators stood back to back, constantly retreating. Those who cultivated the soul shock gate blocked the outermost area. If it weren't for the souls, the casualties would be even more tragic. Outside the cultivators were the Shi. All kinds of Shi blocked the outside. The number of Shi's deaths far exceeded the cultivators. Yu Jing, how many scrolls do your Yu clan have left? Zhu Ling asked. Yu Jing's expression turned ugly. There aren't many left who can use the scrolls. Zhu Ling said solemnly, how long are you going to hide? If this continues, we will all die. Do you see the end of the Sea of Worms? There are still worms that haven't attacked. Moreover, I see a person. These words made Yu Jing's expression turn ugly. I see it too. How can a person be with worms? Where did that person come from? Now is not the time to study this. Your Yu clan's many years of accumulation is not limited to this. It's time to use it. Zhu Ling said. Yu Jing stared at Zhu Ling. Then what about your Ju clan? Do you still want to hide? Zhu Ling squinted his eyes. I have brought the unmovable sky concealing formation. However, now is not the time to use it. I promise you that if we meet with danger, we will use it. Yu Jing sighed. It really is the unmovable sky concealing formation. You have hidden it well. Then what about your Yu clan? Heaven and Earth unification. Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed. The heaven and earth unification of the hidden sky universe? Yu Jing looked at Zhu Ling with a smile that was not a smile. Heaven and earth unification and the unmovable sky concealing formation, aren't they the best combination? Back then, even Shui Ta Shangyu was injured. Zhu Ling nodded. Then, make your move. Yu Jing looked into the distance. He took a step forward and disappeared. Zhu Ling arrived in front of Zhu Rou. At that moment, Zhu Rou's expression had changed. She looked completely different from when she had been in Hidden Sky City. She looked much stronger and colder. Watch carefully. You will see the Yu clan's hidden strength. Whether or not Hidden Sky City can remain one of the 4 influential groups of the continent of the 9 clouds will depend on how we use our hidden strength. Zhu Rou gazed into the distance. Hidden strength? A moment later, they saw an incredible scene. In the starry sky of the universe, there was a boundless sea of insects. A beam of light had condensed into a line. It was a boundless line. That light had become an eternal symbol in many people's hearts. It was as if it could lead them to the light and disperse the darkness. That light had destroyed the enemy. Pa! The line broke. Then, countless insects' corpses fell from the sky. It looked like a rain of insects was falling from the sky. Zhu Ling's pupils shrank. This was the unification of heaven and earth, the most powerful array formation in the garnering heaven universe. It was also the foundation formation of the unmovable heaven hiding formation. The Yu clan had really hidden it well. Zhu Rou was astonished. Surprisingly, there was such a powerful spell. In the distance, above the longevity steel, Dan Zhu was astonished. You can do that? Tu is already dead. Then, he smiled and said, how cruel. As expected, humans are good at hiding. But how many times can you do that? Did you see the longevity steel? Be careful. Next time, don't get killed. Humans are despicable. Then, the longevity steel turned around and left. There were still insects in the starry sky, but there was only 1% of them left. Following Yu Jing's order, cultivators rushed out and killed the remaining insects. Yu Jing had used the heaven and earth unification technique to turn the tide of the battle. All the cultivators admired the Yu clan's strength. The Yu clan had hidden such an invincible technique. All the cultivators' confidence had increased. They had decided to rely on the Yu clan when they went back. Some people also talked about how when Luin had destroyed the Qing clan, the Yu clan had made an alliance with the Qing clan, but they hadn't done anything. If they had used that technique, the Qing clan wouldn't have been destroyed. Some people also wondered whether Luin would have been able to resist the heaven and earth unification technique. Some people thought he would have been able to, while others thought he wouldn't. No matter what people said, the battlefield quieted down. She was sent out to clean up the battlefield and find an insect nest. Yu Jing and Zhu Ling met up to discuss what to do next. They knew that the insects wouldn't be defeated so easily. When they first came to the battlefield, there weren't as many insects as before. That was because their numbers had increased in a short period of time. Next, they had to clean up all the insects. Otherwise, they would have to face a sea of insects again. Especially the person sitting on the cube. They had to find out where he came from. The remaining bugs were easy to deal with, but they couldn't find the person sitting on the cube no matter how hard they tried. After a few months, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling discussed whether or not they should report back to Jiao Shao. The bugs that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared again. Half a year, it had only been half a year. How can it be so fast? Yu Jing's expression turned ugly. Zhu Ling said in a low voice, can we use heaven and earth unification again? Yu Jing stared at Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling said, it's not that I don't want to use the immovable sky concealment formation, but I feel that it's not that simple. These bugs are definitely not part of our strength. You don't have to say anything, I understand. However, the opponent is definitely prepared this time. It won't be easy to use heaven and earth unification to deal with them. Yu Jing said. Behind Zhu Ling, a figure walked out. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He looked into the distance and said, let me help you. Yu Jing looked at that person and was shocked. Zhu Huang? That person was an old woman. There was a smile in her eyes as she looked at Yu Jing. In terms of seniority, you should call me ancestor. When you were young, this old woman even hugged you. At that time, you said that one day, you would definitely marry a girl from the Zhu clan. Have you forgotten? Zhu Ling was shocked. There was such a thing? If the Yu clan wanted to marry the Zhu clan, some people would not be able to sleep at night. Yu Jing smiled, Senior, please don't talk about what happened when I was young. Zhu Huang retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. I'm about to die. I won't be able to live for long. Before I die, I will help you and try my best to drag that guy over. It's impossible for him to survive. Let's all die in heaven and earth unification. Let me experience the strength of the Yu clan. Ancestor. Zhu Ling wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhu Huang. Protect the Zhu clan. Even though the Yu clan and the Zhu clan competed with each other, he did not feel comfortable seeing Zhu Huang die. If the Yu clan was destroyed, Zhu Huang would die. It was like the end of an era. I will go with you. Another person walked out from Yu Jing's side. Yu Jing looked at him. Yi Gu? The person who came was the path protector of the spiritualized universe, Yi Gu. He did not die but entered the 9 heavens and hid in the Yu clan. Now, he also stood out. No one thought that he would choose to die. Yi Gu looked at the endless bugs. Even though I'm not about to die, the injuries I suffered in my early years have been tormenting me. If I wasn't sealed in ice all year round, I wouldn't have been able to take it. This time, if I can survive. He looked at Zhu Ling. I hope that the Zhu clan and Yu clan will report to the god and ask him to help me heal. This is something I risked my life to do. Zhu Ling looked at Zhu Huang and nodded. All right. The insects continued to approach. Tens of thousands of cultivators and even more. She stared fixedly at them. Fighting the insects was too painful, but they had no choice. Behind the worms, on the cube, Danjiu's smile was full of playfulness. He did not care about the previous batch of worms that had been destroyed. This time, there were too many worm nests. The Immortal Master had decided to destroy these humans. He originally thought that there was only one universe, but he did not expect there to be more here. However, this bug tide was enough to last until the Immortal Master arrived. Go extinct, humans. Just as he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. The cube suddenly rotated, forming a huge force that spread out in all directions. Zhu Huang walked out, and the Soul Blood Pagoda slashed down from above. Are you a human or an insect? Danjiu raised his head and looked at the Blood Pagoda falling down. He sneered and patted the cube. The cube quickly turned into countless fragments that wrapped around Danjiu. The Blood Pagoda slashed down on the cube, creating a metallic sound, but it was unable to harm the cube at all. Zhu Huang's expression changed. Although she was skilled in linear concepts, she also had the ability to kill. Although she had undergone spiritual cultivation and reached the great circle of crossing calamity, it was not to the extent that she could not harm this monster. How could his defense be so strong? Just as she was thinking, the surface of the cube fell off, instantly condensing into a whip that lashed towards Zhu Huang. Zhu Huang waved her hand, and behind her, the Blood Pagoda slashed horizontally, colliding with the whip. The starry sky distorted, and an arc of ripples spread out, shattering a group of worms. Hey, human woman, you deliberately threw the aftermath of the battle at the cute worms. That's not right, be careful of retribution. Danjiu mocked. Zhu Huang's gaze was cold. Are you a human or not? Danjiu laughed. If you beat me, I'll tell you. However, the prerequisite is that you don't kill me, human. After saying that, the cube slammed towards Zhu Huang. No matter how Zhu Huang attacked, she could not break the cube. Danjiu kept provoking Zhu Huang, but he did not attack. In the distance, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling watched anxiously. There is less than half an incense stick of time before the worms arrive. If we cannot throw that cube monster into the range of heaven and earth in half an incense stick of time, we will have failed. There is no point in killing these worms. Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed. Ancestor will not disappoint us. Zhu Huang kept attacking, but not only was she unable to hurt the cube, she could not even move it. Defense and power were not on the same level. Helpless, she could only use her linear concept. Why is it ineffective? Zhu Huang was shocked. Her linear concept had no effect on this cube. Inside the cube, Danjiu laughed. Human, you are really interesting. Using your concept to attack a rock. Ha 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 ha, do you know that this is a real rock? Although it has life, it is only instinctive. It is like giving intelligence to a machine, but it cannot give birth to emotions. You seem to be saying words of love to a rock, and you still want the rock to respond? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Huang's expression was ugly. This bastard did not attack, but he kept provoking her with words. Thinking about it, she suddenly dispersed the blood pagoda soul and rushed towards the cube. Danju was confused. Are you looking for death? The cube whipped Zhu Huang's body fiercely. Zhu Huang suppressed her desire to resist. The moment the whip was close, she grabbed it. Now. Yigu appeared. His vast aura cooperated with Zhu Huang to grab the whip. Throw it over. Danju sneered and patted the cube. The cube caused the small cubes on the whip to shatter into even smaller pieces, but it could not get rid of Zhu Huang and Yigu. Danju did not understand. What was going on? The cube shattered again, but it could not get rid of it. Zhu Huang had her own methods. She realized that no matter how the cube attacked, no matter how the small cubes were shattered, they could not leave the original cube. In other words, it was like a person's arm could not leave the body no matter how long it stretched. As such, as long as the countless small cubes formed by the whip were in her hand, she could control the big cube. Zhu Huang and Yigu worked together and threw the cube towards the worms. Danju sneered. Child's play. After saying that, he stepped out of the cube and pointed at Zhu Huang. Human, don't hurt my cute mount. Zhu Huang did not move. She let Danju's finger pierce through her shoulder. She turned around and coughed blood. Let's die together. Then, the blood pagoda enveloped them. Zhu Huang spat out blood. Outside, Yigu let go of the whip and pushed the blood pagoda. Their goal had never been the cube, but the Danju. Powerful creatures were a threat, but intelligent creatures were even more so. Danju's expression changed. He wanted to break out of the blood pagoda, but he realized that it was unimaginably sturdy. I don't know what you worms are, but the blood pagoda is the power of the supreme god. You can't break it without reaching the eternal life realm. Zhu Huang smiled bitterly. She pushed two of her fingers, and the linear intent swept towards Danju. Danju took a few steps back. His eyes were unfocused. I underestimated you. Even if I die, I will take you away. Zhu Huang spat out blood again. She forced herself to spit out blood to water the blood pagoda and strengthen its defense. Outside, the cube pushed Yigu back and hit the blood pagoda. Just like how Zhu Huang could not do anything to it, it could not do anything to the blood pagoda. The blood pagoda was thrown towards the worms. Far away, Zhu Ling was sad. She shouted, now. Yu Jing sighed. Heaven and earth, return to one. The light appeared once more. This time, it swept across the group of cultivators. This light brought hope to all the cultivators. Now, they were relieved. They could solve the problem again. Inside the blood pagoda, Zhu Huang looked at the light approaching. She smiled. Her face was pale with blood stains. This is the power of the Yu family. It is indeed strong. If the Yu family is not destroyed, I wonder if the three families can restore the glory of the Cultivation universe. On the opposite side, Danju looked at the light approaching. His face was terrifyingly calm. He raised his hand and a card appeared in his palm. 7-star ancient card, barrier. The universe was dark all year round. The light flashed and took away countless worms. Eugene closed his eyes. It was over. Zhu Ling looked ahead sadly. Farewell, elder. Zhu Ro's eyes were red. Farewell, elder. Many cultivators from the Zhu family bowed. Farewell, elder. As the light dissipated, the worms were gone. The blood pagoda was gone too. However, a wall appeared. It was an ancient wall. There were various carvings on the wall. There were also dried black blood stains. Yu Jing and the rest looked at the wall. What was that? The wall collapsed and turned into powder. What appeared in front of everyone was an unharmed Danju and Zhu Huang, who was hanging in the air. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everyone was silent. They looked at this scene in fear and disbelief. Yu Jing's pupils shrunk. Impossible. How can he block the return to one? Zhu Ling trembled. Elder. On the other side, Yiga covered his shoulder. Half of his body was smashed by the cube. He looked at it in disbelief. From his angle, he could see that Zhu Huang was not dead. His eyes were half open and his flesh was badly mutilated. Danju smiled. He grabbed Zhu Huang and looked into the distance. You humans are really interesting. You always do such self-righteous things. Who told you that you could kill me with that move? Who told you? I wasn't lured here by this woman on purpose. I just didn't want my cute mount to be hurt. That's all. What about you? You think you can kill me? After he finished speaking, he turned his arm and changed the angle. He let Zhu Ling and the rest see that Zhu Huang was not dead. Look, this woman really wants to die with me. She even sighed before she died. Interesting. I haven't felt this in a long time. Zhu Ling clenched his fist. Elder. Zhu Huang forced his eyes open and looked into the distance. He said intermittently, don't care. I will kill him. He is not human. Danju was unhappy. Hey, why are you still scolding people? This is not good. Slap him. After he finished speaking, he slapped Zhu Huang's face. Blood splattered into the sky. Zhu Ling was furious. Zhu Rou covered her mouth and glared at Danju. Her eyes were filled with hatred as tears flowed down her cheeks. She had a special relationship with Zhu Huang. Everyone in the Zhu family thought that he was dead. Only she and her sister knew that he was still around and had been teaching them since they were young. Compared to Zhu Ling, they were closer to Zhu Huang. Seeing Zhu Huang being tortured, grief and anger filled her mind. She jumped out and said, "Let him go." Zhu Ling stopped her and said, "Go back." Zhu Rou glared at Danju and roared, "Let him go. Kill me if you want. Go back." Danju raised his head and took a deep breath. Comfortable. This is the feeling. This is how humans feel before death. Reluctance, sadness, and fear. It's perfect. This feeling is addictive. Back then, I suggested not to kill those people. Instead, I suggested keeping them alive and letting them continue to torture me emotionally. It's too satisfying. That's it. More. As he spoke, he tore off Zhu Huang's arm. Zhu Rou roared like a madwoman. Zhu Ling trembled and her eyes were bloodshot. Kill. She charged at Danju. Danju raised his eyebrows and raised Zhu Huang higher. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll eat her. Zhu Ling stopped abruptly and looked at Danju in shock. Eat? This word made the battlefield horrifying. The battlefield was full of killing and death. But the word eat brought the cruelty of war to another level. This was no longer war, but predation. They had all forgotten that Danju was not a human. They had always been fighting insects. Danju's lips curled into a cruel smile. He stared at Zhu Ling and the other cultivators with one eye and Zhu Huang with the other. He was enjoying the sadness, the screams, the despair, and the feeling of having everything under his control. Zhu Huang looked at Danju and said with difficulty, kill me. Danju smiled even more brightly and licked his lips. This request is very rude. You're stopping me from enjoying. Humans should be polite. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed towards the other side. There, Yiga walked out with a spear piercing through the starry sky. Time seemed to stop as the tip of the spear connected life and death. This was a stunning spear, and it was the strongest spear that Yiga had unleashed to win. Even a powerhouse who had broken through to the great circle of crossing bitter disaster wouldn't dare to ignore the spear. However, he was caught by a hand. Danju slowly turned his head and looked at Yiga. Human, have you forgotten that I am different from you? As it spoke, the back of its head wriggled and opened a pair of eyes. Xianxia, you were born from the best of the creatures in the current universe. You humans may be able to rule a universe, but you are not the most outstanding creatures in the universe. I have one more eye than you. With a loud bang, the spear shattered. Danju grabbed Zhu Huang with one hand, and used the other to press down on Yi Ji's head. He stared in the direction of Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling was just about to attack when he suddenly felt a bone-piercing coldness, and was unable to move. Behind Danju, a cube slowly floated. Humans, let me continue to enjoy. These two humans aren't enough. I want more. Come, let me enjoy. Let me feel your pain and despair. Bastard. Someone gritted his teeth and wanted to rush out. At this moment, even Eugene couldn't help but want to kill Danju. The battlefield was a matter of life and death, but no one had ever humiliated them like this, torturing the losers. However, Danju wasn't a human, but an insect. Danju laughed. Aren't you touched? I'll give you one more chance. Behind him, the cube cracked open, and he threw Ju Huang and Yigu inside. He made an inviting gesture. They are inside. I won't do anything. Go ahead and snatch them. They are yours. Zhu Ling rushed out without hesitation and attacked the cube. Immediately after, Yu Jing and the other cultivators all attacked. The insect was wiped out by the unification of heaven and earth. Now, there were only two enemies in the starry sky, Danju and the cube. They didn't believe that all of them couldn't do anything to them. The starry sky was overturned. Countless attacks landed on the cube, but it was unharmed. As for Danju, no one dared to provoke him. They only wanted to save Ju Huang and Yigu. They didn't dare to attack Danju. Danju laughed maniacally. This was what he wanted to see. On one hand, the humans hated him. On the other hand, they didn't dare to touch him. On the other hand, they were toyed with by him. He knew that these people couldn't break the cube unless they used the numinous treasure array again. But did they have more? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. Zhu Ling and the others gritted their teeth and attacked the cube silently. The cube didn't run away either. It just tangled with Zhu Ling and the others. From time to time, it would attack and kill a group of cultivators. As for Danju, he fully enjoyed the game of fear he brought. Zhu Rou stared at him with hatred. He saw it. It was this kind of gaze that he enjoyed. The more such gazes, the better. He was thinking if he should capture more humans. It would be a pity to kill them. He wanted them to save him so that they would feel more despair. At this thought, Danju became even more excited. The eyes at the back of his head became brighter. 5 days later, a green lotus leaf appeared in the distant starry sky. It arrived in an instant. The green light replaced the dark sky and attracted everyone's attention. It also attracted Danju's attention. His eyes lit up. He was excited. Another new one. Here comes the fun, hee hee. Zhu Ling and the others surrounded the cube and watched as the green lotus landed. They saw many cultivators walk out. Their expressions turned ugly. Who had come to help? Would it be useful? They had fought for so long that they knew how terrifying the cube's defenses were. Danju hadn't made a move yet. They couldn't think of anyone who could break through this dangerous situation. In the continent of the 9 firmaments, there were indeed a few who could surpass them in terms of power. But those people were either out on a campaign, fighting the insects elsewhere, or guarding the continent of the 9 firmaments. Who else would come? It would be great if Luin came. With his power, he would be invincible under the immortal realm. But he was out on a campaign and hadn't returned. Even if he did. Wait, who was that? Zhu Ling's eyes widened. He stared at the figure standing on the green lotus leaf. It was so familiar. It was a figure that he didn't want to have too much contact with in the continent of the 9 firmaments. Was that Luin? Yu Jing stared blankly at the green lotus leaf. Luin? Why was he here? An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He was excited, sullen, and speechless sullen. The fire in his heart was about to explode. It was a pity that this fire couldn't deal with the cube monster, nor could it deal with Danju. But now, it could. Zhu Rou wanted to cry. The moment she saw Luin, she felt wronged. The pain and darkness of the past few days were dispelled by that green light. She felt as if she had been bullied outside, and her family had come to take revenge. Why did you only come now? All of the cultivators had forgotten that they were attacking the cube as they stared blankly at Luin. Their backs were facing Danju, so he couldn't see the light in their eyes that was growing brighter and brighter. That was the hope that had been dispelled. The cultivators who had come down from the green lotus leaf stared at the cube in front of them strangely. What was that? Mr. Tide-Through narrowed his eyes. Ju Huang? She was still alive, but why was she in such a miserable state? Atop the one green lotus, Lu Yin surveyed the battlefield. He saw the cube, the miserable Ju Huang and Yigu within, and the grinning Dan Jiu in the distance. He also saw the loathsome Dan Jiu, who did not match the atmosphere of the battlefield at all. He couldn't understand why Dan Jiu was still smiling on this battlefield. Why didn't he help deal with the cube? That cube was a worm, so strange. Lu Yin stepped down and approached Zhu Ling and the rest. Is there only one worm left? Just as Zhu Ling was about to answer, Zhu Rou stepped forward and whispered to Lu Yin with red eyes. Lu Yin listened and his face gradually darkened. He glanced at the cube and looked at Dan Jiu in the distance. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. The cultivators of Songtian City had experienced Lu Yin's killing intent before, but this killing intent gave them a great sense of security. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Zhu Rou. He raised his hand and wiped away her tears. I know, leave it to me. Zhu Rou pursed her lips. Thank you, thank you. You must save the ancestor. I beg you, thank you. Lu Yin smiled and patted her head. He turned to look at Dan Jiu. You like to play? Dan Jiu stared at Lu Yin and sized him up. You don't seem to be ordinary. These people have hope. Human, what is your name? Lu Yin said indifferently, what about you? What's your name? You are a little rude. I asked you first. But I want to know your name more. Why? Dan Jiu was curious. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, because it is polite. Dan Jiu stared at Lu Yin in a daze and then laughed. Human, you are very interesting. I can feel that you are not afraid of me. Why would I be afraid of you? Didn't they tell you about me? That girl was crying. She looked at me with the most hatred and sadness. I enjoyed it a lot. Now that you're here, this enjoyment is gone. So, you have to pay the price. Dan Ji's voice was full of coldness as he spoke, and his face darkened. Lu Yin nodded, I agree. Then, how do you want me to pay the price? Dan Jiu narrowed his eyes and scanned the battlefield. Hope. He saw hope in the eyes of these human cultivators. Not only had they destroyed his enjoyment, but they had also given him a sense of danger. Humans were not weak, and he had been warned before coming. If this human could change the attitude of others, there was definitely something wrong with him. Human, you also want to save those too, right? Unfortunately, your appearance has interrupted my enjoyment. So, I will kill one of them first. Dan Jiu looked at the cube. Kill. Inside the cube, countless small cubes suddenly formed a sword and slashed towards Ju Huang. Zhu Rou's eyes narrowed and she shouted, no dash. The sword fell, but it was still a cube. No matter how Zhu Ling and the others attacked, they could not move it. Dan Jiu stared at Lu Yin. What can you do? He wanted to use the cube to test Lu Yin's strength. If he could not even break through the cube's defense, then there was no need to waste time and he could continue enjoying himself. Where was he? Suddenly, Lu Yin disappeared from Dan Jiu's eyes. He looked at the cube immediately. Time slowed down as Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the sword. The blade was less than a centimeter away from Ju Huang. Dan Jiu could not believe it. So, easy? Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Read the latest chapter. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why are you only here now? Free reading. It wasn't just Dan Jiu, even Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and the others were in disbelief. They had been attacking the cube for so long and had not been able to harm it at all. Lu Yin was much stronger than them, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. They weren't even on the same level. The cube trembled, and the rocks where Lu Yin had pierced kept pressing down, trying to crush Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin didn't seem to move, but the cube shattered and scattered. Lu Yin grabbed Ju Huang and Yigu and threw them to Zhu Ling and the others. He then turned to Dan Zhu and smiled. Are you satisfied with this price? The broken cubes quickly reconnected, but some of the fragments were severed from the main body and really broke apart, drifting away. When the cube was reassembled, it was almost half its original size, and Dan Zhu was clearly afraid. Dan Zhu's face sank. Human, what's your name? Luin looked at him with a smile. Then, what's your name? They had asked the same question twice, but their moods were completely different. Dan Zhu. Lu Yin's expression changed. Dan Zhu? Dan Zhu frowned. You seem surprised. Luin nodded and looked deeply at Dan Zhu. Your surname is very unique. Dan Zhu's eyes widened as he stared at Luin and laughed. You know this surname and the Lost Race. Are you from the Lost Race? Or have you met them before? I have, and I know where the Lost Race is. Luin did not deny it. Dan Zhu licked his lips, and his eyes burned. Interesting. The previous battle with those people made me certain that they had never heard of the Lost Race or the power of the card. I didn't expect you to know. This is great, human. You brought us great news. Luin did not understand. The Lost Race is a failed civilization. Why is the insect tide still targeting them? Or rather, you're the one targeting them. You were born in the Lost Race's universe, which is why you're in human form. There was also something strange. The hive had appeared in the Tianyuan universe because of the ancient card that Luin had used to summon the Lost Race. Since the hive had arrived, the hive civilization should have known where the Lost Race was in the Tianyuan universe, but it seemed like they did not. Dan Zhu valued the Lost Race so much. If he knew that the Lost Race was in the Tianyuan universe, he would not have given up on the Tianyuan universe and attacked. The spiritualized universe. Something must be wrong. That's right, the Azure Lotus defense, the Karma Great Celestial phenomenon, could it be because of this? Although the hive had landed in the Tianyuan cosmos with the ancient card, the Tianyuan cosmos was within the range of the Karma constellation. As a result, the Immortal Master was unable to sense that the Lost Race's card had lured the hive over. After all, the hive civilization had definitely destroyed more than one universe. Any civilization that had been destroyed could have lured the hive over. It was even possible that the hive had not been thrown over by the hive civilization, but had entered the Karma constellation's range with the Lost Race a long time ago. If that was the case, as long as the hive did not give birth to insects, it would not attract the hive civilization. The third stronghold. That universe is called the third stronghold, said Dan Ji. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The third stronghold? I want to know more. Please tell me. Dan Zhu grinned. Alright, if you continue to let me enjoy the pain and despair of humans, I will tell you everything you want to know. Lu Yin agreed, if you want to enjoy pain and despair, fine. He then took a step forward and disappeared. Dan Zhu's gaze turned cold, and he immediately retreated into the cube. The next moment, Lu Yin appeared, raised his hand, and grabbed at the cube. The cube spun wildly, and an indescribable toughness that could be seen with the naked eye extended outwards. It was more desperate than any of its previous defenses. However, it was still torn apart by Lu Yin, and his hand reached out towards Dan Zhu. Dan Zhu stared at Lu Yin's hand and raised his hand. A card appeared. Stronghold. The next moment, a wall suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin, blocking his hand. Lu Yin slammed his hand on the wall, and a terrifying rebound tore the cube apart. Dan Zhu retreated step by step and spat out blood. He looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. What a terrifying strength that could almost rival that of a hoe. How could a human possess such terrifying strength? Dan Zhu's injuries were purely due to the rebound from the wall, but the wall itself was unaffected. Dan Zhu waved his hand and tore through the void to escape. Suddenly, his consciousness descended, and Lu Yin's voice sounded in his ears. Come here. Dan Zhu paused, turned around, and looked at Lu Yin. He subconsciously walked towards Lu Yin and even put away his card, causing the wall to dissipate. Why? Why was he walking towards this human? It was impossible, but he was willing to do so. What kind of power was this? He felt that he should be walking towards this human, but this human was clearly an enemy. He was supposed to send news of the lost clan back, so how could this be? Dan Zhu approached Luyin step by step, and under the shocked gazes of Zhu Ling and the others, he stopped in front of Luyin. Luyin did not ask any questions. Instead, he used his karma to search for everything related to the third stronghold. Karma pierced through Dan Zhu, and his karma lines collided with each other. At the same time, various images appeared. Luyin saw the Lost Clans universe, and he saw the great battle that had once taken place. It was all related to Dan Zhu. He saw Dan Zhu join the Lost Clan in his human form and betray them, causing the deaths of countless Lost Clan members. He saw the entire third stronghold, and it really was a stronghold. Using the universe as a stronghold, who would be so generous? He saw Dan Zhu's card, a 7-star ancient card, stronghold. That wall was one of the strongholds, and it was no wonder that its defenses were so terrifying. It had actually blocked his power. He saw countless experts of the Lost Clan dying in a sea of blood, wave after wave of them. He also saw all kinds of bugs, all kinds of Azure Immortals, and even, the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master was standing there, but Dan Zhu could not see him clearly. He was high up in the sky and had ascended to the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Luyin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his karma line broke. The image distorted, and a cold, emotionless gaze appeared, staring at Luyin. It was like a sharp sword that had crossed the distance between them to look at him. Luyin's karma backfired, and he was constantly pushed back. Dan Zhu woke up and wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but greed overtook him. He attacked Luyin with the power of Void Transformation, wanting to defeat Luyin. Luyin looked up, and his consciousness fell. Dan Zhu was heavily suppressed and almost fainted. Luyin panted heavily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This feeling was the same as when he had used karma to pry into the Eternal. There was a hand behind the Eternal, and behind Dan Zhu was the Immortal Master. Was the Eternal Realm so unreachable and difficult to pry into? Even karma could not be seen. No matter how far away one was, one's karma would be severed, and even karma would backfire. However, Grandmaster Grass and even the alarmed Lord had not given Luyin such a feeling. Luyin looked up at the sky. Perhaps he had just touched upon something that caused the distance that seemed unreachable to him to not be considered a distance at all to an Eternal Realm cultivator. On the other side, the cube was trapped. Zhu Ling and the others had blocked its escape route and were waiting for Luyin to deal with it. Luyin did not hold back and pressed the cube into the general platform hell. Since it was a living thing, it did not matter if it was in the form of a stone or any other. It had karma and could increase karma. As expected, after the cube entered the general platform hell, the heavenly path of karma began to increase, making up for the karma that had been used up, although it could not be completely replenished. However, there was still Dan Zhu. Zhu Rou and the others glared at Dan Zhu. Their hatred for Dan Zhu surpassed life and death on the battlefield, and they wanted nothing more than to kill him. However, Luyin had actually spat out blood. Was this Dan Zhu really that difficult to deal with? Dan Zhu was half squatting in the void. Under the bombardment of his consciousness, he was dizzy and could not even stand up. Luyin looked at him. Pain and despair. You can enjoy others, and others can enjoy yours. How do you want to die? Dan Zhu did not care. Do you think life and death mean anything to a blue immortal like me? Luyin's eyes flashed and he took out Furball from his cosmic ring. Furball Blue Immortal had always been kept in Mount Supreme by Luyin because it was a bit special. It belonged to the insectoid civilization, and Luyin was afraid that it would run away one day and cause a disaster. Furball Blue Immortal's strength had always been increasing, but it did not dare to increase too quickly for fear of provoking Luyin. After coming out, it immediately looked at Luyin and greeted him with a flattering tone, "My lord? My lord, you finally remembered me. Furball has been waiting for you for a long time and thought that you had forgotten about me. Thank you, my lord, for still thinking of me. Thank you, my lord." As it spoke, it suddenly sensed something. Blue Immortal? The same aura. There was a Blue Immortal here? That's why this human let me out. What is he doing now? Testing me? Furball suddenly turned around and searched like a tiger. It stared straight at Dan Zhu. "My lord, it's Blue Immortal. There's no mistake. This is a Blue Immortal." Dan Zhu stared at Furball. What the hell? A blue immortal? This human had already fought with the insectoid hive civilization, or else there would not be a blue immortal. Furthermore, from blue immortal's posture, it seemed that it had been captured for quite some time. Could this person have come from that universe that had been temporarily abandoned? The insectoid civilization had traversed the cosmos and constantly released insectoid hives to search for new universes. After a long time, they had indeed found many universes and nurtured many powerful insects. There was also a blue immortal. A few decades ago, the insectoid hive civilization had also sensed the appearance of a set of coordinates. They had been heading in that direction, but along the way, another set of coordinates had appeared, which was the universe that they were currently in. That was why they had started fighting here. Once they dealt with this universe, the next would be that one. There was more than one set of coordinates in that universe, and with Blue Immortal constantly calling out to them, there was no need to rush. Now that Luyin had taken out Furball, Danju immediately thought of the universe where Blue Immortal had called out to them. That was the only universe that was adjacent to this one. While the Tianyuan universe, the spiritualized universe, and the sentient universe were very far apart, and it would take a progenitor a long time to travel between these two universes without the help of a springboard. They were actually just inches apart. Danju recalled that Luyin had seen the Lost Clan and immediately knew where they were. They were in that universe that had been temporarily abandoned. His eyes flashed. He had to think of a way to send this information back. After Furball released Blue Immortal, Luyin did not say anything and simply put it away. He then looked at Danju with a playful expression. Is there any meaning to this now? Danju's expression changed. You did that on purpose? Luyin looked at him calmly. I'll ask and you'll answer. This is your chance, and perhaps also your civilization's chance. The way Danju looked at Luyin changed again. Previously, he had been shocked by Lu Yin's combat strength, but now, he was afraid of Lu Yin's scheming. As a green immortal, they only listened to the immortal master's orders. Death was not scary to them. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that some green immortals did not want to die, but any green immortal who had experienced the war with the immortal master would not be afraid of death. He could die, but humans could forget about getting any information from him. However, Luyin had given him a reason to not want to die. The Lost Tribe was very important to the Insectoid Nest civilization, but until now, the Insectoid Nest civilization had not been able to find them. Now that he knew where they were, he had to think of a way to send the news back and expose them. This was more important than his life. Even though this human would not give him a chance, even if it was 1 in a billion, it was worth it for him to think of a way. He had to live on and fight for a chance. Humans were humans, and insectoids were insectoids. They were different species, and humans might not be able to stop him, especially since he was born in the Third Stronghold's Lost Tribe. He understood humans too well. Humans would also conquer each other, have internal strife, and have many traitors. If he took advantage of this, he might have a chance. Everyone had to live for a reason. At this moment, Luyin had given Danju a reason to live, and this reason made Danju not want to die. Where's the Insectoid Nest civilization? Luyin asked the core question. In the distance, Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and the others heard him and stared at Danju. They also wanted to know. Once they confirmed the location of a foreign civilization, they could also go on an expedition to the Ninth Firmament universe. The Insectoid Nest civilization had taken the initiative to conquer the humans. Their desire to attack was extremely strong, and such a civilization had to be destroyed. Danju said in a deep voice, "It's far away, and there's no fixed location. Stay wherever it's safe." My current location. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold with killing intent. Danju thought for a moment. Since you know about the Insectoid Hive civilization, you should know that our ruler is the Immortal Master. Wherever the Immortal Master is, the civilization will be there. Right now, the Immortal Master's position is calculated according to the distance of the 4 points where we attacked the humans. It's more than double the distance of the 4 points. Luyin raised an eyebrow. The 4 points were quite far apart from each other. From the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe, then to the 9 firmaments universe, and finally to the empty universe. The distance between these 4 points was extremely far. It exceeded the limit of the 9 firmaments universe's Hefeng Mountains probing range, and it also exceeded the range of the 9 firmaments universe's expedition to the outer universe. It was double this distance. The Immortal Master's position was truly quite far from the 9 firmaments universe. Your target. All civilizations other than the Hive civilization are our targets. Danji did not hide anything. Why did you change directions? Luin asked. The first place that had been exposed was the Tianyuan universe. Disaster had brought the Hive to the spiritualized universe, which had caused the spiritualized universe's location to be exposed as well. The Hive civilization had then changed their target from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, which Luin did not understand. After all, there were so many Zerg nests in the Tianyuan universe, and their coordinates had been exposed. They should have been the Zerg nest civilization's priority target. Danji said, "Closer." Luin was surprised. Closer? Danji rubbed his head, which had an eye at the back of his head. Whether you believe it or not, proximity is the biggest reason for us to attack foreign civilizations. The Hive civilization wants to destroy all foreign civilizations, and they will attack whoever is closest to them. This is the most basic principle. Luin looked at Danji deeply. He did not doubt Danji's words, not because he trusted him, but because this so-called principle seemed to be child's play, but it was the most obvious. Wasn't the law of the universe to destroy whoever was closest to them? The 9 firmaments universe was the same. Any foreign civilization that was close to them would be destroyed. If the humans were like this, there was no need to talk about the Zergs. In the distance, Yu Jing and the rest were deep in thought. The Hive civilization was the same as them. Then, the other civilizations in the universe were even more so. There were even fishing civilizations, which were cruel. What's the Hive's plan of attack for the current target? Luin asked. Danji did not hesitate. Use all the Hives to reproduce and then attack continuously. Unless you humans destroy all the Hives, the attacks will always be there. Since the coordinates have been exposed, the Immortal Master will continue to send waves of insects to attack. At this point, he looked at Luin. Human, the insectoid nest can accept you, but your human race will not be able to withstand the boundless insectoid sea. Unless the entire insectoid nest is destroyed, the insectoid sea will be your eternal enemy until your human race is destroyed. These words made the hearts of the cultivators sink. They had seen how terrifying the sea of insects was. In just half a year, they had been able to reproduce so many insects. If they were given more time, who knew how many more insects they could reproduce? Those insects were not easy to deal with. Xianxia even had a human form. Once this human form increased, it would be enough to topple the entire human race. What's up with the strongholds? Why are you looking for the lost tribe? I don't know what's up with the strongholds. When we first learned that the lost tribe was the 3rd stronghold, the Hive civilization specially searched the surroundings to find the 1st, 2nd, and other strongholds, but they could not find them. It wasn't until we were lured here that we guessed that you humans might be from the other strongholds. Lu Yin's consciousness was still enveloped by Zhu Ling and the other cultivators. When they heard the word stronghold, they did not react. Did that mean that they did not know what a stronghold was? The Hive civilization could not find the other strongholds because they were too far away. If they were so far away that even the Hive civilization could not find them, then what was the point of having a stronghold? However, the word stronghold itself had an extraordinary meaning. It was like a war fortress. The Lost Tribe's technique was also called the 3rd stronghold. This stronghold definitely had something to do with it. For some reason, Luin thought of the few people he had seen when he had gone against the flow of time when he had broken through to the primordial realm. Those people had existed for an unimaginable amount of time. Did this stronghold have something to do with them? Danji interrupted Lu Yin's thoughts. As for searching for the lost tribe, it's because they have an ultimate card, a primordial ancient card. If we find it, our civilization will gain another eternal powerhouse. This is very important. A primordial ancient card? Luin was surprised. Danji nodded and did not hide anything. That's right. It corresponds to eternal life. No one in the Lost Tribe can control the primordial ancient card. They don't even know that it's a primordial ancient card. Those who know are all dead. It's because of that primordial ancient card that they were able to escape. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape at all. Luin looked into the distance. Was that card a primordial ancient card? It was no wonder that the true god-heaven switching technique had been broken just by descending. He had originally thought that it was just an primordial ancient card and that there was no need to pay too much attention to it. At most, he would gain another eternal life powerhouse. But now, it seemed that the card was rather important. Even the Hive civilization was concerned about it. The Lost Tribe could not control that card, but he might not. Back when he was still very weak, he had drawn out a corner of the card. He had an affinity with that card. It was a pity that Elder Dangu did not know that the card was a primordial ancient card. Otherwise, he would have kept trying in the Tianyuan universe. Once he drew it out, he would have transformed. Even the Lost Tribe can't control that primordial ancient card. Can you? Luin asked. Danju said, how would we know if we don't try? Moreover, the Divine Master is here. Even if we can't control it, the Divine Master can capture it. Maybe he can create an even more powerful insect. Luin said lightly, how many eternal life realm creatures does the Hive civilization have? Everyone stared at Danju. This answer was the key. Danju was puzzled. How many? Human, don't tell me that your civilization has more than one eternal life realm creature. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm the one asking you. Danju's attitude told him something. The rest looked on nervously. Although they had guessed it, they had to confirm the answer. Danju's eyes narrowed. 1. Suddenly, countless people heaved a sigh of relief. One eternal life realm creature. That was great. It was just one eternal life realm creature. Luin also heaved a sigh of relief. Divine Master, right? The Hive civilization only has one eternal life realm creature, the Divine Master? Danju could not believe it. You have more than one human? How is that possible? If you have more than one eternal life realm creature, you should have destroyed us long ago. You should have even killed the Divine Master. Why do you need to defend from all sides? Luin frowned. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that an eternal life realm creature can easily slaughter you? Is that not the case? Luin took a step forward and stood in front of Yu Jing and the other cultivators. He stared at Danju, raised his arm, and drew a karma chain on his wrist. Have you seen this before? Danju stared at the karma chain and shook his head in confusion. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I mean, have you seen this on the Divine Master's wrist? Danju looked at Luin in surprise. Divine Master, you have a wrist? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Divine Master, you don't have a wrist? Danju looked at Luin in confusion, as if they were talking about a different topic. Luin moved closer to Danju. What form is the Divine Master in? Danju shook his head. I can't see clearly, but it shouldn't be a human form. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It was impossible. The Lost Tribe's Grand Elder Dangu said that during the last battle of the Lost Tribe, he saw the karma chain on the Divine Master's wrist with his own eyes. That was why they could find the weakness of the Grass Grandmaster, which was that he could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, the karma would increase. This had become common knowledge. Although he occasionally thought of this because he went on an expedition to the full sensory universe, he did not understand why the Divine Master was in human form. But now he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Divine Master was not in human form? Then who was the one that Grand Elder Dangu saw? Danju had never seen a karma chain, which meant that there was no eternal life realm with a karma chain in the Hive civilization. Then, the Divine Master should be the only eternal life realm. But how could Grand Elder Dangu explain what he saw? Luin suddenly looked at Danji. Was this guy really telling the truth? Danju felt goosebumps from Lu Yin's stare. He felt like he was being seen through. I'm not lying to you. What you asked is not important. It's not worth lying to you. Luin did not ask any more. He waved his hand and asked Yu Jing and the other cultivators to step back. He wanted to find the answer himself. If he used karma to find the answer, it would be easy to backfire. Then, he would use another method. Unfortunately, he could only control the actions to find a reasonable explanation. He could not completely control the thoughts. Otherwise, he would have answered all the questions. Due to various problems, the address has changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The webpage version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Read the latest chapter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The answer is free. Yu Jing and the rest looked at each other, and Mr. Tidehartner ordered everyone to retreat without hesitation. Soon after, all the cultivators retreated, and the heavens fell silent. Luyin released the space in his heart, and the heavenly Tao of karma enveloped Danzhu. This was the second time, but this time, he did not plan to use karma to investigate. Besides karma, he also had the ability to create karma with his words. The Divine Seal Catalog's light connected to the wordless heavenly book, flickering with images. Luyin casually waved his hand to create karma, and at the same time, he used his words as a brush to paint the world. Everything moved according to his will, and he moved according to his will. Danzhu watched Lu Yin's hand descend, and his mind almost collapsed. He did not want to die, he wanted to send news of the lost tribe back. He did not want to die. The stronger his will to live, the more his mind collapsed. As Lu Yin's hand descended, it stopped half a finger away from Danzhu. In that instant, the Divine Seal Catalog inserted karma, and Lu Yin's voice entered Danzhu's ears. We won this war. Danzhu's pupils dilated as various scenes appeared in his mind. In the war, he had destroyed the human race, and he had been invincible. The longevity steel had suppressed everything, and an endless sea of bugs had devoured the heavens. He had also seen the lost tribe and that ancient card. Everything could be obtained, the hive had won this war. Tell me, how did we win? Luyin asked again, and Danzhu did not hesitate to tell him everything he knew, whether it was in his plans or in his fantasies. Regardless of whether it was in his plans or fantasies, they were all based on the hive's current strength. Luyin wanted to know what Danzhu believed to be the most likely reason for the war. Because of this reason, the hive's victory meant that the humans had lost. Danzhu fervently revealed everything, and Lu Yin's karma continued to deplete. In the distance, Yu Jing and the rest could vaguely see Lu Yin's back. They could not understand what he was doing, so they could only wait. Zhu Huang and Yigu were recuperating, they were lucky not to have died. Zhu Rou pursed her lips and looked into the distance worriedly. Mr. Lu was not invincible, and he had just spat out blood. At that moment, she was reminded of the words recorded in her family's ancient books. No civilization could be easily destroyed. The Panasonic universe thought that it could be easily dealt with, but in the end, they still sent reinforcements to the Fifth Night Pillar and Mr. Lu. Civilization itself represented will and endless possibilities. Humans were far from being invincible. At this moment, she had grown up. Not long after, Lu Yin threw Danji into the hell of the general appointment platform to increase his karma. At the same time, he took away his lost clan card. The card's name was Stronghold, and the trap was an imitation of the third stronghold Starry Skies. Danji had managed to do just that, as he had used his rampart to defend against the Heaven and Earth Convergent Spirit Treasure Array formation. It was considered extremely powerful, but it was nothing in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's words were law, and Lu Yin did not even need to break through his rampart to defeat Danji. The information he'd obtained from Danji made his heart heavy. The Hive civilization only had one immortal master, and that was the immortal master. So what? Could this war really be won? Danju and the others were just the first batch of insects to test the combat power of the Nine Clouds universe. The real attack was the second batch. The insect nest civilization's insect sea was endless, and there were also many green immortals. There were quite a few green immortals who had reached the great circle of crossing bitter adversity, like Danju. Above them were the four insect lords, who the immortal master called the ultimate fighting force. So far, none of the four insect lords had appeared. In the battle scene that Dan Ji saw, the four insect lords were the second batch to arrive, and they were also the main force of the attack on the spiritualized universe. Against them, humans had no chance of winning. The four insect lords were Ho, Time of Avicii, Dan Xiao, and Luo Chan. In Dan Ji's knowledge, Ho was a terrifying creature with enough power to overturn the starry skies. The Hive civilization had never seen a creature that could surpass Ho in terms of power. Even the Immortal Master said that under the Immortal Master, no creature could surpass Ho in terms of power. In the battle scene that Dan Ji saw, he had said something fanatically. On that day, Ho descended and tore the universe apart, displaying a power that made humans despair. That power overturned everything and buried all the will of humans. It was the last straw that determined the outcome of the war. Time of Avicii was a strange creature. The sun and moon alternated, and the universe was like a needle. It was a creature that controlled time. No creature had ever been able to leave alive in front of Time of Avicii. The Hive civilization had endless battles, and Time of Avicii was the controller of time. In any battle, they could hand over the strongest enemy to Time of Avicii. Time of Avicii had never been defeated. In the battle scene that Dan Ji saw, Lu Yin's death had come from Time of Avicii. Dan Xiao was born in the third stronghold in human form, just like Dan Ji. She was a beautiful girl with thick yellow curly hair and wore a princess dress. However, it was this girl who had stolen the power of the Lost Tribe's strongest powerhouse, Xiadi. That power that made everything beneath him and that power that could not be looked directly at had allowed Dan Xiao to surpass all the other immortals in a short period of time and become one of the four insect lords. Even if Dan Ji did not fall into the illusion of winning, Lu Yin still knew about Dan Xiao. When he used karma to investigate Dan Ji, he had seen Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao was the greatest traitor in the history of the Lost Tribe's war. If not for her, the Lost Tribe would have already launched their final battle. Of course, they would still be defeated by the Immortal Master, but the time of their defeat would be much earlier. Dan Xiao could be considered a pure member of the Lost Tribe. This was because she had left the Hive after she was born and was adopted by the Emperor. She was the Emperor's adopted daughter and was also the most hated person by the Lost Tribe. The last insect lord was called Luo Chan, and it was also the direct reason why Lu Yin felt that it would be difficult to win this war. In Dan Ji's illusion of winning the war, Luo Chan had played the greatest role. Lu Yin had previously found it strange that the Hive civilization had split into four in such a short period of time and attacked the spiritualized universe from four different directions. They were so far apart that even the one-leaf blue lotus would take years to arrive. However, the Hive civilization had arrived very quickly. The answer was Luo Chan. Luo Chan was a strange life form in the universe. Dan Ji's understanding of it was beyond the understanding of all other life forms. It did not exist in karma and jumped out of the long river of time and endless space. This was because it could teleport. The Luo Chan could teleport in the boundless universe within a square inch. This was an extremely terrifying innate gift. Even an Eternal Realm powerhouse could not achieve this, but Luo Chan could. It could also give other life forms the ability to teleport, allowing them to travel freely in space within a certain range as long as its aura was left behind. That was why there were four different directions to attack the spiritualized universe. That was why Dan Ji believed that they would definitely win this war. Imagine that when Luo Chan arrived, it would constantly shift the position of the insects. Wherever the humans had the strongest defenses, the insects would move to another direction, and the humans would not be able to react in time. The sea of insects could completely shake off the humans and directly attack the spiritualized universe or the ninth heaven universe. At that time, even an Eternal Realm powerhouse would not be able to catch up. And Luo Chan could arrive at any time. It felt like the Hive civilization had spread throughout the entire universe. How could the humans fight it? They would always face air. No matter how they defended, it was impossible to stop the Hive in the entire ninth heaven universe. As long as there was a gap, it would become a key point for the Hive civilization to attack. Lu Yin was very strong, but he could not defend against the entire universe. If Luo Chan was here, it could just take the insects away, and Lu Yin would not be able to catch up to it. Even if he spent some time to catch up, it would be as easy as playing with a child. These were the 4 insect lords of the hive civilization. Even without an Eternal Realm powerhouse, Luin still felt heavy pressure. Even if there were Eternal Realm powerhouses in the 9th Heaven universe, and even if the Immortal Masters had not arrived, he still felt that it would be difficult to win. The hive civilization was too special. They had too many strange innate gifts, an unfathomable reproduction speed, and a power that was constantly transforming. If they had 1 or 2 more Eternal Realm powerhouses, they would definitely be qualified to be a fishing civilization. No, they did not have a fishing civilization. Instead, they went directly for food. Master Grass's thinking was too simple. He wanted to use Tianyuan as a barrier to stop the hive civilization. What a joke. If the hive civilization was lured over, it would not be Tianyuan that was in danger, but rather the entire human race. The key was that Qinglian Xianxia and the others were not here. Luin believed that he was invincible below the Eternal Realm. Even if he faced the 4 insect lords one-on-one, he would not be afraid. He did not think that the 4 insects could defeat him, but this was a war, not a one-on-one fight. Luo Chan was too important in this war, and it could determine the success or failure of a civilization. Luin was not confident that he could find it. Only an Eternal Realm powerhouse could do so. However, the hive civilization had been through many wars and must have faced Eternal Realm powerhouses before. They would not be without vigilance. The heavy pressure caused the heavens to darken even further. Even with his back to the group, they could still see that Luin seemed to be greatly suppressed. They did not disturb Luin and waited quietly. Not long after, Luin found Mr. Tidelistener, Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and a group of other powerhouses who had reached the Primordial Realm and the Crossing Calamity Realm. He told them about the hive civilization. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that the hive civilization was so powerful. Dan Zhu could already ignore the attacks of Zhu Ling and Yu Jing, who were at the peak of the Crossing Calamity Realm. Even a Supreme Spirit treasure array like Heaven and Earth could not deal with it. They had thought that the hive civilization was second only to the Immortal Masters, but now they were told that there were 4 even more powerful insect lords. In particular, Luo Chan's existence left them in disbelief. They knew that the universe was boundless and that there were many mystical creatures, but they did not believe that there was such a creature that transcended their knowledge. The existence of such a creature was too illogical. Luin said in a low voice, "I know you don't believe me. In fact, if not for my karma, I wouldn't have believed it either. But this is the truth." Zhu Ling's eyes flashed. Had it been announced? He had already admitted that he comprehended karma. Yu Jing and the others were not surprised at all. In fact, as time passed, the news of Luin comprehending karma had already spread among the top cultivators. The only thing missing was for him to admit it himself. Now that he had admitted it, no one was surprised. However, there was an indescribable shock that was difficult to suppress. They did not know if it was envy or jealousy. "Mr. Liu, according to your description, the 4 insectoid lords are almost invincible. Our 9th Heaven universe has experts who can fight them one-on-one, but there are very few. Now that the insectoid nest is attacking and we're defending, we're too passive. Especially this Luo Chan. If that's really the case, how are we going to defend?" They now understood why Luin had been in such a heavy state. No one would have an easy time facing a strange creature like the Luo Chan. It was like an absolute external force on a battlefield that could directly interfere with the situation without being affected by either side. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of external force was a god. Although the Luo Chan wasn't an Eternal Realm expert and couldn't become a god in the eyes of cultivators, its innate ability was similar to that of an Eternal Realm expert. An Eternal Realm expert was invincible, and the Luo Chan was invincible. Luin said, "The most important thing right now is to tell this information to all the cultivators who are dealing with the insectoid nest. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage if we encounter the 4 insectoid lords. It'll be difficult to think of a way to deal with the Luo Chan. We can't contact anyone else, not even the 9th Heaven universe," Yu Jing said helplessly. Luin frowned. He knew this as well. It was too difficult to send information back to the 9th Heaven universe from their current location. Unless someone from Yifanghan came and saw them, he could send the information back to Yifanghan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to send anything back. There was another way, and that was to go back. Luin looked at the one-leaf lotus in the distance. It would take a year to return to the ninth heaven universe and bring back the information, but could they afford to wait a year? If the Luo-chan wasn't there, he could be at ease. The insectoid nest's second wave of attacks would take some time to arrive, but the Luo-chan's existence made this distance no longer an issue. It could appear at any time, which was the most troublesome. Zhu Ling and the others obviously thought of this and felt uneasy. They already couldn't deal with the insectoid lord, and if another insectoid lord came, they would definitely die. Someone needs to go back to the ninth heaven universe and bring the information back. The person who should go back is Mr. Liu, but if you leave this place. Give up on this place, Luin said, shocking the others. When they heard that the insectoid nest had 4 insectoid lords, especially a strange creature like the Luo-chan, they instinctively wanted to give up on this place and return. It wasn't that they didn't dare fight, but there was no point. If they met with Luo-chan, they wouldn't even be able to fight. To the Luo-chans, they wouldn't even be able to fight an enemy. Was Luo-chan? But no one dared to say this. If they did, they would have to take responsibility for it. To Luo-chan too. After all, Luin was from the Tianyuan universe. If something happened to him, the responsibility would be small. If they really gave up on this place, they would have to bear the responsibility. They belonged to the Ninefall universe, and they couldn't escape. Luin looked around. Luo-chan's existence makes distance meaningless, but there are also people on our side who make distance meaningless. Alarmed Gate Superior Imperial Guard? Several people cried out in alarm. Luin nodded. The upper defense of the Gate of Wonder can also make distance meaningless, but the range of the upper defense of the Gate of Wonder is limited. However, as long as it is within the range of the Gate of Wonder, Luo-chan will not be able to use its advantage. Wherever it leads the insects, the Gate of Wonder can be opened. Also, setting the battlefield here is too far from the ninth heaven. We won't be able to send any information, and reinforcements won't be able to come in time. The insectoids don't care about death, and they reproduce very quickly. We don't know how many insectoids there are, but we can't afford this. Yu Jing agreed. You're right, but it was the god of defense who set the insectoid nest here. I'm afraid if we go back rashly. Luin said, I'll tell them. Yu Jing, Zhu Ling, and Mr. Tidelistener looked at each other and nodded. We'll listen to Mr. What about the consciousness universe? Zhu Ling hesitated. Luin looked into the distance and saw the consciousness universe. There are no creatures there. Zhu Ling didn't understand. No creatures? Yu Jing interrupted her. Mister, when are we going back? He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. He had a feeling that the insectoid sea could appear at any time, and he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Luin gave the order and left immediately. Do you know where the limit of the Gate of Wonder is? We don't know about that. That's the power of the god of defense. We can't pry into it. Luin thought about it. Torch City. They were shocked. Torch City? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Torch City isn't far from the spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe. There's a springboard there, and its speed is second only to the one-leaf green lotus. I'm guessing that the limit of the Gate of Wonder shouldn't be too far from Torch City. We'll go to Torch City and drop you off. Torch City had a springboard that allowed them to go in any direction, not just to the 3 universes. They could go in any direction, but no one had ever used it before. Torch City also had a way to communicate with the spiritualized universe, so it was the most suitable place. When the God of Wonder had brought Luin back to the ninth heaven from the spacetime warship, it wasn't too far from Torch City. That definitely wasn't the limit, so Luin guessed that Torch City was likely the limit of the Gate of Wonder. Even if it wasn't too far off. Yu Jing and the rest couldn't return directly since they were going out to war. It was most suitable for them to stay in Torch City. Yu Jing and the rest also thought of this and didn't object. Going to Torch City didn't count as returning to the ninth heaven. At most, they would be retreating from the battlefront, but it had nothing to do with escaping. They would also have less responsibility and could advance or retreat. It was the most suitable choice. Luin also had another plan, which was to inform the people of Torch City to immediately return to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, once the Hive civilization attacked, Torch City would definitely not be able to hold on, and the entire human battlefront would shrink. Luo Chan had completely changed the way they fought. Lu Yin was glad that he had known about Luo Chan's existence in advance. Otherwise, the Sea of Insects would have directly bypassed the battlefield and charged into the ninth heaven. Even with the God of Wonder standing guard, the existence of the karmic chain might have caused the God of Wonder to be dragged to death by the Sea of Insects. Without the karmic chain, whether it was the God of Wonder or the Grass Grandmaster, they would have been annihilated with a wave of a hand. This was how the universe was. Everything had its weakness. Even if the Eternal Realm was invincible, they couldn't casually attack. At the same time, Lu Yin also thought of another problem. Could this battlefield have been deliberately chosen by the Hive civilization? Humans couldn't possibly know about Luo Chan's existence, so if the Hive civilization could borrow Luo Chan's strength to get close to the spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe, then why was it so far away from the ninth heaven universe? Under the premise of knowing about Luo Chan's existence, there was one possibility that made one's hair stand on end. The Hive civilization was using distance to gain an advantage in battle. The further the battlefield was from the ninth heaven universe, the greater Luo Chan's effect would be. This was definitely not a last-minute decision by the Hive civilization. They were probably used to this method of battle. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he boarded the one-leaf lotus. He definitely couldn't stay on this battlefield, but before that, he had to go to the consciousness universe to take a look. The progenitor and Yusang Tian were both concerned about Tian Ke, and he wondered how they were doing. The one-leaf lotus carried all the cultivators and left the consciousness universe, sinking 3 degrees to the north as it headed towards the consciousness universe. The battle in this direction was very difficult to deal with, but what about the other 3 battlefields? The reason why he had come to support this place was because the western region where the Yu and Zhu families were located was weak. After all, they had lost the Qing family, so the other 3 regions should be doing much better. Outside the spiritualized universe, sinking 2 degrees to the southeast, the Sea of Insects drowned out the starry sky. Above the stars, streaks of sword intent slashed out and tore through the Sea of Insects, but they were instantly drowned by the Sea of Insects. The abyss continued to erupt, bombarding one side from time to time. Kuching, your bitter abyss is really busy. First, you guard the heavenly gate, and now, you're attacking the Sea of Insects. You've been quite busy recently, haha. Lu Xizhan swung his sword and killed a group of insects as he laughed at Kuching. Kuching replied helplessly. The heavenly gate is in the north, which is within our bitter abyss territory. No one can avoid this Hive civilization, so we're just one step ahead of them. He then looked at Lu Xizhan in surprise. Brother Lu, your sword intent has changed. It's more ruthless than before. Lu Xizhan was surprised. You can even tell? Kuching smiled. It must be from watching the rebirth of the Orchid universe with the 7th Night Pillar. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lu Xizhan smiled. You can't compare to me now. If you want to compete, you have to ask your senior. Kuching didn't refute. Brother Lu, you've become the leader of the 4 great swords, and your sword intent has changed. You've already reached the peak of the Ku adversity level. Now, you've even comprehended your own sword intent. You fused the 4 sword intents together. In the entire continent of the 9 clouds, there aren't many people who can compete with you in terms of sword intent. Lu Xizhan rolled his eyes. Don't say such nice things. If it weren't for your bitter abyss, I would have died already. Look at that thing, it doesn't move. Kuching and Lu Xizhan looked at the Sea of Insects at the same time. There, a gigantic snail-like creature was crawling slowly. Each time it moved, it would shake the void and shatter the stars, but nobody attacked it. It wasn't that they didn't dare, it was that it was useless. That snail's name was Hui. It was a green celestial creature. It seemed to move slowly, but it could destroy anything it touched. The shell on its back could absorb physical energy and release invisible energy. Lu Xizhan attacked it with his sword intent, but it absorbed it and released invisible sword intent. If the people of Bitter Abyss hadn't attacked, he would have been in trouble. Lu Xizhan was one of the strongest cultivators on the battlefield, but even so, he couldn't break Hui's defense and was injured. The others couldn't do the same. The strong cultivators of Bitter Abyss joined hands with Lu Xizhan to attack it once, but they didn't plan to attack it again. It was like they were just giving it away. If they couldn't defeat it, they would just avoid it. Fortunately, it was slow, so everyone could keep an eye on it. In the empty universe, a gigantic blood-red pavilion was lying in the starry sky. Behind the pavilion were many cultivators, and in front of it was a sea of insects. The sea of insects kept attacking the blood-red pavilion, but it didn't move at all. Suddenly, the blood-red pavilion expanded again and blocked the path of a cultivator. In front of the cultivator, outside the blood-red pavilion, there was a sharp thorn. It pierced deeply into the blood-red pavilion, causing cracks to appear. The cultivator was shocked. If the blood-red pavilion hadn't blocked it, he would have died. Due to various problems, the address has changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The webpage version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 393, Battle Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. The spikes came from behind the sea of insects. It was a monster with 8 arms and sharp fangs. It was the Green Immortal, and its name was Xianxia. Xianxia could turn the spikes in its body into arrows and shoot them out of its arms. Its vision was much greater than that of a cultivator at the top of the Dooku AI layer. It could fold empty space and use empty space as a string. Any creature targeted by Xianxia couldn't escape from being killed. Only something with a large area of effect could block the attacks. There wasn't only one Xianxia. A nest of insects had come to the area where Xianxia was and absorbed the advantages of the creatures there. That was how Xianxia was born. At the same time, there were insects in the nest that absorbed the advantages of the creatures there and gave birth to insects similar to Xianxia. They were called Xianxia bugs. They could fold empty space and use empty space as a string to kill all creatures. There were 18 Xianxia bugs. They had already caused the 8th Night Pillar to suffer heavy losses. If the 8th Night Pillar hadn't used his weapon, the blood-red pavilion, the humans would have already lost the battle. The strongest cultivators had been assassinated, and the others had been reduced to cannon fodder. "Brother, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat," shouted Gon Mo. He ground his teeth and looked at the sea of insects. The Xianxia bugs were extremely strong, and nobody could find them when they were hidden. They could only be live targets. Each spike could fold empty space. They could kill cultivators at the top of the Dooku AI layer. The blood-red pavilion had blocked them too many times. A middle-aged man was standing in the blood-red pavilion. His name was Shui Lu, and he was the 8th Night Pillar's leader. He was also the great imperial disciple of the Blood-Red Tower. People called him Blood on the World. He was the strongest imperial disciple of the Blood-Red Tower. He had created the 8 strikes of the Blood-Red Tower. He had once killed 2 cultivators at the top of the Dooku AI layer. After that, the 8th Night Pillar had meditated in seclusion for a long time. He hadn't appeared for a very long time. His legends had disappeared in the continent of the 9 clouds, but once Shui Lu came out, his name would still spread throughout the continent of the 9 clouds. He and Qing Xing were of the same generation. 4 degrees west of the continent of the 9 clouds, a monster was painting. The monster had 18 eyes on its head. Its head was 1 meter high, but its body was less than half a meter. It was very uncoordinated. 9 tentacles grew out of its body, and each tentacle held a brush. It drew different scenes on the 9 canvases. There were people, there was the void, and there was also the she. One of the scenes was the 3rd Night Pillar. The monster was dressed in formal attire, and there was a cup of tea beside the canvas. Steam rose slowly, and soothing music covered the noise of the battlefield. It was very elegant. That's right, this monster gave off an elegant vibe. Even though it looked ferocious and terrifying, it still looked very elegant. It was called Painted Yen, a green immortal. It did not like killing and only liked to paint. The world in the painting was its world. Of course, using painting to replace reality and having fun was also its hobby. The battlefield was the reality that had been replaced. In front of the canvas, there was a boundless sea of bugs fighting with humans. Blood splattered across the starry sky. Huayan raised his brush and crossed out a painting he had just completed. At the same time, a primordial realm expert's body was ripped to pieces on the battlefield. If one looked closely, they would discover that his body had been ripped in the exact same direction as Huayan had crossed out the painting. There was no difference at all. Very soon, another painting was completed. Huayan stared at a corner of the battlefield. The person in the painting was a woman. With a wave of his brush, the woman's head and body were separated. On the battlefield, the woman's head was directly sent flying. She could not resist at all. Huayan raised his brush again, and the space became dark. It had been painted black by the brush. The dark starry sky swallowed up everything. After destroying 3 paintings in a row, Huayan was in a good mood. He tore off the 3 canvases and replaced them with new ones. He had countless canvases prepared for the countless creatures in the starry sky. Suddenly, Huayan disappeared, along with the canvases and a cup of tea. The space collapsed and a figure walked out. It was the head of the third night pillar, the publicly acknowledged ruler of strength in the continent of the 9 clouds, Carrying Heaven. Carrying Heaven clenched his fists and gazed into the distance. There, Huayan turned his head and looked at him. One of his tentacles raised a cup of tea, and the other 8 began to paint at the same time. In the blink of an eye, half of Carrying Heaven had been painted. Carrying Heaven narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. He raised his fist and punched out. Huayan disappeared and the space collapsed. How long can you hide? Carrying Heaven grit his teeth and casually waved his hand. A terrifying power tore through the void and swallowed up the sea of insects. In the 9 clouds universe, at the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Xianxu's expression was calm. The appearance of the hive civilization had caused the 9 clouds universe to lose its calm. However, they had long since predicted that this day would come. Too many civilizations in the universe had been destroyed. If they could destroy others, others could destroy them as well. It would be great if 1 or 2 more Eternal Realm cultivators could be born. He Fangshan had already investigated the situation in the 4 battlefields. He Fangshan had not gone to the consciousness universe, and Luyin had already sent reinforcements. The battlefield outside the spiritualized universe was fine, but the people He Fangshan had sent to investigate the other 2 battlefields had disappeared. He Fangshan had investigated the universe, and it was normal for people to disappear. However, they were facing a war right now. In the consciousness universe, the one-leaf lotus floated in and headed straight for Etion, Quebec. Luyin was apprehensive, and he hoped that nothing had happened to the progenitor. Not long after, the lotus stopped in the void. Luyin looked around. Where was Etion? Where had Etion gone? This was the correct direction, but Etion was gone. Luyin's consciousness spread out and searched the entire consciousness universe, but he could not find Etion, Quebec. The consciousness universe was far smaller than the spiritualized universe, the 9 heavens universe, and the Tianyuan universe. However, Etion had disappeared. Luyin's expression turned ugly. How could Etion disappear? What about the progenitor? Was it related to Imo Shang? Had she gone to a parallel universe? Or was there some external interference? Yu Jing and the rest looked at each other. Mr. Liu, as far as I know, Etion can be moved. Luyin said, there is no Etion in the entire consciousness universe. Could it have gone to a parallel universe? Zhu Ling guessed. This seemed to be the only reasonable explanation, but who had moved Etion? The 13 celestial phenomena were gone, and Imo Shang was trapped in Etion, Quebec. Who else could have moved Etion? If Etion had been moved in the main universe, it was still reasonable. However, if it was in a parallel universe, then it must have been an external interference. In the current universe, where else could there be an external force that could have interfered with Etion? It was impossible for it to be in the Tianyuan universe, as no one had come to the consciousness universe. It was also impossible for it to be in the spiritualized universe. The experts had either died or left, and the last few had been dragged to the Tianyuan universe. Even Sang Tian could not be found. Even Sang Tian could not have interfered with Etion unless it was Grandmaster Grass. Lu Ying tried to break through the various parallel universes to search, but it was useless. There were too many parallel universes, and finding Etion was like finding a needle in a haystack. Helpless, he could only give up. There was no time to waste. The war between the hives could erupt at any time. Lu Ying sighed deeply. He could only leave behind traces in the void. If the progenitor was still in the consciousness universe, she might be able to see it. Otherwise, Lu Ying looked at the deep starry sky. No matter what the progenitor had done, they would have to pay the price, even if they were in the eternal realm. The one-leaf green lotus turned around and headed towards Torch City. It quickly left the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's heart was heavy during the journey. No one disturbed him, and he only recovered a few days later. At the same time, he learned that Yu Jing had used heaven and earth to wipe out the sea of insects. When Lu Ying found out, Yu Jing was a little embarrassed. Back then, Lu Ying had specially gone to the Yu family, and Yu Jing had told him that the Yu family's strongest spell was the moon and sparse stars. They had concealed the secret of the array scroll formation. Now that they had used heaven and earth, Yu Jing was afraid that Lu Ying would find trouble with them, so he had specially asked for forgiveness. Lu Ying did not care. It's fine. It's all the same. These words made Yu Jing feel complicated, and he felt insulted. Was it the same? The moon and sparse stars were completely different from heaven and earth, especially since heaven and earth was a large-scale attack. How could they be the same? But to Lu Ying, it was the same. Yes, it was the same. He sighed and sat back in his seat. He had thought that heaven and earth were amazing since it was one of the strongest spirit treasure arrays in the Garnery Sky universe. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated this universe. Although the Garnery Sky universe was more difficult for the Nine Heavens universe, there were no eternal realms in the Garnery Sky universe. It was not on the same level as the hives, so heaven and earth naturally could not reach that level. Zhu Ling saw Yu Jing asking for forgiveness and thought about it before finding Lu Ying. Thank you for saving us in time, sir. Otherwise, Ancestor Zhu Huang would have died tragically. Lu Ying said, I'm here to help. You don't have to thank me. Sir, my Zhu family also has a foundation called the Immovable Sky Concealment Array. Xue Ta Shangyu was injured by the Immovable Sky Concealment Array when he attacked the Garnery Sky Concealment Array. Zhu Ling confessed, but she was still a little nervous. Not far away, Zhu Rou also came over and looked at Lu Ying carefully. Lu Ying looked at Zhu Ling. I know. Zhu Ling was surprised. How did you know? Lu Ying did not care. The Lingbao Chamber of Commerce is also your Zhu family's. Is it very secretive? Zhu Ling was stunned. Not secretive? At least for so many years, the Chung family and Yu family had guessed it but could not prove it. The outside world was also completely unaware. She understood Yu Jing's feeling of being insulted. In this person's eyes, their foundation seemed to be worthless. But that was the Immovable Sky Concealment Array that even Xue Ta Shangyu was injured. Why was it worthless? In order to protect their position in the western region, the three major clans have harmed many people openly and secretly. You think you are doing it secretly, but in fact, there are many eyes watching you. Some people only need to give them time to suppress you. What's so strange about that? Lu Ying said lightly. Zhu Ling blurted out, Li Gua. Lu Ying looked at her. In the future, restrain yourself. Don't be so overbearing. It's better not to think too highly of yourself. Zhu Ling was speechless. She wanted to say who could be more overbearing than you. But in the end, she did not dare to say it. This Immovable Sky Concealment Array is just a shell. The stronger the Lingbao Array is, the more powerful it is. Shouldn't the unification of heaven and earth be hidden in it? Lu Ying asked. Zhu Ling looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing quickly said, yes, the reason why the Garnery Sky Concealment Array could injure Xue Ta Shangyu was because the Immovable Sky Concealment Array hid too many Lingbao Arrays similar to the unification of heaven and earth, which caused a qualitative change. In fact, the Immovable Sky Concealment Array itself is not powerful. Zhu Ling raised her eyebrows. The unification of heaven and earth is far from being able to injure an immortal. Yu Jing did not refute. Lu Ying nodded. That's good. Just do it. I hope that the Zhu family's many years of accumulation will bring some unexpected surprises to this war. Zhu Ling and Yu Jing exchanged glances. They felt that Luyin was mocking them, but it didn't seem to be the case. They left Luyin and began to research how to incorporate heaven and earth into the unmovable sky-concealing formation. Zhu Huang came to find Luyin and thanked him profusely. Not for the war, but for herself. The insects have no humanity. I would rather die than become a tool for them. Mr. Liu, you've not only saved my life, but also the Zhu family's face, and even the human race's face. Zhu Huang bowed again. Luyin waved a hand. You're exaggerating. Zhu Rou, take your ancestor to rest. Zhu Rou nodded and left with Zhu Huang. Night Song came right after and bowed. Luyin was speechless. I've saved many people in this war. There's no need to thank all of them. I'm not in a good mood. Night Song smiled bitterly. Sorry to disturb you, mister. I'm Night Song. Thank you for saving my life. He bowed deeply and turned to leave. Wait. Night Song turned around and looked at Luyin in confusion. Luyin stared at him. You're Night Song? Night Song nodded. Yes. The path protector of the wisdom domain, Night Song? Luyin asked again. Night Song said, yes, I was once the path protector of the wisdom domain. By the way, you've entered the 9 heavens from the spiritualized universe. That's why you know my name. Lu. Yin nodded. I've heard of you, but your seniority seems to be quite high. It's a miracle that you're still alive. He had once mentioned the wisdom domain scroll to the Plain sect. The Plain sect had wanted to test the wisdom domain scroll 15, but had been stopped by the path protector of that generation. That path protector was Night Song. At that time, Night Song had lived for a very long time, and his seniority was even higher than Yu Sang Tian's. The Plain sect had said that Night Song was definitely dead. Otherwise, he would have lived close to an eternal realm powerhouse like Master Grass. Night Song sighed. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to live that long. Coincidentally, I had a hidden injury in my body, so I froze myself in my early years. The duration of the freeze was much longer than anyone could imagine. That's why I've been able to live until now. However, I won't be able to live for much longer. This time, I wanted to contribute to the war against the insects and see if I could ask the immortal god to heal my hidden injury so that I can live a little longer. At this point, he mocked himself. Sure enough, there's a reason why everyone pursues the eternal life realm. Who doesn't want to live a long life? It was no wonder why Yiga had been able to survive until now. His survival time without being frozen might not even be comparable to that of an ordinary expert who had crossed the bitter calamity. If he didn't have any internal injuries, he might still be able to live, but the internal injuries had sped up his death. Night Song asked curiously, why have you heard of my name? I was the path protector of Zhikong domain a long time ago. Luyin asked, do you remember the Plain Master's path? Night Song pondered for a moment before remembering. Was he the one who told you about the junior who wanted to test the scroll array? Yes. When we talked about the scroll array, he mentioned you. At that time, I had some enmity towards Zhikong domain, and I was afraid that you would still be alive and ruin my plans. Luyin spoke frankly, as there was nothing to hide. Night Song rejoiced. Fortunately, I didn't stay in Zhikong domain. Otherwise, I would have become your enemy and died a long time ago. Luyin laughed. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps I would have died at your hands. Night Song coughed and hurriedly said, don't joke around, sir. I'm no match for you. These words could only be said now. If Night Song had really stayed in Zhikong domain, then Luyin might not have been his match at that time. No matter what, Night Song was someone who was qualified to join forces with Zhu Huang to deal with Danzhu. He had completed the bitter calamity realm, and he definitely hadn't cultivated it on his own. In other words, he had received spiritual cultivation. In that case, he originally belonged to Xianxia universe and was not a true cultivator from the spiritualized universe. Yu Sang Tian knew about the difference in cultivation between Xianxia universe and the spiritualized universe, so had he ever thought about changing it? The Eternity's thoughts were profound, and he had stolen Tianxi's turbid spirit seed to change his cultivation method. Then, what about Emo Shang? Did Emo Shang not know that Tianxi's spirit seed was a turbid treasure? Thinking about Emo Shang reminded him of the primogenitor and Xianxia, and Lu Yan's mood became even more gloomy. If an expert like you had existed in the Tianyuan universe back then, the spiritualized universe wouldn't have dared to target it. Speaking of which, I was quite lucky. I was almost sent to deal with the Tianyuan universe, but in the end, it was primordial. Night Song sighed. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Night Song. It was primordial? Night Song nodded and recalled, the spiritualized universe wanted to weaken the Tianyuan universe's future scale in preparation for restarting it. They sent experts to assist the Eternity in eradicating the Tianyuan universe's top powerhouses. At first, there were several candidates, and I was one of them. At that time, they didn't know that I belonged to Jiuxiao universe, and the Zhikong domain couldn't say anything. After all, sending people to the Tianyuan universe wasn't just a matter of 1 or 2 people from Yusang Tian or the Zhikong domain, but the entire spiritualized universe's strategy. However, it was said that at that time, the Eternity took the initiative to ask Primordial to go to the Tianyuan universe, and Yusang Tian also wanted Primordial to go. In the end, Primordial really did go, even though he was unwilling. Speaking of which, Primordial being sent to the Tianyuan universe caused quite a stir. After all, Primordial was Sang Tian, and no one knew how long it would take for Sang Tian to return. Some people suggested stripping Primordial of his position, while others suggested it. Before he could finish, Luin interrupted him. The Eternity wanted Primordial? Does that mean that the Eternity was in the spiritualized universe at that time? Night Song wasn't unhappy about being interrupted, and he subconsciously treated Luin as if he was facing an Eternity realm expert. Yes, the Eternity came to the spiritualized universe once. It takes a long time to go from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, Luin said. Night Song smiled. That amount of time is meaningless to a cultivator, especially an absolute powerhouse like the Eternity. Even 10,000 years is nothing more than a snap of a finger. Sir, if you say that in terms of time, the Eternity might not have had time to return to spiritualization and return to the Tianyuan universe. Actually, everyone's speed is different, and the Eternity might have other methods. In any case, as far as I know, the Eternity first went from spiritualization to the Tianyuan universe, which was even earlier. Then, he went from the Tianyuan universe to spiritualization, which was the time when he wanted Primordial. Finally, he went from spiritualization to the Tianyuan universe, and the Primordial also went to the Tianyuan universe after that. Luin frowned. No, there was a problem. He knew a bit about the history of the Tianyuan universe, including the cultivation history of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and the time that the Above Heaven sect had been established. There was no way that the Eternity could have gone back and forth between the Tianyuan universe and spiritualization. If the Eternity wanted Primordial from the Tianyuan universe, which went against the time of the Tianyuan universe, then there was only one possibility: he didn't go there on his own. The time it took for him to go back and forth between the Tianyuan universe and spiritualization was definitely different from the Primordial. The Primordial had taken a long time to reach the Tianyuan universe, and if not for the fact that he was afraid of being erased after discovering Emo Shang's secret, he wouldn't have been willing to travel this distance. What about the Eternity? Had the Eternity deliberately gone to spiritualize just to ask for Primordial? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. There was only one answer: the Eternity had gone back and forth between the spiritualization and the Tianyuan universe as an eternal realm cultivator. This trip hadn't been done by himself, but by the mysterious eternal realm cultivator behind him. Or perhaps, it had been Grandmaster Grass. At that time, the Eternity and Grandmaster Grass had definitely reached an agreement. The Primordial really did have a secret. The Eternity had deliberately used the Eternal Realm Cultivator's power to go to the spiritualized universe to ask for Primordial. It wasn't because of the Primordial himself, but because of the other consciousness in the Primordial's body at that time. That consciousness knew that the Primordial had been cuckolded. The Eternity, no, it could also have been the Eternal Realm Cultivator behind him. But what was the meaning of the Primordial leaving the spiritualized universe? Luin suddenly looked at the one-leaf lotus beneath him, and then looked in the direction of the spiritualized universe. Was that the case? Yiga didn't know that his lamenting words had caused Luin to see a possibility that made him shudder. He saw that Luin was deep in thought, and he kept recalling what he had just said. What was the problem? The only problem was definitely related to the Tianyuan universe. The eternity must have done something in the Tianyuan universe that conflicted with what Yiga had said, which was why Mr. Liu had found the contradiction. But the eternity hadn't said anything secretive. Luin looked at Yiga again. The eternity went to the spiritualized universe to ask for the primordial, but the primordial wasn't willing to go? Yiga was more careful with his words now, but he didn't know what Luin was concerned about. There was no point in being cautious. Yes, the primordial refused. Even when Xianxia asked him to go, he still refused. But Xianxia is still Xianxia, and he couldn't withstand Xianxia's pressure. In the end, he still had to go. Luin stared at Yiga. Before the primordial went to the Tianyuan universe, emotion pressured him? Yiga nodded. Was this pressure before or after the eternity came? Luin asked again. Yiga knew that his answer was very important, and Lu Yin's expression made him think carefully. Luin slowly said, "There's no rush. Think carefully before you answer. This answer is very important." Yiga regretted it. It would have been better if the eternity had just left. What was there to lament about? This was how old people were, they liked to reminisce about the past, and now they were in trouble. Luin waited quietly. He wasn't afraid that Yiga would lie, as Yiga didn't even know what was going on. This answer was very important to Luin, but it didn't matter to an outsider like Yiga. After a while, Yiga said, "Before." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Are you sure?" Yiga nodded. "I'm sure. I recalled that when the eternity asked for the primordial said something. Xianxia put in a lot of effort to get me to go to the Tianyuan universe. Even you came. I remember this clearly. The primordial had clearly rejected the eternity, but I don't know why he went to the Tianyuan universe in the end. But ever since then, there has been news that Xianxia wants to attack primordial Xianxia. Many people believe it to be true, because Xianxia wants to send primordial Xianxia to the Tianyuan universe more than once." Luin looked deeply at Yiga and nodded. "I understand. Thank you." Yiga felt relieved. "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Luin looked at the sky with an unfathomable expression. Yuanqi was right. Xianxia had spent a lot of effort to send him to the heaven universe. He had purposely used the god governing mountain spacetime as a cover to make Yuanqi think that he had discovered a huge secret and had no choice but to escape to the heaven universe. In fact, Xianxia had done it on purpose. His goal was to get Yuanqi to go to the Tianyuan cosmos. In the past, Luin had never understood why Xianxia would do such a thing, but Night Song had told him that even eternity wanted primordial. Why did Xianxia and Eternal do the same thing? There was only one answer. Their interests were aligned. There was a mysterious eternal realm behind the eternal realm. What about Xianxia? In the past, Luin had always believed that Xianxia was backed by Grandmaster Grass, and that she had made many plans to spiritualize the universe. Now, however, he no longer thought that way. Was Xianxia related to the mysterious eternal realm behind the Eternals? Or was this all planned by Master Greengrass from the beginning to the end? Was it also Master Greengrass who led the eternity to ask for the origin? It could be both of them. Luin hoped that it was the latter. He would rather confirm that his enemy was a Grass Grandmaster than have another enemy behind the Eternals and Xianxia. Until now, he still hadn't seen who the enemy was. Half a year later, the one-leaf green lotus arrived at Torch City. Luin looked at the half-destroyed city and sighed emotionally. If it wasn't for this springboard, he would have died. If he met an eternal life realm monster again, he wouldn't let it have an easy time. At this moment, Xiao was stupefied. Looking at the numerous cultivators descending from the one-leaf green lotus, as well as the various she felt as if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens. He couldn't understand where these powerful cultivators came from. He was only at the level of the laws of the sequence. There were a bunch of experts like that from the one-leaf azure lotus, and there were even primordial realm experts who had crossed the bitter calamity realm. In particular, there were quite a few people who made him feel like he was struck by lightning from a single glance. This was a feeling he only felt when he looked at Xianxia. These people couldn't be at the same level as Xianxia, right? Impossible. Everybody in Torch City was astonished. They were dumbstruck. They suddenly thought of the continent of the 9 clouds. Were those people from the continent of the 9 clouds? The truth about the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe had long spread. Torch City had also received the news. In particular, 4 space-time battleships had headed for the Tianyuan universe. This made Xianxia and the others even more aware of what had happened in the spiritualized universe. Now that he saw so many powerful cultivators, he immediately thought of this. Luyin walked out and allowed the people of Torch City to see him. When they saw him, they heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Luyin was from the Tianyuan universe, he gave them a greater sense of security than the unfamiliar cultivators from the 9th heaven universe. Moreover, it seemed that Luyin was their leader. Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia was shocked and quickly agreed. Luyin looked at him. Immediately bring everyone from Torch City onto Green Lotus and return to spiritualization. From this moment on, Torch City will be under their control. War has come. These words caused Xianxia's heart to sink. He knew that Luyin was currently representing the 9 heavens universe, and even the 9 heavens universe had to deal with this war. Torch City was just a speck of dust that had been easily crushed by that monster. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately arranged for everyone in Torchfire City to board the one-leaf Green Lotus and head to the spiritualized universe. The people who had left Torch City were not qualified to participate in the war. They were too weak, and staying behind would only result in death. Luyin could not bear for them to die here. However, not everyone went. A group of qualified cultivators stayed behind to assist Yu Jing and the others. This war did not only belong to the 9th heaven universe, but also to the entire human race. From the very beginning, the goal of the Hive civilization had been the spiritualized universe. The cultivators from the 9th heaven universe were participating in the war. If the spiritualized universe retreated, they would feel uncomfortable. The spiritualized universe had to participate in the war. This included Xianxia. Xianxia stared blankly at the one-leaf Green Lotus as it left. He and the 2 Vice-City lords had been left behind to assist in the war, but until now, he did not even know who the enemy was. Someone from the Great Five Palm sect gloated. When you see the enemy, you won't be far from death. These words made Xiao's expression turn ugly. It was true that one had been sitting at home, but disaster had fallen from the sky. After leaving Torch City, the one-leaf Green Lotus headed for the 9th heaven universe and arrived half a year later. Luyin put down the spiritualized universe and had someone bring them back to the spiritualized universe. He then went to the startling Sparrow Terrace to meet with Startlegate Xianxia. When Startlegate Xianxia heard about the Hive civilization, even an Eternal Realm powerhouse's heart sank. Luo Chan's existence was too troublesome. What do you want to do? Luyin asked. Senior, can the Startlegate be opened at will within a certain range? Startlegate Xianxia met Lu Yin's eyes. The range is half a degree around the 9th heaven. Half a degree around the 9th heaven? Lu Yin's guess was correct, as it was roughly in the direction of Torch City. Senior, if you want to deal with Luo Chan, you can only do so within the range of the Startlegate. Then, you have to compress the defensive line and use top experts to protect the important positions. Even if the experts do not participate in the war, it will be fine as long as you defend it. This way, you will not be led by the nose by Luo Chan. I suggest that you get as close to the 9th heaven universe as possible. Startlegate Xianxia looked into the distance. Pull it into the 9th heaven. Luyin raised his brows. What? Startlegate Xianxia's expression was solemn. Pull the battlefield into the 9th heaven. Luyin was amazed. He felt that his idea was bold enough. It was risky to let the Hive civilization get close to the 9th heaven universe. If they were not careful, the insects would invade en masse. Even if they were finally dealt with, there would be a lot of hives left behind. The coordinates of the 9th heaven universe would be exposed to the Hive. civilization forever, and the immortal master could come at any time. For the ninth heaven universe, this was quite dangerous. It meant that the hive crisis could erupt at any time. Startled Xianxia was even bolder. He wanted to directly lead the hive civilization into the ninth heaven. This was the worst outcome that Luin had considered. If the battlefield is led into the ninth heaven will suffer an unprecedented disaster, Luin reminded. Startled Xianxia frowned. The larger the battlefield, the easier it is to be dragged to death. Our ninth heaven universe has been constantly conquering foreign universes, exterminating one civilization after another. When it is our turn, do we not even have the courage to fight? Everyone in the ninth heaven universe enjoys the fruits of exterminating foreign civilizations. They have to accept the fact that they are exterminated by other civilizations. After all, humans do not reproduce as fast as insects. This is the biggest advantage of the hive civilization. Luin understood. He had thought of leading the battlefield into the ninth heaven before, but he did not belong to the ninth heaven universe. This proposal would only make him the target of public criticism and be suspected by the people of the ninth heaven universe. The decision to compress the battlefield and retreat to the back line was actually very risky. Leading the ninth heaven universe to the ninth heaven universe could only be proposed by the people of the ninth heaven universe. Startled Xianxia's suggestion was the best. The most important thing now is to keep an eye on the hives. If we can destroy all the hives in the ninth heaven universe, we will have won half the war, Luin said. Startled Xianxia said, do you know the meaning of the ninth heaven pillar's existence? Expedition to foreign universes and hide the ninth heaven universe itself, Luin said. Startled Xianxia nodded. The ninth heaven pillar is a spiritual treasure array. Luin had heard of this before. It made the ninth heaven universe look chaotic and similar to a state of rebirth. In fact, it came from the ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array, and this array came from Xianxia. When Luin had first heard of this, he had thought of Huizu. Huizu had used a limitless power source box array to resist the Eternals and give the humans a chance to breathe. Xianxia had used the ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array to hide the ninth heaven universe, allowing the ninth heaven universe to survive. The two were very similar. The ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array can not only hide itself, but it can also form a special protection. As long as the hives are included in the protection, any hive that wants to enter will have to tear through the protection, and we will be able to sense it. You don't have to worry too much about this, Startled Xianxia said. She then looked at Luin. Actually, leading the hives into the ninth heaven universe is exactly what you want. This way, the Tianyuan universe will not have to worry. A single battle will be enough to cripple the hives. Luin did not deny it. Yes, the Tianyuan universe does not have to worry. I will represent the Tianyuan universe and fight to the death in the ninth heaven universe. Startled Xianxia smiled. Thank you. I will contact Green Grass now and inform the other 3 battlefields to retreat and determine the positions that we need to defend. Luin nodded. Although leading the hives into the ninth heaven universe was a disaster, the ninth heaven universe had an advantage that no one else could compare to: spirit seeds. The cultivators of the ninth heaven universe could release their spirit seeds to fight, which meant that everyone had 2 lives. This was not an advantage in a foreign war. This advantage was equivalent to offsetting the hive's advantage in numbers. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had enough spirit seeds. When the time came, it would depend on their foundation. Very quickly, Startled Xianxia disappeared. Luin stood on the startling sparrow terrace and looked down. In the end, he was the one who had caused this war, so he had an obligation to participate in any war against the hives. The more the hives were beaten, the less of a threat they would pose to the humans. It would be best if they could get rid of the immortal master. Unfortunately, this was only a dream. The immortal master was definitely more powerful than Master Green Grass. Master Green Grass did not dare to act recklessly within a small area, but the immortal master could dominate the universe. Luin did not know when he would be able to break through to the eternal realm. Luin stood quietly and waited for the Startled Xianxia to return. At the same time, his consciousness swept towards the western region. Although it was impossible to find any traces of the eternal realm, he had nothing to do. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise. After a few days, Lu Yin did not wait for the startled gate Xianxia, but Qing Yan and Granny Yin did. Qing Yan did not expect Lu Yin to be here. Didn't you reinforce the consciousness universe? Why are you here? Lu Yin smiled. There have been changes in the war. The consciousness universe is fine for now. Qing Yan smiled. Since you're here, it's naturally easy to resolve. Can you tell me what those hives are like? There are 4 battlefields, and many experts have been dispatched. I'm very curious. Lu Yin nodded and told her about the hive situation. He was quite grateful to Qing Yan. This woman had helped him in several battles. Sometimes, her words of support were more important than her actions. After all, she represented the startled gate Xianxia. The hive's strangeness shocked Qing Yan and Granny Yin. They did not expect such a species to exist in the universe. They could give birth to powerful hives and reproduce very quickly. Xianxia, in particular, shocked them even more. Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The webpage content is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 396, Startled Gate. Lu Yin decided to read it for free. If a hive fell into Xianxia universe without being discovered, does it mean that Xianxia might be a human? Qing Yan asked. Lu Yin nodded. I've met more than one Xianxia in human form. Granny Yin's face was solemn. No wonder Xianxia values this war so much. This civilization is definitely a great enemy of Jiao. Qing Yan said, the changes in the war that you mentioned are related to Xianxia, right? Lu Yin praised, smart. Qing Yan smiled. Only Xianxia can be a variable on the battlefield. The universe has rules that can be found. There are many of them, and their individual combat power is bound to be weak. A hive can only give birth to one Xianxia, and it can gather the advantages of the current universe creatures. Every Xianxia is terrifying. Lu Yin and Qing Yan chatted for a long time while waiting for Jingmen Xianxia. This time, Granny Yin didn't stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin had helped Jiao universe several times, and the people of Jiao universe were grateful. Can you tell me more about Jingmen Xianxia? Lu Yin changed the topic. Qing Yan was surprised. Jingmen Xianxia? Lu Yin nodded and praised, Jingmen Xianxia's talent is great. Night Pillar, Lingbao Array, Tianxua, and he knows his own limits. There are inheritances of Jingmen Xianxia everywhere. I'd like to know more about this senior. Granny Yin suddenly said, have you seen Qingxing? Lu Yin looked at her. Yes. Granny Yin understood. So Qingxing fought with you before. Lu Yin smiled. I want to know more about Jingmen Xianxia. It has nothing to do with Qingxing. Granny Yin didn't say much. Qing Yan said, what do you want to know about Jingmen Xianxia? I don't know much. Lu Yin said, just say it, I want to know more. Qing Yan thought for a moment. Then I'll tell you what I know. Jingmen Xianxia is also a senior that I respect very much. For the next half of the day, Qing Yan talked about Jingmen Xianxia. She admired Jingmen Xianxia's research on Lingbao Array and traveled all over Jiao universe to see more clearly. She admired Jingmen Xianxia's invention, and Tianxua was a tool that she often rode. She worshipped Great Dream 1,000 years created by Jingmen Xianxia, so she often looked for people from Great Dream Sky to spar with. She especially worshipped Meng Ling if it weren't for Jingmen Xianxia's great dreams. Millennium Dream, which gave birth to a dream spirit, the Nine Clouds continent would have faced a calamity. She paused and looked at Lu Yin hesitantly, as if there was something she shouldn't say. Yinpa also quickly changed the topic. Miss doesn't know much about Jingmen Xianxia. If you want to know anything, you can ask Jingmen Xianxia directly. Lu Yin replied, Qishu. Qing Yan and Yinpa were surprised. Master knows? Lu Yin nodded, alarmed. Lord Xianxia told me. Qing Yan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Since Mr. even knows about this, then there's nothing worth hiding. That's right, Senior Yu Jing is extremely talented. Only Meng Ling is able to track Qisu's emotions. If it wasn't for that. Everyone knows that Mi Jin Xiangyu created the Great Dream Millennium, but does Mr. know how he created the Great Dream Millennium? How did you come up with such a creature like Dream Spirit? Luyin was curious. How? Qing Yin smiled. Only a few people know about this. When Mi Jin Xiangyu was still around, this was one of the biggest secrets of the Nine Clouds universe. But now that Mi Jin Xiangyu is no longer around, this secret is no longer worth keeping. She paused and continued, Mi Jin Xiangyu is an ancient powerhouse in the history of the Nine Clouds universe, second only to Qinglian Xiangyu. His seniority is much higher than Shuata Xiangyu and my mother. Mi Jin Xiangyu has a special cultivation method called the Lost Path. Those who are lost will not know, but they will experience the various forms of life. I have always wanted to experience the various forms of life because of Mi Jin Xiangyu. Only by understanding the various forms of life can one comprehend their own life. But this lost path has a shortcoming. The longer you cultivate, the easier it is to lose yourself. Mi Jin Xiangyu's title is actually self-deprecating. Mi Jin Xiangyu thought that he was often lost, so he gave himself this title. Once lost, it is like losing your essence. My mother said that it was not lost, but attached to someone to experience the various forms of life of that person. That was why Mi Jin Xiangyu was able to create a series of unimaginable things because he understood life the most and the human race the most. Qing Yin spoke more and more, but most of it was her guess about Mi Jin Xiangyu. But what Luyin heard was different. Lost, essence, spirit, attached. The first thing he thought of was Yuanqi. Could it be that the consciousness in Yuanqi's body that knew he was being cuckolded was Mi Jin Xiangyu? This conjecture was similar to Lu Yin's conjecture on the one-leaf blue lotus. Yuanqi was sent to the Tianyuan universe, causing Mi Jin Xiangyu's essence, spirit, and spirit to be further and further away. It must have affected his body. Only an immortal realm powerhouse was qualified to be schemed against by Yu saying Tian and Eternal at the same time. Lu Yin's eyes were solemn. He could not hear what Qing Yin was saying. He only knew that he might have seen the truth. Mi Jin Xiangyu's death was not that simple. Qing Xing thought that two retreated and one died. Maybe it was not what he saw. That one did not die. He knew that he was going to die, so he dragged Qishu along to end it. Was that so? Then, was it Master Qing Chao or the mysterious immortal realm that schemed against Mi Jin Xiangyu? After a while, alarmed Gate Xiangyu returned. Qing Yan and Granny Yin left. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu told Lu Yin that he had asked Master Qing Chao to inform the other three battlefields. He said, Master Qing Chao said thank you. Lu Yin did not care. He thanked you for protecting the spiritualized universe. There is no need for him to thank you. We are all humans. How can we give up? Alarmed Gate Xiangyu did not say much about this. The spiritualized universe's 36 domains needed to be guarded by powerhouses. Even if Luo Chan shifted the position of the insects, the powerhouses guarding the 36 domains could stay put. Jiuxiao universe also had some regions that needed to be protected. Lu Yin did not need to worry about this. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu and Jiuxiao universe would make the decision. Lu Yin hesitated whether to tell them the truth about Mi Jin Xiangyu's death. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was all his conjecture. There was no proof, and now was not the right time. If Master Qing Chao was the one who plotted against Mi Jin Xiangyu, revealing the truth now would only make Master Qing Chao side with the Hive civilization. At the very least, it would affect the direction of the war. If it was the mysterious immortal realm, it would not draw him out. If an immortal realm appeared, it would be hard to determine his stance. It was already difficult for Jiuxiao universe to face the Hive civilization. He could not complicate matters. Besides, Mi Jin Xiangyu died because Yuanqi went to the Tianyuan universe. How could the Jiuxiao universe's god of defense not know? According to Lin Feng's guess, even if Mi Jin Xiangyu lost his way and left the continent of the Nine Clouds, he didn't lose his consciousness. He took the initiative to die with Qi Su, so he could have told Qing Lianyu and the others about it. Therefore, Qing Lianyu and the others might have known about it. According to this line of thinking, it was not his turn to reveal anything, especially since he did not know who was behind it. There was one last doubt. Were the three gods of defense completely trustworthy? They seemed trustworthy at the moment, but Lu Ying had experienced too much, especially when the Lu family had been schemed against and exiled. Sometimes, those who schemed against you did not necessarily have bad intentions or revenge. It was just for the sake of the bigger picture. This kind of high-sounding reason had become an excuse for many to take action. With such an excuse, one could not sense any hostility. That was the most terrifying thing. If he had not been vigilant, Lu Ying would have died many times over. It was better to wait for Qinglian Xianxia and the others to return. At the same time, outside the spiritualized universe, Ku Yuan and Lu Xizhan had received Master Qingcao's notification that they could shrink the battlefield. Their next battlefield was to protect the 36 filaments. Protect the 36 filaments? Isn't that where the spiritualized universe is? Why do we have to protect the spiritualized universe? Our current battlefield is actually protecting the spiritualized universe, but I don't understand why we have to shrink the battlefield and only protect the 36 filaments. This means that the insects can rush into the spiritualized universe. What are the higher-ups thinking? The person who notified us was Master Qingcao. He was actually willing to give up on the spiritualized universe and only protect the 36 filaments. It's too strange. Ku Ji looked at the giant Tian as Lu Xizhan walked over from behind him. No matter what, since the order has been given, we have to carry it out. I know. It looks like this war won't end anytime soon. It's only been 2 years since Ku Yuan brought people to the spiritual universe. It looks like this trip will be delayed for a long time. Ku Ji sighed. Lu Xizhan recalled that Ku Yuan would bring a group of people to the spiritual universe every 40 years to comprehend Ku Yuan's cultivation method, which could only be completed in the spiritual universe. I heard that Mr. Lu also plans to follow you to the spiritual universe to comprehend Ku Yuan's cultivation method? Ku Ji smiled. That's right. Unfortunately, we don't know how long it will be delayed. Even if we can go, Mr. Lu won't be there. They did not know that Lu Ying had already returned from the full sensory universe and thought that he was still supporting the full sensory universe. Soon, the situation on the battlefield changed. All of the human cultivators, including the Shi, kept retreating. The Shi was at the bottom, bearing the brunt of the insect sea's attacks. Tian Ho and a few other green immortals attacked, but they could not stop them. They could only watch as they climbed onto the one-leaf lotus and headed for the spiritualized universe. A month later, Kong Ming received Master Qingcao's notification and returned to the 9th heaven. The battlefield would be compressed inside and outside the 9th heaven pillar. Xuelo was shocked. Inside and outside the 9th heaven pillar? How could this be? Although he was curious, he could not disobey the order. Xuelo's people were the best at obeying orders because they had participated in the most battles. On the battlefield, unless one had overwhelming strength, they had to follow the overall situation. In this war, Xuelo had always been on the defensive. If they retreated and returned to the 9th heaven, there would undoubtedly be other experts helping them. Those who belonged to the 8th night pillar, returned to the 9th heaven. I will cover the rear. Xuelo's voice traveled to every cultivator's ears. Ganimo was shocked. Senior. Xuelo said coldly. It's fine. These insects can't do anything to me. All the cultivators headed towards the 8th night pillar. There were many holes in the 8th night pillar, which were caused by Spinniger and its subordinate Spinniger bugs. Seeing that the 8th night pillar wanted to escape, the sea of insects surged and charged at the blood-colored pavilion. Thorny sarcoma continued to shoot out spikes. Xuelu's face became paler and paler, but he still persisted. When the 8th night pillar rushed towards the continent of the 9 clouds, he withdrew the blood-red pavilion. The blood-red pavilion was filled with blood chi. He looked ferocious and crazy. You guys have fought enough. It's my turn now. Blood-red pavilion 8 strokes. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red color filled the starry sky and engulfed the sea of insects. After executing the bloody 8 styles, Xuelu's body was dragged towards the 8th night pillar by an invisible force. It was the spirit thread that bound him to the 8th night pillar. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the 8th night pillar. If he stayed here, he would only be waiting for death. Blood-red 8 styles covered heaven and earth. Xuelu took the opportunity to climb up the 8th night pillar by following the spiritual threads. Gan Mo and the others hurriedly supported him, only to see 5 sharp thorns deeply inserted into his back. They almost tore Xuelu's head apart. Although he was not dead, Xuelu was still seriously injured. Luckily, the 8th night pillar managed to get rid of the sea of insects and flew towards the continent of the 9 clouds. The 9 clouds universe floated up 4 times. This was the battlefield of the 3rd night pillar. Even with the speed of an immortal realm grass master, it would still take some time to transmit a message across the vast universe. At this moment, the 3rd night pillar had yet to receive the order to retreat from the battlefield. They had to wait for this order for at least a few months. On the battlefield, Skybearing was still chasing after Huayan. Huayan had killed human experts one after another, causing Skybearing to be filled with hatred. Other than the experts from the 3rd night pillar, there was also the Death Hill 4th Summit who came to the battlefield with the 3rd night pillar. The overall strength of the 3rd night pillar was not comparable to the 8th night pillar. The 8th night pillar had several Blood Tower Upper Imperial disciples, especially Xuelu, who were extremely powerful. On the other hand, the 3rd night pillar only had 1 heaven bearer and 1 Kuwa consummate who had accepted spiritual cultivation. They couldn't support the entire battlefield, which was why they had the support of Death Hill. The leader of the Death Hill's 4th peak was Gu Jing. His sword swept across the battlefield. If it weren't for the experts of the 4th peak, the 3rd night pillar wouldn't have been able to hold on. After several months, Grandmaster Greengrass finally approached the battlefield of the 3rd night pillar. However, what he saw was a calm starry sky and a calm sea of insects. There was no fighting, nothing. It was peaceful. The 3rd night pillar retreated? No, Grandmaster Grass saw the 3rd night pillar floating in the starry sky. There was a gigantic creature coiled around the 3rd night pillar, the Ho. One of the 4 insect lords of the insect nest civilization, Hui, was wrapped around the 3rd night pillar, and all life in the 3rd night pillar disappeared. Grandmaster Greengrass stood in the distance and watched in a daze. The 3rd night pillar had been completely destroyed. In the continent of the 9 clouds, the 7th night pillar was called the Holy Land of the Sword Dynasty. Since ancient times, many strong cultivators had carved sword skills there. As long as the 7th night pillar was in the continent of the 9 clouds, many cultivators would come there to study sword skills. Unfortunately, most of the sword moves were not something that these people could see. It was not that 7th night pillar was holding back, but that there were some sword intents that they could not withstand. They couldn't even reach the place where the sword moves were carved. Gudwanka sat in front of the stone wall, looking forward. The stone wall was filled with sword moves. Every move was infused with the blood and sweat of a cultivator. There was no one around. They had all been chased away by him. A few days ago, news came that the 3rd night pillar had been completely destroyed. On the 3rd night pillar, there was a lonely silence. Since he had received the news, he had been sitting in front of the stone wall and watching. Nobody had disturbed him. Nobody knew what Gudwanka was thinking. It was not until 10 days later that Gudwanka pulled out his sword and held the hilt tightly. The long sword spun in his palm, and as he struck out with his palm, the sword penetrated deep into the stone wall. Strange patterns were cut around the sword edge. They were not deep, far from the depths of the engravings of the surrounding sword moves on the stone wall. However, it was these shallow strange patterns that made all the sword wills on the stone wall dim, as if they were suppressing everything. Gudwanka was recognized as the best swordsman in the continent of the 9 clouds. He was called the first swordsman of the continent of the 9 clouds. Nobody had ever seen his real sword intent because nobody could make him use his sword a second time. Some people could see the difference in strength at a glance. When facing people who were stronger than him, Gudwanka would not use his sword. When facing people who were weaker than him, nobody could make him use his sword a second time. That was his sword intent, the Zen sword. The world only knew that Gudwanka had the sword intent of the broken sword. He gave all creatures the profound meaning of the broken sword. He could break the sword, seal the blade, erase the shape, and break the meaning. In fact, the broken sword intent came from the Zen sword intent. His sword did not kill people, but only broke moves. At this moment, he put the Zen sword and the broken sword into the stone wall, waiting for the fated person. At the same time, he pushed the stone wall out of the seventh night pillar. "Night Chief?" Jianhong shouted. He did not understand what Gudwanka was doing. Many cultivators of the seventh night pillar looked at Gudwanka. Gudwanka sighed. The sword intent above should not be limited to the seventh night pillar. If one day, the seventh night pillar does not return, the efforts of these predecessors will be gone. From now on, I am no longer a member of the seventh night pillar. The seventh night pillar is no longer the holy land of the Sword Dynasty. After saying that, he smashed the stone wall into the ground outside the seventh night pillar. He stepped into the void and disappeared. Gudwanka went up the startled sparrow terrace. In the past, the imperial land could not be entered unless absolutely necessary. However, it was different now. With the arrival of war, the startled imperial lord had ordered that anything related to the war could be reported to the startled sparrow terrace. Luin was sitting on the startled sparrow terrace at this moment. From time to time, he would scan the ground with his consciousness. This place was very convenient for him to check with his consciousness, even though it was a little far from the ground. This place was also convenient for the startled imperial lord to inform him of the news at any time. Gudwanka came and sat down beside Luin. He looked very casual. Luin did not look at him. He knew that Gudwanka would come because Gujing was dead. When the news of the third night pillar's destruction spread to the 9 heavens, it caused a huge uproar. The Death Hill's fourth peak also spread along with the news of the third night pillar's destruction. Gujing and Gudwanka were definitely related. Even though Gujing wanted to surpass Gudwanka to become the 9 heavens sword head and even kill Gudwanka, their relationship was not ordinary. "Mr. Liu, can you do me a favor?" "Speak." "Go to the battlefield and drag the third night pillar back." Lu Yin's eyes moved. "Do you want to drag the third night pillar back or Gujing back?" Gudwanka said, "It's the same. Since she is dead, the third night pillar has to come back at least to give him an explanation." Luin looked at Gudwanka. "What's your relationship with Gujing?" Gudwanka pondered for a moment and said slowly, "How many friends can a person have in their life?" Luin did not answer. This was a question that did not need to be answered. Not many, especially for cultivators. They have even fewer friends. "Do you have a friend that you can entrust everything to?" "I have one. Her name is Jing. She is a very straightforward woman. She is not scheming and has a bad temper. She likes to punish evil. Such a person can't survive in the cultivation world. Fortunately, she has an extremely high talent in swordsmanship. Whenever an enemy comes looking for her, she can always break through faster than them and kill the enemy with her own hands." In her words, Gudwanka laughed and reminisced. "It saves me the time to look for you." "Thank you. You finally did something good before you died." Luin raised his eyebrows. These words instantly made him think of the woman called Serenity. She was clearly such a person, but why was she called Jing? Jing isn't Gujing. It was a misunderstanding that I met her. We were both swordsmanship geniuses. We fought and killed each other until the misunderstanding was resolved. Finally, we became siblings. Luin was speechless. He could not help but look at Gudwanka. Jing's talent in sword Dao is high, and she's able to adapt to the circumstances. As for me, I'm obsessed with sword Dao. We've known each other for a long time and we've sparred for a long time. Gradually, she couldn't give me any help in sword Dao, so I crazily looked for people to test my sword. Sometimes, I couldn't hold back, and the blood debt grew. The cultivation world doesn't care about right or wrong." Gudwanka closed his eyes and was full of regret. Who said that it does not care about right or wrong? Did she deserve to be killed by you? Just to fulfill your swordsmanship? She also had her own life. There was no hatred. Why did she kill you? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Jing helped me pay for this mistake. I won a swordsmanship test, and she lost a swordsmanship test. She followed in my footsteps. Under the premise that I did not know, she adopted a child. In order to pay the debt, she took the initiative to accept the cultivation spirit and used it to pay the debt for me. When I found out, it was too late. She bore all the sins for me to make up for my mistakes. In the end, she died under the sword of others. Gudwanka was silent. Luine was silent too. Such a woman was admirable, even though she was stupid. Everyone had their own way of dealing with things. She was stupid, but she succeeded. When I found out about this, I had a great realization. I put down my sword. I put it down for 1,000 years. When I picked it up again, my swordsmanship had changed. I did not need to test my swordsmanship against others. I improved every day. My swordsmanship became stronger every minute and every second. I became the leader of the continent of the 9 Clouds sword. In the entire continent of the 9 Clouds, nobody can compete with me in swordsmanship, except for the unfathomable supreme God. But I was not happy at all. I was tired. I wanted to put down my sword and live in seclusion. If I had let go of the 7th night pillar, I would not have persisted until now. Until I found out about his existence. Luine said, Gu Jing? Gudwanka nodded. His real name was not Gu Jing. He was adopted by Jing. He saw Jing test her swordsmanship again and again for me. She failed miserably again and again until she died. He hated me to the core. I knew about him, but I pretended not to know about his background. I praised his talent in swordsmanship and accepted him as a disciple. I gave him the name Gu Jing and nurtured him. Unfortunately, before I knew about him, he had already started cultivating. Otherwise, his future would not have been like this. Luine did not understand. Then why did he join Death Hill? Gudwanka said, because he thought that he would not be able to improve from me. I don't even know how I became stronger. I abandoned my sword for 1,000 years and gained enlightenment. He could not understand this kind of mentality, so he joined Death Hill. He wanted to walk the same path as I did. He did not look for people to test his swordsmanship on, but he could kill people who violated the rules of Death Hill. Those who violated the rules were not weak. These people were just there to test his swordsmanship. He hoped that one day, he could surpass me and even kill me to avenge his foster mother. I am also waiting for that day. Luine gazed into the distance. This story was very heavy. In fact, he had heard many people's stories. Everyone had their own stories. Comedies and tragedies happened every day. Did these stories happen naturally or were they planned? Why did people have to have stories? Wasn't it good to live peacefully? Wasn't it good to live a smooth life? Perhaps this was the life Gudwanka wanted. Gudwanka looked up at the sky. Gu Jing won't forgive me. Since he wants me to die, I'll die in front of him. Luine couldn't help but look at him. But you can't drag me down with you. Gudwanka smiled. His tiredness was gone. Mr. Lu, you won't die so easily. It's difficult for an immortal realm cultivator to kill you. I just hope that Mr. Lu can send me to the 3rd night pillar. If Mr. Lu can send me on my last journey, that would be great. Luine shook his head. You overestimate me and underestimate the insect nest civilization. Do you know what our attitude towards war is now? Retreat, retreat to the 9th night pillar. We even give up the spiritualized universe and only protect the 36 regions. Gudwanka was surprised. Why? He really didn't know. In fact, apart from the people on the battlefield, not many people in the continent of the 9 Clouds knew because the impact was too great. This decision was equivalent to admitting defeat. It would greatly affect the morale, so this decision could only be made by the god of defense. Luine told him about the situation of the 4 insect lords. Gudwanka was shocked. No wonder the 3rd night pillar was destroyed. Even though Gu Jing's achievements in swordsmanship could never be compared to his own, he was enough to laugh proudly in the continent of the 9 Clouds. He was close to the peak of human existence. Gudwanka was called the ruler of strength. He represented the peak of strength in the continent of the 9 Clouds. These 2 people were completely destroyed. This was the battle strength of the insect nest civilization. Master Qing Chao only told you that the 3rd night pillar was destroyed, but he didn't say that the one who destroyed the 3rd night pillar was Hui, one of the 4 insect lords. It was recognized by the Immortal Realm Master as the limit of strength under the Immortal Realm. I think that my strength is invincible. Ordinary Immortal Realm cultivators can't compare to me. However, the Immortal Realm Master brought the Insect Nest civilization to the universe and destroyed one civilization after another. The limit of strength that he recognized is different from the limit of strength that I know. Luin looked solemn and stared at Gudwanka. Maybe I can't compare to Hui. Not to mention the other 3 insect lords. Since Ji is here, the other 3 should be here as well, especially Luo-chan. Even if you have the upper hand, he can reverse the situation in an instant. Gudwanka understood, that's why we decided to compress the battlefield inside and outside the pillar of the 9th heaven, in order to use the power of the alarm gate to offset Luo-chan's talent. Luin nodded. That's why there's no point in going to the battlefield with you to drag the 3rd night pillar down. If you really want to die, just wait for the final battle to start. The Hive civilization will definitely invade the 9th heaven universe. Eternal Realm experts have their limits, so it's difficult for them to fight. Gudwanka smiled bitterly. What a waste. Yes, it would be a waste if I died outside. From the perspective of the entire human race, the ultimate combat power of an individual could be described as a waste. Whether it was Gudwanka, Luin, or the Immortal Realm, they all existed for the continuation of the civilization. Luin looked down at the ground. Before you, there were already people who wanted to leave the 9 firmaments and drag the 3rd night pillar back. Gudwanka said, Death Hill. Luin nodded. The people of Death Hill also wanted to bring back Gujing's body. Even if there was no body, they wanted to drag it back to the 3rd night pillar, but they were stopped by the Great Master. Gudwanka took a deep breath. I didn't object to Gujing joining Death Hill. Although it was useless to object, at that time, he didn't know that I knew his background. Death Hill has a special status in the 9th heaven universe. It specializes in killing offenders, maintaining the stability of the 9th heaven universe, and accommodating people with deep hatred. This is related to the Great Master's character, so at that time, I also guessed that the Great Master should know about Gujing's background. Luin was curious. What kind of person is the Great Master? He had communicated with the Great Master and received help from him, but he had never seen the Great Master clearly. Gudwanka got up. Let the Great Master tell you himself. It's not convenient for me to say more about other people's affairs. If there's anything you want me to do, just tell me. This life, I don't plan to live until after the war. At this time, Chowie stepped onto the startling sparrow terrace, followed by a bearded old man. When he saw Gudwanka, he stared at him. Old man, you don't need to care about Gujing's affairs. Luin was puzzled. Who was this old man? Gudwanka glanced at the old man. Death Hill, Fallen City Mountains Mountain Lord, Yixiu. Yixiu looked at Luin and smiled. I think this must be Mr. Luin. I'm Death Hill's Fallen City Mountains Mountain Lord, Yixiu. I don't need that old man to introduce me. Luin was polite. I'm Luin. Yixiu said, I've heard of Mr. Lu's name long ago. Seeing you today, I really can't beat you. Gudwanka said, you can't estimate Mr. Lu's strength. He's just a failure in spiritual cultivation. Yixiu was not angry. He sneered. Unlike you, who owes a lifetime of debt. So what if you're the 9-cloud sword head? Is it useful? Gudwanka did not refute and looked at the opposite side calmly. Luin heard that Yixiu and Gudwanka definitely knew each other. He also knew Gujing and the past. Then, Gujing going to Death Hill might be related to him. Chowie looked at Luin and nodded. Luin nodded back as a form of greeting. Old man, I'll say it again. You don't have to care about Gujing. He only has a grudge with you and nothing else. He has never sincerely worshipped you as his master. We will deal with the 3rd night pillar. Yixiu repeated. Gudwanka said indifferently, the Great Master didn't ask you to deal with it. Yixiu snorted. That's because the Great Master wants to deal with it himself. This is definitely not possible. With that, he walked towards the door that connected heaven and earth. He took a deep breath and bowed. Junior Yixiu seeks an audience with the alarmed Gate Lord. Chowie also bowed. Junior Chowie seeks an audience with the alarmed Gate Lord. There was no response. Yixiu and Chowie shouted again, but there was still no response. Go back. If the alarmed gate lord wanted to see you, he would have seen you long ago. Gudwanka said. Xiao turned back and glared at Gudwanka. He continued to ask for an audience. He did it again and again without any intention of giving up. Dragging the third night pillar back was easier said than done, but it was risking their lives. Gudwanka was willing to risk his life outside, but he still wasn't confident that he could reach the third night pillar. He still needed Lu Yin's help. The people at Death Hill weren't as strong as Gudwanka. Even if there were more of them, Xianxia's numbers were not few. Gudwanka would die if he went, and so would the people of Death Hill. Even the Great Master would die. The alarmed gate lord didn't respond, so Xiao and the rest kept asking. Soon after, Long Yin came along with a cultivator that Lu Yin didn't recognize. Lu Yin had never seen that cultivator before, but that cultivator knew him. His name was Mingjia, the second peak master of Death Hill. After that, Li Gui came as well. His injuries hadn't recovered and he was dragged here. The person who dragged him was the seventh peak master of Death Hill, Wei Er. So far, 6 people had come from the 3 mountains and 7 peaks of Death Hill. Including Gu Jing, who had died, there were only 3 people who hadn't come. It wasn't because they were unwilling, but more likely because they had a mission. The people of Death Hill wanted to drag the third night pillar back not only because of Gu Jing, but also because they sensed that the Great Master might go alone. They couldn't stop him, so they could only ask the alarmed gate lord for help. However, there was no movement from the alarmed gate lord for several days. The people of Death Hill were getting more and more anxious. Li Gui rolled his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. He bowed deeply. Mr. Lu, please help. Death Hill is willing to help you drag the third night pillar back. Lu Yin was stunned. Why was he mentioned? Gudwanka didn't expect the people of Death Hill to have the same thoughts as him and ask for Lu Yin's help. Xiao slapped his head. Right, how could he forget about this great master? Although this person wasn't an Eternal Realm cultivator, his combat power wasn't on the same level as Dooku. He could be considered a half-step Eternal Realm cultivator. The Hive civilization was very powerful, but it wouldn't be easy to kill this person. With the help of Death Hill, it wasn't impossible to drag the third night pillar back from the battlefield. Right, no wonder Gudwanka looked for Lu Yin. He was wondering why Gudwanka was looking for Lu Yin now that Gu Jing was dead. It seemed like Gudwanka wanted Lu Yin's help as well. When he thought of this, he hurriedly bowed, Mr. Lu, please help me. Even if I die, I will never forget your kindness. Mr. Lu, please help us. Chao Yi bowed. Mr. Lu, please help us. Long Yin, Mingjia, and Wei Er bowed. In front of the door of the startled Sparrow Terrace, most of the masters of the 3 mountains and 7 peaks of Death Hill bowed to Lu Yin. Other than the Great Master and the Great Master, no one else in the 9th Heaven universe received such treatment. Gudwanka looked on calmly. If Lu Yin really helped, he would join the battle. He didn't want to die, he just wanted to drag the third night pillar back so that Gu Jing could rest in peace. Lu Yin stopped Gudwanka from seeking death. He didn't want to go to the battlefield, but it was hard to refuse the request of the people of Death Hill. He knew very well that no matter how powerful the 4 insect lords were, if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to escape. The insects couldn't keep him, and the people of Death Hill were prepared to die. Their request wasn't too much. The third night pillar had to return. It wasn't just because of Gu Jing, but also because the third night pillar was one of the 9th heaven pillars. At that moment, the door that connected the sky and the earth opened. Everyone looked over and saw startled Gate Xianxia walk out. Xiao and the others quickly bowed. Greetings, startled Gate Xianxia. Greetings, startled Gate Xianxia. Lu Yin also bowed. Greetings, senior. Startled Gate Xianxia glanced at the crowd and slowly said, I understand your request. Xiao and the others waited for startled Gate Xianxia's reply. No need to go. The third night pillar is on the way back. Everyone was shocked. On the way back? Gudwanka was puzzled, and his eyes flashed. Could it be that the third night pillar wasn't completely destroyed? From the time they received the news until now, no one in the 9th heaven universe had the time to support the third night pillar. Even the Eternal Realm needed time to reach the battlefield. So, if the third night pillar was on the way back, it was very likely that there were still people alive. Startled Gate Xianxia said in a low voice, "The insect nest civilization is riding the third night pillar and coming to the ninth heaven universe." Upon hearing Jingmen Xiangyu's words, Guduanka's eyes widened, and the murderous intent in his eyes soared. Yixiao and the others clenched their fists. Luyin narrowed his eyes. "Those bugs are here? They're faster than I thought." They had guessed that the bugs would not approach the ninth heaven universe and the spiritualized universe so quickly. Instead, they would continue to scatter around and try to lure human cultivators to start a war. Once too many human cultivators were sent out, the bugs could use Luo Chan's talent to immediately reach the ninth heaven universe and launch a large-scale attack when the ninth heaven universe's defenses were empty. Even if the cultivators wanted to return to support, it would not be that fast. By the time they returned, the human civilization might be facing its end. This should be the bugs' plan to maximize Luo Chan's ability. However, the bugs had attacked the ninth heaven universe so quickly. Either they did not need Luo Chan's help and had absolute confidence in destroying the human civilization, or they already knew about the ninth heaven universe's plan and did not need to wait. Luyin did not know which was the case. The latter did not mean that someone had betrayed the ninth heaven universe. It was also possible that the bugs had sensed that the humans had evacuated from the other three battlefields and knew that the humans were shrinking their defenses, so they could only attack. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Luyin. "The time they took to react and the second batch of bugs reinforcements is faster than we expected. We have to speed up our response." After he finished speaking, he looked down at the world. "Let the ninth heaven universe use its foundation to explore with the bugs. The collision between civilizations is a collision of foundations and a collision of future scales. I don't know how big the bugs' future scales are, but the ninth heaven universe is not afraid of any civilization." Soon, more than a year had passed. The cultivators of the Bitter Abyss and the Silan Sword Gate had arrived at the spiritualized universe. A few years ago, after Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu had decided to bring the battlefield to the ninth heaven, the spiritualized universe had changed. The 36 domains were also shrinking. Some regions were abandoned, and some parallel universes were closed. If no one entered, they would not open on their own to minimize casualties. As for the regions outside the 36 domains, everyone was migrating to the regions that had to be defended. Even Beyond Heaven was abandoned. After all, it was too far to guard Beyond Heaven, and it was unrealistic to move people there. In the end, with the Gate of Magic as the center, 15 domains were protected. These 15 domains were all represented by the first half of the character spirit. The average strength of the cultivators in the upper half of the word spirit was much higher than the cultivators in the lower half. Ku Yuan and the other cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe worked together with the cultivators from the spiritualized universe. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to defend these 15 areas. He could only give up on the other places. The passage opened by Master Greengrass was also sealed. If the passage was still open, the insects could enter the Imperial God Mountain spacetime through the spiritualized universe and then attack the Heavenly Gate. This way, the Heavenly Gate would also need to be guarded by experts. What they needed to do now was to seal off all possible avenues of attack from the Hive civilization. It would be best if they could only leave one and concentrate all their forces on defense. Of course, that was impossible. He could only try his best. Another 2 years passed, and the 8th night pillar returned from the clear sky universe. Not long after, the 9 firmaments universe shone brightly, and the 9 firmaments pillar spirit treasure array formation was fully activated. In the southeast region, the 5th night pillar's position rippled with many small ripples. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them, but Lu Yin and alarmed Xiangyu could see them. The hive descended. The Hive civilization wanted to throw a batch of hives into the 9 firmaments universe. With the 9 firmaments pillar spirit treasure array formation, the hives won't be able to enter. Unfortunately, the spiritualized universe can't hide. There will definitely be hives descending, alarmed Xiangyu said. Lu Yin looked at the ripples that occasionally appeared. If the hives were here, then the sea of insects wouldn't be far away. Sometimes, he hoped that Eternal Realm cultivators would be restricted so that they couldn't act recklessly. This was a good thing for cultivators who hadn't reached the Eternal Realm. But sometimes, he also hoped that Eternal Realm cultivators wouldn't be restricted. That way, he would feel more secure. He smiled bitterly. Humans were greedy, and they always hoped that things would benefit them. The choice between life and death, the creation and destruction of civilizations, and the hope for the future. War was coming. Cultivators soared into the sky one by one. Those who had been hidden or in seclusion in the Nine Firmaments universe were awakened. No one could stay out of this war. No one could escape. These people needed to be stationed at the Nine Firmaments Pillar. The Nine Firmaments Pillar's spirit treasure array formation couldn't be destroyed. Luine took a step forward and headed southeast. That was where the fifth night pillar was. At that moment, the fifth night pillar was guarding the sensual universe. Luine had taken over that direction, and he would face the sea of insects that had arrived first outside the spiritualized universe. This was the sea of insects that Ku Yuan and the others were fighting against. In the west, the sea of insects, Gu Duanka, and the experts from Death Hill had destroyed the third night pillar. If they could destroy the third night pillar and one of the four insect lords, they would have to face an unprecedentedly strong enemy. However, with alarmed Xianxia, as long as he was within the Nine Firmaments universe, he could provide support at any time. Luine knew that he wasn't just responsible for the southeast, he was responsible for the entire Nine Firmaments universe. This was what he had promised alarmed Xianxia. In the southeast, the bright sun beast opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. His breathing quickened as he gazed into the distance. Around him, countless cultivators were densely packed. Some were strong, some were weak, and all of them were waiting for the war to start. Alarmed Xianxia had already notified all the families in the Nine Firmaments to use all their spirit seeds. Otherwise, they might not have the opportunity to use them. Looking out from the Nine Firmaments universe, a gigantic sea of insects was approaching. Not only were the people from the Nine Firmaments universe able to see it, but even the spiritualized universe could see it. The Nine Firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe weren't that far apart, one was above the other. Luine frowned as he looked at the sea of insects that filled the sky. They were here. At the same time, a sea of insects also appeared outside Torch City, but there were far fewer of them than the ones that had appeared in the southeast. It was as if all the insects there had been wiped out. The sea of insects descended upon Torch City, but the city had long since been deserted. Alarmed Xianxia had compressed the defensive line to the outside of the Nine Firmaments pillars, so Torch City naturally wouldn't be the battlefield. The Yu family and the Ju family were also in the northeast, which was equivalent to the position of the eighth night pillar. They were waiting for the sea of insects to arrive. The sea of insects entered Torch City, destroyed the city, and surrounded the gangplank. Amidst this sea of strange and terrifying insects, a beautiful girl with thick yellow curly hair wearing a princess dress walked out. Her entire body seemed to glow, and the sea of insects retreated. The girl walked in front of the gangplank and circled it to size it up. She was surprised. The humans are really cautious. They didn't even use such a good tool. If they did. Her lips curled up. They might have ceased to exist a long time ago. Danji is so pitiful. He's so powerful and even has a stronghold card, but he still lost. How pitiful. He lost a friend just like that. But don't worry, I'll help you exterminate the humans and avenge you. She then skipped towards the Nine Firmaments universe. As for the gangplank, not a single insect dared to touch it. Half a month had passed since Luine had seen the sea of insects, but they hadn't advanced any further. They remained in the distance that the Nine Firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe could only vaguely see. The two universes had already mentally prepared themselves for a decisive battle, but the battle had yet to begin. Luine looked into the distance. Still not moving? Master Grass had already returned, and the battlefield had completely shrunk. There was no need for him to run back and forth to pass on information. What is the Hive civilization doing? Luine stepped onto the startling Sparrow Terrace. Alarmed Xianxia and Master Grass were both there. Master Greengrass said in a deep voice, "Multiply." Luine raised a brow. Breeding? Master Grass nodded. Maybe they feel that their numbers aren't enough to fight against the human civilization, so they're breeding. Alarmed Xianxia said, "There are insects coming from all directions." Their numbers are exaggerated, but it's impossible to say that this number can destroy our human civilization. Senior, what do you plan to do? Luin asked. Alarmed Xianxia said, kill our way out. Luin was silent. Compressing the battlefront inside and outside the Night Pillar was the strategy that had been formulated at the beginning, but the strategy had to change according to the situation on the battlefield. It was not impossible to kill their way out. Even if the battlefield was expanded, this area was still within the range that Alarmed Xianxia could open at will. In other words, it was still under Alarmed Xianxu's control. If they didn't kill their way out in this situation and allowed the hive civilization to reproduce, it would not be a good thing for the humans. I'll lead a group of people to kill our way out, but Alarmed Xianxia has to hide it. That's a method to deal with Luo Chan. It can't be exposed, Luin reminded. Alarmed Xianxia agreed. It's not just you. People have to kill their way out from all four directions, especially. Master Grass looked towards the west. I'll go to the west, Luin said. Alarmed Xianxia shook his head. The west is the battlefield of Death Hill and Londwanka. They want to take back the third Night Pillar personally. Leave it to them. Londwanka is very strong. Master Grass said faintly, the Ninth Heaven universe is not as simple as you think, Master Lu. Hearing this title, Luin suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Those who stood here at this moment could be considered the pinnacle powerhouses of the three human universes. He was from the Tianyuan universe, Master Grass from the spiritualized universe, and Alarmed Xianxia from the Ninth Heaven universe. Two were immortal, and one was only in the primordial realm. Logically speaking, Luin could be on equal footing with them, but the difference in cultivation was too great. He just didn't know how great the gap was. Thinking of this, he glanced at Master Grass and then headed towards the fifth Night Pillar. Not long after, Alarmed Xianxu's magnificent voice resounded through the Ninth Heaven universe and spiritualized universe. The collision of civilizations, the battle between species, there is no compromise, only life and death. Whether the human civilization will continue or be destroyed, war will decide. Regardless of the cultivation of the Ninth Heaven universe, at this moment, they knew that they were facing a biological war from a foreign universe. The Night Pillar had gone on expeditions to foreign civilizations time and time again. Now, it was finally their turn. Kill. They didn't want to be destroyed like the foreign civilizations that had been destroyed by the Ninth Heaven universe. Kill. Kill. Then, Master Grass's voice sounded. I am the supreme pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. Everyone in the spiritualized universe looked up. Supreme pinnacle? They were excited and suppressed their excitement as they looked up at the starry sky. Civilization will be destroyed. Humans will only become the background of history. Perhaps your bones will become specimens for foreign civilizations' exhibitions. Your names will be changed to code names. This day shouldn't have come. The arrival of war will drag us down into the abyss. Then, kill. Kill all the foreign civilizations you see. The human civilization will continue. Alarmed Xianxia said, the human civilization will be brilliant. As soon as he finished speaking, countless cultivators from all four directions of the Ninth Heaven universe charged towards the Sea of Insects. Due to various problems, the address has changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new version will provide you with the fastest update. Chapter 3960, Stargazing will be brilliant for free reading. Luin looked back at the nine firmaments. This was the nine firmaments universe, a spiritualized universe. It was not his place to speak, and he did not wish to mobilize the entire Tianyuan universe one day. The most simple wish to live on was to pass down a civilization's legacy, even if it was only in this corner. He did not ask for resplendence, he only asked for eternity. The Sea of Insects surged as they charged towards the human army. Lu Yin's fist smashed through the void and swept across the entire heavens. He wanted to use the power of a single punch to completely obliterate this boundless sea of insects. This power was definitely capable of doing so. Just as Lu Yin's fist smashed through the void and extended towards the Sea of Insects, It seemed to hit an invisible barrier that caused the power of the punch to gradually disappear. Lu Yin's expression changed. What was this? A strange creature had appeared outside the invisible barrier. Rather than a creature, it was more like a celestial phenomenon. The sun and moon alternated, and it was embedded in some kind of deep template. This template was like the universe, and it gave off a dark and profound feeling. A needle was erected high up in the sky as it faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately recognized that this was one of the 4 insect lords, the time of Avicii. From what Danju knew, the time of Avicii was special. It was a strange creature like the Luochan. The Luochan was a transference, while the time of Avicii was time. No creature had ever been able to leave alive in front of the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii was the controller of time, and any battle could hand over the strongest enemy to the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii had never been defeated. Lu Yin's fear of the 4 insect lords originated from Danju's understanding of them. Danju's greatest fear was none other than the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii was strange, and Danju could not understand it. At this moment, the time of Avicii was blocking Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin stared at the time of Avicii, which had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. It was a celestial phenomenon that seemed to be observing Lu Yin. The power of Lu Yin's punch had completely dissipated, and even the shattered void was recovering. The invisible barrier seemed to have split the universe in two, time. Behind Lu Yin, countless cultivators stopped and looked across. They had been shocked by Lu Yin's punch, but now, they were shocked by the time of Avicii. The second night pillar of the continent of the 9 clouds was in Kongming universe. A group of cultivators also appeared, the second night pillar and the cultivators of the southern region of the continent of the 9 clouds. Before, the 8th night pillar had been in charge of the Sea of Insects. Now, the 8th night pillar was in charge of protecting the southern region of the continent of the 9 clouds. Yu charged forward. The second night pillar had yet to recover from the battle in the universe, and it was fortunate that the entire southern region was ready to face him. Bai Xiao wielded a long blade and slashed out, causing an enormous blade to extend endlessly towards the Sea of Insects. Just like Lu Yin, he wanted to kill off a wave of insects right from the start. However, the insectoid hive had been through as many wars as the continent of the 9 clouds. Daofeng had suddenly disappeared. Bai Xiao was puzzled. How did he disappear? He couldn't even see it clearly. In front of him, a creature that looked like a ladybug flickered. It was Luochan. Bai Xiao subconsciously slashed out, but this time, he didn't even have a blade. Bai Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a spike pierced through the void and headed for his head. Bai Xiao raised a hand and flicked his finger. If there was no blade, then there was no need to use it. The spike had suppressed the 8th night pillar, and if Xuelo hadn't used the Scarlet Tower to resist, the 8th night pillar would have been doomed. Bai Xiao flicked his finger, but his finger wasn't in a good condition either. Behind him, the maid was shocked. She knew Bai Xiao's strength all too well. Even though he rarely fought outside because he was guarding the junior palace, in terms of true power, he was definitely at the peak of the Ku adversity realm. He was close to the limit of power, but he had actually been injured by the spike. Bai Xiao's expression sank. No wonder Xuelo said that there was a troublesome character here. Apart from him, there are 18 other insects that can use the void as a string. This is troublesome. Aside from the spinneret and the spinneret bug, Luochan was even more troublesome. Yu had experienced the battle in the universe, and his strength had declined greatly. He was the main attacker on this battlefield, but he hadn't expected to be attacked as soon as he made a move. No wonder the 8th night pillar had been defeated and Xuelo had been severely injured. In the 8th night pillar's direction, Xuelo glanced at the second night pillar worriedly. He had already informed the second night pillar of the strength of the spinneret worm and hoped that they wouldn't be careless. At this moment, the 8th night pillar was facing off against the Sea of Insects. Xuelo was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and Xingfan was also joining the battle. He had once been the god of defense, but now he had been asked to support the 8th night pillar. This battlefield was much less stressful than the other 3, but Dan Zhao's appearance still greatly increased the pressure on Xuelo and Xingfan. They had actually seen a human face against an insectoid hive. What did this mean? This meant that there was still a human civilization outside of the few known human universes in the ninth heaven universe, and that human civilization had been exterminated. Dan Xiao grinned as she watched the two work together. The sea of insects charged forward, and Xingfan raised his hand to summon multiple heavenly mirrors. The thousand sails heavenly mirror was a true scripture. Dan Xiao was overjoyed and clapped her hands. Sister, you're amazing. Do you like pink? Do I like yellow? Then. Her expression suddenly turned frighteningly gloomy. We're irreconcilable. Third, the royal heaven art. Dan Xiao raised her hands and struck the void with her soft palms, creating a barrier in the void. Thousand sails heavenly mirror. A sun appeared in the dark universe. The sails were used as mirrors, and each mirror was a person. They were cultivators from the northern domain and eastern domain. At this moment, they transformed into beams of light that shot out from the thousand sails heavenly mirror and bombarded the barrier. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the stars turned into waves that swept towards the ninth heaven universe. The shockwaves from the collision between the thousand sails heavenly mirror and the third imperial heaven art were directed towards Xingfan, which meant that Dan Xiao had completely blocked it. Xingfan was shocked. How was this possible? She felt as powerless as she had felt against Luin. Shuelo leapt forward, and a sea of blood filled the sky as he used the Shuelo 8 styles. Dan Xiao was shocked. What a fierce attack. It seems like it can be even stronger. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. The barrier suddenly rose, and Shuelo 8 styles slammed into it. Even though Shuelo wasn't pushed back, the barrier didn't break. The corners of Dan Xiao's mouth curled up. How interesting. Can someone so strong appear so casually? You guys are much stronger than the third stronghold. Then, this is going to be fun, haha. In the west of the continent of the nine clouds was the first night pillar. However, the first night pillar was special, it didn't move. Outside the first night pillar, Guduan Ku, Death Hillock, and the cultivators of the continent of the nine clouds were impatient. In addition to the sea of insects, they also saw the gigantic third night pillar. The insect nest civilization had returned on the third night pillar, which was a disgrace to the ninth heaven universe. When the third night pillar was destroyed, Gudwanka and the people from the Death Hillock wanted to take it back. But now, they were enraged. The sword pierced through the galaxy and cut through the sky. The moment Gudwanka attacked, he displayed the nine firmaments sword head. The sword crossed the sky and tore the void apart. Countless people were dumbfounded. The experts from the Death Hillock who rushed out at the same time as Gudwanka were shocked. When the sword intent soared into the sky, their bodies trembled unconsciously. That was the vigilance brought by the sword intent. Even if the sword intent wasn't directed at them, it made them subconsciously slow down. Isho was shocked. Everyone knew that Gudwanka's swordsmanship was very strong, and he was recognized as the first night pillar of the ninth heaven sword. But since he hadn't fought for many years, no one had experienced the power of the first night pillar of the ninth heaven sword. But now, the sword tore the sky apart. They couldn't withstand this sword. Chao Yi's eyes flickered. Gu Jing wanted to surpass Gudwanka. They used to think that it was possible, but now they realized how big the gap was. This wasn't a gap in combat strength, but a gap in the comprehension of the sword intent. It was a gap that could never be shortened. This sword was like Qing Shing's ancient chaotic chi technique. It shocked everyone who saw it. It was as if a monster had been released from the cage of heaven and earth. The sea of insects was directly split into two. It even killed Qing Xian. Hua Yan was shocked. Fortunately, he didn't rush to the front. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block this sword. However, this sword also angered Diho. Diho was like a giant python that coiled around the third night pillar. Even though it was close to the Jiuxiao universe, it was still asleep. However, Gudwanka's sword woke it up. It raised its head and looked at Gudwanka. Gudwanka looked at Diho's enormous body. Not only was it coiled around the third night pillar, but it was also coiled around the entire Jiuxiao universe. It was difficult to breathe. He gripped the hilt of his sword, raised it, and slashed out. Diho roared at the sky, and a terrifying power swept across the void. It flattened the entire void and turned into a huge dark plane that spread towards the sword intent. Chao Yi, Long Yin, and the others narrowed their eyes. This power? In the direction of the fifth night pillar, Lu Yin was staring at Avicii. When Gudwanka's first attack came out, he was surprised. Gudwanka's sword intent was more powerful than he had expected. The moment Pyrolite roared, Lu Yin suddenly looked in the direction of the western divine region. Through the universe's starry skies, he could sense an extraordinary power that caused the power within his body to boil. When he saw Pyrolite, he was stunned. Primal chaos? Diho was exactly the same as chaos. How could they be exactly the same? Could chaos be a part of the Hive civilization? Impossible. If chaos was Diho, the Tianyuan universe would have been destroyed by the Hive civilization long ago. That was before the above heaven sect had been established, no, before the humans had appeared. The Tianyuan universe's coordinates had been exposed to the Hive civilization, and the Tianyuan universe had been unable to resist at that time. Not only the Tianyuan universe, but this war would also have occurred at that time. It would not be happening now. But if chaos was not Diho, how could Diho be exactly the same as chaos? He then thought of the old salamander, who was exactly the same as chaos. The old salamander had seen chaos appear in the Gate of Arts and believed that it was the most powerful creature in the universe. Thus, he had deliberately chosen to take the form of a beast and had even faked his death to leave the Zhan family. What about Diho? Would it be the same as the old salamander? Diho was Xianxia, and Xianxia had different forms. If Diho had seen or interacted with chaos before it was born, it could have taken the form of chaos. Lu Yin suppressed his guesses and stopped looking at Ho. No matter what Ho was, even if it was chaos, it only had one identity, an enemy that had to be killed. However, this enemy was left to Gudwanka and the others, as the time of Avicii would be troublesome. Lu Yin had already used absolute command on the time of Avicii, but it was useless. In truth, Lu Yin wasn't even sure if this thing was a living thing. Of the 4 battlefields in the Nina Firmament's universe, their side was the quietest. No one had come into contact with each other, and only the time of Avicii faced off against Lu Yin. Lu Yin used karma, as he wanted to see what the time of Avicii was. The karma spiral easily pierced through the time of Avicii, so easily that Lu Yin couldn't believe it. The time of Avicii didn't even try to dodge. However, the karma images left Lu Yin speechless. The images were of the current battlefield, and nothing else. Lu Yin unleashed the karmic spiral once again, and this time, he did so more than 10 times in a row. None of the karmic spiral's attacks were dodged, and each time, the images were the same. At most, the angles of the images were different, but it was obvious that they were all of the battlefield. Lu Yin's face sank. As expected of an expert of the Tao of Time. Karma allowed one to see the past, and there was a cause for an effect. However, the time of Avicii had completely frozen its own time at a single point. It could be said that it had extended the current time infinitely, causing the karma images of the past to always be an infinitely extending line. In other words, as long as the time of Avicii was willing, Lu Yin could see anything it wanted to see. Lu Yin had comprehended karma for many years, and he had encountered all sorts of experts. He had even fought against eternal realm creatures, but this was his first time encountering such a method. This meant that his Tao of Karma had been broken. Karma was a mighty force, and so was time, space, and even some other forces were all mighty forces. Although karma was somewhat mysterious, it wasn't invincible. Otherwise, the Azure Lotus Guard would have been invincible, and it wouldn't have been hidden in the Nina Firmament's universe. Lu Yin knew that he would encounter an existence that could ignore karma one day, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. At that moment, the needle on the time of Avicii jumped, and Lu Yin's heart also jumped. Danger had descended, and the chill caused him to immediately dodge. A tearing pain in his heart, and he looked down as his body separated. What was this? He was not the only one who had formed a line with Lu Yin from Seamless. Lu Yin was the first person on this line, but he would not be the last. This line stretched far and wide, traversing the heavens and tearing apart the bodies of many cultivators. Countless people were stunned. What was going on? Before they could think too much about it, their bodies suddenly recovered. They were all at a loss. what had happened. At the same time, he was able to clearly see the technique that Avicii had just used. It was to fix the time of a single line. That line was immutable in time and had existed since time immemorial. Anything that came into contact with that line, regardless of whether it moved or not, would have its time fixed. If it did not move, then it would be stuck at that point. If it moved, then it would be torn apart along with its body. This was the sharpest sort of time, and even Lu Yin's defenses were unable to avoid it. No matter how strong his defense was, he wouldn't be able to last long. The sword of time could only be resisted by time. Lu Yin barked, "Everyone, return to the 9 firmaments." No one could help in this battle. If these people rushed up, they would only be cannon fodder. If they didn't deal with Seamless, this battle would be really difficult to fight. He had expected Avicii to be very difficult to deal with, but he had not expected her to be so fierce. Even he had almost fallen into her trap. On the other side, Avicii's sun and moon alternated, and the light became even brighter. It seemed that it had not expected Lu Yin to be able to reverse the situation and break its attack in 1 second. The needle throbbed again. Lu Yin did not hesitate to punch out. His feet moved in reverse, parallel to time, and he approached Avicii. The starry sky suddenly darkened. To the dark and deep starry sky, it was as if a grey curtain had been laid over it. It became brighter, but Lu Yin's heart sank. This was the power of time. His punch was ineffective again. No matter how strong he was, it was meaningless in the face of time. Meanwhile, Avicii's needle throbbed to the 5th square. Thud. There was a soft sound, and an indescribable heaviness descended. Lu Yin felt as if he had been thrown into a space-time vortex. Everything around him was squeezing and crushing him. He immediately used things must move in the opposite direction. Behind him, the 3 firmament sword intents slashed towards Avicii, but they were crushed as soon as they appeared. The invisible and terrifying power was not physical at all, but it was even more terrifying than a physical body. Even if Lu Yin used the eternal substance to attack, he still wouldn't be able to harm Avicii. Avicii's control over time was just too terrifying. It could extend time indefinitely, and it could use up any kind of energy. However, no matter how terrifying its control of time was, it was still not an eternal realm. Lu Yin endured the invisible pressure as he struck out with the karmic wheel and threw it towards Avicii. Avicii still did not dodge, but it was different this time. When the karmic wheel collided with Avicii, Avicii's sun and moon trembled, and visible cracks appeared. The needle immediately jumped back, moving for the first time to dodge. The pressure Lu Yin endured suddenly disappeared, and he sneered. Although this thing had been immersed in the Tao of time for a long time and was far better at controlling time than Lu Yin, causing him to be at a disadvantage for a moment, the power of karma was not inferior to the power of time. As long as one was a creature that wanted to step into the eternal realm, they would have to face bitter adversity. And the karmic will specialized in bitter adversity. Let's see how much time you have to waste. Lu Yin raised a hand and slammed down with his palm. Heaven and earth. Lock descended and merged with the eternal substance to lock down Avicii. Although heaven and earth lock was a consciousness attack, it was an eternal battle technique that could lock down all external powers, methods, and even cognition. Time was no exception. Avicii's sun and moon rotated, and formless time was consumed by the heaven and earth lock. Time continued to extend until the heaven and earth lock disappeared. Lu Yin's consciousness was vast, and he had a lot of eternal substance. He wanted to see if Avicii could withstand his consciousness and eternal substance. Suddenly, his expression changed as an invisible attack swept past him. He casually waved his hand to shatter the attack. Tianhou attacked, and the sea of insects rushed towards Lu Yin, wanting to drown him. Lu Yin took a step forward and punched out at Tianhou. Tianhou took the punch head-on, and it was so powerful that even Tianhou was pushed back. However, Tianhou took the attack head-on, and a formless energy blasted out that swept through the heavens. Lu Yin raised a brow. Just as Ku Yuan and the others had said, Tianhou could absorb physical energy and release it as formless energy. Lu Xizhan, Ku Ji, and the others' attacks had been completely ineffective. Tianhou was not bad for being able to withstand his punch. Then, let's do it again. Lu Yin dodged the formless energy released by Tianhou and raised a hand. He flicked his finger, causing the void to tremble. As he flicked his finger, the energy was consumed along the way. He turned around and saw that Avicii had interfered, causing the sun and moon to rotate even faster. This guy could block Tianho's worldly lock while obstructing Lu Yin's attacks. Lu Yin had to admit that Avicii was very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Among the three universes of the human race, there were very few who could fight against it. Even if it encountered an Eternal Realm expert, it could still take action. However, it was still lacking if it wanted to block Lu Yin. Lu Yin might not be able to kill Avicii, as it was too strange. However, no one could stop him from killing Tianho. He did not need to go backwards, and he simply walked towards Tianho. He faced an endless sea of insects, and he wiped them all out with a wave of his hand. Danger descended, and Avicii's needle fell a bit. However, before it could land, Lu Yin moved away from his original position and avoided that line. What happened next shocked Lu Yin. That line could move. It swept through the heavens and even affected the sea of insects, tearing apart countless of them. That line was a line of time that could not be seen with the naked eye. Avicii's control over time was too strong, and Lu Yin had no choice but to travel through the stream of light and use it to collide with the line of time. The stream of light was not weak. Although Lu Yin's understanding of the Tao of time was far inferior to Avicii's, the stream of light had absorbed a large amount of time from the river of time and could suppress time itself. It could even cross the river of time, let alone a line of time. The line of time was like a sharp blade that constantly slashed at Lu Yin, but it was blocked by the stream of light. Lu Yin walked towards Tianho. The sea of insects no longer attacked Lu Yin, but Tianho instead. Xingyi, Shouwu, Stone Dragon, and so on. All of the attacks landed on the shell on Tianho's back, as well as some insects that Lu Yin had never seen before. These insects continued to reproduce and evolve, and there were so many different species that even an immortal master might not be able to recognize all of them. Some of these insects were extremely powerful, and their attacks caused Tianho's body to vibrate. Tianho continuously absorbed the physical attacks as it stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked closer, but Tianho did not retreat. Instead, he walked forward and stared at each other. When they were less than 10,000 meters away, Lu Yin stopped and raised a hand. His fingers curled, and power spread through them. The void distorted along the way as if his hand was enlarging and moving towards Tianho. Avicii continuously shot out lines of time, but it was difficult to disturb Lu Yin. In the spiritualized universe and Nina Firmament's universe, countless people watched as a giant hand reached out towards the distance. Ni ordered her subordinates to retreat, and at the same time, she blasted out a huge formless force that drowned out the sky and blasted towards the giant hand. Lu Xizhan and the others looked at the distant sky. They understood Tianho all too well. From the first time they had met it until now, they had tried to avoid it. They had tried their best to destroy this creature, but they had been forced to retreat. They had a deep understanding of Tianho's defenses. It could be said that Tianho had left them defenseless. They did not know how far Lu Yin could go. After all, there was not only Tianho, but also Avicii. They also knew about the 4 insect masters. They had also seen Avicii's attack. That strange and terrifying power of time was horrifying. Perhaps no one else in Nina Firmament's universe could truly contend with it aside from Lu Yin and the Eternal Ruler. After all, the power of time could not be seen or touched, and the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall prey to it. Lu Yin had not only comprehended karma, but he had also grasped the power of time. Compared to the other 3 battlefields, this one was quiet, but it was also the most dangerous. The incomparably huge palm continued to extend, tearing through the void as it collided with Tianho's formless power. The sky distorted and then broke apart. Countless black cracks spread out, and the sea of insects was torn apart. In the distance, the cultivators of Nina Firmament's universe were shocked. Fortunately, Lu Yin had told them to retreat, or else the shockwaves would have buried too many people. Thank you. Tomorrow will be even better. 19147 Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. The palm continued to clash with the invisible force, and Lu Yin looked up. In terms of strength, the only one that could be considered a match for him was Tianho, one of the 4 insect lords. Tianho's attack was just a combination of various forces, so what use could it be? With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia clenched his fist tightly and dissipated the formless energy. Tianho's huge body retreated, but it turned around and fled without hesitation. Lu Ying clenched his fist and punched out, destroying the void along the way. The sea of insects could not stop him at all. Lu Yin's fist landed on Ni's body. Tianho was sent flying, but Lu Ying suddenly turned to Avicii. Just as his attack was about to hit Tianho, Avicii made its move. A layer of time covered Ni's body, and just like how it had blocked Lu Yin's punch at the beginning, it continued to spread out and offset Lu Yin's strength. Even though Tianho was sent flying, it was not injured at all. Of course, in the eyes of Ku Ji and the others, Lu Yin's punch was already very shocking. They had tried everything they could think of, but Tianho had been sent flying by Lu Ying. Lu Ying was not satisfied with just sending Tianho flying, he wanted to kill it. Tap. There was a soft sound, and Lu Yin's expression changed. He looked at Avicii and saw that the needle had jumped to the 9th grid. Silhouettes of time appeared around Lu Ying, and he saw his own past as well as the current state of the universe. He saw the Eternal Realm monster being thrown out of the spiritualized universe, and he also saw Grandmaster Grass chasing after it. He saw the traces left behind by time. His body had not changed, but time had. It had become unfamiliar and unsettling. This was not his time, and it was unfamiliar and cold. How could time have any warmth? However, Lu Ying could deeply feel the warmth of time. He went from one time to another time. The river of time appeared in front of him. This was not the river of time that he was familiar with. This was the river of time from Avicii. It could actually drag out a river of time? Lu Ying understood that Avicii wanted to throw him into this river of time, never to be reincarnated. This river of time was different from the one in the Tianyuan universe, and it was definitely a tributary. It was no wonder that no creature had ever been able to defeat it. No creature had ever escaped from it alive. Some were not dead, but exiled. Lu Ying watched as the river of time drew closer, and the starry sky appeared in his heart. Beneath his feet, the earth took root. The wordless heavenly book above his head shone brightly, and the heavenly Tao of karma rotated, locking him in place in the void. How was it possible for him to strip himself of his original time and banish himself into the river of time? Lu Ying stared at Seamless. You underestimate me too much. The next moment, he felt a strange sense of warmth. His time was restored, and he returned to his own time. The recognition of the Tianyuan universe had already taken root on the land. How could he take it away? The starry sky in his heart contained karma, time, and the needs of the universe. It wasn't something that could be stripped away by the river of time. In an instant, the sun and moon alternated, and the light suddenly dimmed. The crack on the surface also expanded in an instant. The needle could no longer move. It was obviously injured. To be more precise, it was a backlash. It also did not expect that there would be a creature that could take root and not be stripped of time. Time was actually the same, but Lu Ying wanted his time, and the seamless time could not be taken away. Therefore, it retreated. The sea of insects also retreated. Lu Ying chased after it and attacked the seamless time, but it simply disappeared. Lu Ying frowned. Was this Luo Chan's power or something else? In the distance, the sea of insects continued to retreat, gradually retreating to a place where the people from the Nina Firmament's universe and the spiritualized universe could not see. Lu Ying could not find the seamless time, but he could find Tian. He took a step forward and chased after it, but Tian's huge body was too obvious. Tian looked back and was shocked. Escape? Lu Ying used flowing light shuttle. How could he let you escape? Mr. Lu, someone shouted. Lu Ying looked back, and the seamless time appeared behind him. The needle jumped to a space and attacked the cultivators from the Nina Firmament's universe. At the same time, gray time spread out and gradually covered the distance. Lu Ying had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, those cultivators would be finished. He could destroy Tian and the sea of insects, but similarly, the seamless time could also destroy the cultivators from the Nina Firmament's universe. Compared to the insects that could reproduce endlessly, the human cultivators could not be sacrificed in vain. Even if the ones who died were spiritual seeds, they were still more precious than the insects. Luin returned to provide support. The seamless time did not attack and simply disappeared. Its goal was to make Luin apprehensive so that he could not attack. This was not the first time that the hive had faced off against the human civilization, so it had a good understanding of human characteristics. Unless Luin could deal with the seamless time, he would not be able to fight freely. Even without this group of cultivators, the seamless time could still attack the spiritualized universe. The seamless time fled, leading the sea of insects into the distance. Luin watched quietly. The needle had only jumped to the 9th space. There were a total of 12 spaces, so how many more would it jump? What ability would it have? I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. We've dragged you down. The speaker was a powerhouse from the 4th night pillar called Xian. Luin had met him in the sensual universe, but at that time, it had been Mingxue who had interacted with him. This time, Mingxue had stayed behind to guard the 4th night pillar and become the 2nd line of defense. Luin waved a hand. It has nothing to do with you. Both sides were just testing each other. Luin could not see through all of the seamless time's abilities, and he had not thought of leaving it behind. He had chased after Tian to verify something, and now, his verification was complete. If he had not guessed wrong, the battles on the other 3 battlefields were about to end. The sea of insects had retreated. Just as Luin had guessed, the sea of insects retreated the next day, and the other 3 battlefields had won. In the battle against Luochan and Thorny Tumor, the 2nd night pillar had not been able to hold on, but Qing Xing had suddenly joined the battle and suppressed the battle. In the battle between the 8th night pillar and Danzhao sea of insects, Xuelo had injured Dan Xiao with the 8th style and won. As for the western battlefield, the 3rd night pillar had been taken back. Tian was very powerful, but aside from Tian and Hua Yan, there were no other powerhouses in the hive, so most of the sea of insects had been wiped out. The return of the 3rd night pillar was exciting. The retreat of the sea of insects allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that there was hope for victory. However, Lu Yin's expression was not good. It retreated on purpose? Master Grass did not seem surprised. Luin said in a low voice, I chased after Tian. Tian could have used Luochan's power to escape, but it did not. It used the seamless time to force me to go back and support it. If I had not supported it, it would have died. They are using Tian's death and the 3rd night pillar to hide Luochan's talent. It's as if we knew about Luochan's talent and deliberately compressed the defensive line inside and outside the 3rd night pillar. We are hiding the Gate of Wonder, and the hive is also hiding Luochan. This retreat is to expand the battle line. The larger the battle line, the less likely it is for us to support each other. Especially once it exceeds the range of the Gate of Wonder, there is no point in us compressing the battlefield. Startled Xianxia looked at the stars. Tactics. Master Grass said, do they know about the Gate of Wonder? Luin shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe they know, maybe they don't, but it doesn't affect their control of the situation. Using the death of a group of insects in exchange for an absolute advantage in expanding the battle line is perfect for the hive. They want us to be complacent and think that we have won the war. If we chase after them now, can we completely eliminate these insects? Startled Xianxia asked. Luin looked at her. The possibility is not high. Master Grass sighed. Because we know the 4 insect lords, the possibility is not high. They are all hiding their strength. What if we don't know? They make us think that we can win. What if I eliminate the 4 insect lords? Startled Xianxia suddenly asked. Master Grass glanced at her wrist subconsciously. Luin also looked at startled Xianxu's wrist and said in a low voice, the immortal realm only has one chance to make a move, and it is enough to determine the outcome. Senior, if you waste this opportunity to make a move because of the 4 insect lords, what awaits us may be the Divine Master's move. Startled Xianxia was silent. They understood this, which was why they had not made a move. If they attacked the insects, they would be bound by the karmic chain, causing them to be unable to deal with the Divine Master. Even if the Divine Master only made one move more than them, it was enough to determine the survival of the civilization. Luin suddenly looked at Master Grass. Senior, please make a move. Master Grass was speechless. Luin was just saying. How could Master Grass make a move? Not to mention how many schemes he had against the Jiuxiao universe. Even if he did not, in order to spiritualize the universe, he would cherish every opportunity to make a move. In the Tianyuan universe, the ancient god found out that Master Grass was the one behind the scenes and attacked with all his strength. Master Grass only seriously injured him. It was the immortal realm that killed the ancient god. Jiangfeng fought with Master Grass and was not killed. At this moment, it was impossible for him to make a move for the Jiuxiao universe. What I mean is, if we don't kill them, can we capture them? Luin asked. Master Grass laughed. Do you think we are stupid? Have you never thought about it? So? Luin was puzzled. Master Grass looked at his wrist. As long as we make a move, there will be karma. Killing them will only make this karma worse. Luin said, I know this, so what I mean is, if we capture the 4 insect lords, is it within your acceptable range? Master Grass answered directly, no. Startled Xianxia said, Grass has already tried once. He wanted to capture Qi, but he failed. Luin did not know this. He looked at Master Grass in surprise. Failed? Master Grass looked to the west. Seeing that the third night pillar was destroyed, no matter how unwilling I was to make a move, I should have at least brought the third night pillar back. But the result was like this. Qi protected the third night pillar. So when you said that the sea of insects deliberately retreated, I did not doubt it at all. Lone Broken Guest and the people of Death Hillock could not do anything to Qi, let alone take back the third night pillar. Luin looked solemn. Qi can actually protect the third night pillar in the hands of Senior? Master Grass and Luin looked at each other. It is not protected. It can use the immortal substance and has the Qi of life. Due to various problems, the address has changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Read the latest chapter. The new chapter provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Land Roots is free to read. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It has the aura of life? Master Qingqiao looked at Luin. You do know about the aura of life. Alarmed Xianxia asked, did you know about it in the omnisensory universe? Luin did not intend to hide it. With his strength, he did not need to hide it from his subordinates, but he could not hide it from his superiors. The most dangerous creature in the omnisensory universe is a creature that has the aura of life and can use the immortal substance. That's similar to this Qi, Master Qingqiao said. After that, he sighed. With the immortal substance and the aura of life, I had to pay a great price to catch it. It was no less than killing a few creatures at the perfect crossing Ku'er. If I wanted, I could pay a certain price to bring back the third night pillar. But since it's already like this, there's no need. At that time, Qi was on the third night pillar and was heading towards the Jiuxiao universe. Since it would come anyway, I did not continue to attack. Luin did not think much about the third night pillar. Anyway, he had already taken it back. What he cared about now was that Changming knew that there was an immortal realm expert like Master Qingqiao, yet he was still full of confidence and even used a scheme. What was the meaning of this? Did they have the confidence to deal with an immortal realm expert? The startling Sparrow Terrace was silent. No one spoke. Outsiders did not enter either. It was as if they had tacitly agreed that this place would be the main battlefield. Alarmed Xiangxia's gaze swept across the starry sky. She was suppressing her desire to attack. Luin saw it and could not help but think of the legend of alarmed Xiangxia. After entering this door, the Jade Terrace would turn into a god, and the Sparrow Path would soar into eternal life. It was the first door of the human race. Alarmed Xiangxia had once made the list of the strongest people in the world. She fought against the heavens and the earth and fought against Shui Ta Xiangxia. Although she was a woman, her fighting spirit was monstrous. At this moment, in the face of the war between the hives, she had not been able to attack until now. This kind of suppression of her fighting spirit was very cruel to her. She couldn't help but look at Luin with envy. She hoped that she could attack as unscrupulously as Luine. Perhaps in this situation, she would rather not be an immortal realm expert. Luine glanced at the unperturbed Grass Grandmaster and then at the seemingly calm Stargate Xianxia, who was suppressing his battle intent. She couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, if the alarmed guard couldn't suppress his fighting spirit and attacked, she would be at a disadvantage when facing Master Grass and the unknown Divine Master even if she defeated the Insect Nest civilization. Qing Lianyu and Xue Taiyu had yet to return, and it seemed that the alarmed Gate Yu was the friendliest to Luine. He had to make the alarmed gate endure. Master Qingqiao, could you please tell me where the bug is? Luine asked. Master Grass glanced at Luine and then at Jingmin Xiangyu. Is there anything I can't listen to about the war against the Hive civilization? Master Lu, this war is not limited to the continent of the Nine Clouds, but to the entire human race. Just as Luine was about to speak, Jingmin Xiangyu said, I want to talk to Luine about marrying my daughter to him. Do you want to listen? Luine was stunned. Master Greengrass was also stunned for a moment. He shook his head and turned to leave. It was still good to be young. After the Green Grass Grandmaster left, Luine smiled bitterly. Senior's words will damage Miss Qingyun's reputation. Then why don't you just marry her? Jingmen Xiangyu said naturally. Luine was speechless and thought of Qing Lianyu. Why were all of them like this? He hurriedly changed the topic. Senior, you've been enduring and not taking action. Jingmen Xiangyu did not deny it. I've wanted to take action many times, especially when I saw the 4 bug lords. Killing one of them could help you share the pressure. But senior, it's not suitable for you to take action. I understand the reason. Luine said directly, I understand, but I may not be able to restrain myself. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Luine. Are you teaching me how to do things? I don't dare. I just don't want others to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm used to doing things one step at a time. Senior, don't forget Mi Jin Xiangyu's death, don't forget Xue Deci, don't forget the change of spiritualization, and don't forget that there is an eternal monster far away. No one knows when it will appear. And eternity. Yes, the one hiding in the dark is the biggest threat. Jingmen Xiangyu did not refute and was still so calm. Luine did not know if his words reminded her. In fact, she was not thinking less than him, but everyone's state was different. With Jingmen Xiangyu's belligerent temperament, watching the battlefield was quite uncomfortable. The reason why people were not machines was because they had emotions. Impulses were also emotions. Jingmen Xiangyu's tone was indifferent. Don't worry, I won't take action until the last moment. After all, I've been immortal for a long time and am used to this state of suppression. Luine sighed. Actually, there are many times when I regret achieving immortality. Do you know what moment I regret the most? Luine was curious. What moment? Jingmen Xiangyu's mouth curved and looked at him. The moment when I saw you clearly. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Jingmen Xiangyu said, if I were not immortal, I would definitely fight with you. In the 9th heaven, in the ancient and modern human race, you are one of the few who can attract my interest. I didn't expect someone like you to suddenly appear in this era, but your action completely raised my fighting spirit. Speaking of this, she sighed. It's a pity that we can't fight. Otherwise, the title of the first person under immortality might not belong to you. Luine smiled. That's really a pity. He really didn't believe that in this realm, there was someone who could fight with him. However, Jingmen Xiangyu was, after all, extremely talented. She was one of the few people who had broken through to the immortality realm since ancient times. Hearing her words, Luine also felt that it was a pity. The 9th heaven quieted down. The 3rd night pillar returned. Gudwanka and the people of Death Hill stayed on the 3rd night pillar for a few days before leaving. Not long after, there were voices that wanted to chase and kill the insects, and these voices became more and more frequent. No matter how one looked at it, the insects were defeated and retreated. At this time, they didn't chase and even retreated inside and outside the night pillar, which made many people unable to accept. Especially those who had followed the night pillar to the outer universe. They knew too well how cruel the universe was. They didn't want to expose the existence of the 9th heaven universe. As long as the insect nest civilization was not destroyed, the ninth heaven universe was in danger of being exposed. This made them nervous all the time. These people often occupied important positions in the major families of the ninth heaven universe. After all, those who could follow the expedition to the outer universe and return alive were not ordinary people. As a result, more and more people were led by them and spoke out. Dan Hong and Xiaoyu went to the startling Sparrow Terrace and asked to see Jingmin Shangyu. They also spoke out. However, after Lu Yin's explanation, Dan Hong accepted and left. Then, Gudwanka also came. Death Hill, including Ming Xue, and several other night leaders also came. They all wanted to take the opportunity to chase and kill the insects, but they were all appeased. Appeasing them was equivalent to appeasing most of the cultivators. The ninth heaven universe was temporarily calm again. The grass master brought back news that the insect's position had exceeded the range of the Gate of Wonder. These insects didn't retreat but stopped to reproduce. Looking at the star chart around the ninth heaven universe, Lu Yin's eyes were deep in thought. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence that the insects had stopped at this position? It was just beyond the range of the Gate of Wonder. A little forward and they would enter the range of the Gate of Wonder. Did the insects know the range of the Gate of Wonder? He asked Jingmin Shangyu how many people he had told about the range of the Gate of Wonder. Jingmin Shangyu said that only a few people knew about it, and it was almost impossible for the insects to obtain information from them. The only possibility was that the grass master was involved. No one knew what he was thinking. If the grass master was the one who had killed me, Jin Shangyu, then this person's attitude towards the ninth heaven universe, no, towards the human race, had to be changed. His desire to inherit human civilization was impure, and such a person was capable of doing anything. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, the insects didn't advance even half a step. They just stayed in the same position and continued to reproduce. Their numbers had tripled, and they were so dense that they covered the distant stars. When this news spread throughout the ninth heaven universe, it caused a lot of debate. Instead of killing the insects, they allowed them to stay in the distance and reproduce. They had increased so much in 1 year, and if they continued to increase, it would take 2 years, 10 years, 20 years. Sooner or later, the insects would flood the entire ninth heaven universe and spiritualized universe. Such discussions grew more and more, and they even spread to the startling Sparrow Terrace. Even Dan Su and the others couldn't suppress them. They knew about the existence of Luochan compressing the battlefield inside and outside the night pillar was beneficial for the ninth heaven universe. However, if the insects were allowed to reproduce, when their numbers reached a certain level, it wouldn't be a war, but a massacre. However, such discussions were quickly suppressed. Jingmin Shangyu stood out, and the world was silent. What kind of war could allow one side to avoid too many sacrifices and hide a trump card to deal with the enemy? If there was, that side would never reveal it so early. At this moment, the humans were that side. In the battle inside and outside the night pillar, the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe could use their spirit seeds to fight. Even if they died, their spirit seeds would be destroyed, and they would have Jingmin to deal with Luochan. This kind of war was the most beneficial for the humans. Which expedition to the outer universe didn't result in the deaths of too many people? However, if the insects continued to reproduce, they would indeed drown the entire ninth heaven universe as those people were talking about. Therefore, during this year, Lu Yin and the others didn't do nothing but wait. On the one hand, the ninth heaven universe gathered spiritual array masters and set up spirit treasure arrays, ready to attack at any time. On the other hand, they constantly sent people to deliberately expose the aura of breakthroughs to attract the attention of the hive civilization, hoping to make them uneasy. More importantly, the ninth heaven universe was waiting. Once Qinglian Shangyu and Shueta Shangyu returned, the ninth heaven universe's confidence would be completely different. The hive civilization was waiting to reproduce and expand their numbers. The ninth heaven universe was also waiting for the return of the eternal realm. Everyone had to wait. It's uncertain when Qinglian Shangyu and the others will return. 10 years? 100 years? Or 1,000 years? No one understands the universe, and the insects reproduce too quickly. It's so fast that we can't wait, Dan Su said. At this moment, she was at the startling sparrow terrace. Luine said, "There can be a lot of them, but they can't be strong. If you want to give birth to strong insects, you have to come into contact with the universe creatures where the hive is and gather the advantages of the current universe creatures. Not only can you give birth to strong insects, but you can also speed up the improvement of the insect's combat power, especially Xianxia. But the premise is that the hive has to come into contact with the universe creatures." He glanced at Dan Hong, Gu Duanka, Yi Xiao, and Ku Ji from the spiritualized universe. These people did not want to wait to be drowned by the hive. Without coming into contact with the universe creatures, only 9 kinds of insects can be born. From weak to strong. They are Qingyi, Shouwu, Qianli, Shilong, 7-Star Sword, Kanglin, Guilan, Brocade Azura, and Qingxian. Other than these 9, there are no others. The most powerful Qingxian also needs to come into contact with the universe creatures the most. Otherwise, it will take a long time for Qingxian to grow, and her talent will not be high. Those insects stay in one place to reproduce. Even if their numbers increase by 10 times, they may be a threat to us in 100 years, and their overall combat power will increase. But if it's only a few years or a decade, they won't be a threat to us. There are many of them, and we have many spirit treasure arrays. Yusher's unification of heaven and earth can sweep across the starry sky and wipe out a battlefield. You said, "So, Mr. Liu, you mean to continue waiting?" Luine said, "The insects have their plans, and so do we. The insects use reproduction to attract us to their battlefield, and we are also attracting them. You are anxious, but the insects are not." Most people did not know where Lu Yin's confidence came from. Only those who knew that he understood karma and caught Danju knew. Lu Yin's confidence came from Danju. When the insects retreated and began to reproduce, Lu Yin checked Danju with karma. Karma was the end of reproduction, and the result became the implementation of the current strategy. At this moment, there was another guess as to where the insect stopped because that direction could be seen by Master Grass, who was in the eternal realm, and the reproduction of the insects could be transmitted back to the 9th heaven universe anytime and anywhere. This was to lure the 9th heaven universe to take the initiative to start a war and follow the insect's lead and pull the battlefield away. This was in line with the initial strategy of the insects attacking from 4 directions without advancing quickly. Far away, the 4 insect lords gathered together. How can humans be so patient? He's still not coming out. What's going on? There's a problem. Under normal circumstances, humans wouldn't be able to tolerate it. I might know the reason. What is the reason? The humans in this universe have a unique cultivation method. They can use the cultivation source in their body to fight. Even if they die, it's just a dead cultivation source. Their bodies won't be affected, but there's a range. It's the range of that universe. No wonder, that's why they didn't come out. Is it because they don't want to die? I can't not come out. If I don't come out, I won't be able to display my talent. The battlefield must be expanded. The bigger, the better. The bigger, the more I can display my talent. The humans seem to have seen through us and know that we are luring them out. What if they don't come out? Continue to reproduce. You is right. Continue to reproduce. I know humans better than you all. 1 person may be able to bear it, but 10 people definitely can't. With so many people, there will definitely be people who can't bear it and cause internal instability. Don't worry, trust me. There's one more thing. The humans don't seem surprised by our existence. Don't worry about it. So what if they understand us? At most, they understand our civilization, but they don't understand the 4 insect lords. The humans rely on the eternal life powerhouses and think that they can control the situation. Let them see that the eternal life can also wither. It's not the first time we've faced the eternal life. In the past, there were 7 insect lords. 3 of them were killed by the eternal life. This time, once we face the eternal life, we don't know how many of us will die. What are you afraid of? Even the eternal life can't kill you. Not bad, you run too fast. What about Avicii? Even the eternal life can't kill it. Its control of time is too terrifying. Hey, Avicii, why haven't you spoken? After a pause, a dry and low voice came out. I'm in trouble. You can also run into trouble? I've lost. The starry sky was silent. After a while, a voice came out. You've lost? Impossible. Didn't you lose on purpose? Luring the humans out. You are one of the most bizarre life forms in the Avicii era. Although I only jumped to the 9th grid, I still lost. I have a premonition that the human didn't use his full strength. I should be in trouble. That human can actually cause you trouble? He's also proficient in the power of time? That's right. Then leave it to me. He's very strong. You're not suitable. You're saying that he can surpass me in terms of strength? I don't know about that, but if you combine strength with time, you might not be able to kill him. Interesting. Leave it to me. No, I still want to fight him again. I'll use 12 grids to kill him. I believe in you. Unless you're an eternal life, no creature can escape from your control. If he can block your 12 grids, leave him to me. I'll use my speed to drag him to death. Believe in Avicii. If you're not an eternal life, you'll definitely die if you encounter it. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. The number of worms reproduced nearly 10 times more than when they first appeared. This was an extremely exaggerated number, so exaggerated that countless people could no longer sit still. More and more people reported this to their superiors. Many even targeted Luin, saying that this was his scheme. Luin wanted to cause the 9th Heaven universe and the Worm Nest civilization to both suffer losses so that the Tianyuan universe could replace the 9th Heaven universe. Many people agreed with this statement, and Luin became the target of public criticism. Luin stood at the edge of the startling Sparrow Arena and looked down. He had expected this moment and had been looking for it. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for him. His current strategy was the result of a discussion between him, the startling Gate Xianxia, and the Grass Master. Outsiders did not know what he had said, but some people had listed him as a point of contradiction. They were clearly targeting him. Luin had anticipated that someone would target him, so he had been keeping an eye on them. The person targeting him was likely related to the Eternal. This seemed to be a method of the Eternal. Unfortunately, the other party had hidden too well. Criticism of him appeared overnight, and he could not find the person leading it. Soon after, arguments against the Grassmaster also appeared. Some people said that the Grassmaster was helping Luin plot against the 9th Heaven universe. The spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe had joined forces to replace the 9th Heaven universe. The evidence was that the spiritualized universe had sent people to the Tianyuan universe to provide support. The two universes were plotting something. The Grassmaster was Lu Yin's accomplice, and Luin could also be seen as Grassmaster's accomplice. The arguments became more and more intense. There were people reporting to the startling Sparrow Arena every day. Qingyan was also annoyed, and people kept asking her to make a decision. As a result, Qingyan had no choice but to hide in the startling Sparrow Arena. Are we really going to watch the worms reproduce? Qingyan asked. Luin said, "What do you think?" Qingyan was silent. Luin looked at her and smiled. Those people's analysis is not wrong. No matter how you look at it, the Worm Nest civilization and the 9th Heaven universe will suffer losses. The ones who benefit are me and the spiritualized universe. Qingyan and Luin looked at each other. What do you think? Luin put his hands behind his back and sighed. I'm tied up now. Qingyan blinked. What do you mean? Luin said, the people who are plotting against me know that I won't care about one thing and will do what I should do. No matter what kind of pressure there is from the outside world, that person also knows that the startling gate can withstand this pressure. The final result will be as we discussed, so they are acting without restraint. Their goal is not to destroy the war between the 9th Heaven universe and the Worm Nest civilization, but to ruin my reputation. Do you know who is targeting you? An old friend. But it's useless. As long as the war is won, it will prove that you are right. Your reputation will not be ruined. Luin smiled. But maybe I will be disappointed in the 9th Heaven universe. 1,000-mile dike can collapse because of an ant's nest. That person only wants an ant's nest. They are not greedy. Qingyan looked at Luyin deeply. Will you? Luyin shook his head. I don't know. Qingyan did not know what to say. Since she had asked, it meant that she did not completely trust Luyin. This included those who were familiar with Luyin. Did they really trust Luyin? Completely? After all, Luyin came from the Tianyuan universe. He had his own plans, and one of them was Master Grass. Luyin did not know if the one who was plotting against him was Eternity alone or if Eternity and Master Grass had joined forces. Trust was a very fragile thing. What he cared about the most was the startling Gate Xianxia. If the startling Gate Xianxia did not trust him, what would his attitude towards the ninth heaven universe be? Luo Chan, the spirit seed, the startling gate, and so on. A series of factors had forced the battlefield to be compressed inside and outside the night pillar. However, the worms were reproducing too quickly. Even Luyin had not expected it to be so fast. They were still reproducing. When the threat reached a certain level, any strategic planning or trust would be shattered. It all depended on how far the startling Gate Xianxia could take it. Fortunately, they were also working during this period. The humans were anxious, and the worms were definitely anxious. The faster they reproduced, the more anxious they were. This was because they wanted to create a greater threat. The reason was that they themselves felt a greater threat. The humans are actually still sitting still. Should we attack? There is not much meaning in reproducing like this. On the other hand, the humans are constantly producing experts. Their cultivation method seems to be easy to increase their combat power. Yes, I saw a few weak humans who had fought before suddenly change. They became very strong. Their aura is similar to ours. Something is wrong. Endure. If the humans can endure it, we have to endure it even more. How can we endure it? If we don't come into contact with the universe's creatures, the worms that are born are too weak. The increase in combat power is too slow. It has been 2 years, and not a single Xianxia has been born. We really can't produce an outstanding Xianxia. Let's wait a little longer. Dan Xiao, what do you think? Wait. The humans can't sit still. Wait for them to fall apart. I hope you're right. As time passed, the scale of the Sea of Insects continued to expand, and Xiaoxia universe actually had a crusade against Luyin. More and more people believed that Luyin was deliberately giving the insects time to reproduce so that they could pose a greater threat to Xiaoxia universe. Even the leaders of the major forces and even Alarmed Gate could not suppress such voices. You surprised me, Master Lu, Master Qingqiao said. Luyin said calmly, you surprised me too. Oh? What do you mean? Master Qingqiao was puzzled. Luyin looked back at him and said, I thought you were not worried at all. Master Qingqiao smiled faintly. Why do you think I'm worried? Feeling. Feeling? Are you worried or not? Master Qingqiao looked at Luyin deeply and nodded. A little. Because of the spiritualized universe? Because of the human race. Luyin narrowed his eyes and did not refute. He waited for Master Qingqiao to speak. Master Qingqiao said in a deep voice, if Xiaoxia universe can't stop the hive civilization, Tianyuan universe can't either. In this case, let alone spiritualized universe replacing Xiaoxiao, whether or not the human race can exist is still a problem. Luyin smiled. So what you want is a complete and winnable game of chess. Master Qingqiao nodded. A game of chess that has been overturned is useless. Luyin looked to the east. What you know is as much as what Alarmed Gate and I know. Why do you still have such doubts? If Alarmed Gate and I can sit still, you should be able to sit still. He pointed below. His meaning was self-evident. Many people in Xiaoxia universe were denouncing him, but he could sit still. Master Qingqiao did not know what to say and remained silent. Luyin looked at him again. How much you gain is proportional to how much you know. Do you know more than us? No matter how many people were denouncing Luyin, Luyin had told Alarmed Gate, Gudwanka, and the leaders of the major forces that the war had to go according to plan. Even if these people could not sit still, they had to restrain themselves. But he did not expect that the first one who could not restrain himself would be Master Qingqiao. In Lu Yin's knowledge, Master Qingqiao should be the most restrained. No, he did not even need to restrain himself. The development of the situation should be in his favor, but he was anxious. Lu Yin didn't want to see the Grass Grandmaster anxious. If he was anxious, it meant that there was a factor that no one knew about. Master Qingqiao looked up at Lu Yin and sighed, some things can only be known by those who have reached the immortal realm. But even then, the information is not universal. Lu Yin nodded. Master Grass continued, in short, this old man has always been grasping a certain degree. I don't want this degree to be unbalanced. The inheritance of mankind is the cornerstone of this degree. Master Lu, answer this old man. Will the result of this battle be as you expected? Lu Yin thought for a moment, then shook his head, I don't know. Master Qingqiao had a complicated expression on his face. Lu Yin wanted to know what degree was, but the Grass Grandmaster would not tell him. But now, he was sure of one thing, it had to be the continent of the 9 clouds, and there couldn't be too few people in the continent of the 9 clouds, because the insect hive was constantly multiplying. It couldn't threaten the strong cultivators, but it did threaten the human population. What kind of speed required the number of humans? Master Qingqiao suddenly said, if the continent of the 9 clouds loses, or if they win at a great cost, then I invite you to lead the Tianyuan universe to join forces with my spiritual universe to replace the continent of the 9 clouds. Do you agree? Lu Yin found it funny. Senior, have you forgotten about Qing Lian and the others? Master Grass said solemnly, maybe when that day comes, they will be willing. Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at Master Grass in a daze. Normal people wouldn't say such things, but when one reached the height of the god of defense, many things that were usually incomprehensible would happen. For example, abandoning the continent of the 9 clouds and choosing spiritual and Tianyuan might happen. This was because the pattern of the god of defense covered the entire human race, not just a certain universe. Was it because of that degree that the god of defense was willing to let spiritual and Tianyuan replace the continent of the 9 clouds? Lu Yin didn't answer. He wasn't inclined to let Tianyuan replace the continent of the 9 clouds. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of doing so. Tianyuan was Tianyuan. If Tianyuan was abandoned, he would live and die with Tianyuan. If the continent of the 9 clouds was abandoned, Tianyuan could accept people from the continent of the 9 clouds. There was no need to replace, conquer, or plunder. This was because Tianyuan's cultivation method didn't pay attention to these things. In fact, Lu Yin had been thinking about whether to change Tianyuan's cultivation method. No matter how he looked at it, the continent of the 9 clouds cultivation method was more suitable for survival in the universe, including the continent of the 9 clouds plundering of the spiritual universe. The universe was cruel to begin with, and it wasn't easy to survive. But even if he wanted to change Tianyuan's cultivation method, it was easier said than done. Perhaps if he really did reach the eternal realm in the future, he could create his own cultivation method. Master Qingqiao left. He had only come to see Lu Yin's attitude, or perhaps to let Lu Yin see his attitude. Actually, no matter what Master Qingqiao's attitude was, it couldn't change Lu Yin's mind. They didn't take the initiative to implement the strategic plan, but rather, they were completely passive and had no choice. Under such circumstances, there was no need to think about anything because there was no possibility of change. Alarmed Xianxia probably thought the same, which was why he hadn't urged Lu Yin. Luo Chan's existence couldn't be completely revealed to the continent of the 9 clouds, and the people of the continent of the 9 clouds didn't know that allowing the insects to reproduce was precisely to protect the lives of the cultivators. Only by suppressing the battlefield inside and outside the night pillar would there be a chance for the spirit seed to emerge and fight. However, the insects' reproduction speed had indeed exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. Under the premise that the overall strategy didn't change, they could increase the number of insects. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he stared down. He'd found it. Senior. Lone Swan Island in the southern region. A door appeared, and Lu Yin stepped through it and entered the southern region. In front of him was a huge floating island surrounded by the sea. This island was Lone Swan Island, but Lu Yin wasn't looking for Lone Swan Island. Instead, he was looking for a small island not too far away from Lone Swan Island. The owner of this island was the Yen family. The initiator of the denunciation of Luyin was the Yan family. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were people denouncing Luyin from all sides, and the initiator was the Yan family. However, the outside world didn't know that the Yan family had pushed out a puppet to speak for them. That puppet was even stronger than the Yan family, so no one thought that the Yan family was behind the puppet. In reality, the Yan family was also a puppet that had been pushed out, and Luyin wanted to find out who was behind the Yan family. On the island, the Yan family was just as usual. Although they were only a small family, they still had some ability in the world of cultivation. After all, most of the cultivators in the world of cultivation were independent cultivators. This was especially true in this part of the sea, where the Yan family was backed by Lone Swan Island and lived very comfortably. However, on this day, an important person that the Yan family had never imagined would arrive, and the entire family trembled in fear. The Yan family had a total of 158,000 cultivators, and most of them were ordinary cultivators. Only a few had reached the progenitor realm, and they weren't young anymore. The head of the Yan family, Xianxia, was a cultivator at the level of sequence laws, and he wasn't young. With the support of his descendants, he trembled as he bowed to Luyin. "Greetings, Mr. Liu. Greetings, Mr. Liu. Greetings." More than 100,000 cultivators from the Yan family paid their respects to Luyin, and many stole glances at him. Some of them had seen images of Lu Yin's words before, but this was the first time they had seen him in person. During this time, people from all over the continent of the Nine Clouds were denouncing Luyin, and some members of the Yan family had joined in as well. This made them nervous, and they wondered if Luyin had deliberately come to settle accounts with the Yan family. The Yan family's words carried little weight, and they were just following the trend. They couldn't play a decisive role, so why would he want to find the Yan family? Luyin threw out a karmic spiral at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't notice it at all, and the karmic spiral pierced through him. The other members of the Yan family were also pierced by the spiral, and their karmic threads kept colliding. In the distance, above the sea, a few figures arrived. It was Zhang Hongyun from the Lonely Swan Island. When Zhang Hongyun heard that Luyin had arrived, he hurried over. Luyin calmly waited for the karmic threads to collide, and at the same time, he watched Xianxia's past. "Greetings, Mr. Liu. I am Zhang Hongyun." Luyin turned to look at Zhang Hongyun. "Seal off the news of my arrival." "Don't worry, Mr. Liu. When I heard that you had arrived, I immediately sealed off the news. Aside from the Yan family and some people from the Lonely Swan Island, no one else knows that you have come to the southern region," Zhang Hongyun said respectfully. Luyin nodded and drew in the void, drawing a man. "Who is this, and where is he?" Zhang Hongyun stared at the man, trying to identify him. Xianxia's face went pale, and he stared at Luyin in disbelief. How did he know? How could this be? How could this be? Could the rumors be true? Had this person really comprehended karma and was Qinglian Shangyu's disciple? It was over. The Yan family was finished. "Lord He?" "Yes, it's Lord He." Lu Yin's eyes moved. "Lord He?" Zhang Hongyun replied, "Mr. Liu, this person is called Lord He. He is a powerhouse in the southern region. At his peak, even people from the Lonely Swan Island had to be polite to him. His seniority is higher than mine, so I used to call him Lord He. However, this person has been missing for a long time. Why are you looking for him?" Luyin looked at Xianxiang. This person also did not know where Lord He was. Otherwise, the karmic threads just now would have revealed it. Zhang Hongyun did not know, and neither did Xianxiang. This person had hidden it well. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's consciousness suddenly spread out, instantly sweeping across the sea and spreading out. In an instant, Zhang Hongyun, the Yan family, and the people from the surrounding islands felt as if the sky was collapsing. Luyin had wanted to search secretly to prevent any accidents, but the clues had been cut off, so he could only do this. Soon, he found Lord He, and his figure disappeared. On the other side of the Lonely Swan Island, deep in the sea, a pair of scarlet eyes opened. This person was Lord He. Lu Yin's consciousness bombarded Lord He's head, and he immediately fainted. The next moment, Luyin arrived. But the moment Luin arrived, Lord Hei's body melted, and a deep scarlet power surged out of his body, swallowing him up like magma. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This was happening again. The first time he had seen it was in the western regions. The first time he had encountered Wang Ming, that person had died just like that. Then it was Jie Zun, and now it was Lord Hei again. As expected, it was Wang Ming. Then, was it eternal, or was it the original Wang Ming? Lu Yin exhaled and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was back at the Yan family. Zhang Hongyun hurried forward when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Yan family. Strip the Yan family of their right to cultivate and hand over all their spirit seeds to the front line. Zhang Hongyun bowed respectfully. Yes. When the cultivators of the Yan family heard Lu Yin's decision, their heads buzzed. Some turned pale, some fainted, and some yelled, "Lu Yin, who do you think you are? What right do you have to strip us of our right to cultivate? You're from the Tianyuan universe. You don't belong to Jiuxiao. Lu Yin, you're helping the Tianyuan universe to harm the Jiuxiao universe. What right do you have to do this?" Zhang Hongyun's eyes were sharp. His aura swept across and suppressed all the members of the Yan family. Shut up. Lu Yin looked at the members of the Yan family. Ask your leader who told him to denounce me. It's Wang Fu. The members of the Yan family were confused. Zhang Hongyun's body shook. Wang Fu? It doesn't matter if you don't understand Wang Fu. I don't need to explain it to you. Either hand over your spirit seeds or go to the front line yourselves. This is the price you have to pay. Then Lu Yin looked at Yan Chong. As for you, do you know what to do? Yan Chong closed his eyes and knelt down slowly. I don't deserve to die, but the members of the Yan family don't know Wang Fu. Please give them a chance to go to the front line. If they can survive. If they can survive, then so be it. Lu Yin left after saying that. He didn't care how the Yan family denounced him. The result of the war was clear. Besides, the decisive figures of the Jiuxiao universe knew the situation. He didn't exterminate the Yan family because he didn't need them. The members of the Yan family didn't deserve to die for following the trend. Perhaps? Lu Yin stepped onto the frightening Sparrow Terrace and looked back at the southern region. He felt pity for himself. Jumping out of hatred, pity came. Pity for whom? Not the Yan family, but people. On the frightening Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Xianxia appeared. Done? We found a small fish. Unfortunately, we didn't catch a bigger fish. Xianxia of the alarmed gate said, if it was that easy to deal with Wang Li, we old fellows would have been able to find it. Lu Yin wasn't disappointed. He couldn't even find a few Immortal Realm cultivators, so he wouldn't be able to find them easily. I've been waiting for years. On the one hand, I've been waiting for Qinglian Xianxia and the others to return. On the other hand, I've been waiting for Wang Da to appear. It seems like I've failed. Jingmen Xianxia said, it can't be considered a failure. There aren't many small fishes in Wangfu. Killing one counts. The problem now is that the sea of insects is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The insects are reproducing faster than I thought. In a few more years, perhaps even you won't be able to sit still. Jingmen Xianxia did not deny it. Since that's the case, let's add some variables and force them to initiate the battle. What do you want to do? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Kill an insect master. Ever since Lu Yin had decided to kill the insect lord, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the alarmed guard had relaxed. Even though he was an eternal realm powerhouse and could decide everything in the ninth firmament universe with a single word, he still felt pressured. It was not that he did not trust Lu Yin, but the war could not be decided by one's will. Once there was a deviation, the relationship between Lu Yin and the ninth firmament universe, as well as the war between the ninth firmament universe and the Hive civilization, would go in an unpredictable direction. No one could control the battlefield, not even an eternal realm powerhouse. If they could kill an insect lord, the pressure on the ninth firmament universe would be much less. But which one should they kill? They had some understanding of the 4 insect lords. Lu Yin had personally tested the time of Avicii. It had to be said that it was very tricky, and there had to be some hidden abilities. Wang Fu had been bombarded crazily by Lone Duanca, Death Hill, and the other powerhouses. Even though they had lost the third night pillar, it was obvious that it was fake. Even Master Grass found it tricky. As for Luo Chan, she could not be found at all. Only Dan Xiao, who was born in the third stronghold, had the Lost Clan card, and also had combat skills. No matter how one looked at it, she was similar to a cultivator. She should be the easiest one to kill. The one who had fought with Dan Xiao was the 8th Night Pillar, and its leader was the eldest disciple of the Blood Tower, Xuelo. He was also known as Xuelo, and he was extremely strong. He was close to being invincible under the Eternal Realm. This person should have probed most of Dan Xiao's strength. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Dan Xiao was the most suitable target. A few days later, someone stepped onto the startling Sparrow Terrace. It was Dan Hong's god of defense. She had come for no other reason than Lu Yin's invitation to participate in the operation to kill the insect lords. In order to kill the insect lords, they had to be fully prepared. The insect lords were extremely strong, and none of them were easy to kill. Even Lu Yin was not completely confident that he could kill them, especially when there was the time of Avicii. Luo Chan was a strange life form, and it might even have an eternal realm substance or even vitality. It would not be easy for Lu Yin to kill one of them. Thus, he decided to invite a few people to participate. He did not expect them to kill the insect lords, but at least they could provide him with a battlefield that would not be disturbed. Even if they could isolate Luo Chan from the outside world, that would be good. Luo Chan could teleport and even divert the Sea of Insect Lords. It relied on its aura, and if he could create an absolute darkness that blocked all auras, he should be able to block Luo Chan's reinforcements. This was the reason why Dan Hong and the others had joined the operation. Dan Hong walked to Lu Yin's side and asked, "Are you confident?" She knew that the 4 insect lords were very strong, otherwise, they would not have been so passive. Lu Yin said, "As long as I have the chance to fight alone, I should be able to kill one of them." "Which one?" "Dan Xiao." Dan Hong thought about it. She might be the most suitable. Humans are really underestimated. Lu Yin looked at her in surprise. Dan Hong said, "If we had to choose an insect lord, we would all choose Dan Xiao, a human who is not human, right?" Lu Yin looked away. She was right. Of the 4 insect lords, he would definitely choose the easiest one to kill. Why did he think of Dan Xiao first? Was it because she was the closest to humans, and humans were the weakest? For a moment, Lu Yin was conflicted. Should he choose Dan Xiao? At first glance, Dan Xiao might seem the weakest, but she was the closest to humans. What were humans good at? Hiding. They might seem weak, but they were also very strong. She might very well be a human. If he understood humans so well, why would he choose one? Lu Yin fell silent. Not long after, another person arrived. This one reeked of alcohol and was very sober. "I didn't expect you to really come," Lu Yin said. He had only invited Qing Xing to test the waters. If Qing Xing hadn't participated in the battle to suppress Thorny Thorn, he wouldn't have even invited him. No matter how he looked at it, Qing Xing didn't seem to care anymore. Qing Xing took a sip of wine. Master's greatest wish was for humans to be safe. Even I feel disgusted looking at these bugs. Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything else. Qing Xing didn't ask anything else. He wasn't interested in which insect lord to kill, he just wanted to act. Dan Hong stood to the side and waited calmly. Lu Yin had invited a total of 3 people. 2 had arrived, but he didn't know if the last one would show up. He invited this person out of curiosity, but these 2 were enough. Still, it would be best if this person came from Earth. Just as he was thinking, someone stepped onto the platform. Lu Yin looked over and was shocked. Was this the Great Master? The 3rd person he invited was the Master of Death Hill, the Great Master. He had always been curious about the Great Master. This person controlled Death Hill and was in existence second only to the High Defense God. Even the Low Defense God didn't dare to be impudent in front of the Great Master. The Great Master's actions were even more special. Death Hill specifically took in those who bore deep grudges, which made people curious about the Great Master's personality. Luine had spoken with the Great Master at Pyrolite Mountain, which had made him feel that the Great Master was a calm and wise person. However, when Li Gua had contacted the Great Master's reaction had been very erratic. This had made Luine very curious about the Great Master. Now that he had seen her in person, his curiosity was satisfied, but it was quickly followed by astonishment. This was the Great Master? The woman who appeared in front of him was dressed in gauze and a straw raincoat. She looked like a fisherman, and although her face was delicate, she gave off an honest and even wooden feeling. Her white waist and long legs were exposed as she walked towards Luine step by step. She even had a paddle on her back. Luine stared blankly. This was the Great Master? Was she really not a fisherman? No, fishermen didn't dress like that. It was as if, he couldn't describe it. Xianxia and Dan Hong weren't surprised, as they had both seen the Great Master before. After all, one was a disciple of Mi Jin, while the other was a god of defense. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing her, and he was truly shocked. This was far from the Great Master that he had imagined. Hit who? The Great Master asked directly. She looked at Luine with a wooden expression, and her voice was crisp and clear. It was completely different from Huixie's altered voice. Luine coughed. Great Master? Yes. Oh. Surprised? A little. Don't judge a book by its cover, which is why I don't like to show my face. You people all like to judge a book by its cover. The Great Master raised her brows and stared coldly at Luine. Luine was speechless. Even if one didn't judge a book by its cover, the contrast was too great. This isn't the first time we've met, the Great Master said. Luine nodded. I met you at Pyrolite Mountain. We met in Yahai as well. Luine was stunned and then blurted out, You're one of the 7 fairies? The Great Master grunted. I'm the eldest sister. This time, it wasn't just Luine, even Xianxia and Dan Hong were surprised. You're one of the 7 fairies? But you've been around for a long time. Why are you with the 7 fairies? Xianxia was confused. Dan Hong was also astonished and stared at the Great Master. The Great Master rolled her eyes. That's why I'm the eldest sister. They were speechless. Was that what she meant? The Great Master grew impatient. All right, we're not young anymore. What's there to be surprised about? Luine was speechless. The Great Master looked at Luine. Hit who? I haven't thought about it yet. Time of Avicii, the Great Master said. Why? Luine didn't understand. No matter how he looked at it, the time of Avicii was not suitable. Even Pyrolite Mountain was more suitable than the time of Avicii because the time of Avicii's control over the Tao of Time was too strange. Luine wasn't even confident that he could escape. The Great Master was confident. In terms of the Tao of Time, this time of Avicii might not be much better than me. You seem to be quite skilled in the Tao of Time as well. Let's work together and get rid of him first. Otherwise, he'll be a disaster. Whoever touches him will be unlucky. If we're going to fight, we'll fight the strongest. Luine thought about it. I've fought with Avicii before, but to be honest, I couldn't see through her. Even though I had the upper hand, I was always on the defensive. I'm very proactive. She pointed at the oars on her back. If I want to hit someone, they won't be able to escape. Ask them. Luine subconsciously looked at Xianxia and Dan Hong. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Trust her. She's known as someone who can't be hit and can definitely be hit. What do you mean? Luine was puzzled. Can't be hit? He had encountered a few such people before, such as Knight King Jinwu who could transfer damage, First Encounter, and Xianxia from the Spring and Autumn Scroll. All of them claimed that they could not be hit, but they had all been beaten up badly by Luine. He seemed to have great control over such people. There was no creature in the universe that could absolutely not be hit, and Eternal Realm cultivators were no exception. What did she mean by can definitely be hit? Literally. You'll know when I attack. The Great Mistress looked weak, but she was more valiant than anyone else. Her face was a little stiff, but her eyes were filled with battle intent. Luine had not decided on who to kill, but since she was leaning towards killing Avicii and seemed confident, then he would kill Avicii. Behind him, a door that connected heaven and earth opened, and the startling guardian walked out. He did not say anything, but he waved his hand and released something. Luin was astonished. Eternal substance? Not everyone could see the immortal substance. In the past, he had to rely on the crazy and manic feeling that the meteorite gave him to see it. However, ever since his battle aura had broken through to the life aura in the mastery realm, he could see it without relying on the crazy and manic feeling. Was this for him? However, Luin was overthinking things. The great mistress walked out and took away a portion of the eternal substance. She could also see it. Right after that, Xianxia's body surged with qi. It was the chaotic ancient breath technique that originated from the mystifying guardian. Her hand wrapped in qi grabbed at the eternal substance and also took away a portion of it. Next was Dan Hong. She raised her hand, and two objects that looked like pills collided with each other and were destroyed. She then grabbed a portion of the eternal substance as well. Luin was shocked. Everything could be used? When the universe was rebooted, one could see the eternal substance at the intersection of time and space. They could use it to experience the origin and decay of the physical body and search for life force, but that did not mean that they could use it. Either he had his own life force, or he had mastered the eternal combat skill. Otherwise, even if he had the eternal substance, he wouldn't be able to use it. Gu Duanke said that those who had witnessed the rebooting of the universe could not hide the immortal substance. Once they returned to the Nine Clouds universe, the immortal substance had to be handed over. In fact, even if there was the immortal substance, most people could not use it. However, the three in front of him could actually be used. Luin had not expected things to turn out this way. Xianxia was Mijin Xianyu's disciple, so it was normal for her to master the immortal battle technique. The Great Master controlled the Death Hill, so she should belong to the Blood Tower's Xianyu's faction. However, she was the eldest sister of the Seven Fairies, so it was not impossible for her to master the immortal battle technique. But what about Dan Mu? Other than alchemy, he had never heard of her having any other battle skills. Could it be the alchemy method? You don't want the rest? Then why don't you give it to me? The master glanced at Luin. Luin unceremoniously collected the rest of the immortal substance. There were at least a few hundred of them, enough for him to grab for a while. The others weren't surprised that Luin could use the immortality substance. They understood each other quite well, and they also had a common understanding of Luin. Luin was the number one person under immortality, and this was something that the Great Master had never denied. Even though they didn't understand how Luin cultivated. I'll leave this battle to all of you. Jingmen Xiangyu's expression was solemn. If it's really impossible, you can retreat decisively. The Great Master said, if we can't even kill an insect lord, then it will be really troublesome. Xianxia threw away the wine bottle. Then we can consider escaping. My master has considered it before anyway. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him. It's not time yet. The insect nest civilization won't let us escape. Luin sighed. Let's go. The one green lotus flew into the distance. Xianxia and Dan Mu will be in charge of creating an absolutely unaffected environment. We can't let Seamless escape. Luin and I will be in charge of attacking, the Great Master said. Xianxia and Dan Mu didn't refuse. The Great Master looked at Luin. Tell me about the move Seamless used against you. Luin spoke slowly, and Xianxia and Dan Mu's expressions turned serious. Everyone who comprehended time could use it differently. Things like speeding up time or stopping time were the most common, but seamless use of time had opened their eyes. The ninth grid, in particular, could throw someone into another river of time, never to be reincarnated. It sounded terrifying. I haven't figured out what the fifth grid's ability is. At that time, I used karma to injure it, Luin said. Return time, the Great Master said solemnly. Luin was surprised. Return time? The Great Master explained, everything you've experienced is time. Once time flows, it will never return. Seamless returned the time you've experienced back to you. This is equivalent to saying that the current you has obtained the time you once had, causing your body to be squeezed. This is a kind of time contradiction. If your body's defense is weaker, you will be squeezed to pieces. Luin understood now. No wonder. Xianxia was shocked. Time can be played like that? The great master said, there are many ways to play it. There are countless creatures in the universe, and how many humans have comprehended the Tao of time? There are too many in the universe, and every creature has a different grasp of time. It depends on who is better at it. What about you? Xianxia asked. Luin also looked at the great master. Since she could immediately analyze the fifth grid's ability, it was clear that she surpassed him in the Tao of time. The great master said, I have my own way of playing it. She then looked at Luin. That seamless time definitely has other techniques. I'll be the main attacker, and you cooperate. Okay. It was great that someone was the main attacker. Most of the time, Luin was always at the front, not because he liked it, but because no one could help him. However, things were different now. It was best for the great master to take the lead. There's one more thing. You haven't forgotten the conditions of the 7 fairies, right? Luin nodded. Have you thought of the conditions? The great master met Lu Yin's gaze. I want you to destroy Wangda. Luin was surprised. He had thought that the great master's condition would be related to the war between the hives, but it was actually related to Wangda? Wangda is hidden too deeply, and the threat is too great. I know, and I've been looking for Wangda. But if it was so easy to deal with, it would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Your conditions are too difficult. It wasn't easy in the past, but now there's one more person. Eternity? No one knows what this person's goal is. He betrayed humanity, Wangda, and even deathly silence. We don't know much about him, but you should know him well. The great master looked at Luin. That's why I gave you this condition. Whether eternity's existence is a blessing or a curse, it all depends on you. Luin smiled bitterly. You think too highly of me. Eternity is difficult to deal with. He probably thinks the same of you, the great master said, and then fell silent. The endless sea of insects was extremely spectacular, and it was much more than when it had first appeared. It was no wonder that so many people in the Nina Firmament's universe were uneasy. Danmu rushed out and threw out pills. These pills were formed by fusing spacetime. A universe had many parallel spacetimes, and some were large while others were small. Danbai's method used spacetime to cast pills. Although it was called a pill, it was actually a compressed void. The people of the Nina Firmament's universe respected Danbai not only because of his strength, but also because this method of casting pills constantly consumed parallel spacetimes, allowing the Nina Firmament's universe to avoid the fate of being rebooted. Boom! The void was obliterated as the pills frantically destroyed the sea of insects. The sudden battle made the seamless time heave a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the humans couldn't hold back first. Dark green vines spread out from one point and covered the entire sky in an instant, sweeping towards the pills. It was Xianxia, an unfamiliar Xianxia. The pills bombarded the vines, and although they constantly shattered, the vines grew at an extremely fast speed and blocked the pills for a while. Behind the sea of insects, the seamless time and Bai were both there. Vines wrapped around them to protect them. All of a sudden, the vines protecting the time of Avicii were torn apart by a single finger. Chi currents surged into the sky, stirring the void. Xianxia walked out from the chaotic ancient Qi art and tore apart the vines. She was met with the Ho's ruthless charge. The time of Avicii also jumped to the first grid, the timeline. Flowing light flashed, and Luin pushed Xianxia away. He held Bai's huge body with one hand and pointed at the seamless time with the other. Boom! Bai's body was sent flying, and cracks appeared on its hard shell. It was shocked, not expecting Luin to suddenly appear. Lu Yin's other hand flicked out, and when the power collided with the seamless time, it was constantly worn down. Suddenly, the seamless time avoided its original position, and the karmic wheel swept past. Luin raised his brows, it knew how to escape. Just as he was about to attack again, he was stunned. The seamless times or appeared above him and slammed down. Behave. Bang! The sound of metal resounded in his ears, and Luin stared blankly into the distance. The seamless time had been hit by the ore. There was an invisible barrier outside the sun and moon alternating cycle that encompassed the sun, moon, and needle. When the ore slammed down, visible black cracks appeared on the barrier. The seamless time's needle jumped to the fifth grid, and Luyin, Xianxia, and the master who had just slammed down were all suppressed by an invisible force. The needle's target wasn't just one person, but everyone. If Danho hadn't been so far away, she would have also been enveloped by the fifth grid. Time reversal? I don't want it, so don't try to force it on me. The master slammed the ore horizontally as if he was rowing a boat. There was no boat or water, but he seemed to be dragging something and throwing it towards the seamless time. In an instant, the pressure on Luyin and Xianxia disappeared. Luyin was astonished. The master had actually dragged away the timeline that was supposed to be returned to them? The seamless time continued to retreat, probably not expecting such a thing to happen. The needle jumped to the ninth grid again. This time, it wasn't targeting Luyin, but the master. The river of time appeared, and the needle wanted to drag the master into it. Even though Luyin gave it pressure, it was visible pressure. The overlord was too strange. Not only could she attack it with her physical body, but she could also throw back time. This was beyond the time of Avicii's comprehension. This human's control over time was no less than its own. Luyin now understood why the overlord wanted to attack. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't touch the time of Avicii at all. He would be delayed into nothingness by the time of Avicii. He had only been able to enter the time of Avicii because of the backlash from the river of time and the karmic wheel. In reality, he hadn't been able to enter the time of Avicii with his physical body. However, the overlord had managed to do it, and she slammed down with a paddle. The river of time appeared, and once someone was dragged into it, they would never be able to reincarnate. This was the river of time that belonged to the time of Avicii. Luyin planted roots beneath his feet, so he wouldn't be dragged over. The overlord was even stranger. She directly charged into the river of time, and under Luyin's shocked gaze, a boat appeared beneath her feet. Time. Ferryman. Luyin stared blankly at this scene, which was very similar to the ferryman of time. Yes, this was the ferryman of the river of time. The overlord was definitely the ferryman of a certain river of time. It was no wonder that she didn't fear the power of time. Aside from eternal realm powerhouses, who could be more proficient in the Tao of time than the ferryman of time? Although the time of Avicii was strange, it couldn't surpass the ferryman of time. Xianxia also understood that the overlord was the ferryman of the river of time. But which river of time? His master had said that there were several tributaries to the river of time in the universe, and every civilization could be considered a tributary. Human civilization's tributary should be in the Tianyuan universe, but there was no reason for Luyin not to know the ferryman of that tributary. The Nina Firmament's universe's understanding of Luyin was growing, and they knew that he had once reversed time in the Tianyuan universe. Without the ferryman of the river of time, how could it have reversed time? The overlord was definitely not the ferryman of human civilization. An invisible force swept over from behind, and Xianxia waved a hand, causing the air to collide with the void and push back layer by layer. Now wasn't the time to think about this. The most important thing was to deal with the time of Avicii as soon as possible. Countless insects rushed over from all directions, and the overlord Seamless continuously retreated. It was truly shocked and had also seen through the great master's identity. It could be said that the ferryman of the long river of time was one of the rare existences that didn't fear life forms like it. It hadn't expected that the human civilization actually had one. However, he didn't know to what extent the ferryman of time could use the time domain. Luyin, attack! The great master shouted fiercely. She stepped out from the great river of time. Seamless, the ninth square didn't affect her at all. She raised the oar and struck down. Luyin did not hesitate, and just as he was about to unleash the karmic wheel, he heard the great master's voice again. Power. Enough power. Power? Luyin was stunned. Physical attacks were completely useless against Seamless, but when he thought about how the great master had attacked, he clenched his fist and punched out. If you want power, then I'll give you power. Terrifying power swept across the starry sky, as if a huge monster was attacking Wujian. The oars were placed horizontally in front of Luyin, and when the force collided with the oars, the great master took advantage of the momentum and swung it up. Luin watched in disbelief as the force was swept up. That's right, the force could actually be swept up. It was inconceivable, but it had actually happened. The force that was rolled up followed the ore and hit Wujian fiercely. The seamless time vanished, and a gray color filled the heavens. It had moved time, and at this moment, not even Luin could tell whether it had stopped time or reversed it. The seamless time had its own river of time, and as long as it was within its control, it could do anything. It was practically a god. This was something that had not been shown in the previous battle with Luin. Otherwise, Luin would not have considered killing Seamless. Bang! Another sound of metal clashing could be heard. The void was torn apart, and Seamless appeared shakily as if it had been knocked unconscious. A huge crack appeared on the sun and moon, and a crack also appeared on the needle. Luin was stunned. He had hit it again? How had he hit it? Again. The great master sneered and raised the ore high. Luin clenched his fist, and the sealing heaven sequence particles spread out as he punched out. The power of this punch surpassed the previous one, and it was even more terrifying and exaggerated. Could he borrow power? It was similar to a consecutive palm strike, but it was also different. He wanted to see how much power the great master could withstand. The great master's expression changed slightly, and she was shocked by Lu Yin's strength, but it could still be used. The ore seemed to be caught in a tornado, and it was not as smooth as it had been before. However, it still swept up Lu Yin's strength and swung it out, viciously slamming it against Seamless. Seamless could not avoid this attack, and it could only use time to forcefully resist and wear down this force. However, the ore did not even have the time to touch it. The third time it smashed into its body, the metallic sound it produced was unprecedentedly loud. Seamless sun and moon alternated, and a huge crack appeared between the needle and the needle. No one doubted that Seamless would be smashed apart if it was. Hit again. Again. The great master was excited. Luin stared at Seamless. If one of the 4 insect lords could be killed so easily, it would be too laughable. Before they had set off, the Stargate Lord had given them the substance of immortality because he knew that there were creatures that could use it without attaining immortality. The 4 insect lords might be one of them. After being beaten up to this point, it was time to use it. The great master seemed impulsive, but her expression never relaxed. She was also waiting for Seamless to use its trump card. Regardless of whether or not it had the substance of immortality, it definitely still had some tricks up its sleeve. It had withstood several attacks, and it might have been testing the strength of the human's attacks. Although the crack was huge, it might have been faked. Do not underestimate any creature. Dan Ho continued to bombard the sea of insects. Qing Xing blocked Ho, but it could also be said that Seamless had blocked Qing Xing. When Luin faced Seamless, he clenched his right fist and punched out. Sealing heaven sequence particles spread out, and his consciousness reopened the 9 heavens. 9 heavens transformation. This punch was earth-shattering. This fist strike was far more powerful than the previous 2, and it was so powerful that even the Grand Lord was shocked. However, she knew that Luin had done this on purpose to force Seamless to use its trump card. They were not naive enough to think that they could deal with Seamless before it used all its trump cards. The reason was that Luo Chan had yet to make a move. If Seamless really was in danger, the other 3 insect lords would definitely help. Seeing Lu Yin's strength being swung up again, the great master stared fixedly at Seamless. It's over. She then slammed her hand down. Seamless needle jumped to the 12th square. Thud. Everything fell silent. The heavens froze. The swinging ore, Luin, Qing Xing, who was facing off against Ho, the endless sea of insects, and even Dan Ho, who was halfway through erupting, all froze. Beneath their feet, the river of time appeared. If the river of time that had appeared in the 9th square during Seamless was just a corner, then the river of time that had appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet was a true torrential river, just like the one in the Mirage domain. The Seamless time really dragged down a long river of time. Time froze like fog, like lightning, or like the wind. It gently swept past, but it was incomparably heavy. The weight of history pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. The great master shouted, "It wants to use the river of time to replace the current time and erase everything with an irreversible force." With that, a boat appeared beneath her feet and she rushed towards Luin. "Get on the boat." Before she could finish speaking, the flowing light around Luin also transformed into a boat, and he looked at the Great Master. The Great Master blinked. "Time? Space. What do you mean?" "Using space to chase time is to go against the flow of the river of time." The Great Master looked deeply at Luin. "Your control is really strange." With that, she rushed towards Qingxing. Luin could withstand the erosion of time, but Qingxing might not be able to. Danho was slightly better off since she was further away, but she still had to get on the boat. After all, they had all lived for a long time, and they had to avoid being washed to death. No one dared to be careless about time. Seamless stood at the source of the river of time and allowed it to pour down. The mighty force of time could be seen with the naked eye as it constantly washed away everything. Insects turned to ash one by one as their time was swept away and washed away. Using time as water to wash away the universe. Who had ever encountered this before? It would not have been difficult for Luin and the others to retreat, as this river of time could not extend to the entire universe. This was a life-saving measure of Seamless that could force the enemy to leave. However, Luin had the means to go against the flow of time, and the Great Master was the ferryman of the river of time. Even the 12th square of Seamless was not much of a threat to them. As long as they were not washed away by the river of time, they would not be swept away by time. However, it was not easy for Luin to maintain the flow of time. The faster it washed away, the more pressure he would have to bear. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since this river of time was washing away their time, and their time originally belonged to the Tianyuan universe's river of time, did that mean that once their time was taken away, the river of time would have additional time that was not part of the original river of time? Or could it be that once their time was washed away, they would be integrated? No, if they could integrate, then the 9th square's ability would not exist. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He would know once he tried. The starry sky in his heart was released as Luin used the Sky Palace. When he had broken through, the stream of light from the ancestral world had transformed into a small boat that had been able to withstand the flow of time. The reason it had been able to remain stable in the river of time was because the Sky Palace had not allowed time to pass. However, the Sky Palace had not been able to withstand the erosion of the river of time. Now, it did not need to withstand the erosion of the river of time. The Sky Palace was like a fishing net, and the fish were the unmelted time in the river of time. When the starry sky in his heart came into contact with the river of time, Lu Yin's body shook and he almost lost his footing. He hurriedly retracted the starry sky in his heart. The erosion of time did not come from the time of Seamless, which was only a catalyst. The true erosion of time came from the river of time. Luin could parallel time, stop it, and even reverse it, but he could not stop the surging momentum of time. Since ancient times, time had been endless. How could he withstand it? Fortunately, he had only been testing the waters, but even so, he had almost fallen. However, this attempt had some results, and Luin could feel that the boat had absorbed a portion of time. It was fine as long as it was useful. Just now, when the Azure Heaven Palace touched the long river of time, it was almost impossible to stop time. But this long river of time must have absorbed too much time that was not integrated into it, so it could make the flowing light boat absorb time with a casual touch. Luin released the starry sky in his heart again, and it immediately shrank when it touched the river of time. His body swayed, but he could still withstand it for a moment. The boat absorbed time again. He continued to try, his body swaying from time to time. The Great Master was confused. What was this guy doing? The Great Master pulled Qingxing and Dan Xiong onto the boat and endured the scouring of the river of time. Around them, the sea of insects was constantly being wiped away. The insects could not withstand the scouring of time, and the sea of insects kept expanding in an attempt to avoid the scouring of the river of time. The time of Avicii was also confused, unable to understand what Luin was doing. The first time it had fought Luin, it had been injured, and the karma and the 9th grid had been powerless. This had made it wary of Luin, and it had become even more wary when it met the Great Master. After all, the Great Master was the ferryman of the river of time and had the ability to resist the time of Avicii. It had set the Great Master as its main target and neglected Luin. At this moment, Luin had refreshed its understanding. Not only did he have a boat that could float in the river of time, but he was also constantly trying to counterattack. Yes, in the time of Avicii's eyes, Luin was trying to counterattack. Otherwise, it would not have understood what Luin was doing. Luin stood on the boat and swayed from time to time, as if he was drunk. He did not do anything else. It was impossible for him to remain motionless as the river of time washed over him, but it should not have swayed so much. Even Xianxia felt dizzy. They did not notice that the boat under Lu Yin's feet was slowly growing larger, and its depth in the river of time was also increasing. The time of Avicii did not know what to do. No matter what Luin was doing, the 12th grid seemed to be suppressing them, but it would be difficult for it to retreat. Once the river of time disappeared, it would be surrounded. It would be even more difficult to kill Luin or the Great Master. Any one of the four had the strength to fight it, and the Great Master and Luin seemed a little strange. It could not retreat, but it was also difficult to advance. Originally, it thought that the humans could not hold back and could stretch the battle line, giving it an advantage. Now, it realized that there were only 4 humans who made a move, and they were here specifically to kill it. The Great Master and the others weren't much better off. In this river of time that was constantly being washed away, as long as one left the boat, regardless of whether it was their power or their bodies, they would be washed away by time. They would not be able to get close to the Avicii time. In other words, they could not do anything to the Avicii time, and the Avicii time could not do anything to them. Both of them froze just like that. Only when Seamless put away the river of time would they be able to attack each other. Xianxia pointed out with his finger, and a stream of chi flew towards Seamless time. However, it was useless. Not long after he sent it out, it disappeared. Danho threw out pill techniques, but they were similarly useless. Some fell into the great river of time, unable to produce even the slightest ripple. Some simply disappeared before his eyes, completely gone. Time could kill everything. Even eternal matter was useless. Eternal matter could only strengthen an attack, but it could not withstand time. Only the universe was eternal. Don't waste your energy. This is its river of time. Even I can't do anything about it, the Great Master said. Xianxia asked solemnly, there's no way to get close? Time is too fast, and the force of the erosion is too great. Danho did not understand. How does it control the river of time? The Great Master gripped the oars tightly. No one can truly control the river of time, not even an eternal realm cultivator. The river of time belongs to the universe, and it just grasped a method to find it before us. It can pour it down at a specific angle in time, creating a force of time erosion. It sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to do. As expected of a strange life form. What do we do now? Danho asked. The Great Master shook her head. Wait. Wait. Wait for it to let go. As long as the erosion of time stops, we can attack. Otherwise, any attack will be useless. She then looked at Luin and frowned. What was this guy doing? It won't let go. If I'm not wrong, the other 3 insect masters are here as well, Danho said. Of course, the Great Master knew this. Before the battle had started, they had guessed that since the insectoid nest wanted to hide Luo Chan's ability, it would not have allowed the other 3 insect masters to immediately reinforce it. Otherwise, its ability would have been exposed. Even though they had previously split the sea of insects into 4, which was equivalent to exposing its ability, they had not known that they had already been targeted by Master Grass. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that they would actively expose Luo Chan's ability. However, things were different now. As long as they were delayed by the erosion of the river of time, the other 3 insect masters would have time to reinforce it. Perhaps this would take a long time, but the time of Avicii's erosion of the river of time would not be short either. Although the 12th segment of the river of time seemed very powerful, it did not affect the time of Avicii at all. It was not as if the river of time itself was being eroded. It was like a lever that moved the river of time. It was very simple to maintain the momentum of the river of time, and it was also easy to stop it. The greatest drawback of this technique was that it could not leave, and the area it covered was too small. If not for this drawback, it would have long since used this technique to bury everything. Now, the Great Master and the others still had a way out, which was to leave the River of Time. She could do it by rowing a boat, but they could not approach the time of Avicii because they were going against the current. As long as they followed the current, they would be able to leave the River of Time. However, this would also mean that they would be far away from the time of Avicii. They could leave the time of Avicii at any time, which would mean that they had lost this battle. She had decided to kill the time of Avicii, and she could not accept escaping just like that. Xianxia and Dan Ho did not want to leave either, but they had no other choice. The Great Master was also out of options, as the ferryman of the River of Time was not the master of the river. The ferryman was just a person who ferried people across the river. Countless ferrymen had died in the river, and the ferryman was no exception. Only Luin knew what exactly he had learned. Karma was no weaker than time, and he was the only one who could break out of this situation. All eyes fell on Luin once more. Luin was still swaying, but he did not do it on purpose. Every time the Jade Sky Palace was washed away by the River of Time, he could not control it and would not want to be swayed. This scene was a little provocative to the time of Avicii. It spoke for the first time. "Human, you're mocking me." Luin raised a brow. "You can talk?" In the distance, the Great Master wanted nothing more than to slap Luin to death with a paddle. How could such a life form not be able to communicate? It was just a matter of whether they were willing or not. Of course, Luin knew that the time of Avicii could communicate, but he found it strange that it would take the initiative to do so. In a war between civilizations, there was no surrender, there was only destruction. Humans could not accept the Hive civilization, and the Hive civilization would not want humans either. "What are you doing, human?" Luin swayed again. "Seasick." The Great Master and the others were speechless. The time of Avicii's voice was emotionless. "You can't kill me." "There will be a way," Luin said. The time of Avicii was silent for a moment. "Are there many powerhouses like you in the human civilization?" Luin laughed. "Are insects so direct when it comes to information?" "What I mean is, do you still have any reinforcements?" "I have 3, and they're on their way. If you don't give up, you'll be surrounded by the 4 insect lords, and you'll only end up dead." "Hey, are you threatening us?" the Great Master shouted. The time of Avicii did not speak. Luin asked, "Shouldn't you be hoping that we'll be surrounded by the 4 insect lords?" "Why are you reminding us?" "They're here to support me. The other 3 battlefields lack insect lords. Perhaps you're deliberately luring them out to destroy the other 3 battlefields. If you're abandoned, we'll also lose the other 3 battlefields. It's not worth it." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "That's true." He looked at the Great Master and the others. The Great Master and the others also looked at him. The time of Avicii's words were clearly hiding Luo Chan's abilities. Although these insects had some tricks up their sleeves, they were too obvious. The moment they learned of Luo Chan's abilities, the current human strategy was the most disadvantageous to the Hive civilization. The Hive civilization did not care why the humans chose this strategy. They did not consider it and only wanted to expand their own advantages. This seemingly biased strategy had caused both sides to be in a stalemate. Both sides were leading the battle in a strategic direction that was advantageous to them. Even now, when the time of Avicii was in a stalemate with Luin and the others, it was doing its best to hide Luo Chan's abilities and reveal the disadvantageous side of the Hive civilization. It did not wish for Luin and the others to retreat, but rather for them to follow this plan. From what it knew, this was the only way for the humans to win. As for Luin and the others, the humans were very smart and would definitely choose to retreat the moment the 3 insect lords approached. This way, they would not be surrounded by the 4 insect lords and would also be able to shift the positions of the other 3 insect lords and start an all-out battle. The time of Avicii was waiting for the humans to act smart. At that moment, the humans would think that they had lured the insect lords away and would definitely win. They would definitely attack with all their strength, but when that moment arrived, Luo Chan's abilities would be activated, and the humans would suffer a crushing defeat. That attack would be the beginning of the entire human civilization's defeat. So what if there were eternal powerhouses? All the insects were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the immortal master. And the 4 insect lords were no exception. Humans, are you still not retreating? Do you really want to be surrounded and killed by the 4 insect lords? The time of Avicii asked. The great insect lord sneered, let them come. This great insect lord will destroy all 4 of you. Luine said, we wanted to get rid of the 4 insect lords anyway. It's even better if they come. The time of Avicii spoke up, humans, you underestimate the strength of the 4 insect lords. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The great insect lord fell silent, as there was no need to say anything else. Unless the humans knew about Luo Chan's abilities, they would lose this battle because they thought they were smart. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 3970, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Time Scouring is free to read. How could the humans know about Luo Chan's ability? Luine and the others looked at each other. War was like this, real and fake, fake and real. Luine and the rest had no idea if Seamless was intentionally baiting them or what the insectoid's plan was. Their only source of confidence came from the Gate of Wonder and the 2 Eternal Realms. No matter what the insectoids planned to do, they would definitely have a way out. If the battle went smoothly, it would be better. If not, they would have to retreat and start all over again. There was nothing worse than watching the sea of insects expand. Unless the Immortal Master descended. If the Immortal Master descended, the great celestial phenomenon of karma would be detected by the alarmed gate. As for the Immortal Master, they could leave it to Master Grass for the time being. Time of Avicii did not speak, and neither did Luine and the others. They faced each other on the River of Time. In the distance, Tian, Luo Chan, and Dan Xiao walked out from 3 other directions and headed towards Time of Avicii. They did not hide their tracks and allowed the humans to see them. Their method of support was very strange. They used the toughness of a kind of insect's shell to throw it out like a spring. This method was similar to Night Pillar's expedition to other civilizations in the universe. However, one was man-made, while the other was an inherent characteristic of the insect. The hive had destroyed many foreign civilizations, and many insects had gathered the advantages of the civilizations they had visited before, giving birth to some strange insects. Time of Avicii and Luo Chan were the most strange life forms. Below them was a large group of insects with strange characteristics and talents. They had caused great damage to human cultivators on the battlefield. Master Grass quickly passed the information to Luine and the others. The other 3 insect lords were moving through the universe in this way. Their speed was much faster than their own. They were almost half of 1 leaf green lotus speed. This meant that Dan Xiao and Luo Chan would need at most 1.5 years to reinforce Seamless. Tian was the furthest away, but the insect that had thrown it out was Xianxia. Its speed was almost as fast as 1 leaf green lotus, so it would take around the same time as Dan Xiao and Luo Chan. 1.5 years. Luine and the others needed to be washed by the River of Time for 1.5 years. Time of Avicii also needed to last for 1.5 years. Both sides had their own plans. However, no one expected Luine to have another plan besides these. He wanted to absorb the time of Avicii and strengthen the boat. No one knew this except for Luine himself. A few months later, the master stared blankly at the boat beneath Lu Yin's feet. Had something changed? Luine sensed the great master's gaze, and he looked back to meet her gaze. The great master looked at him and then at the small boat. Things must have changed. Luine smiled and gestured for her to keep quiet. He purposely did not expand the size of the streamer boat in order to not be detected by the Seamless period. However, due to the extreme pressure of time, he could hide it from the Seamless period, but he could not hide it from the Ferryman of Time. The Great Master was all too familiar with the River of Time. The flowing light boat's initial draft was definitely not as deep as it was now. This meant that the flowing light boat's weight was increasing. The increase in the pressure of time meant that the time itself was increasing. How did Luine do it? The Great Master was stunned. There was such a thing? She had never heard of a boat that could become heavier when crossing the river of time. At first, she had assumed that Luyin had stolen the boat of some ferryman, but she had later learned that it was actually space itself that was chasing after time, resulting in an extremely heavy pressure on the river of time. How long could such a small boat be? The Great Master couldn't understand Lu Yin's methods, so he hadn't noticed anything. Just like that, a year passed. The Nine Firmaments universe had been waiting, and Grandmaster Greengrass had sent back news that the two sides were in a standoff. The River of Time had become a spectacular sight. Not everyone had the opportunity to see the River of Time, but the seamless period had forcibly retained the River of Time for an entire year, washing away the lives of countless insects. It was a complete wonder. Luyin and the others could row the boat on the River of Time, which was also a wonder. The Great Master was not surprised that the Great Master could do it, but it was strange that Luyin could do it as well. Why was this brat so strange when it came to the Tao of Time? There's still half a year before Luo Chan and the others arrive, Grandmaster Greengrass said. He had been wandering the universe all this time to confirm the information. The Great Master clasped his hands behind his back and remained silent. Under the scouring of the River of Time, the Great Master glanced at the streamer boat beneath Lu Yin's feet from time to time. It was even deeper now. If that thing was fully released, how big would it be? She was very curious. The seamless period finally sensed that something was wrong because Luyin was no longer swaying. As the streamer boat absorbed more time, the Azure Sky Palace's resistance to the River of Time increased. Luyin could completely withstand one impact, so he was no longer swaying. The more Luyin did not sway, the more uneasy the seamless period felt. It had felt uneasy less than half a year ago, but it had been waiting for the other three insect lords to arrive. Now, that uneasiness had become even more intense, so intense that it instinctively wanted to stop the River of Time. It had always felt that Luyin had used the River of Time to do something. But it could not see clearly. Luyin was now just as curious as the Great Master about the streamer boat. The streamer boat continued to absorb time, and every time its net was cast, it would take quite a bit of time. Clearly, the seamless period had used the River of Time to wipe out many foreign civilizations, resulting in too much time that was not integrated into the River of Time. It was so much that it was indescribable. The streamer boat gave Luyin the feeling that it was steady, very steady, especially steady. The scouring of the River of Time almost did not affect it. Luyin was even confident that he could bring the streamer boat close to the seamless period, which was something the Great Master's boat could not do. But he did not do so. Continue absorbing, as there were not many opportunities like this. The seamless period resisted the urge to retract the River of Time. The humans would not be able to last much longer. They had eternal powerhouses who were constantly monitoring the movements of the other three insect lords. Soon. Another few months passed. There were less than 2 months before the three insect lords would arrive. The seamless period stared fixedly at Luyin. Luyin stopped pretending and stood upright on the streamer boat with a relaxed expression. The Celestial Palace's time under the scouring of the River of Time had also increased, causing the rate at which it absorbed time to increase. The seamless period was certain that Luyin had done something, but reinforcements were about to arrive, so there was no need to think too much about it. The Great Master could not help but look at the streamer boat beneath Lu Yin's feet. It was much heavier than her own boat. Was that even still a boat? Qing Xing and the Danho calmly sat on the Great Master's boat, waiting for the final battle to arrive. Time continued to pass. 2 months passed quickly, and the seamless period was bewildered. They had not retreated, so why hadn't they retreated? Were these humans really going to fight to the death? Luo Chan and Dan Xiao were rapidly approaching, and Hui's strength was enough to cause the heavens to tremble. But Luyin and the rest had not retreated. Retreat? Of course not. If Luyin and the rest succeeded in surrounding and killing the seamless period, the hive would not allow the seamless period to be killed in order to hide Luo Chan's ability. Then, Hui and the others would instantly appear. Thus, it did not matter whether they arrived or not. What was important was to let them think that their plan had succeeded and infuriate them so that the final battle would begin. It's time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the streamer boat beneath his feet suddenly expanded to 100 times its original size. It lay across the river of time in an exaggerated manner, and under Lu Yin's control, it went against the current and rushed towards the seamless period. The seamless period was stunned. How was this possible? The Great Master, Dan Ho, and Xianxia were stunned as well. The Great Master's boat was pitiful in comparison. Lu Yin controlled the boat to crash into the seamless period. So what if it went against the current? His boat could withstand it. The seamless period was frightened by Lu Yin's boat and turned to flee. The river of time instantly disappeared. Dan Ho and Xianxia immediately took action, but they did not attack the seamless period. Instead, they attacked the void. The insect master's support had arrived, and what they needed to do was create a battlefield that would not be affected. This would allow Lu Yin and the Great Master to kill the seamless period. This had been their original plan, as it had been to prevent Luo Chan from diverting the location of Hui and the others. Now, they no longer needed to keep an eye on Luo Chan, as Hui and the others were almost here. All that was left was to hold on. Lu Yin threw the karmic wheel at the seamless period. Behind him, the Great Master swung his oar and smashed it down. Lu Yin punched out, but his strength was swept up by the oar and smashed down. There was a thump as the seamless period was smashed down, and the needle jumped from 12 to 1. The timeline was shot out, and its target was Xianxia. Xianxia's body was surrounded by energy, and she tapped out with a finger to collide with the timeline. Time was frozen, but it could not stop the chaotic ancient breath technique or the eternal substance. The seamless period shifted the timeline, and everything around it turned gray as it continuously retreated. Hui charged forward and crashed into the Great Master. Lu Yin blocked its front and raised a hand to stop it. It was over. A terrifying force allowed Lu Yin's fingers to penetrate Hui's shell, and it held in pain as Lu Yin threw it into the hell of the general appointment platform. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart, and Luo Chan flashed before his eyes. Xianxia and Dan Hong could not stop Luo Chan, but they could block Dan Xiao. In the distance, Dan Xiao used his third imperial sky art and pushed the third wall towards Xianxia and Dan Hong. Dan Hong continuously released his pill techniques to attack the third wall. Startling collisions occurred in the starry sky. Careful! Lu Yin shouted. Luo Chan flashed before the Great Master's eyes, and it wanted to smash the Great Master's head. The Great Master had casually smacked Luo Chan away, so she would definitely hit her target. Lu Yin was astonished, as the Great Master's comprehension of the Tao of Time was very strange. She had not smacked Luo Chan just now, but rather at a certain period of time. Luo Chan had to be present during that period of time, just like when she had smacked Seamless. Thus, her attack would definitely hit her target. No matter how fast Luo Chan was, it could not be faster than time itself, especially since Lu Yin could not see clearly whether the period of time that the Great Master had smacked was the past or the future. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and the void was pushed apart. Lu Yin looked over and saw Hui appear. Its enormous body occupied the starry sky, and it opened its mouth to roar. The entire universe trembled as it released an indescribable power. Its boundless vitality was like that of an eternal realm powerhouse, and it swept out with its tail. Xianxia used the eternal substance to attack with her hands, kicks, sweeps, arm thrusts, waist thrusts, back bashes, and the chaotic 6 styles, creating 6 afterimages that merged into one. Her aura soared as she rushed towards Hui alone. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Free Reading. Boom. The astral dome collapsed. Tiandi's massive body was knocked back, and Xianxia was sent flying into the distance like a meteor, but Dan Ho caught him. A huge force spread through his body, and Dan Ho's arms trembled as he was pushed back. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. What a perverted constitution. The chaotic 8 styles, the power of Mi Jin's inheritance, an eternal realm battle technique, and the eternal substance had only managed to push Tiandi back. Xianxia had not expected this. Danho had not expected Tiandi's physique to be so strong, it was simply a monster. The great master looked into the distance, Tiandi's strength was overwhelming. Lone Duanka and the experts from Death's Knoll could not defeat it at all. The insectoid nest's plan was too obvious, but they had their own reasons. Luin clenched his fists, he could not help but want to test Tiandi's strength, but killing Seamless was more important. Behave. The great master slapped down, and Luo-chan was sent flying again, dizzy. However, it was indeed tough and showed no signs of being injured. It was unlike Seamless, which had been cracked by the great master's ore. Every life form had its own advantages and disadvantages. Seamless was strange, and time could make it invincible. However, if one could hit it, its defense would be very weak. Leave this thing to me. You go take care of Seamless, the great master shouted. She just so happened to be Luo-chan's nemesis. The sun and moon of Seamless alternated more frequently, and they were clearly uneasy. Luo-chan had not informed them of the humans' attack. How could the humans not attack the other 3 battlefields? That should not be the case. The humans should be attacking the other 3 battlefields while the 4 insectoid lords were gathered. Could it be that the humans knew of Luo-chan's abilities? Just as he thought of this, Lu Yin's karmic will swept over, and cracks appeared on the sun and moon of Seamless once more. The river of time had already healed the cracks, but now, they cracked again. Do the humans know of Luo-chan's abilities? Possibly. Then get rid of these humans. They won't be able to escape. Seamless, leave the human in front of you to me. I can sense that he's very strong. Forget it, this human must die. Not only is he strong, but he can also travel through time and comprehend the power of karma. This human is too unpredictable. I must kill him. You're finally using it? Haha, let me watch him die. No one can survive that move of yours. At least we didn't come here in vain. End him, Seamless. Lu Yin's consciousness descended, and the worldly lock combined with the eternal substance locked down Avicii. At the same time, Lu Yin's triple firmament sword intent appeared behind him, fusing it with the eternal substance. He had originally thought that this sword would be able to strike the seamless time, but even if it could be worn down by time, he would still need to lock it in place and use karma to deduce a way to deal with it. However, the heaven and earth lock missed, and the triple blue sword will missed. Seamless appeared in front of Luin, less than a meter away. How could this be? Luin looked at the needle that was right in front of him. The first needle hadn't moved, but the sun and moon had formed a second needle. As of this moment, Luin was inside that second needle. He had no idea how he had ended up here. The great master, Xianxia, and Danhong all saw this, but they couldn't understand how Luin had been swallowed by the seamless time. That's right, it was as if Luin had been swallowed by Avicii. In the starry sky, far away, Grandmaster Qingcao's gaze turned cold. Beside him, Jingmen Shangyu's expression turned serious. Did he still have more moves? This seamless time was too strange. How had this life form appeared? She couldn't help but take action. She couldn't allow Luin to be killed. Although she didn't know what this move was, it had only been used now, so it had to be some hidden strength. Could Luin withstand it? Drip, 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 drip. Luin looked at the needle that was right in front of him. It was so close that he could reach out and touch it, and he could clearly see the cracks on it. He was certain that as long as he grabbed it, he would be able to break it. How had he gotten in? Had the seamless time swallowed him? He hadn't sensed it at all. It was as if time had been cut off. On one side of the cut was the scene of him chasing after the seamless time, but on the other side of the cut, he had already entered its body. But what was it trying to do? Luin raised his hand to grab the needle. Drip, drip, drip. His hand passed through the needle, but he didn't grab anything. Luin looked around and saw that he was inside the second needle, which was formed by the sun and moon alternating. He couldn't grab anything either. In the distance, Dan Hong and the others watched in shock. The great advocate was saying something, but Luin couldn't hear anything. He released the starry sky from his heart, and he didn't believe that the seamless time could trap him. Suddenly, the needle in front of him spun faster and faster, forming a circle in the blink of an eye. It was an afterimage formed by the extreme speed. Luin stared at the needle. So fast? It wasn't fixed in any direction. Did such a fast spinning needle mean that time was flowing faster? In the outside world, Dan Hong and the others saw a different scene. When the needle spun quickly, they saw an insect nest. It was a sparkling, translucent, and magnificent insect nest. It was clearly an insect nest, but it gave off an inexplicable sense of beauty, as if it was the most beautiful thing in the world. The insect nest appeared. As the needle spun rapidly, a blurry creature was born. It was blooming with multicolored light. It was so sacred and so noble that even Dan Hong and other experts at the peak of the bitter adversity crossing realm felt ashamed of their inferiority. It was like the noblest life form in the universe, and humans couldn't even look directly at it. As the life form appeared, the needle spun even faster. Luin released the starry sky from his heart and released the way of karma. It didn't affect him. He could release any power except for the seamless time, which seemed to be in a different time and space from him. Dan Xiao laughed. This move has killed an eternal life powerhouse, haha. This sentence made Dan Hong and the others' hair stand on end. Master Qing Chao and the alarmed Gate Xianxia were shocked. Killed an eternal life powerhouse? The seamless time didn't cross the bitter disaster life form. Even if it was a strange life form in the universe, it shouldn't be able to cross the distance between heaven and earth to kill an eternal life powerhouse. It didn't use the eternal matter at all, nor did it have any vitality. How did it do it? The alarmed Gate Xianxia couldn't help but take action. He couldn't let Luin be killed. Master Qing Chao stopped him. Wait, with Lu Yin's strength, even if he dies, it's impossible for him to not have any resistance. If this move can really kill an eternal life powerhouse, it's a threat to you and me. Look carefully, maybe this move was originally used to deal with you and me. The alarmed Gate Xiangyi's eyes were solemn. Lu Yin can't die. I know. The other party is just a life form crossing the bitter disaster. No matter how strange it is, it's impossible for us to not have time to save him. Wait. Master Qingcao's tone was low. In the starry sky, Lu Yin tried to grab the needle again, but it still went through. He couldn't grab anything. Time was the power of time, but he didn't feel any change in his body. He looked outside and saw Dan Hong and the others looking at him in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. Why, did they think he would die? Lu Yin exhaled. Time was really a strange power. The strength he had shown made even Dan Hong and the others not trust him. He looked around and saw Dan Xiao staring at him with a smile. She even made an ending gesture. Did she trust the seamless time that much? Time was very powerful. Perhaps even the great master, the ferryman of the long river of time, couldn't understand this move. This should be a power unique to the seamless time or a talent. His flowing light was 100 times stronger, but it couldn't interfere with this move. Then, let's see what this move meant first. Time was mysterious, and so was karma. As long as he wanted to, there was no karma that he couldn't find. He had already released his heavenly Tao of karma, but it couldn't do anything to the seamless time. The wheel of karma couldn't touch the seamless time either. Since he couldn't do anything to the seamless time, then he would just have to calculate himself. The seamless time's goal was to kill him, and his own death was the effect. Then, what he needed to calculate was the cause and the reason he would die. Behind Lu Yin, a majestic consciousness was released. It didn't affect the seamless time, but it still heard Lu Yin's voice. Only I am absent, and I will replace it with benefits. Only I can change, and I will replace it. My heart illuminates, and I will not be afraid of selfish desires, and I will be as firm as a boulder. I will not fear myself, and I will illuminate the heavens. Will of karma, I will look towards the heavens, and I will see the endless distance of all life, and I will protect the universe's lives and return. Word by word appeared in its ears. Karma entrenched itself in Lu Yin's palm and moved in reverse. It was like a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth as it calculated why it would die. A portion of the heavenly Tao of karma was consumed, and so was his consciousness. With his consciousness as support, Lu Yin didn't believe that he couldn't see through this move. With a whoosh, the heavenly Tao of karma dissipated. Luin looked up, and when he looked at the seamless time again, he couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. It was actually like this. He hadn't expected such a strange move to exist in the universe. This wasn't a battle technique, nor was it an understanding of time. It was more like a loophole that interfered with the normal operation of the universe. It was a loophole that ignored the laws of heaven and earth. The seamless time created a template and put other creatures into it to compare their lifespans with that template. If the creature that was put into the template lived longer than the original template, then it would be safe and sound. There wouldn't be any changes, and there wouldn't be any injuries. However, if the creature that was put into the template didn't live longer than the original template, then it would die immediately. Similarly, it wouldn't be injured, but it would be erased. And that template was an immortal master. It was no wonder that Dan Sun and the others had looked at him as if he was already dead. How could he possibly compare his lifespan with an immortal master's? Unless he broke through to immortality, then this wasn't a competition of possibility, but reality. The needle in front of him was spinning, and it was spinning the lifespan that the immortal master had lived for. Once the needle's spinning speed slowed down, it meant that the immortal master's lifespan had passed. What remained was a competition of lifespan. As long as one's brain wasn't damaged, they would know that competing with an immortal realm powerhouse was suicide. The words immortal realm were enough to explain everything. Even within the immortal realm, there were differences in strength. Luin guessed that even within the immortal realm, the immortal master was definitely not weak. Even the immortal realm monsters that he had encountered before couldn't compare with an immortal master in terms of lifespan, let alone himself. This was the greatest trump card of the seamless time. Luin couldn't figure it out. How could a life form that crossed the calamity have such a move? No, it shouldn't be a move, but a talent. The time of Avicii had this talent, and the immortal master had granted it this talent and made it a template. Otherwise, it was impossible for such an abnormal talent to exist. However, there must be a limit or consumption to using this move, or it would have used it from the beginning. With this move, no one below the eternal realm was its opponent. What is this move called? Luin asked, staring ahead. He knew that the time of Avicii was looking at him. He didn't know if its eyes were needles or the alternating sun and moon. Don't want to talk? It seems that you really think I'm dead. No wonder. Who can compete with the immortal master in terms of lifespan? The surroundings shook for a moment, and traces of gray appeared and spread in the surroundings. Human, how do you know? Luin praised, you have such an invincible move, but you don't say it. You don't even know how you died. Are you being cautious against me or against us eternal realm powerhouses? Human powerhouse, you are worthy of my caution. It's an honor to die under this move. My life is not in vain. Human powerhouse, what is your name? Luin put his hands behind his back. Luin. Luin? I will remember this name. There is a lot of time in your river of time. Most of that time comes from this move. If I'm not wrong, the immortal master walked through your river of time. That's why there is a template, and the time of the creatures who die under this move will enter the river of time. The time of Avicii didn't answer. Luin was curious. Where did your river of time come from? The time of Avicii still didn't answer. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The river of time of the cosmic civilization you were born in, right? Luin, what are you testing? Will you really die? Luin nodded. Of course, no one can break your move. Unless you are an eternal realm powerhouse, I am not. But you give me a feeling that you won't die. You have been testing me, wanting to get something from me. A dead person won't want to know that. Wrong. It's because I'm going to die that I want to know. This is the characteristic of us humans. Is that so? You can ask the insect lord in human form, she knows about it too. But I don't want to tell you. I keep feeling that something is wrong with you. Luin sighed. Isn't it good to show some mercy to the dead? Is there no mercy from the hive civilization? The immortal master is the most benevolent. She created us. He's kind to you, but cruel to us. Human, if you want respect, I can give it to you because I remember your name. But if you want kindness, I can't give it to you. If you want understanding, I can't give it to you either. Luin let out a long sigh. I understand. Then, let's compete. Compete? Lifespan. Human, you should wait, or think of a way to spread the news. Maybe the eternal life of you humans can save you. You want to compare your lifespan with the immortal master? This joke isn't funny. I heard that there are many jokes in the universe. Yes. Tell me about it. Seamless silence. Luin raised his hand and slowly pointed at the spinning needle. If clockwise represents the future, then does anti-clockwise represent the past? Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he turned around for a second. There was a click. The needle instantly stopped, and the flowing light slammed into the needle. No matter what he did before, Luin couldn't touch the needle. But now, the needle was spinning and entering a template state. He couldn't touch it physically, but he could touch it in time. He used the flowing light to turn the needle in reverse. Past and future. If there was a future, there would be a past. The future represented lifespan, and the past also represented lifespan. You can compete in the future, and I can compete in the past. You decide the method, and I decide the direction. Luin, how long have you lived? Do you know how long the immortal master has lived? Comparing your future lifespan is kindness. If you compare your past lifespan, you would have died long ago. What right do you have to compare your lifespan with the immortal master's? Why? Seamless silence's voice fluctuated. It really couldn't figure out what Luin was doing. The immortal master had clearly lived for a long time. Even the eternal life of the humans in this universe might not have lived as long as the immortal master. But how long had this human lived? Perhaps he would die if the needle turned one round. But why did he do that? The more unreasonable it was, the more uneasy it was. This human couldn't be looking for death. What was he doing? In the outside world, Danan and the others, as well as Stargate Xianxia and Master Qianxia, saw Luin make a move. Although they didn't understand what Luin was doing, since he had made a move, it meant that he had room to resist. Stargate Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He still stared at Luin, wanting to save his life. At the critical moment, the needle quickly turned in a circle. Luin was fine. Then it turned in a second circle. Luin was still fine. Then the needle became faster and faster, constantly turning counterclockwise. Gradually, it turned as fast as clockwise just now, forming a circle. Luin was still fine. Seamless silence was stunned. Since the war with the Ninth Heaven universe, many things had exceeded its understanding. The immortal master, Luin, and these people all made it confused. They were different from the civilizations it had fought before. What was going on? This human should have died long ago. It knew very well how long it took for the needle to turn one round. This human shouldn't have been able to last one round. But now, how many rounds had it been? How could he not die? Luin, what did you do? Lu Yin's mouth curved. Nothing. I'm just comparing my lifespan with the immortal master. Let's see who has lived longer. Impossible. You can't live longer than the immortal master. That's hard to say. Maybe I'm in the immortal realm? Luin teased. Seamless silence seemed to be observing Luin. Luin looked relaxed, but he had paid a lot. His karma heavenly path had consumed a full fifth. Since the karma celestial Tao had entered the continent of the 9 clouds, it had increased a lot, especially with Yuya and the transparent moth. Even so, it had consumed 1/5 of the karma celestial Tao's karma celestial Tao. This was just a creature at the crossing Ku adversity level, not the immortal realm. Since Luin came to the 9th heaven, he had almost never consumed so much on a crossing Ku adversity powerhouse, including the great circle of crossing Ku adversity. He had seen the horror of the strange life forms in the universe. The transparent moth was one, and seamless silence was another. The other 3 insect masters were not simple either. You are definitely not in the immortal realm. Seamless silence's voice came out. Luin said calmly, then let's see if I can compete with the immortal master. The needle kept spinning, and the longer it spun, the more obvious the vibration around Luin became. Seamless Silence's emotions became unstable. It couldn't understand how Luin did it. In the outside world, Dan Hong and the others were still watching. Tian Hong and Dan Xiao didn't make a move. They were also watching this scene. Those who understood Seamless Silence knew how unbelievable this scene was. Except for the immortal realm creature that died, Luin could be considered the first creature to reverse the needle's direction and live until now. Even Tian Hong and the others couldn't live that long in front of this move. This human looked very young. How could its lifespan be comparable to the immortal master? Time continued to pass, and the needle's spinning speed slowed down. Luin raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that I'm going to win. Impossible, impossible, human, how did you do it? Do you want to be merciful? Luin suddenly asked. Seamless Silence was silent. In terms of lifespan, Luin definitely couldn't compare with the immortal master in the future, but why couldn't he compare with the immortal master in the past? It wasn't a competition of actual lifespan, but the template of the immortal master in the River of Time. The template left behind by the immortal master in the River of Time proved that he had existed for a long time. Luin also left behind his footprints in the River of Time. He broke through to the primordial realm and went against the flow of time, approaching the ancient people who even shocked Blue Lotus Emperor and the others. How long had those ancient people existed? Luin didn't know whether they were still alive, but they must have existed for a very long time in the past. The time Luin spent approaching them was definitely not shorter than the immortal master. No, it was definitely longer than the immortal master. He had almost touched the shoulder of the last ancient. His River of Time was the main stream, while the one in the Seamless Silence was a tributary. This was also the source of his confidence. Whether it was the main stream or the tributary, they all belonged to the same River of Time, and the tributary would converge to the main stream. If you want to compete, then compete. Let's see who left behind the longest footprints. In the River of Time. This was the answer he had obtained from his calculations of karma, and it was also where Lu Yin's chance of survival lay. Time was a great force that possessed wondrous abilities. Karma was also a great force that could bring him back from the brink of death. If Luin had not calculated this point, it would have been troublesome for him to break through the Seamless Silence. He did not even have the confidence to do so, and he might have actually died. This was the strange life form of the universe. The surroundings shook violently, and the needle formed by the alternating sun and moon cracked open. Lu Yin's vision gradually cleared up. He had crossed through time. What had always trapped him was time, the time of this technique. Now, he was about to break free. Let alone the Ho and the others, even they had never seen the Seamless Silence before. This was because the original template for this technique was the immortal master, and it had never failed before. No creature had ever faced the Seamless Silence and left alive. Luin was the first. As a result, the Ho and the others were unfamiliar with the Seamless Silence. Luin took a step forward and walked out. Drip. Bang. There was a great sound as the needle in reverse broke. Luin reached out and caught the broken needle. The void around him constantly vanished as if it had been rebooted and shattered. Time and space both vanished. Behave. The immortal master slammed the oar, sending Luo Chan, who had instantly arrived behind Luin, flying. Qin Xing used the eternal substance and the chaotic ancient breath art to point a finger at Dan Xiao. The immortal master released his pill art, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Pill art, endless restart. The Ho roared and charged at Luin. The pill art exploded, causing countless spacetime to tremble, overlap, and shatter. It was as if the universe had truly been rebooted, and it blocked the Ho for a moment. The immortal master coughed up blood. Mr. Lu, hurry. Thank you. Back in the cycle of reincarnation. Thanks for the tip from my brother. Thank you. Luin grabbed the broken needle with one hand and grabbed alternating sun and moon with the other. Time of Void frantically retreated. Its technique had been broken, and it had paid a heavy price. It didn't even have the time to block Luin. As for the 1st, 5th, 9th, and 12th grids, even the needles had been broken. There was nothing left. Luin grabbed alternating sun and moon. The first time he had grabbed Time of Void, there had been a formless metal-like frame above alternating sun and moon. It couldn't be seen, but it could be touched. When the Great Master had clapped Time of Void, he had clapped on it. Now, Luin had grabbed it as well. Time of Void was like a clock that was spread out in the void. Human, you're not eternal. You're not. Luin grabbed Time of Void tightly and didn't waste any words. He directly pushed it into the Hell of Appointment platform to make up for the heavenly Tao of Karma first. With a crack, Time of Void shattered. The crack spread, and alternating sun and moon spread to the entire plane. Then, it shattered before Lu Yin's eyes and disappeared. Luin stared blankly. Was it dead? He subconsciously reached out to grab it and even tried to use the Sky Palace to net it, but there was nothing. Time of Void had completely dissipated, turning into strands of gray. That was time. How could it be dead? Was this thing essentially a time life form? If it had won that move, Luin would have died. Luin didn't know what price it had paid, but if it had lost, the price it had paid was time, all of its own time. Rather than using the Immortal Master to compare his lifespan, it was more accurate to say that it was comparing its lifespan with Lu Yin's. It was just using the Immortal Master as the standard. As expected, such a terrifying battle technique had a huge price to pay. Even the Immortal Master couldn't bear it. Luin looked around at his empty surroundings. There was nothing left. He had fought a hard battle, but there was nothing left except for half a broken needle. He felt like he had fought for nothing. Be careful of Luo Chan, the Great Master reminded him. Luin suddenly released his consciousness. Stop. Word of law. In front of him, Luo Chan suddenly stopped and looked at Luin in shock. Luin directly attacked with the karmic wheel. At the same time, the triple firmament sword intent slashed down, enveloping Luo Chan. Word of law was effective against Luo Chan and could make it stop, but it was impossible to finish it off. The transparent moth was also controlled by Word of Law, so it was similarly difficult to finish it off. The moment the karma wheel and the triple firmament sword intent slashed down, Luo Chan disappeared. He hit nothing but air. He frowned and looked back. In the distance, Dan Hong had been sent flying while spitting out blood. Xing had also been knocked back by the third barrier. Only the Great Master raised his oar and smashed it at the third stronghold. Behind the third stronghold, Dan Xiao said with a solemn expression, I can't believe Wu Ji is dead. She's Master Immortal's favorite, Xianxia. By roared, humans, let's fight. Luo Chan appeared in the distance. Be careful of the person who killed Wu Jian. Not only does he have karma and time, but he also has a controlling power that I can't shake off. It's a combination of consciousness and thinking. That human's threat is no less than that of an eternal life expert. Avoid him. Dan Xiao stared at Luin for a long time before turning to Luo Chan. Let's go. We can't let Wu Jian's death be in vain. He must die on the battlefield where humanity is wiped out. Let's go, Chan growled. Luin spread out his consciousness, stop. However, it was too late. Tian Ho and Dan Xiao were already far away from Luin, and Luo Chan was constantly on guard against Luin. As her consciousness spread out, Luo Chan immediately disappeared along with Tian Ho and Dan Xiao. Even the boundless sea of insects around them disappeared. Luo Chan's ability was no longer disguised, and Wu Jian's death had caused the hive to start a decisive battle. This was part of Lu Yin's plan. He wanted to use Wu Jian's death to force the hive to attack Nina Firmament's universe and have a decisive battle outside Night Pillar. Now that the decisive battle had begun, they had to hurry back. A door suddenly appeared, and startled Gate Xiangyu made a move. Let's go. All around them, the remaining insects rushed towards Lu Yin's group, but Lu Yin's group stepped through the door and disappeared. Luo Chan led a portion of the sea of insects, as well as Tian Ho and Dan Xiao, outside the spiritualized universe. The 36 filaments of the spiritualized universe saw the sea of insects descend. Kill. Lu Xizhan's expression was solemn, and his sword intent soared. Ku Yuan and the other powerhouses guarded the 36 filaments. Tian Ho roared, and a terrifying force pressed down on the horizon as it descended upon Ku Yuan and the other powerhouses. Ku Ji, Ku Han, Ku Qing, and the others used their abyssal powers at the same time. Dark abyss transformed into energy that soared into the sky to resist Tianho's pressure. There was a loud boom. Ku Yuan and the others spat out blood as their bodies fell. Tianho charged down fiercely. Could these humans stop it? At the critical moment, a force that caused even Tianho's heart to palpitate appeared and rushed up into the sky. Tianho looked over. Was it him? Lu Yin punched out, releasing his strength as he slammed into Cheng's body. With a bang, the void shattered horizontally and spread out endlessly. The entire spiritualized universe trembled, and the 36 filaments split apart. Countless planets shattered, turning into shockwaves of energy that swept out in a visible storm. Countless people looked on in shock. What kind of force was this? Lu Yin let out a carefree breath. Awesome. Again. During his battle with Avicii, he hadn't been able to use his strength at all. Even if he did, it would be borrowed by the great master. Tianho was the type of opponent he liked the most. Tianho's huge eyes were excited. Human, again. Then, it slammed down. Lu Yin took a step forward and soared into the sky, raising his fist to attack. He punched out, but it missed. Tianho was gone. Where did it go? In an instant, Tianho and Dan Xiao were brought to another battlefield by Luo Chan. The sea of insects came from behind, and countless cultivators from the Nina Firmament's universe welcomed them. Luo Chan, you. Tianho was dissatisfied. Luo Chan warned that human is not easy to deal with. Don't get entangled with him. Avicii is dead. We have to give the Divine Master an explanation. Tianho suppressed his anger and slammed down on the cultivators below. Few figures came out. They were the masters of Gudwanka and Death Hillock. Tianho saw them at first glance. They were courting death. These humans had attacked before. Did they really think that they could defeat him? The will of the Zen sword was released, and a sword broke the sky. Gudwanka's eyes were emotionless, but he released the most murderous sword in his life. Chao Yi, Yi Xiu, Long Yin, and the others attacked with their strongest moves, vowing to kill Tianho. Boom! Several attacks at the level of Dooku AI's consummate collided with Tianho's body. Chao Yi and the others were sent flying, spitting blood. They crashed to the ground in disbelief. Gudwanka's sword slashed Tianho's body, but it couldn't move an inch. It was impossible. No matter what, he was still the head of the Nina Firmament's sword. Even when facing Lu Yin, who was invincible under the eternal life, he shouldn't be so useless. Chang sneered, and with a swing of his huge body, Gudwanka was also pressed down. Tianho followed closely and raised his claws. Human, die. Gudwanka held the hilt of his sword tightly. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and piercing. Sword moves followed the Zen sword's profound meaning, trying to find Tianho's weakness. However, Tianho had no weakness. No matter how the sword was slashed, there was almost no damage. Its defense was extremely strong, and its sharp claws clawed at Gudwanka. In front of Gudwanka, a door appeared. Lu Yin walked out and looked up. Can you escape? After he finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Boom, the aftershock pressed down on Gudwanka. The void cracked along the point where the claw and fist collided. The gap between the 5 claws completely tore the void apart. Looking from below, it was as if the sky was covered by the 5 claws. It was as if the sky was the 5 claws. Tianho's body was too big, and its sharp claws were enough to cover the starry sky. It didn't notice Lu Yin's arrival at all. It was stunned by Lu Yin's sudden punch, and its sharp claws were forcibly retracted. The power spread along the claws, and its whole body was shaken back. Many of the scales on the surface of its body stood up, and it was almost sent flying. Tianho retracted its claws and stared down. You again? Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the incomparably huge Tianho. This fellow looked exactly like chaos, but it was definitely not chaos. It must have come into contact with chaos before, or it wouldn't look like this. Compared to when he was in Avicii, Lu Yin was more curious about Tianho, and he wanted to know where chaos was. Your opponent is me, Lu Yin said slowly. Chang grinned and laughed wildly. Human, it's great that you're here. Haha, come at me. After saying that, many of the scales on the surface of its body flickered, and a layer of oppressive dark light covered Tianho's entire body, making it look like a metal sculpture. Its aura soared, and it fell heavily. Behind Tianho, Dan Xiao was shocked. How did Luoying catch up? Luo Chan shouted, "Oh no, the human civilization has the same method as me. I understand now. No wonder the humans let the sea of insects reproduce without attacking. This method is limited to a certain range, and it will be useless beyond that range. The humans must have known about my method in advance and have been waiting to lure us into a battle." Dan Xiao squinted. "How did the humans know about your method? What about Dan Zhu? Xianxia, who was attacking from your direction, is done for. If I'm not wrong, she died at the hands of that human who comprehended karma." Luo Chan saw through it. Dan Zhao's expression turned serious. "How interesting. Karma is really scary. What do we do now? Our only advantage is gone." Luo Chan was uneasy. Its advantage played a huge role in the war. Without the long battle line, it couldn't use its advantage, and how could it win this war? With Avicii dead, the Hive civilization suffered a great loss. Now, their advantage was gone. Retreat? Impossible, the human civilization had to be destroyed, but now. Luo Chan suddenly disappeared, and so did Dan Xiao. A door appeared, and the master walked out, carrying an oar. They ran away? The door behind him suddenly moved horizontally, taking the master away without delay. Far away, Luo Chan and Dan Xiao appeared, and the master appeared as well. He slapped the oar without hesitation. "Behave." Luo Chan disappeared. Again. This time, it wasn't hit. It had run away the instant before the great master hit the oar, so it wasn't that the great master missed. The master was also moved away by the door. Luo Chan and Dan Xiao appeared and disappeared in all directions of the Nine Heavens universe. The door appeared and disappeared with the master, chasing after them. In the end, Dan Xiao was left behind, and only Luo Chan escaped with the master. Dan Xiao joined the battlefield. The master's target was Luo Chan, and only the master could take care of Luo Chan. As for Dan Xiao, he could only be left to the others. The three insect masters spread out and appeared on different battlefields, fighting against the human civilization. On this day, the Hive civilization and the human civilization fought an unprecedented war. The sky of the ninth cloud universe was flooded by the sea of insects. Insect corpses fell from the sky and landed on the ninth cloud continent. Human corpses fell as well. Some were complete, but most were incomplete. There were also many spirit seeds that exploded. Some people died and used their spirit seeds to fight again. People walked out constantly. Families, powers, and countless independent cultivators. Everyone had only one goal: kill the insects. The Hive civilization brought disaster to the ninth cloud universe. Xianli's pain would be recorded in the history of the ninth cloud universe. The stone dragon disaster would also be recorded in history. The brocade azure destroyed words and civilization. Generations of human cultivators would be terrified by the sight of books and develop a psychological shadow. On the ground, countless insect corpses had to be cleaned up. This was just the beginning. Apart from the four insect masters, the Hive civilization also had many powerful green immortals. Each of them had strange appearances and various talents. Gudwanka couldn't deal with Tian, so he went after Huayan. Qingxing had been the one to deal with Thorny Tumor. Qingxing had supported the western battlefield and suppressed Thorny Tumor. However, Qingxing had been heavily injured during the battle with Wu Ji. Even Dan Ho had been injured and could not fight. Now, the ones to deal with Thorny Tumor were Yixiao and Ming Jia. Xingfan met Dan Xiao again, but this time, Dan Xiao showed him what an insect master was. The Thousand Sails Empyrean mirror was useless. Human cultivators came to help one after another. There was killing everywhere. The most magnificent battle was always the one between Luoying and Tian. The collision of power shook the entire ninth cloud universe. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in the ears of every cultivator. The stars were destroyed and restored. Black cracks spread continuously, turning the battlefield into a dead zone. Not far from Mount Hexong, Bai Xia stabbed his spear into a green immortal that looked like a caterpillar. He sat down and panted, his body covered in brown spots. A maid hurried over. "Stop, don't come over," Bai Xia shouted. The maid looked at him in a daze. "Young master." Bai Xia sighed. "I've been poisoned. I won't die, but I'll be better off dead. I think I'll have to rest for a while. Don't come near me. Go help Kuzhou and the others." The maid bit her lip. "Yes, young master." Bai Xia watched as the maid left. He sighed. Although he seemed calm, he was actually suppressing the excruciating pain in his heart. He was extremely strong. He was the leader of the Young Imperial Pavilion, a protector of the most talented cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds. He was as strong as Qing Xing and Gu Duanke, but he hadn't thought he would meet Xian. He looked at the caterpillar green immortal in the distance. This thing was not difficult to deal with, but it could release poison before it died. How could there be such a green immortal? Was it born to die? The pain seeped deep into his bones and he didn't dare to move. "Fine, I'll just rest for a bit." Far off in the distance, the boat of hardship, Luo Ning, and the others were fighting with the insects. Hundreds of thousands of stone dragons formed a destructive force that surpassed the ancestor realm. The boat of hardship unleashed the power of the abyss, forcefully clashing with the stone dragon disaster. A young man's eyes were cold as he walked step by step on the ground. He didn't seem to be moving, but with every step he took, a 7-star sword would die. The 7-star sword was extremely fast. Only the ancestor realm cultivators could see through it. It was close to parallel time and had unparalleled destructive power. However, with every step this young man took, they died like raindrops. This young man was the most talented disciple of the Blue Lotus deity. Luo Ning looked at the Blue Lotus deity easily killing the 7-star sword and felt bitter. This was the gap between them. He could only deal with the stone dragons. He couldn't handle the large number of 7-star sword, but the Blue Lotus deity was doing it easily. However, there were more strange insects in the sky and on the ground. They were surrounded by a sea of insects. Fortunately, Bai Xiao wasn't the only expert in the Young Imperial Pavilion. On Guhong Island, Zhang Hongyun went crazy. Strange insects rushed out of the sea. They were shaped like water. With the roar of the sea, they flooded Guhong Island. They couldn't tell which was water and which was insects. In the eastern region, the cliffs of the Wanxiang Valley were connected by the sea of insects. The human cultivators fought with the sea of insects and almost filled the abyss. In the western region, the 13 cities were destroyed. Hui led the cultivators of the Spirit Alliance and countless Shi to charge into the sea of insects under the yellow sand. In the northern region, Jing Lian, Wei Heng, and the others were guarding Heaven's Gate. The northern region was now the weakest of the 4 regions. Ku Yuan had left to guard the spiritualized universe, so this place was left to the disciples of the Emperor and the experts of the Death Hill. The sea of insects rushed into the 9 firmaments. There was fighting everywhere inside and outside Night Pillar. The spiritualized universe's 36 domains were submerged. Countless people cursed Luin for allowing the sea of insects to multiply, causing them to be everywhere. However, the insects weren't as difficult to deal with as they had imagined. Many of them were very weak and relied on their innate gifts to fight. It was easy to wipe them out. However, their number still made people's scalps go numb. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled deity was calm as he observed the entire 9 firmaments universe. Although the sea of insects was huge, it could be dealt with given time. The troublesome part was the green immortals, who had caused too many casualties. Almost all of the experts of the human civilization had gone out to fight. What would determine the outcome of this war was still the top-level battlefield. When he thought of this, he looked at the distant sky. That was where Lu Yin and Tian Ho were fighting. Bang! 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 Loud collisions rang out, and a large area of the sky turned into a dead zone. No one dared to approach. Fists and claws collided. Strength met strength, and Lu Yin fought to his heart's content. Tian Ho was currently the only existence that could match Lu Yin in terms of strength. It was no wonder that the immortal master had called it the strongest existence under eternal life. Dan Zhu's fanatical reverence for it was not without reason. Chang was a terrifying creature that could overturn the heavens. When Tian Ho descended and tore apart the universe, the war had ended. Lu Yin acknowledged Tian Ho's strength. There were countless life forms in the universe, and strength beasts were naturally born in a part of the universe. They were creatures that had reached the limit of strength, but they could cultivate. Some life forms were far from the strength of a strength beast when they were born, but once they cultivated, they could surpass it. Luin was one such life form, but Luin did not know if Tianhe was the same. Perhaps Tianhe had been born with strength that surpassed a strength beast, and this possibility was extremely high. It had the appearance of chaos. Tianhe roared excitedly. It had fought countless battles in the universe, but it had never met a life form that could match it in strength. This was especially so when a seemingly weak life form like a human had such terrifying strength. This gave it hope that it could improve further. A human's body could rival Tianhe's strength through cultivation. If Tianhe could improve through cultivation, would that mean that its strength could improve even further? Once it became stronger, there would be more than just Seamless in the Hive civilization that could kill eternal powerhouses. Seamless had relied on the Immortal Master's help, but Tianhe had to rely on itself. At this thought, Tianhe's claws descended once more and grabbed at Luin. It wanted to see the essence of this human strength. Lu Yin's fingers curled and grabbed at the void. 5 claws descended and tore through the void, but Luin blocked them with one hand. Karma spiraled in front of him and pierced through the claws. Let me see what you are. Using Karma to spy on Tianhe could easily cause a backlash. After all, the Hive civilization had the Immortal Master behind it, but Luin wanted to know where chaos was. Not only did chaos come from the Tianyuan universe, but even the old salamander had seen chaos before. Chaos came from the Gate of Arts, so as long as he could find its location, he might be able to see the secret of the Gate of Arts. Even if the Eternal Emperor might know this secret, he might be able to do so. However, Luin could not guarantee that what the Eternal Emperor had told him was true. He was used to relying on himself. Karma continued to pierce through Tianhe's body. Tianhe sensed it and knew that it was karma, but it did not care. It was unsolvable and had no weaknesses. It was impossible to use the same method as Seamless to deal with it. Karma lines collided, and scenes of the past appeared. Luin wanted to trace back to Tianhe's origin. Tianhe's form had to be related to the Hive's location. Chang's claws tore through the void and slapped at Luin. Human, use your strength to fight and win. Don't play tricks. Luin blocked Tianhe's attacks while looking at the past. In the eyes of countless cultivators in the Xianxia universe, Luin was temporarily at a disadvantage and had been suppressed by Tianhe. However, inexplicably, many people had confidence in Luin. He had created too many miracles. The more they knew about Lu Yin's past, the more confidence they had in him. Even though many people scolded Luin for allowing the sea of insects to multiply. Human, don't play tricks. Chang was infuriated. Luin was no longer retaliating, as it couldn't see through Lu Yin's strength at all. It felt humiliated. Its huge body twisted and crushed through the void, heading towards the Nina Firmament's cosmos. Its target was the Mother Tree. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Lord's gaze turned cold as he watched Chang heading towards the Mother Tree. He clenched his fists. It was courting death. Master Grass watched calmly. The 4 insect lords are the true limits of immortality. The Seamless period represents time, Luo Chan represents speed or space, and Tianhe represents strength. I wonder what Dan Xiao represents. It's a pity that the Blood Tower is not here. Otherwise, he might have been able to break through his understanding of time from the Seamless period. Startled Lord did not reply. He watched Tianhe crush the void and approach the Mother Tree. Luin looked over. Stop. The combination of consciousness and thinking caused Fengdu to pause. Tianhe's huge eyes glared at Luin. It was clearly about to crash into the Mother Tree, but it had stopped inexplicably. Its body and thoughts had made a reverse choice. This human was indeed strange and similar to that civilization. Human, if you want to kill me, use your strength. Luin stared at it coldly. I didn't expect you to be afraid of something. Tianhe's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Human? Luin sneered and pointed at Tianhe. Your insect hive civilization is afraid of this creature. Tianhe stared at Luin in a daze. It had seen karma through karma. How hateful. The power of karma was too strange. Luin saw Tianho's past. He used chaos as a karmic coordinate to search for Tianho's birth. He saw chaos sleeping in the void. It was huge and majestic, and its body was covered in blood. It was most likely injured. Insect hives were thrown towards chaos. The insect hive civilization wanted to use chaos to give birth to Xianxia, but they alarmed chaos. Most of the hives were destroyed. Only one was stained with chaos blood and successfully gave birth to Xianxia. That Xianxia was Tianho. Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation free reading for today. Tiandi was indeed born from chaos blood and had gathered all of chaos strengths. This was why it was one of the 4 insect lords of the hive, an extremely powerful being. However, the hive had allowed chaos to lead without attacking. I didn't expect you to be afraid of such a creature. Tell me, are you afraid of that creature? Luin asked. Tiandi roared, human, you're insulting us. Then why didn't you attack in the first place? Luin asked loudly. Tianho ferociously charged at Luin, and beneath the scales on its body, countless amounts of eternal substance flew out. Tianho's body shrank continuously until it was only 100 meters long. Covered in eternal substance, Tianho instantly charged at Luin, its claws sweeping out. Stop. Tiandi's consciousness and thoughts were scattered, and the immortal matter wrapped around Tiandi, breaking Lu Yin's verbal law. Fortunately, it delayed Tiandi's attack, allowing Luin to easily avoid it. Verbal law affected the opponent's thoughts and consciousness, and even an absolute powerhouse like Tiandi could not completely ignore it. Only in Seamless could this strange life form not be affected. The transparent moth also had immortal matter and life force, but it was also affected by verbal law. The worldly lock descended and locked Tiandi in place, fusing the immortal matter with it. Tiandi roared and waved its claws, breaking free of the worldly lock and charging at Luin. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, and his strength increased by a great deal. He broke free of the worldly lock, and it was one that had been fused with the immortal matter. Among all the opponents that Luin had encountered, Tiandi was the most straightforward. He slashed out with the triple firmament sword intent, but it was ineffective against Tiandi. Its body was wrapped in immortal matter and was incomparably sturdy. It might not be any weaker than that eternal realm monster. Luin did not know how much immortal matter Tiandi had, but he did not want to compete with Cheng in terms of immortal matter consumption. Thus, he used verbal law to interfere with Tiandi while avoiding it himself. The immortal matter could not guarantee a permanent battle. It would be used up sooner or later. In the distance, Gudwanka's sword intent swept out as he chased after Huayan. Huayan was no longer elegant. 3 of its 9 tentacles had been cut off, and its robes had been torn apart. Its 18 eyes were bleeding, and the tea table had long since been destroyed. It shuttled back and forth across the battlefield, constantly dodging and occasionally drawing 2 strokes to restrain Gudwanka. There was blood at the corner of Gudwanka's mouth. His sword pierced through the battlefield and cut off another 2 of Huayan's tentacles, leaving it with only 4. Huayan's 18 eyes stared at Gudwanka. The familiar sword intent was similar to that of the human who had chased after him on the battlefield. Right, was that why this human was chasing after him? Did he want revenge? Thinking of this, Huayan drew out Gu Jing. With a wave of his brush, Gu Jing's figure appeared in the void and was split into 2. Gudwanka saw this and narrowed his eyes. He restrained his killing intent even more, but his sword will became even sharper. He slashed the void with his sword, splitting the starry sky. Huayan's 18 eyes curved. As expected, he wanted revenge. Humans had this weakness, just like many other civilized creatures. How sad. As he thought about it, he continued to draw Gu Jingshir's shadow. The shadow continued to flicker in the void, imprinting itself into Gu Jingshir. The guest's eyes widened. Gudwanka slashed out again and again, ignoring Gu Jing's shadow. Suddenly, his body was pierced by a sword from Gu Jing's shadow. Gudwanka looked down. Blood dripped down from the void. In front of him, Gu Jing's figure disappeared as if he had never appeared. How could this be? In the distance, Huayan was proud. This was his talent. Painting. He painted the outer appearance and also the heart. What he painted must be fake. Passing off the fake as the real was the highest level of painting that he had mastered. Gudwanka knew that Gu Jing was dead. He ignored Gu Jing's shadow. The more he ignored it, the more he would be drawn. In the end, he was pierced by the sword. However, one sword was not enough. One sword could not kill this human expert. As long as this human expert cared about the dead person, he would not be able to avoid the heart of the painting. The more he understood the death of the human, the more he would not be able to avoid the heart of the painting. Human, you are dead. This human was at a disadvantage against him. Otherwise, he would not be his opponent. Gudwanka raised his sword and slashed down. The sword intent descended vertically, cutting through the void and cutting off another 2 tentacles. Huayan wailed. His eyes moved and he continued to draw Gu Jing. Suddenly, in the middle of the 18 eyes, a hook pierced through and tore Huayan's head apart. The 18 eyes scattered and turned. They were stained with blood and looked behind. There, an elder walked out. It was Yixiu. Yixiu sneered, "Little thing, you underestimate humans too much." Gudwanka descended and slashed down with his sword. Huayan's eyes turned and he wanted to escape, but the sword intent completely destroyed him. The canvas dissipated. Cough cough. Yixiu looked at Gudwanka, "Old man, don't die. The war is far from over." Gudwanka sighed, "I won't die, and I don't want to die." "Oh? You've thought it through?" "I paid my debt." "Aren't you dealing with a thorny tumor?" "Leave it to others. I'm not good at dealing with long-range creatures." Yixiu looked at the sword wound on Gudwanka's chest, "Go back and rest. There are many insects in the 9th heaven. The 7th pillar is not in good condition. It's all gone." Gudwanka frowned, "Thank you." He then headed towards the 7th pillar. Yixiu looked around. There were too many insects. He understood why Luyin did not want to expand the battlefield, but couldn't he have thought of a way to start the war earlier? When would he be able to kill all these insects? On another battlefield, sharp spikes flashed past and pierced through cultivators. Some had spirit seeds out of their bodies, and even if they died, their seeds would only shatter. Others spilled blood into the sky. It was an extremely tragic sight. Hidden among these spikes were the thorns shot out by the thorny tumor. They folded the void and used it as a string. Even Mingjia, the peak master of Death Hill's 2nd peak, was heavily injured and half of his body shattered. Long Yin had no choice but to carry him on his back to avoid the spikes. "Don't worry about me, or you'll die too." Mingjia struggled to get off Long Yin's back. Long Yin held 2 swords and cut the spikes. "Don't forget, I'm called Zhangdao Long Yin. Insects within 3 meters can't do anything to me." Mingjia looked at the blood in Long Yin's sleeve and did not say anything else. The people of Death Hill would not give up on him. He looked up, wondering if Li Gua had settled it. The thorny tumor was a huge threat on this battlefield. Qing Xing had fought the thorny tumor alone, and even before that, Xuelo had forced the thorny tumor to attack. Neither had been easy, and only large-scale attacks could kill the thorny tumor. This was what Li Gua was best at. Long Yin cut the spikes with his swords and looked up, "Here it comes." The moon was bright and the stars were sparse in the starry sky. Although Li Gua had been injured by Xie Zun of the Red Plains, he had to participate in the battle now. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the thorny tumor was forced out. Wei Er turned and killed. As the peak master of the 7th peak, he had reached the perfection of crossing Ku Er. As long as the thorny tumor was exposed, he could kill it. On the other side, Chowi also took action. Although the peak master of Death Hill was not as strong as a powerhouse who had broken through to the perfection of crossing Ku Er, he had the advantage in numbers. They dominated the battlefield and cooperated with each other, killing the thorny tumor one by one. In the end, only the most powerful thorny tumor Green Immortal was not exposed. The bright moon and sparse stars could not deal with it. Li Gua gritted his teeth, "Beast, if the bright moon and sparse stars can't do it, then I'll give you a ruthless one. Everyone, disperse." Suddenly, a spike appeared from behind and stabbed Li Gua. Li Gua stood in place and did not move. The spike pierced through, but there was no blood. There was only a piece of white cloth, the size of a palm. It swept in the direction of the spike, as if there was an invisible passage. The white cloth constantly changed its position. And on top of the white cloth stood a petite and dainty girl. The white cloth was only the size of a palm, and the woman was only the size of a thumb, but her aura was that of the perfection of crossing Ku'er. This woman was the peak master of the first peak of Death Hill, Xianxia. Humans were not the only intelligent race in the universe, but they were a race that rose completely based on their intelligence. Humans were born weak. Not to mention those creatures that could roam the universe, even on a planet, the weakest and most ordinary ant could kill humans. Ancient humans rose step by step based on their intelligence. Whether it was through cultivation or technology, they finally reached the present day. The Hive civilization was also intelligent, and at the beginning of the war, they had a game of intelligence with the human civilization. However, their biological instincts made them more inclined to believe in their own strength and numbers. The thorny tumor was one of them. It had been avoiding the spike sneak attack. This was its confidence in its own strength, but it underestimated humans. It thought that humans were always passive, just like the blood tower. However, it did not expect that humans would use a pretense. On the surface, Li Gua and Yu Langxing attacked, exposing the thorny tumor worms. In fact, Yu Langxing had already finished the arrangement, whether Li Gua was there or not. This spiritual treasure formation could be activated. Instead of Li Gua standing in the void, it was Xianxia, the peak master of the first peak of Death Hill. She was a person who was possessed by good luck, known as the walking bag of fortune. This girl was extremely lucky. She was born with a strong master. It was not arranged by her family, but by chance, the strong master happened to pass by and his shoe mysteriously fell off. It just so happened that it fell at the girl's birthplace. Because of fate, he took her as his disciple. After cultivating, her path was smooth and unimpeded. Every time she reached a bottleneck, she would be able to break through it within 5 days. Everything was smooth sailing. She would be able to pick up treasures while walking on the road. She would be able to find ancient ruins even if she slipped off a cliff. She could have anything she wanted, but she had no worries. This woman was a weirdo of the Nine Clouds universe. She did not have a blood feud. She was the only one who did not bear hatred among those who joined Death Hill. The reason why she joined was because she was looking for Ku'ai. She had cultivated to the peak of Ku'ai by herself. She was the second self-cultivator of Death Hill. She had cultivated to the peak of Ku'ai. The spring and autumn bamboo slip wrote the word luck to obtain good luck, and this woman was born to be a synonym for luck. The spring and autumn bamboo slip wanted to get in touch with this woman, but it was afraid of her identity. This woman had also sought guidance from Qing Lianyu and lived in seclusion in Death Hill. Many years had passed and many people in the Nine Clouds universe had almost forgotten her. The white cloth kept drifting and found the position of the thorny tumor. Xianxia's face was calm. In front of her eyes, the thorns shot towards her. She did not move. The thorns were too small and did not stab her. Then, more thorns shot towards her. Found it. The sand spread, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The dragon roared and Chowie attacked at the same time to determine the thorny tumor's position. The thorny tumor hurriedly avoided the place, but it was too late. The moment Xianxia found its trace, it was dead. It could only attack sneakily. Its fighting ability was extremely weak. In the end, it was buried by the experts of Death Hill. Mingjia exhaled. It was finally dead. 82 Chinese network. The thorn tumor and the 18 thorn tumor bugs became synonymous with death on the battlefield. Many people died under the spikes. The Death Hill was surrounded and intercepted by so many masters. In the end, they had to rely on the cooperation of Xianxia and Li Gua to find them. The thorn tumor was difficult to deal with, including the previous Bai and Huayan. However, there were not many powerful Xianxia, and this was the home ground of the Jiuxiao universe. One by one, they would be dealt with. The insects brought great pain to the continent of the Nine Clouds because many ordinary cultivators and mortals had died at their hands. Even though the cultivators were protecting the cities of the mortals, they were still affected by the insects' attacks. There were still many deaths. The earth was filled with smoke and blood. In the vast land of the Jiuxiao universe, blood could be seen everywhere. Above the starry sky, Luin was constantly wearing down Bai's immortal matter. Bai roared angrily and wanted to compete with Luin. But how could Luin compete with him in this case? Even if Luin had immortal matter himself, it was not. This was how it was consumed. This kind of consumption was meaningless. Bai stared at Luin. Human, do you know what the consequences are when your mother tree is pushed down? Luin frowned. You can try. Bai stopped in place, immortal matter attached to the surface of his body. His powerful breath pressed down on the sky, swallowing the wind and clouds. Then, under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, a faint white airflow gushed out from the scales on his body like a cloud. It was extremely sacred. Life Qi. Lu Yin's tone was low. Master Qing Chao said that Bai had life Qi. That was why he did not take back the third night pillar. For the eternal realm, killing a Bai was possible, but the price to pay was great. Luin knew that Pyrolite possessed life energy, and he had been constantly whittling away at Pyrolite's immortal matter, forcing it to reduce the fusion of immortal matter and life energy as much as possible. Pyrolite's temper was worse than Lu Yin's. He wanted to be more irritable and more eager. The life Qi spread, and Bai roared into the sky. The sound waves rippled the void, pushing across the starry sky and spreading in all directions, covering the entire Jiuxiao universe. Countless people looked up, shocked, and had a feeling of being completely oppressed. Even the sea of bugs paused, intimidated by Bai's breath. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled Gate's eyes were heavy. This power was already comparable to the eternal life realm. He didn't expect that there would be so much Qi of vitality and eternal life substance. It must have been given by the immortal master. Master Grass said in a deep voice, "That's right. Back then, when it faced my oppression, the power it displayed made it difficult for me to bear the cost of the karmic chain even if I wanted to kill it." The entire Nine Firmaments universe was shaken by the power of the thunderclap. Chang grinned and looked at Luin with an evil grin before charging towards the mother tree. Human, try and stop me. Luin immediately used the law of words to stop the Pyrolite, but the Pyrolite's life force combined with the immortality substance made it seem like an unbridled monster. The Pyrolite's rope could not stop it at all. The Pyrolite madly charged towards the mother tree, intending to destroy it. Mother tree. Jingmen Shengyu clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Master Qingcao's expression turned solemn. If Luin could not stop it, then it would be their turn to act. Had that immortal master been waiting all this time? The battle between the eternal life realm and the eternal life realm not only depended on the combat power of both sides, but also the time that both sides were restricted. If they were restricted too much because of the Pyrolite facing the immortal master, even if the immortal master only had one more chance to attack than them, the ninth heaven universe was finished. Luin, hold on. The Pyrolite crushed the void and rushed towards the mother tree, bringing with it a shocking oppression. Lonely Duanka soared intense soared into the sky, and Ligua performed the heaven, earth, and man psychic treasure formation. Xianxia, Mingzhua, Wuqing, and the other masters attacked to stop it, but the Pyrolite pushed them away. It was not afraid of any attack at all. It was so fragile that it did not need to be blocked at all. It could not be hurt at all. Most people did not know the consequences of the mother tree being pushed down. Even Mingzhua and the other night chiefs and lesser gods like Dan Xiong did not know. However, seeing the Pyrolite getting closer and closer to the mother tree, they felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was as if the entire universe was about to be destroyed. More and more attacks soared into the sky, trying to stop the Pyrolite. The Great Master gave up on Luo Chan and crossed the door. An oar smashed on the Pyrolite's head, and the recoil directly shook the Great Master back. Chang raised his claws and pressed down. The Great Master fell and the door disappeared. The pyrolite's claws missed, but it did not care and rushed towards the mother tree. No one could stop it. At this moment, the pyrolite was invincible. Apart from the eternal life realm, who could stop it? In Danju's impression, the pyrolite could overturn the universe and cross the starry sky. Once it arrived, it meant the end of the war. This moment was very similar to Danju's impression. In front of the mother tree, the door appeared. Luin walked out and looked at the pyrolite that was rushing towards him. If you want to compete, then let's compete. Humans walk step by step from being weak like ants. The starting point is very low, and no one knows how high the end point is. I want to see where the end point of this power is. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and slowly raised his arm. In the void, faint ripples spread out. Compared to the huge ripples that Xianxia had created in the void, the ripples were too small. However, it was these tiny ripples that caused the ripples that were constantly suppressing the stars in the sky to be unable to do anything to them. Even though they were small, they were tough. Just like Luin, he was too small compared to the pyrolite. However, as he punched out, the heavens and earth rumbled. Countless people's eardrums almost exploded. The pyrolite clawed down, and its eyes were extremely excited. Come on, human! Bang! There was a loud bang and countless echoes. The mother tree was blown by a strong wind. The 9 firmaments suddenly darkened, and the light was shaken away by the loud bang. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the pyrolite did not move an inch. It was blocked. Lu Yin's gaze was still. On his fist, the ceiling sky sequence particles covered it, and a white airflow wrapped around it. It was the chi of life that evolved from the battle force of the mastery realm. Within the chi of life, there was also the matter of immortality. Facing the pyrolite at this moment, he could not hold back. The pyrolite roared excitedly. It had been blocked. In its current state, it had been blocked. How many years had it been? Ever since it was born, no creature had been able to give it such satisfaction in terms of strength. Not a single one had. However, this human had the power to match it. This made the pyrolite's fighting spirit boil. This was not the pyrolite's fighting spirit. Pyrolite had no fighting spirit, only destruction. This was the fighting spirit that came from chaos blood. It was the pyrolite, and also chaos. An endless force pressed down, and the pyrolite's body bent as if it was folding the void. Luin was suppressed by the boundless force. He looked up, and behind him, his consciousness whizzed out and replaced the sky. The 9 firmaments change. With a bang, a shockwave swept across the world, tearing apart the 9 firmaments universe. It was like a huge white blade that swept across the sky. The pyrolite was forced back by the punch. It raised its claws and swiped at Luin. Lu Yin's unlimited power circulated, and his chi of life fused with the matter of immortality. He punched out again and shook off the pyrolite's claws. Lanterns appeared around them. True God's freedom technique. The pyrolite trembled with excitement and attacked with its claws. Luin raised his fist and threw out punch after punch. There was no other method, just a clash of strength. It unfolded above the 9 firmaments universe, and the huge sound made countless heads explode. The aftermath was like a waterfall, and the white shockwave pierced through the world. Even the mother tree swayed. This was the most spectacular scene since the start of the battle. This was a continuous clash of strength, and it depended on who could hold on longer. In the north of the 9 firmaments universe, Dan Shao looked at this scene in shock. The pyrolite had actually been blocked. Each of the 4 pyrolite insect lords had extreme power. Time, space, and strength could be said to be the pinnacle of immortality. Logically speaking, unless one was an immortality realm powerhouse, no one should be able to stop them. When the pyrolite insect lords were killed and seamless, it could be said that it was a siege. There might have been an immortality realm technique mixed in, but the pyrolite insect lords could not see it. However, the pyrolite insect lords were certain that it had been blocked. That Luin even had the chi of life. Pyrolite insect lords. The fact that he could survive the pyrolite insect lord's ultimate move during Seamless was already beyond their understanding. The immortal master had once said that no creature could withstand that move unless one was an immortality realm powerhouse. This human civilization was completely different from the third barrier. The immortal master had miscalculated. Looking at the magnificent clash of strength in the distance, regardless of whether the pyrolite insect lords won or lost in the end, at this moment, they had all lost. The pyrolite insect lords were blocked. Who else could force an immortality realm powerhouse to attack? Luo Chan's technique was also blocked. She was the only one left. However, this human civilization had more than one immortality realm powerhouse. In the end, is our civilization going to usher in the end? Xianxia muttered to herself. The immortal master had once said that it would definitely appear on this day. The pyrolite insect lords were definitely not the strongest civilization in the universe. There were fishing civilizations above them that even the immortal master did not know about. How strong were those fishing civilizations? The pyrolite insect lords continued to destroy the foreign civilizations they encountered. Sooner or later, they would encounter the strongest civilization. However, that civilization should not be the human civilization. Humans were so weak. They had to go through a long period of time from birth to becoming extremely strong. How could they guarantee that they would not be discovered by the fishing civilizations? How could they guarantee that their civilization could be passed down? They should be hiding in the universe, trembling. In some corner, they should not dare to be discovered by any civilization. However, at this moment, they were encountering the powerful human civilization. A needle pierced towards her. Xianxia dodged it and looked back. You really don't want to give up. Aren't you afraid of death? In the distance, two figures stared at her. One was Xingfan, and the other was you. Second Night Pillar, Night Chief. Or do you think that's all I can do? The corners of Dan Zhao's mouth curled up. I know humans very well because I'm also a human. Haven't you thought that maybe I'm hiding my strength like you? Xingfan narrowed his eyes and still did not speak. Dan Zhao suddenly understood something. Oh right, you're stalling for time. You know very well that you're not my match, but you can't let me go. Therefore, you're trying your best to stall for time. You don't dare to provoke me, right? Hee hee. Yu's heart sank. They had been seen through. There was nothing they could do. They were indeed not this woman's match, but it would not be easy for this woman to kill them either. After all, they were powerhouses at the peak of the tribulation realm. Immortal Master. Are you a human or an insect? Xingfan opened his mouth and stared at Dan Zhao. Dan Zhao hugged the doll, and her blue eyes met Xingfan's. I've seen through you. You know that you can't delay anymore, so you're changing your strategy? Xingfan frowned. It's hard to say if you can win against me. 82 Chinese Network. Dan Zhao sighed, patted her princess dress, and put away the doll. Her playful gaze suddenly changed as she looked at Xingfan and Yu. I was born in the human civilization. That civilization is called the Third Stronghold. Xingfan and Yu looked at each other and did not disturb her. They were very curious about Dan Zhao. How could there be humans in the insectoid nest civilization? The human civilization in the Third Stronghold is good at using cards to fight. That kind of card is very strange. Traps are set in the card according to each person's characteristics. Once you're pulled into the card, it's hard to say whether you'll live or die. Dan Zhao raised her hand, and a card appeared in her fair palm. Xingfan was alert. She had been warned not to get close to Dan Zhao's card from the God of Defense. She did not know how the God of Defense knew about it, but this card was definitely dangerous. Dan Zhao looked at the card with infatuation. The Third Stronghold cards have many levels like Cultivation realms. Mine is the highest level, the Ancient card. She smiled at Xingfan and Yu. 7-star Ancient card, Your Majesty. You can die now. Back off, Xingfan shouted. Yu retreated without hesitation. In an instant, they felt the danger of death. The sense of danger made them speechless. It was like the aftermath of the battle between Bai and Luin. It was unshakable. The card in Dan Zhao's hand rose into the air, and a blurry figure slowly appeared. He was wearing an emperor's robe and looked very majestic. The moment this figure appeared, countless eyes were attracted. It was as if this figure was the center of the world. His appearance was as bright as the sun. Even the battle between Luyin and Bai could not hide it. Alarmed, Xianxia looked over. This aura? Master Grass looked serious. Although it's dead, it's full of vitality. It's almost at the eternal stage. Unfortunately, it's dead. If it's not, this person will definitely reach the eternal stage. The figure stood between heaven and earth and became the center of the universe. His gaze fell. Dan Zhao's voice sounded at the same time. Your Majesty, everything is beneath me. Don't look directly at me. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure's eyes lit up. Two beams of light fell from the sky and landed on Xingfan and Yu. Yu was shocked. He was crushed by the gaze. Xingfan followed. Xingfan shook, and mirrors appeared one after another. With his cultivation as the mirror and heaven and earth as the sun, the reflection of the mirror's light gathered at one point. 1,000 sails heavenly mirror. You want to kill me? Impossible. Light collided with light. The silhouette's gaze pierced through and landed on the star sail. The star sail screamed miserably. Its body gradually shattered and vanished. However, this gaze also disappeared. Only Broken Yu looked at the eastern region of the continent of the 9 clouds in the direction of the 10,000 Elephant Valley. Within the myriad Elephant Valley, Wanlu swept away a large number of insects. He raised his head and saw the descending gaze. His pupils shrank, and an extreme sense of crisis made his scalp tingle. He couldn't avoid it at all. Not only him, but the entire myriad Elephant Valley was under his gaze. At this moment, 2 figures rushed out. Soul Blood Pagoda. Soul Shock Gate. Ozwa and Ayu, the guardians of the myriad Elephant Valley, had both undergone spiritual cultivation to become experts at the great circle of the crossing bitter calamity. One was skilled in speed, the other in strength. They joined forces to rush towards the falling gaze. When they collided with the gaze, their bodies shattered into pieces. Their gazes dimmed and eventually dissipated. Ozwa and Ayu fell into the myriad Elephant Valley, their fates unknown. Ming Xiaolong's clothes were stained with blood as he rushed over with old Lu. Outside of the continent of the 9 clouds, Dan Xiao raised his hand and took the card back. Luo Chan suddenly appeared and took Dan Xiao away. Immediately after, the Great Master appeared and slammed the oar. He was one step too slow and stepped into the portal to chase after them. At the frightening Sparrow Terrace, Jingmen Xianxia frowned. They want to run. Green Grass, leave Luo Chan behind. Master Green Grass refused directly. The 4 insect lords are not only strong, but they also have the power of the Divine Master. If I attack, the price will be too great. You must attack. If Luo Chan escapes, the insect nest civilization can appear at any time. The war will always be hanging over our heads, Jingmen Xianxia said in a low voice. Master Green Grass didn't move. Jingmen Xianxia looked at him. The unknown wants balance. As long as there is balance, it doesn't matter who dies. Do you think they will care about the standpoint? Master Green Grass suddenly stared at Jingmen Xianxia with murderous intent in his eyes. What do you mean? Jingmen Xianxia looked at him. This is what I mean. You and I are both in the eternal realm. You should understand my thoughts. If the continent of the 9 clouds must die, we can protect spiritualization and Tianyuan. We can also use spiritualization and Tianyuan as bait to protect human civilization. Civilization is everything. The standpoint is just a lie born within. Civilization. Master Green Grass looked at Jingmen Xianxia deeply and nodded. I have underestimated you. I thought you were just a crazy girl on the list of the strongest people in the world. Jingmen Xianxia was calm and didn't answer. Master Green Grass walked out and waved his hand. The void green grass flew up and pointed at the side of the mother tree. Luo Chan suddenly appeared there and was shocked. The eternal life has attacked. Dan Xiao opened her hand. Your Majesty. The figure appeared again and looked into the distance. It was where Master Green Grass was. Master Green Grass's face was gloomy. He stepped out alone and looked in front of him. Nothing could get close to him. In the sky, a huge green leaf swept toward Luo Chan and Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao sneered. As expected of the eternal life. The eternal matter is so exaggerated. Aren't you afraid of karma? Stay. As soon as Master Green Grass finished speaking, the green leaf fell. Dan Xiao struck out with the third celestial art. At the same time, the eternal matter was integrated and the third barrier went toward the green leaf. Master Green Grass narrowed his eyes. There was indeed the eternal matter. The 4 insect lords must have been sent by the celestial master to reduce the number of times they attacked. However, they didn't expect Lu Yin to appear and suppress the insect lords with the power of an eternal life realm cultivator. Master Green Grass raised his hand and clenched his fist toward Luo Chan. In an instant, Lu Yin and Yu separated at the same time and turned to look in one direction. In the 9th heaven universe, countless people opened their mouths and saw a shocking scene. Heavens, the universe was bending. In their eyes, the universe was twisting and the endless space was shrinking. The world was blooming with green grass and grabbing toward Luo Chan and Dan Xiao. The third barrier was directly shattered. Dan Xiao vomited blood and stared at Master Green Grass. Ruthless. Luo Chan disappeared with Dan Xiao and gave up on you. Originally, she wanted to leave with you, but now she couldn't. However, the world was shrinking, and the endless green grass was blooming. The sky was also in the palm of her hand. Luo Chan suddenly appeared and was crushed with a bang. The 9th heaven universe was silent. Countless people stared blankly. They had never thought that someone would make such a big move. Time and space in the palm, playing with the universe. This is the eternal life realm. Since ancient times, how many people had seen an eternal life realm expert make a move? Too few. Many cultivators would never see one in their lifetime. Every time an eternal life realm expert made a move, it was enough to record history. Now, they had seen it. Lu Yin looked at the sky, and there were only 2 words in his mind: the distance of a square inch. What was the distance of a square inch? It was just a square inch. The universe was so big, so why was it called the distance of a square inch? He had always been puzzled, but now he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the vast universe was just the distance of a certain creature's distance of a square inch? Or could it be that the distance of a square inch came from eternal life realm creatures, not just humans, but also all the eternal life realm creatures in the universe? But wasn't there no communication in the universe? Who was the first to mention the distance of a square inch? Why did they mention it? Because they could play with the universe as if it was a square inch? A breeze blew through the 9th heaven universe. The leaves of the mother tree swayed and made a soft sound like singing. Master Xianxia put down his hand and exhaled. The karmic chain had increased again, but the increase was far less than he had expected. This meant that Luo Chan and Dan Xiao were not dead. They had escaped. I have tried my best. Luo Chan, a strange creature, can escape the restrictions of the eternal life realm to a certain extent. Although there are not many of them, it must be one of them. Startled Xianxia frowned. She knew that Master Xianxia had tried his best. The eternal life realm was not invincible. It was not surprising that a strange creature like Luo Chan could escape. What surprised her was that even Dan Xiao had escaped. This insect with the appearance of a human must have grasped something, or was it a trick left behind by the immortal master? Now that they had escaped, the remaining insects should be destroyed. However, the number of insects was still endless. It's time for the first night pillar to move out. Outside the mother tree, above the stars, Chang and Lu Yin's power duel began again. The sound of the collision resounded through the 9th heaven. The aftermath shattered the void, making it impossible to see through. As far as the eye could see, the shattering was spreading. You don't want to escape? Lu Yin asked. Chang grinned. If I suppress you, no one can stop me from leaving unless the eternal life realm intervenes. The eternal life realm has already attacked Luo Chan. The price to pay for killing me is too high. Will he? Lu Yin punched away Chang's 5 claws. You are so confident that you can suppress me. Human, you are born with defects. Even if you have the chi of life, how much can you have with your body size? How much have you consumed now? What about you? 30%. I have 80%. Haha, human, you can't hold on. Chang's attack was even more ferocious. The bombardment of pure power, coupled with the chi of life and the eternal matter, made it difficult for people to do anything. Chang believed what Luin said. How much chi of life could a small human have? Only the strong of the eternal life realm could produce chi of life continuously. Otherwise, it would be gone after it was used up. It would take a long time to recover, and it would only recover, not increase. It would take a very, very long time. However, Lu Yin's mastery of the chi of life was beyond Chang's expectations. How could a living being master so many powers at the same time? Chang was fearless in the Tao of time and had mastered the terrifying ability to change one's consciousness and thoughts. He also possessed such powerful physical strength and karma. This human was too terrifying. But so what if he had mastered so much power? Chang had cultivated his strength to the extreme, and all kinds of attacks were useless. This was the path to the limit, and this human was still lacking. Luin was not lying. He had indeed consumed 80% of his chi of life, and he was not far from running out. However, he would not be defeated. His strength had not been consumed at all. Chang had cultivated his physical strength to the extreme. He was invincible and fearless. This was indeed an advantage, but it was also a disadvantage. Chang's understanding of other powers was too shallow. Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The webpage version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Read the latest chapter. The new version provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 398, the Love Reading app Fong Cun read for free. Luin released the starry sky in his heart, and the sky palace enveloped it. His power wasn't consumed at all, and it continued to circulate endlessly. If his opponent had been Dan Xiao or someone like Avicii, he would have been able to see through it and find a way to escape. However, Tian Ho couldn't see through it, or rather, he didn't care even if he did. He was too confident that no power could break through his defenses unless it was an eternal life realm expert. As a result, even if Tian Ho's life force was exhausted, Luin could still use his power to resist Tian Ho's attacks and continuously wear down his life force. Just like when he had faced Emperor Wu's sealed heaven foundation, Luin had also continuously absorbed the power of Tian Ho's attacks. However, he was still at a disadvantage. The Nine Firmaments universe began to counterattack, and the insects were constantly being wiped out. The masters swept through a large area, but it was still difficult to completely eliminate the endless sea of insects. There were too many of them. At that moment, a roar came from below where Luin and Tian Ho were fighting. Tian Ho's roar didn't attract Tian Ho's attention, as he was too weak compared to Luin. However, Luin was surprised. The first night pillar? Directly below them was the first night pillar. From the start of the battle until now, the first night pillar had never moved. No one had appeared, and no insects had been able to attack it. Luin had always been curious about what was so special about the first night pillar, and he guessed that it might be like the sixth night pillar. But that shouldn't be the case. It was the first night pillar in the history of the Nine Firmaments universe, and it was impossible to say that no one was there. However, the first night pillar had always been shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see through. Now that Tian Ho had appeared, it meant that the first night pillar was about to move. The earth trembled. Tian Ho walked out and dragged the brown skin around the first night pillar. He pulled back, his enormous strength causing the ground to tremble. Countless insects followed the yellow sand and the air towards Tian Ho. Along the way, cultivators from various cities rushed out and attacked the sea of insects. Tian Ho roared, and the first night pillar flew out from below where Luin and Tian Ho were fighting, heading towards the heavens. Luin didn't understand. Why was the first night pillar leaving now? It didn't leave and instead stayed in the heavens. Then, the other pillars of the Nine Firmaments universe trembled, and a familiar feeling appeared. This was the spirit treasure array. Luin looked into the distance. The Nine Firmaments pillar spirit treasure array had always been activated, and even if the fifth night pillar wasn't present, it could still operate. This had already exceeded his expectations, but now, the Nine Firmaments pillar spirit treasure array could change? While he was thinking, the chaos and the feeling of being torn apart spread to the entire Nine Clouds universe. Danan, Guduan-ku, Baixia, Wucheng, and the other strong cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds attacked the Sea of Insects. They were using their own strength and the Nine Clouds spiritual treasure deployment spell to kill more insects than before, and they didn't need to consume their own strength. After that, more and more cultivators from the continent of the Nine Clouds attacked with the help of the Nine Clouds spiritual treasure deployment spell. The Nine Clouds pillar spiritual treasure deployment formation released a chaotic and tearing sensation, as if another strength had descended to the continent of the Nine Clouds. It could be used to cover the entire continent of the Nine Clouds. Large numbers of insect corpses fell, and the Sea of Insects disappeared in waves. It wouldn't be long before the continent of the Nine Clouds universe completely wiped out these insects. Luin looked away and saw Chang's tail whipping out. A terrifying force lashed out at him, and he raised his arms to block it. His body was forced back, and his arms were torn apart. He stepped forward without hesitation and took advantage of the time when Chang's tail whipped out. The triple firmament sword will slashed out from his fingertips, prying open the scales and causing blood to spray into the sky. Chang's 5 claws fell on Lu Yin's head, but he dodged and struck out with the overturning sky palm. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and Chang's body fell down like a wheel. Its tail whipped up and smashed down from above. Lu Yin rushed in the direction of Chang's tail, grabbing its back with one hand and using the karmic wheel with the other. The karmic wheel pierced through Lu Yin's body, but it did not affect Tiandi at all. Although it had intelligence, it was currently being suppressed by Lu Yin's battle intent. It did not care about suffering, nor did it care about choices. It only wanted to suppress Lu Yin, and it only wanted to have a showdown of power. It was one of the most powerful life forms in the universe. Bang! Lu Yin grabbed Chang's back and smashed it into the continent of the Nine Clouds, creating a huge pit where the southern and western regions met. Countless eyes looked over there, as that was the end of the battle. If Lu Yin couldn't suppress Chang, the rest of the continent of the Nine Clouds universe might not be able to stop it even if they joined forces. Chi of life fused with the eternal substance was equivalent to a half-step eternal realm expert, and it had an almost invincible defense. Unless an eternal realm expert intervened. On the startling Sparrow Terrace, the startling Gate Lord looked down. How long had it been? How long had it been since she had experienced such a thrilling and hearty battle? The eternal life realm had limited her. If she was given a choice again, she would eventually step into the eternal life realm, but it might not be so fast. Master Grass frowned. If Lu Yin can't suppress the Insect Master, I won't intervene. It can't run away, startled Xianxia said lightly. The ground cracked open, and the crack continued to expand until it was bottomless. Lu Yin leaped out and went straight into the sky. Behind him, Chang slammed out, staring at Lu Yin. How could there be more? This human's chi of life should have been exhausted. Lu Yin clenched his fists and smashed down on Chang's head, smashing it down. The void rippled horizontally in an instant, separating heaven and earth, forming a white expanse. Lu Yin gasped and looked at his hand. The white air dissipated. It was used up, and the chi of life was gone. Below, Chang roared and rushed up again. It also saw that Lu Yin's chi of life was exhausted. Human, how many more times can you block me? Lu Yin was calm. Many times. After that, his body withered, and infinite power flowed around him. At the same time, a stream of light shuttled back and forth. He had to use some tricks. Chang slammed down, and a stream of light shuttled back and forth in front of Lu Yin's eyes. A second later, Chang's body fell back, and Lu Yin stepped backward, parallel to time. Taking advantage of the 1-second reversal, he smashed out a punch. Chang was smashed down again. Although this punch was not very powerful, far less powerful than the punch made by the fusion of the chi of life and the immortal substance, it at least pushed chi back. Chang was furious. Despicable. Lu Yin shrugged. I didn't say that I would compete with you in strength. After all, you're too big. Human, I'm going to swallow you. Chang rushed out and clawed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. Here it comes. Boom. Lu Yin's body was sent flying. Without the eternal substance to resist, his strength was much weaker, but it wasn't to the extent that he was crushed. If they didn't use the eternal substance, Lu Yin and Chang's strength would be on par. In front of him, Chang's tail lashed out, and Lu Yin's stream of light shuttled back. A second later, parallel to time, the triple firmament sword will merged with the eternal substance. With a hiss, many scales on Chang's body were scraped off, and blood splattered across the horizon. Chang furiously turned around and slammed down with its claws. Lu Yin was pressed to the ground, and his body recovered before withering again. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin used the combination of flowing light and Chang to engage in a battle of injuries. Although it wasn't as intense as before, it was even more miserable, and the sky was dyed scarlet. Lu Yin's body continued to recover, but the bloody wounds caused by the claws did not disappear. Chang's body was constantly cut by the triple firmament sword will, but to Chang, it was just a flesh wound. No one knew how long this battle would last, and no one could interfere. In the ninth heaven, the sea of insects gradually returned to silence. All the cultivators in the ninth heaven universe had used the ninth heaven pillar numinous treasure array to crush the sea of insects. Lu Yin didn't know this at first, but now he knew why the startled lord was so calm. Once humans suppressed the hive civilization in terms of absolute combat power, the number of insects wouldn't be an advantage. If they had used this move from the beginning, Luo Chan could have easily broken the ninth heaven pillar numinous treasure array. This was the home field advantage, but the price was high. Too many people in the ninth heaven universe had died, and countless rivers were dyed red. Just cleaning up the insects' corpses would take a long time. Lu Yin's body slammed into the mother tree, causing it to shake. Chang stared at it from afar. If it didn't kill Lu Yin, it couldn't leave, and it didn't want to leave. A battle of strength had to be decided. Lu Yin took the leaf off his head and was about to walk out. The startled lord's voice sounded in his ear, "Can you win?" Lu Yin said in a low voice, "Of course." "Thank you." Lu Yin bent his fingers, and his bones cracked. He twisted his neck and leaped toward Chang. Chang roared and slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin threw a punch at Chang's head. Chang thought that Lu Yin would reverse time again, but this time, Lu Yin didn't. Lu Yin punched Chang's head directly, and Chang's strength slammed into Lu Yin without holding back. Heaven and earth roared. The huge sound wave swept across like a gale, causing countless people to faint. Many cultivators bled from their orifices, and they couldn't bear it. They didn't dare to look. "It's just an insect. Get down." Lu Yin roared as his fist pressed down on Pyrolite's head. Its life force flowed endlessly like 1,000 mountain blades, and the power within Lu Yin's body also flowed endlessly. This power came from the Pyrolite's attack on his body, and it had been absorbed when it reached an extreme. This was the limit of Lu Yin's strength. Chang couldn't believe it. How was this possible? How could this human have such terrifying strength? However, it was impossible to suppress him. Chang's vitality didn't allow him to lower his head. Chang bared his teeth and roared. More strength surged out. Scarlet strength surged from Lu Yin's body as he used the True God's Freedom technique. Heaven-sealing sequence particles covered him continuously, and his body withered once more as he absorbed Chang's strength. The sky trembled, and the pressure made it difficult for many to breathe. No one dared to make a sound. At this moment, Lu Yin didn't plan on using any other strength. He only wanted to use his physical strength to suppress Chang. This was his instinct, and also the dignity of a creature in battle. Chang's roar made Lu Yin's vision blur, and the strength in his body continued to surge. He couldn't lose. He had never lost in terms of strength before. It was just an insect, just an insect. He had to suppress it, suppress it, suppress it. Whoosh! A white current surged out of Chang's fist, and then he felt an indescribable feeling in his body. It was as if he had been reborn, and even more white current surged out. This was vitality. How could there be so much? It was far more than before. Chang was shocked. It saw it. How was this possible? Warriors were qi, and those who loved to fight had to have integrity. This was battle qi. It came from the person, from the heart, from the foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the starry skies. Lu Yin's life force came from the transformation of his battle qi. His battle qi grew stronger the stronger it was. However, even Guizhi, who had created battle qi, and Jiang Feng, who had reached the mastery realm by luck, had not been able to transform their battle qi into life force. Thus, no one knew what the characteristics of the life force transformed from battle qi would be. Now, Lu Yin knew that there was only one word for battle. As long as his battle intent was endless, he could generate life force. His life force was different from that of ordinary creatures. The transparent moth needed flowers and full sensory creatures to absorb life force, but Lu Yin only needed to fight. The more he fought, the more desperate he was, and the more life force he could generate. Although it was not as endless as the immortal realm, it was very close. Lu Yin grinned. Bug, in terms of strength, humans are your ancestors. After that, he merged the immortal substance into his fist and slammed it into the ground. The body of the clam fell like a meteor, penetrating the ground and shaking the entire southern region. The mother tree swayed, and large amounts of leaves fell. Countless people stared blankly, feeling shocked by the instincts of living creatures. It was an instinct that came from ancient times. In the era before enlightenment, ancient humans had also fought in the jungle and against wild beasts. That instinct was suppressed by wisdom, which brought about the transformation of humans. They used tools, created lies, comprehended cultivation methods, and built kingdoms. However, that instinct was quietly suppressed. Now, everyone felt that they had awakened that instinct, the bloodthirsty instinct to fight with wild beasts. A shocking roar sounded from the ground, but it was interrupted before it could finish. What are you roaring for? Speak human language. Human, you're courting death. Bang! Tianho's body flew upwards, and it took a lot of effort to stabilize itself. Its sharp claws pierced through the void, and when it looked up again, Lu Yin had appeared and punched the center of its two eyes, causing them to cave in. Tianho's eyes turned red, and tears almost flowed out of its eyes as it swung its tail at Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed and stretched out a hand. His life force flowed and fused with the immortality substance, as well as his constant resistance to the extreme. His 5 fingers dug deep into Tianho's tail, causing blood to seep out from his fingers. His other hand grabbed the tail and swung it out. Zheng was thrown away uncontrollably. How could this human's strength be so much greater? It didn't know that the strength came from the opposite direction. It needed to withstand several attacks before it could explode. But this time, it was so strong that it shocked the 9 clouds universe. Even Jingmen Shengyu was dumbfounded. This power was too much. Grandmaster Bluegrass was shocked. Even he found this power difficult to deal with, so how had Lu Yin's battle prowess skyrocketed to such an extent? So fast? No one could figure it out. Tianho couldn't figure it out. If Lu Yin already had this strength, why didn't he use it earlier? Lu Yin knew that his life force would be exhausted. Even if he could temporarily suppress Jing with the immortality substance, he wouldn't be able to do anything before his life force ran out. Moreover, Luo Chan and Dan Xiao had both been there. If he had used his full strength, it would have been difficult to hold back Jing once his life force ran out. He was only able to attack now because his life force was much greater than before. Coupled with Luo Chan and Dan Xiao's escape, this was the final battle. Tianho steadied itself and shook its head, feeling a little dizzy. In the distance, a white aura surged around Lu Yin's body. The life force left Tianho dazed. How do you still have life force? Lu Yin smiled. How much do you have left? 50%, Tianho answered subconsciously. 30%. You have 30%? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I've used 30%. With that, he charged towards Jing. Behind him, streaks of triple firmament sword will shot up into the sky and fell down like raindrops. Each streak of triple firmament sword will was infused with the immortality substance. Tianho hurriedly dodged, but it couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the triple firmament sword will's attack. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Blood splattered everywhere as scales fell from the sky. Chang's body twisted as its claws danced about, tearing apart the 3 firmament sword wills. Lu Yin grabbed one of Chang's claws with both his arms and growled. Chang's body was forcefully twisted to the side with its belly facing upwards as it was cut down by the 3 firmament sword wills. Tianhe howled and struggled free from Lu Yin's grasp. It retreated, but Lu Yin punched its head again and knocked it to the ground. Tianhe's body crashed to the ground with a thump. Blood flowed out from its body, and there were many insect corpses around it. In the distance, the inferior white cultivators could feel Zheng's suppressed breathing. The unshakable life force and immortality substance were enough to shake one's soul. However, Lu Yin turned it into ashes with a stomp. Lu Yin stepped on Zheng's head and pressed its head into the ground. Zheng roared and rushed into the sky. Lu Yin punched its back again and again, causing its skin to split open. Zheng kept twisting its body and shrinking. In the eyes of others, it was as if Lu Yin had shrunk it. Finally, Zheng shrank to 1 meter, which was even smaller than Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed its body. How much do you have left? Chang's body was bleeding, and the white gas flowed out from its scales. It was much less than before, and its immortality substance was almost gone. It clawed at Lu Yin with its claws, but Lu Yin allowed them to pierce through his body. His shriveled body was constantly recovering. The more it recovered, the more energy it would accumulate. Use it sparingly. Otherwise, it'll be worthless. Lu Yin punched right between Zheng's eyes. This punch used up all of the energy that Lu Yin had accumulated. Zheng's entire head caved in, and this was the first time it had almost lost consciousness. No matter how Lu Yin attacked and tore apart its scales, he was unable to truly injure it. This punch was the only one that could truly injure it, and it almost fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin opened his mouth and said, "Withdraw your life force." Zheng was dizzy and subconsciously withdrew its vitality. Lu Yin slapped its head casually, and without its vitality, it was completely knocked out. Then, Lu Yin threw it into the hell of the general appointment platform. He did not care about anything else. He would increase his karma first. Only Lu Yin was left in the sky. This battle left the 9th firmament universe speechless. Countless people were shocked. From the beginning to the end, it was even more intense than the battle between the 9th firmament universe and the Sea of Insects. What was even more unbelievable was that Lu Yin had already killed an insect lord before this. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with respect and indescribable complex emotions. Was he really a primordial realm expert? Had they ever seen such a freakish primordial realm cultivator? Even if he was an immortality realm expert, there was nothing wrong with that. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Lord exhaled. It was over. Master Qingqiao looked deeply at Lu Yin. He had thought that Lu Yin's life force had been depleted, but it had increased by so much. If Lu Yin could increase his life force like this more than once, then how was he any different from an eternal realm cultivator? The difference was not too big. If Zheng was a half-step immortality realm expert, then this person was infinitely close to it. At that moment, he thought of the future scale of the Tianyuan universe. The higher the scale of a universe, the easier it was to give birth to incomprehensibly powerful creatures. The future scale of the Tianyuan universe was even higher than that of the 9th firmament universe. Had such a person been born? How high would this person's future be? Had his previous plan been wrong? High up in the sky, Lu Yin watched as his karma skyrocketed. Zheng had lived for a long time, so naturally, it could increase a lot of karma, but it had not reached the level of Yuya or the transparent moth. Zheng was very powerful, but its power was based on the characteristics of the verdant immortal of the hive civilization. It was not like the transparent moth, which had cultivated itself. This was especially true when the transparent moth had killed too many creatures. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Could the immortal master of this insectoid hive civilization be a type of insect that had undergone a metamorphosis to attain immortality? If that was the case, then the transparent moth had not been exterminated and could have slowly cultivated until it attained immortality one day. Perhaps this was another insectoid hive civilization, or rather, a full sensory civilization. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. To a certain extent, full sensory lifeforms were more threatening than the hive civilization. Lu Yin rejoiced that he had killed the transparent moth. There were too many powerful creatures in the universe, and humans were not the strongest. They also did not have the qualifications to use other lifeforms. Using full sensory life forms to deal with the hive civilization seemed effective, but there would come a day when they would suffer a backlash. Just as Mi Jinyu had said, knowing one's own limits was humanity's strongest weapon in the universe. Back then, Lu Yin had felt that it was a pity that he had destroyed the full sensory life form. Otherwise, humanity would not have paid such a huge price to deal with the hive civilization. Now, however, he did not regret it at all. Self-awareness was easy to say, but it was difficult to actually achieve. This was especially true for powerhouses. There were too many accidents that happened when they thought they had everything under control. Lu Yin turned to the west, where the first night pillar was located. When it had appeared, he had sensed several powerful but decaying auras that gave him the feeling of a flickering candle flame. A scorching candle flame could illuminate the world, but it could be extinguished at any time. There were experts there, but they were all not that far from the great limit, or it could be said that their great limit was about to be reached at any moment. Was that the first night pillar? As he thought about it, the people within the first night pillar seemed to sense Lu Yin's gaze and walked out. One by one, a total of 7 people walked out and stood in the sky. Startled Xianxia and Grandmaster Qingqiao both looked over. Some of the stronger cultivators in the 9th heaven also looked over. Hey, is there anyone else in the first night pillar? I thought there was no one there. I thought so too. The first night pillar has never been moved. The first night pillar is the first pillar in the 9th heaven universe. It once destroyed the tomorrow universe and the spirit universe. Of course, there are people there, but it has been too long since anyone has been able to get close. Why do I feel like one of them is very familiar? I think I've seen her somewhere before. Master, don't you think that Granny looks like the Granny in the portrait? 7 figures stood in the sky, overlooking the world. Although they did not have an earth-shattering aura, they were more attractive than anyone else because they were from the first night pillar. It had been too long since anyone had walked out of the first night pillar, and no one had been able to join it. Many people had thought that the first night pillar was a dead place, the only pillar in the 9th heaven pillar that could not move. They had not thought that not only could the first night pillar move the 9th heaven pillar spirit treasure array, but there were people on it as well. Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star stepping update. Chapter 3980, Star Stepping. How much do you have? Read it for free. Lu Yin looked at the 7 figures, and all 7 of them looked back at Lu Yin, exchanging glances with each other. You must be Mr. Lu. As the rumors say, you are invincible under eternal life. Impressive, impressive. Among the 7, a burly man praised. He looked strong, but his hair was white, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. The old man beside him said, "That's the chi of life. I can't comprehend it in my lifetime. I'm so envious. How are the young people nowadays so powerful? Our generation also had powerful people. Unfortunately, things have changed. Some people have lived a brilliant life, but they can't live to this day. It's a good thing for the human race to have talented people." Lu Yin looked at them. Seniors, are you from the first night pillar? Haha, yes. Lu Yin looked at them deeply. These 7 people had lived for a long time, and it wasn't easy to give him the feeling of having one foot in the grave. Even someone like Yi Ge, who was nearing the end of her life, didn't give him such a feeling, or rather, it wasn't so obvious. These 7 people looked like they were stepping in a coffin. They were decaying, dying, and lonely. On the ground, an old man exclaimed, "I remember now. He's Qin Wudi, that Qin Wudi." What Qin Wudi? Someone was puzzled. The old man was excited and knelt down. Junior greets the ancestor. Ancestor, you're still alive. In the starry sky, the burly old man looked down and saw the old man kowtowing, and then the other cultivators kowtowing as well. Sighing, he said, "Are there any more juniors? Great, at least there's someone to send me off. Old Xian, I won the bet." Haha. The black-robed old man smiled faintly. "You just didn't lose, but that doesn't mean you won. this old man should also have some juniors to send you off. After saying that, he raised his voice, this old man is Grandmaster Xian, are there any juniors coming? The loud voice reverberated in the sky and spread continuously. One after another, it spread to the entire ninefold universe. No one responded. Grandmaster Xian's face turned ugly, and he shouted again. Still, no one responded. His gaze dimmed, and he closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Qin Wudi glanced at him and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. The descendant of I, Qin Wudi, is the descendant of you, old devil Xian. Send me off and send you off. There's no distinction between us. Old devil Xian gave a carefree smile. As expected, you've won this bet. At the side, an old woman walked out and stood between the two of them. Alright, I'm already so old. What's the point of betting? I wonder if anyone remembers this old granny. Three Heavens Grandma, it's Three Heavens Grandma. I remember now. She's the Three Heavens Grandma in the portrait. Many people exclaimed, 3 days Grandma? The Three Heavens Granny who was once the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens, the one who even spiritualized the universe had legends about? I didn't expect him to still be alive. He is a character from ancient times. He once caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to fight and kill each other. The old woman laughed, I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers me. Ha 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 ha, but this Grandma of 3 heavens is too unpleasant to hear. At first, I was called Fairy of 3 heavens, then I was called Younger Sister of 3 heavens, then Elder Sister of 3 heavens, and now I'm actually called Grandma of 3 heavens. A skinny old man behind her rolled his eyes. You just called yourself a granny. It's none of your business. You talk too much. The old woman glared at the old man behind her. The appearance of these 7 people was like opening up history. Countless eyes looked at them, searching for traces of their existence in ancient memories. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Xianxia looked at the 7 people. Each of them had lived longer than her. She was an eternal realm expert and could live for endless years. She could easily outlive these people to death. However, these people had indeed lived longer than her, but it was not much longer. They were on the verge of death. These people were no longer suitable for battle. Staying at the first night pillar was not to protect it. It was more like retirement. They could only survive until now by relying on the first night pillar's ability. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they were frozen. Under the starry sky, the 7 people walked towards the startled Sparrow Terrace. After climbing up the startled Sparrow Terrace, they bowed to startled Gate Xianxia. Greetings, startled Gate Xianxia. Greetings, startled Gate Xianxia. Although their seniority was higher than startled Gate Xianxia, they still had to bow when facing an eternal realm expert. Startled Gate Xianxia raised his hand to support them. Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. The 7 people were grateful. Then, they looked at Grandmaster Qin Chao who was not far away. Oh, isn't this Qin Chao? I didn't expect you to become an eternal realm expert. The heavens don't have eyes. Those words were said by Qin Wudi. Not only did he not bow to Grandmaster Qin Chao, but he also spoke rudely. Grandmaster Qin Chao did not mind. He looked at Qin Wudi with a smile. Long time no see, old friend. Qin Wudi was unhappy. We are not friends. Back then, I beat you up quite badly. Just don't take revenge. Grandma 3 smiled and said, Qin Chao is not that petty, right, Qin Chao? Grandmaster Qin Chao smiled and looked at Grandma 3. Compared to Qin Wudi, Fairy has caused me more suffering. The incident of me being chased by a group of people back then is still vivid in my mind. Fairy, don't you plan to give me an explanation? Grandma 3 shook her head. We are all old. Why bother about the past? Qin Chao, long time no see. Sigh, you can become an eternal realm expert. Sad, the greatest sadness in the world. Let bygones be bygones. Don't bother about it. Grandmaster Qin Chao smiled and looked at the 7 people. These 7 people had been to the spiritualized universe and caused quite a commotion there. After all, they were all geniuses back then. They fought and framed each other and looked down on the spiritualized universe. At that time, Grandmaster Xianxia was considered a genius in the spiritualized universe. Of course, he was still far from these people. Just as Blood Tower Xianyu said, they could beat him up until he could not take care of himself. But it was such a person who became an Eternal Realm expert. This made Qin Wudi and the others feel aggrieved. Grandmaster Xian sighed. Qing Chao, there are not many people who can be your old friend. Grandmaster Qing Chao looked at Grandmaster Xian and stopped smiling. There are not many. Everyone, live well. If there is no one to send you off, I can help. Qin Wudi sneered in disdain. Grandmaster Qing Chao raised his eyebrows. Brother Qin, do you want to spar? You seem to have a lot of fighting spirit. Qin Wudi clenched his fist and raised it. He shouted, I can't beat you. Jingmen Xiangyu. In the distance, Lu Yin retracted his gaze. There was no need to watch the old people reminisce. He released Bai. The karma had increased and ended. Although Bai's karma was not as good as Yu Ye's and the transparent moths, it was still not bad. After all, it was the limit of its combat power and had lived for a long time. As soon as Chang came out, it clawed at Lu Yin without hesitation. The Dianjiang platform hell repeated the past. Any intelligent creature that was forced into the Dianjiang platform hell would experience a painful past. However, there were some exceptions, such as the consciousness creatures, the 13 celestial phenomena, and Bai. Bai was a bug. Deep in its origin, it was loyal to the immortal master and could not be changed. Even if Lu Yin created the karma, it could not change it. Bugs did not have joys and sorrows, so they naturally could not experience emotional torment. To Bai, it was just being locked up for a while. Lu Yin instantly appeared above its head and stomped down, pressing Bai into the ground with a loud bang. Bai's appearance attracted everyone's attention to the 7 people. However, the cultivators of the 9th heaven universe did not care about Bai anymore. They knew that Bai could not beat Lu Yin and were now curious about Bai's fate. Was Lu Yin going to kill it or something? Bai was extremely strong, so it was a pity that he had to kill it. This mount was too perfect, just like when he had obtained the Hellworm. At that time it had been a considerable help. However, Bai was loyal to the immortal master, and its existence was like a set of coordinates that would lead to the Hive civilization. Bai's life force was almost exhausted, so it was not as useful to Lu Yin as he had imagined. Although Bai was currently at the limit of combat power below immortality, it was only slightly stronger than Gudwanka and the others. It had lost its life force and could not fuse with the immortality substance, so it was not a threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin pressed Bai into the ground. Bai struggled continuously, but it could not escape. Lu Yin did not only have Qing Xian, but he also had Furball, Dan Jia, and the longevity steel and Bai that had been pushed into the Dianjiang platform hell. Dan Jia was very valuable and involved the 3rd stronghold. Although Bai was much more powerful than Dan Jia, it was not as valuable. After thinking about it, Lu Yin still decided to lock Bai up because Bai was also involved in another important creature, Chaos. After Bai was locked up, the world was cleared, and the war was considered to be over. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and saw bug corpses falling from time to time. Although most of the bugs in the 9th heaven had been eliminated, the rest still needed to be cleaned up, and it would take some time. This was even more so for the spiritualized universe. The Night Pillar Spirit Treasure Array could not affect the spiritualized universe, so the number of bugs in the spiritualized universe was much higher than the 9th heaven universe. However, he did not need to worry about this. A door appeared in front of him, and Lu Yin stepped in. When he reappeared, he was already at the startling Sparrow Arena. Everyone turned to look at him. Lu Yin's gaze fell on Master Grass. Luo Chan is not dead? Master Grass nodded. A strange life form is not easy to kill. Lu Yin frowned. Was that so? Master Grass said, I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. There's no other way. Immortality is not invincible. Your Excellency now has the strength to fight against immortality. Lu Yin did not deny it and said in a low voice, as long as the Hive civilization is not eliminated, humans will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Startled Gate Xiangyu said, we were just talking about this matter. We must find a way to eliminate the Hive civilization. Otherwise, when they recover, they will come to the 9th heaven again. However, we do not know where they are. Mr. Liu, you did not kill that bug. Can you use it to find the location of the hive civilization? Master Xian asked. Luin looked at Master Xian and the others curiously. Startlegate Xianxia introduced, these 7 are the seniors of the 9th heaven universe. They have always been at the first night pillar. If not for this war, they would not have appeared. Luin heard the conversation between these people and Master Grass. Their seniority was similar to Master Grass. Greetings, seniors. Luin was polite. They looked at Luin with admiration. We are old. Mr. Liu is young, but you have surpassed us. It is admirable. The human race is fortunate to have you. Unfortunately, you are from the Celestial Prime. The Celestial Prime is also human. There is no distinction between them. Mr. Liu, you did not kill that Qi. Do you still want to use it to find the location of the hive civilization? Grandma Three Heavens asked. Luin nodded. I did consider this, but even if I found the location, who would deal with the Divine Master? That is the real immortality realm. Danju had told him the location, but it was too far away. Compared to the location, the Divine Master was more important. Thinking of this, Luin looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. In the history of the 9 Clouds universe, have you ever killed an Eternal Realm expert? Jingmen Xiangyu's eyes were heavy, no. Qin Wudi said, the first night pillar was the beginning of the 9 Clouds universe's expedition to the outer universe. Although we are not the first group of people, we are almost there. We participated in the expedition to the Tomorrow universe, the Mind universe, and so on. These foreign civilizations did not have an Eternal Realm expert. But there are powerhouses infinitely close to the Eternal Realm, Master Xian said. Grandma Three sighed, the former Tomorrow Great Emperor, the existence in the abyss of the Mind universe, was infinitely close to the Eternal Realm. As long as they are given time, they can achieve eternal life, but they are always one step away. It's not that they can't do it, but... At this point, she suddenly didn't know what to say. Jingmen Xiangyu continued, Tianyun. Luin looked at Jingmen Xiangyu, and the others also looked at him. Tianyun? Jingmen Xiangyu slowly said, eternal life is not a realm that can be reached fairly. If all creatures in the universe can try to step into eternal life through cultivation, and every creature has the same chance, then the number of Eternal Realm experts in the universe will be at least 10 times more. But the Eternal Realm absolutely has nothing to do with fairness. It depends on both ability and luck. For example, Master Qing Chao. Master Qing Chao smiled bitterly, I knew you were going to pick me. Master Xian said, indeed, your luck is invincible to be able to break through to the Eternal Realm. Qin Wudi glanced at Grandmaster Grass, and the contempt in his eyes couldn't be hidden. It was contempt for the former Grandmaster Grass. Let me think until I break my head. Even after millions of years, I still can't figure out how a person like you could reach the immortal realm. Cowardly, not good at killing, no fighting spirit, and you don't even have a goal. Yes, why? These 3 words expressed the bitterness of countless people. They chased after it all their lives, but they could not reach it no matter how hard they tried, but it was achieved by someone they never liked. Why? This is Tianyun. Jingmen Xiangyu said. Master Qing Chao did not refute. Luin couldn't help but look at him, and then at the 7 seniors. Did they really think so of Master Qing Chao? What did they think of Master Qing Chao? Did they really not understand, or did they know too much? Master Qing Chao was cowardly? Not good at killing? He only knew that Grandmaster Qing Chao, as an Eternal Realm cultivator, had dealt with the 4 supreme deities of the 9-fall universe and protected the spiritualized universe, preventing the spiritualized universe's people from knowing the truth. He had achieved a balance between the 2 universes. Afterward, he had hidden the Tianyuan universe and isolated the Eternal Realm from the 9-fall universe. It was very likely that he had schemed against me Jin Xiangyu and caused his death. There were various signs that indicated that the Grass Grandmaster was plotting something. Even the 3 superior deities were afraid of such a scheme, and they even took the initiative to seek a balance. He had no pursuits? Wrong. His ambition was too great, so great that the 9 Clouds universe couldn't accommodate it. And these were things that Jingmen Xiangyu knew. Only the 7 seniors did not know. They had probably stayed in the first night pillar for too long, and their knowledge was still stuck in the past. They had been abandoned by the times. Luine found it lamentable that the Grass Grandmaster looked at them as if they were clowns. Were those people the winners or losers of the previous era? Luine could not say for sure. Grandmaster Xianxia smiled faintly at Luine. Master Lu, both the Ninefall universe and the spiritualized universe should thank you for this battle. Even if the insectoid nest had been transferred here by the Tianyuan universe, the Ninefall universe would not have given up on the Tianyuan universe. War would have still occurred, and the spiritualized cultivators who went to the Tianyuan universe would have been unlucky. Thus, on behalf of the spiritualized universe, I thank you, Master Lu. Grandmaster Xian and the others did not understand what Grandmaster Xianxia was talking about. What transfer? What going to the Tianyuan universe? But they did not need to know too much. Jingmen Shangyu also spoke up, his voice not only echoing through the startling Sparrow Arena, but also throughout the entire Ninefall universe. I, Jingmen Shangyu, represent the Ninefall universe to sincerely thank Master Lu for his help. If Master Lu had not seen through the insectoid nest, planned the war, killed the insectoid lord, and suppressed Qi, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown. Master Lu generously gave us the show Ling to buy time and prevent many casualties. The Ninefall universe thanks you. Grandmaster Xian and the others faced Lu Yin and bowed slowly. We, the cultivators of the Ninefall universe, thank you, Master Lu. Below the startling Sparrow Arena, Gu Duanka, Qing Xing, Danan, and the others bowed in unison. We, the cultivators of the Ninefall universe, thank you, Master Lu. Then, countless cultivators bowed deeply. We, the cultivators, thank you, Master Lu. Above the pillars, countless cultivators bowed. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Master Lu. At that moment, the Ninefall universe resonated, and the gratitude of countless cultivators converged into a roaring sound that resounded in Lu Yin's ears. He did not know why, but there was a kind of uncontrollable excitement that made Lu Yin want to spit it out. There was a kind of excitement and a kind of emotion that made him want to shout out loud. He looked at the sky and seemed to see every cultivator who was grateful to him. He saw countless people standing in pools of blood and bowing to him. The will of the entire Ninefall universe was speaking to him. He subconsciously walked to the edge of the startling Sparrow Arena and slowly said, "The human race is the first." The moment he finished speaking, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and the Ninefall universe shook. The mother tree swayed, and an invisible force covered the sky. Others could not see it, but Lu Yin could. It was the karma celestial phenomenon. The sky was still the same sky, but in Lu Yin's eyes, there was another sky, the karma celestial phenomenon. The karma celestial phenomenon covered the Ninefall universe and spread out endlessly. Its scope shocked Lu Yin even now, and he could not see the end of it. Blue Lotus Imperial had clearly left, but the karma celestial phenomenon suddenly appeared, as if it had accompanied the will of the universe and descended. Lu Yin released the karma heavenly Tao, connecting heaven and earth, and touched the karma celestial phenomenon. Boom! Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up, and it was as if the world had expanded 100 times, 1,000 times, and continued to expand. Lu Yin saw the Ninefall universe and the spiritualized universe, and it continued to expand. Through the karma celestial phenomenon, he could see even further and further. What was going on? His karma heavenly Tao was connected to the karma celestial phenomenon? This was something that he had never thought of before. Lu Yin had released the karma heavenly Tao more than once, but this karma was not the same as the karma of the Ninefall universe. The karma that the Tianyuan universe comprehended was different from the karma of the Ninefall universe. It was just like how the river of time had tributaries, and the tributaries were separated by a chasm, but they could also merge and converge into the mainstream. It was the same for karma. It was like a chasm that merged with each other. At this moment, Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao had merged with the karma celestial phenomenon, making Lu Yin feel as if he had moved from a small world to a larger one. His sky became even higher, as if he was a giant that could see even further. How could this be? Lu Yin slowly closed his eyes, savoring the feeling of this moment. Lu Yin did not know that at this moment, his aura had undergone a tremendous change. In the eyes of Stargate Imperial and the others, Lu Yin had become ethereal, giving them the feeling that they were looking at Blue Lotus Imperial. They saw the shadow of Blue Lotus Imperial on Lu Yin's body. The 7 senior cultivators were even more depressed. No matter how high their seniority was, they could not be higher than Blue Lotus Imperial. They would not treat Blue Lotus Imperial as casually as they had faced Stargate Imperial and Master Green Grass. Now, looking at Lu Yin's back, their expressions unconsciously became respectful, and their breaths subconsciously suppressed. No one knew why Lu Yin had changed like this, not even Stargate Imperial and Master Green Grass. They only knew that Lu Yin had changed again. How could this kid improve so quickly? He could already fight against an Eternal Realm cultivator. Now, who knew what he would become? No one disturbed Lu Yin, and he stood at the edge of the Sparrow Arena for 100 days. He closed his eyes for 100 days and could not feel the passage of time. He only knew that he was very carefree now. Compared to before, he felt like a blind man seeing the light. Was this the feeling of Blue Lotus Imperial? No wonder Blue Lotus Imperial could easily change the direction of his landing in the Ninefall universe. Under this feeling, he was a god. Lu Yin experienced the gap between him and Blue Lotus Imperial. This was the terror of the Karma Celestial phenomenon, which far exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. This was not a matter of quantity, but a matter of qualitative change. This gap was indescribable. If Lu Yin wanted to use karma to fight Blue Lotus Imperial's karma, it would be tantamount to a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It could also be seen as the sea washing away the river. The gap was huge. Blue Lotus Imperial was very strong, so strong that it was exaggerated. It was by no means comparable to Stargate Imperial and Master Green Grass. Lu Yin felt it. He was confident that he could fight against Master Green Grass and Stargate Imperial by fusing the chi of life with the eternal matter. However, if he faced Blue Lotus Imperial, who had the Karma Celestial phenomenon, he would have almost no power to fight back. Was this the strength of Blue Lotus Imperial? Did Stargate Imperial and Master Green Grass know? Did Imperial of the Blood Tower know? Did the people of the Ninefall universe know? Lu Yin opened his eyes. It was different. There was a gap between Eternal Realm cultivators. Blue Lotus Imperial was completely different from Master Green Grass. If Stargate Imperial and the others did not know the gap, then would he be the first to know? Furthermore, Lu Yin also realized that he could comprehend karma. It was not just the enlightenment of the Mirage domain, but also related to the will of living beings. He had obtained the recognition of the entire Tian Yuan universe and transformed into the wordless heavenly tome. This was the first step in comprehending karma, which was why he had been able to fuse with the Karma Celestial phenomenon. Karma was not only something that could be obtained through cultivation, but it also required recognition. It was no wonder that others could not comprehend karma, no matter how talented they were. Karma was the cause and effect of a universe, which existed between living beings. Living beings were the foundation of everything. Without the recognition of living beings, how could one comprehend karma? Lu Yin had been protecting the Tian Yuan universe all this time, and the Tian Yuan universe had reciprocated. He had not seen it clearly in the past, but now he understood. Everything he had done had not been in vain, but it had not been to obtain anything in the beginning. He had simply wanted to protect the Tian Yuan universe. Now that he could fuse with the Karma Celestial phenomenon, he wondered what Blue Lotus Imperial's expression would be when he returned. He could not let Blue Lotus Imperial know, unless he had no other choice but to use the Karma Celestial phenomenon to fight. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 392, Karma Celestial Phenomenon Changes are free to read. There was no one at the startling Sparrow platform, and after 100 days, the Ninth Heaven universe had cleared out a large number of bugs. The first Night Pillar had also returned from outer space. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to look for Xianxia. It had been a long time since he had obtained Xianxia's blood, so it was time to try looking for her. He released the karmic heavenly Tao and used karma as the end. Xianxia's blood. He watched as the karma spiraled upwards and then headed in a certain direction. Luyin took a step forward and followed closely behind. He could indeed find Xianxia with her blood, but he restrained his aura to avoid being detected by the Eternal. He tore through the void and finally landed in a certain location. Luyin had not expected it to be here. This was where he had sensed the Eternal and Xianxia's gazes when he had chased after Xinghang Yuan. When his consciousness had descended, the Eternal and Xianxia had already left. He had not expected Xianxia to still be here. No, Xianxia should not be here. What was she doing here? It was meaningless. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he landed on the ground. He looked down and casually lifted the soil to see Xianxia's corpse. Her bones were gone, and only her skin and flesh remained. Her blood had seeped into the soil. He sighed. Xianxia had shed her skin. As expected of the Eternal, there were no loopholes at all. He was not surprised. There were words beneath Xianxia's corpse, and Luyin flipped them over. "You are the second Tai Chu." Luyin narrowed his eyes. The Eternal had left these words behind for him to see. The Eternal had expected that Luyin would find him, so he had left these words behind. How interesting. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It felt like he was looking for a rat. The second Tai Chu? Tai Chu was the primogenitor. Back in the Tianyuan universe, the primogenitor had created a cultivation method and established the above heaven sect. At that time, the Eternal had fled from the ninth heaven universe to the Tianyuan universe. Even though he was not weak, he still had no advantage over the primogenitor. No matter how much stronger the ninth heaven universe was, as the primogenitor of the Tianyuan universe, it was not impossible for him to suppress the Eternal. Thus, the Eternal had hidden under the above heaven sect's light and schemed. In the end, the above heaven sect collapsed and the Eternals became the strongest power in the Tianyuan universe. If not for generations of powerhouses resisting them, the Tianyuan universe would have been completely devoid of normal people. What did the Eternal mean? By comparing himself to the primogenitor, was he implying that he would be like the primogenitor, unable to notice him, who was hiding in the corner? Luyin stared at the words on the ground in a daze. The words had been dyed red by Mei Shue's blood, and they were dazzling to the eye. Lu Yin's primogenitor's primogenitor, where did the Eternal? Was he so confident that he could turn the tables? A rat like him could only hide and hide. How was he going to turn the tables? Powers like Wang Ma and deathly stillness kept flashing through Lu Yin's mind. If the Eternity wanted to make a comeback, it would have to rely on these powers. Lu Yin had betrayed the Eternity in the past, so could it be that he wanted to replace the Eternity now? In the past, Eternal couldn't do it. He called himself a failure. Whose failure was it? Deaf ears? Or was it dead silence? The Eternal realm was different now. With a turbid spirit seed, his upper limit had been broken. It was very likely that he was trying to break through to the Eternal realm. I can't let him go, not even a little bit. This guy is too scheming. Luyin looked up at the karmic phenomenon. Eternal had divined that Luyin would be able to find Xianxia's corpse, and he had even left behind a mocking message. Then, could Eternal have divined that Luyin would be able to borrow the power of the karmic phenomenon? Since the Azure Lotus defense had yet to return, Qin Wentian decided to borrow the power of the karmic great constellation to make a move. He wanted to see how powerful the karmic great constellation was. He wanted to see if this eternity could deceive even the karmic great celestial phenomenon. Thinking of this, the blood of Snow Wang's corpse turned into droplets of blood and soared into the air. They followed the karma spiral at Lu Yin's fingertips and flowed into the karmic great celestial phenomenon. The world opened up again, and Lu Yin could see the boundless starry sky. It was deep and vast, but he could see through all things with a single thought. Karma surged like the clouds. Those who are not present alone will be replaced by benefits. Those who are not present alone will be replaced by non-existence. The heart is clear, and there is no fear of selfishness. The self-illuminating the heavens technique fused the karmic great celestial phenomenon with the karmic great celestial phenomenon and used it to calculate blood. Droplets of blood shattered and turned into scarlet currents that formed the appearance of Snow Wang within the karmic great celestial phenomenon. The world shook, but no one else could feel it. This was the shaking of karma. It wasn't just the karmic great celestial phenomenon, but also the karmic great celestial phenomenon. It seemed to be connected to something, causing the world to change. The alarmed protector looked up at the sky. What was going on? Grandmaster Grass, who was in the spiritualized universe, also felt it. The world was shaking with spirit threads. The 7 funnels and the lights that converged from them were also shaking. Who had moved this universe? Who had moved what? This feeling could only be felt by the Azure Lotus Protector. Had he returned? In the land of the 9 heavens, below the mother tree, there were many thatched cottages. Ordinary people were farming, and some were resting under the trees. The world was shaking, and that person frowned and looked up. What was going on? The war had already ended, so why was there such a huge commotion? He was the Eternal. No one could find him. There was a boom, and the farmers cheered. Spring thunder is here. It's going to rain. Haha, spring thunder is here. Little thing, hurry up and go home. Be careful not to get struck by lightning. Grandpa was just struck by lightning. Grandpa peeked at Grandma bathing. Grandpa peeked at Grandma bathing. Bastards, get over here. Grandpa will beat you to death. The Eternal retracted his gaze and looked at the scene in front of him. A group of people was running through the mud happily. This joy suppressed his distracting thoughts. Up until now, he had not done anything. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that he did not have enough time. He had not expected Luine to reinforce the consciousness universe and return so quickly. The entire battlefield had shrunk, causing the Eternal's plan to fail. Fortunately, he had completed one task ahead of time, and he had found the location. No matter how smart a person was, there were still things that they would overlook. What the mortals had thought of might not have occurred to those high and mighty cultivators. This was also a path to take. When he thought of Xianxia, he recalled the words beneath her corpse. He did not know if Luine had seen them, but he would definitely look for Xianxia. The battle at the hive had given Xianxia a chance. Otherwise, who knew when she would have been able to sneak in? That was a place that even the Eternal Protectors would not be able to find. Just as he thought of this, the Eternal's vision changed. He saw a pitch-black land, and beneath it were walking skeletons. He had arrived. Even the shrewd Eternal could not hide his excitement. He had finally found it. At that moment, he shared his vision with Xianxia. Xianxia had entered that place. What she saw were skeletons, as well as a massive sourcebox array beneath the ground. The Eternal used Xianxia's vision to look at the sourcebox array, and he was somewhat shocked. From what he knew, the most majestic sourcebox array he had ever seen was the 9 firmaments pillar. Each pillar was composed of 5 sourceboxes that were equivalent to boundless advanced sourceboxes in the Tianyuan universe. All 9 pillars were connected, and in total, there were 45 boundless advanced sourceboxes. In addition, there were also several perceptive intermediate sourceboxes. This was the largest sourcebox array in history, and it was also the most astounding one. Compared to this, the limitless kinetic energy that Huiwen had created in the Tianyuan universe was much smaller. No other sourcebox array in the spiritualized universe or the 9 firmaments universe could compare to it. However, although the sourcebox array in front of him had not been completed, it already contained 30 boundless advanced sourceboxes. Once it was completed, who knew how many more boundless advanced sourceboxes would be needed? Similarly, there were many more perceptive, intermediate and discerning elementary sourceboxes scattered around the array. Furthermore, unlike the 9 firmaments pillar, this sourcebox array was composed of all of the sourceboxes. It was completely different from the 9 firmaments pillar, as all of the sourceboxes had been arranged into a single array. This was Execution's goal, as it had captured Li Gua in order to set up this sourcebox array. Xianxia's gaze shifted, and it landed on the sourcebox array's surroundings. Although there were only skeletons around, she still recognized a few people. They were all famous heavenly spirit array masters from the Zhu family, the Qing family, and the Yu family, and they were all here. This enormous sourcebox array looked like a starry sky when viewed from above. It was obscure yet profound. Eternity blinked and cut off the connection with Xianxia. He straightened up, and his lips curled up. You finally found it, Execution. This is what you've been trying to do all these years. When you sent someone to capture Li Gua, you should have known that you would be exposed. How many years has it been? Deathly silence has been so cautious, and it's all thanks to Luin. If it weren't for the fact that Luin had suppressed you so fiercely and almost destroyed Hidden Sky City, you wouldn't have been in such a hurry to make a move. Now that you've found it, it's time to have some fun. At the same time, Luin stood high in the sky. Within his karmic celestial phenomenon, Xianxia's figure suddenly fell in a certain direction. Luin stared at that direction and watched as Xianxia's blood-red figure fell and disappeared. Luin took a step forward and chased after it. Finally, he landed on a black swamp that had a dark red color on the ground. It was Xianxia's blood. Xianxia's bones were buried here. Luin looked at the swamp and pondered for a moment before vanishing. The swamp was known as Black Marsh. Although it was a swamp, it did not have much of an impact on cultivators. Due to some special reasons, this swamp had become a place that many cultivators yearned for. Thus, there was a huge city on top of the swamp called Black Marsh City. Almost everyone in Black Marsh City was a cultivator, as normal people would not be able to cross the swamp. At this moment, Black Marsh City was filled with smoke, and the sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. Why aren't reinforcements here yet? There are too many bugs here. These bugs burrow into the swamp and are impossible to guard against. We can't escape even if we want to. Escape? If you dare to escape, then don't ever come back to Black Marsh City. This is troublesome. The bugs in other places have mostly been wiped out, but we still have so many here. Compared to the entire universe, most of the bugs have been wiped out, but they're scattered in some remote corners. There are still quite a few of them here. Our family is also fighting with them and asking for reinforcements. You're still thinking that, Luin? Those big shots can't even see us in this corner. Alright, don't talk too much. Outside Black Marsh City, strange black bugs were the same color as the swamp. They were shaped like bamboo and would occasionally charge out like sharp swords. Cultivators were constantly being stabbed, and some were even killed. Their corpses were being dragged underground. On the ground, bugs constantly twisted and appeared. Even further away, the walls of Black Marsh City were being attacked by the Brocadajura. Screams of agony could be heard everywhere. Those were the injuries caused by Qianli. The pain was enough to make people commit suicide, and it brought fear to Black Marsh City. A group of cultivators rushed out of the city. That was the damaged part of the city wall, and someone had to guard it. Otherwise, the worms in the swamp would rush in. Finally, there's backup. Quick, we can't hold on much longer. There were more than 10 cultivators in the group, but the people who had been guarding the area heaved a sigh of relief and retreated. Half a day later, the worms retreated, and the group of cultivators continued to wait. It was only when someone from the city lord's office came with special materials to repair the city wall that they could finally relax. Dozens of people lay on the ground, panting. It's finally over. Far from it. Without the help of some big shot, the worms in Blackpool will probably never disappear. Blackpool City is not going to be peaceful. Be content, at least the blue immortals didn't come. Do you think there are a lot of them? They are the opponents of those big shots. It's already very difficult for a Brocadajura to appear here. Not only do they have the power of a half-ancestor, they can't be seen and can move anywhere. Very strange. What's there to complain about? I didn't see you fight the Brocadajura. All the cultivators above the half-ancestor level in Blackpool City are focused on the Brocadajura. We're already very lucky. Hearing the discussions around him, Luin quietly leaned against the city wall and used pills to heal his non-existent injuries. He had come to Blackpool City and changed his appearance to disguise himself as a destitute cultivator. The reason he did this was because he did not want to be discovered by the Eternal. Xianxia had no value, but the Eternal behind her was valuable. Luin knew how cautious the Eternal was. It was not easy for him to use the karmic phenomenon to find clues, and this was definitely beyond the Eternal's expectations. The Eternal would never have dreamed that Luin could use the karmic phenomenon to attack. Now that he had found a clue, he could not waste it. It would be useless to search for Xianxia Bai rashly even if he caught her. What he wanted was to use Xianxia Bai to lure the Eternal over. Why Xianxia Bai was in the underground of Blackpool City was also a mystery. In order not to alert the enemy, he did not use his consciousness to scan the underground and did not dare to make any movements. This underground might be related to deathly silence or Mang. Even the Eternal could not find these powers, so he would definitely be discovered if he attacked. There was no breakthrough from the cultivator's point of view, so he would start from the point of view of ordinary cultivators or even mortals. This deathly stillness, or the fact that they weren't hiding in a place where there were no signs of human habitation, but under the Black Swamp City, meant that they were using the bustle of Black Swamp City to hide. Then, he would use Black Swamp City to look for them. This was the most undetectable method. The clues were not easy to come by, so they had to be extremely careful. Someone patted Luin on the back. It was a burly man. "Thanks for just now, brother." Luin smiled. "You're welcome." When he was fighting with the underground worms, he had saved this man. Otherwise, this man would have been crippled even if he didn't die. It was a life-saving grace. The big man was scared. "If you didn't save me, I would have died. My sister would have no one to take care of her." "Brother, don't say such discouraging words." Beside the large man was a dark-skinned woman with an exquisite appearance. With a single glance, one could tell that she had been fighting all year round. Her gaze was resolute, and she carried a bow and arrow on her back. She thanked Luin as well. "Thank you for saving my brother." Luin waved his hand. "We should help each other on the battlefield. Perhaps you'll save me in the future." "Don't worry, with my arrows, those insects won't be able to get close to you." The woman clenched her fist and said. The big man rolled his eyes. "That's what you told me before." The woman glared at the burly man. The burly man smirked. "I still don't know how to address you, brother. My name is Ling Guang, and this is my sister, Ling Shu. You can just call me Fugue," Luin said without blushing or skipping a beat. Ling Guang and Ling Shu looked at each other strangely. "Fugue?" Luin smiled. "My elders gave me this name. They told me to use this name to train. They said that a lowly name is easy to raise and won't die easily." "Haha, so that's how it is. Brothers' elders have foresight." Ling Guang laughed. He thought that Luin wanted to hide his identity, but he couldn't refute this reason. Ling Shu also laughed and chatted with Luin. 2 days passed quickly. The worms attacked Black Pool City again, and the fighting started again. Luin, Ling Guang and Ling Shu worked together with ease. They were not afraid of the worms at all. Even when the Brocade Azura ambushed them once, Ling Shu noticed it in advance and forced Luin and Ling Guang to retreat. Ling Guang was scared after that incident. Brocade Azura. For half a month, Luin stayed in Black Pool City. Not only did he become familiar with Ling Guang and the rest, he also got to know other people. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. Their cultivations weren't high, but they had rich combat experience and were especially good at survival. During this time, a few girls tried to seduce Luin, reminding him of his experience during Earth's Armageddon. "Fugue, your swordsmanship is amazing. Have you been to the 7th Night Pillar?" someone asked, attracting the attention of many. Luin revealed his swordsmanship slightly. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, his swordsmanship was extremely strong, and he became famous in a short time. "No. You should go to the 7th Night Pillar then. It's a holy place for the Sword Dynasty. Even the 4 Lin Sword Sects people go there. There's also the 5th Night Pillar, Sword Master Taitsong. Everybody in the continent of the 9 Clouds uses swords. There's a 9 Firmament Sword Leader there. The 7th Night Pillar isn't that easy to climb." Luin was puzzled. Someone said, "It used to be, but it's different now. I heard that Senior Lonely Dwanka moved the stone wall that recorded the sword moves outside the Night Pillar. That's why anyone can look at it, but you still have to be careful. Brother, it's best to wait until you break through to Half Ancestor or even higher. After all, the sword intent recorded there isn't ordinary." Ling Guang agreed. "Brother, don't be in a hurry. Wait until you break through. I heard that even Mr. Liu left his sword intent there. Ordinary people can't look at it." Luin blinked. "That Mr. Liu?" "Yes, that Mr. Liu," Ling Guang said solemnly. Everyone's expressions turned solemn as well. Although Senior Lonely Dwanka is the head of 9 firmament swords, everyone has to admit that Mr. Lu's sword intent might surpass Senior Lonely Dwanka's. Someone sighed. Back then, he crossed the western and southern regions with one sword and killed Hefeng Mountain. He established his reputation as being invincible under eternal life. That was also his sword intent. Someone retorted, but I heard that he used a trick. Although I don't know how, I firmly believe that Senior Lonely Dwanka is still the head of 9 firmament swords. Luin can't compare. That's right. Luin can't compare. I think that Mr. Lu's sword intent is the strongest. Definitely not. Everyone was arguing. This was something that Luin often heard during this period. In the 9th firmament universe, some people were grateful to him, while others disliked him. It was normal. However, there were still many people who were grateful to him. Otherwise, the 9th firmament universes would not have recognized him, and he would not have been able to integrate the Karma Heavenly Tao into the Karma constellation. Alright, there's no need to talk about those big figures. They have their own worlds, and we have ours. We will never cross paths. Let's talk about digging treasures in Blackpool City, someone shouted. The surrounding people immediately became excited. They had come to Blackpool City to dig for treasures. Luin heard the term digging for treasures on his 3rd day here. This was also the only way for him to get close to Snowy Bones. There were treasures under the Blackpool. This was a legend that spread far and wide, and it had indeed been confirmed. That was why Blackpool City had been created and why so many cultivators had come here. Otherwise, how could there be resources here that could attract so many cultivators? Legend had it that the huge Blackpool had once buried a power. No one knew what that power was called. It was said that it was too ancient, and there were no records of it. One could dig for treasures in the Blackpool, and some people would occasionally dig up good things. Over time, Blackpool City was formed. Luin felt that this place was similar to the western regions. Buried under the yellow sands of the western regions was research on spirit treasure arrays from the Garnery universe, so many people dug for treasures there. Blackpool was the same. However, the difference between Blackpool and the western regions was that this place was not that big. Logically speaking, it should have been emptied long ago. However, it was said that the buried power could move, perhaps with the help of spirit treasure arrays or for other reasons. Some people said that the power was being carried by a huge scorpion that lived in the swamp. It was constantly moving, so it was impossible to determine its location. Secondly, Blackpool City did not allow anyone to destroy the Blackpool, so no one could harm the swamp itself when digging for treasures. The purpose of Blackpool City was very simple. Blackpool City could only exist if the treasures were still there. Otherwise, why would cultivators come here? Over time, this place became a place where many independent cultivators wanted to soar. Did you hear about that tomboy from last year? She's so lucky, someone commented. Someone else immediately said, I heard. That tomboy disguised as a man and dug for treasures with a bunch of people. She actually dug up a cultivation spirit and leapt several realms, becoming a progenitor. That's nothing. In the past, someone dug up a primordial realm cultivator's cultivation spirit. That was even more shocking. There was also someone who dug up rare resources and was bought by the city lord. That person soared to the sky. Beside Luin, Ling Guang was envious. How good would it be if we could dig up a cultivation spirit? Ling Shu was annoyed. Don't say it. If you say it, we definitely won't be able to dig it up. Fugue, what do you want to dig up? Ling Shu looked on curiously. Luin thought for a moment. Spirit seed. Not a spirit seed? Spirit seed is better, but it's very difficult. You're practical, but there's no use in digging up spirit seeds. There's too little of them and they're all scattered. Luin did not understand. Haven't you thought that digging for treasures might be a way for Blackpool City to attract independent cultivators? Ling Guang and Ling Shu looked at each other and said matter-of-factly, so what? Someone will get something good. That's enough. No one asked why. Luin thought about it and agreed. It was not easy for independent cultivators to cultivate. They would not let go of any opportunity. Actually, if you want to dig for treasures, it's best to follow the city lord's people. The chances are much higher. Unfortunately, without strength and connections, it's impossible to get close to the city lord's mansion. Ling Guang was helpless. Ling Shu wiped her bow. We're risking our lives here to accumulate merits and see if we can get a chance to join the city lord's mansion's treasure-digging team. There's a treasure-digging team in the city lord's mansion? Luyin was curious. Yes, the city lord's mansion is very diligent in digging for treasures. Many people have guessed what you said before, but after a few city lords of Blackpool City dug up good things and left, this guess was dispelled because they found that the good things those city lords dug up were good things. The West is really good. The city lords who left before were scattered all over the place. Some were robbed and died in battle, so they all felt that this treasure had nothing to do with Blackpool City. It really does exist. Luyin nodded thoughtfully. 82 Chinese network treasure, underground, white bones, oblivion, or dead silence. Had they not been discovered by the immortal lord for so many years been relying on this method? Even if the immortal lord had swept through every piece of land and came to Blackpool City to see so many people digging for treasures, he would not care. The great hermit was hidden from the world. In the vast Nine Heavens universe, the bugs had been cleared out on the surface, but in reality, the bugs in every corner were difficult to clear out. It would take time, either a year or 10 years. Fortunately, the Nine Heavens Pillar Spirit Treasure Array did not allow the bugs to enter. Otherwise, it would have been endless. More than 10 days passed. On this day, someone from the city lord's office came to transfer cultivators to participate in the defense on the other side. There were a lot of cultivators here. Many people were unwilling to go because the Brocade Azura would occasionally appear on the other side. On this side, there were only bugs that emerged from the swamp, and the strongest were the envoys. Luyin went, and so did the Ling Guang siblings. There were also a few braver ones or those who thought they were lucky enough to follow the city lord's office. The brave ones are stuffed to death, and the timid ones starve to death. If we don't make this trip, when will we be able to join the city lord's treasure digging team? Even if we don't contribute enough, being familiar with the city lord's people will help us join the team in the future, someone said to himself. He comforted himself. A few people beside him agreed. The leading man from the city lord's mansion had a smile on his face. That was the logic, but they had to be alive to get familiar with them. The few batches of people they had found before were almost all dead. These people were actually bait, because once the Brocade Azura appeared, they would first attack those with low battle power to give the other cultivators time to react. But if they could survive until the end, they would be praised by the city lord. After all, they were brave. Not long after, Luyin and the rest arrived at the other side of Blackpool City to defend the city wall. The war had begun again. After rounds of fighting, the people around them gradually died, and the city lord's office pulled another group of people over. Luyin and the Ling Guang siblings were still alive, and they cooperated seamlessly. No one could tell that Luyin was hiding his cultivation, especially when Ling Guang broke through halfway. This made Ling Shu happy for a few days. This breakthrough allowed him to reach the strength of a half-ancestor. The Brocade Azura would not be passive. As time passed, the three of them had become familiar with the people in the city lord's mansion. As long as they could survive until the end of the war, the city lord's mansion would guarantee them a spot in the city lord's mansion's treasure-digging team. They could even cultivate in the city lord's mansion. The sky above the black swamp was dark, and there was no sunlight all year round. It was because of the swamp, and also because of the mother tree's canopy. They were at the roots of the tree, and the leaves were too far away. After the battle, Luyin sat in a corner and drank some water, exhausted. The Ling Guang siblings leaned over. Fugui, are you okay? You seem to be scratched. Ling Shu tossed a pill to Luyin. Luyin waved a hand. It's fine, it'll be fine after a while. Ling Guang nodded. It would be great if you could also break through to the half-martial ancestor realm. With the two of us working together and the girl's long-range assistance, we would definitely be able to survive until the end of the war. Luyin smiled. I'll do my best. Not long after, Luyin closed his eyes to rest. What are you doing? The startling Gates Superior's voice traveled into Luyin's ears, startling him. He opened his eyes to take a look, and then heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the gate had not appeared. If the door appeared at this time, then it would be strange. The sudden appearance of the door meant that the alarmed gate was in charge. Wouldn't this small black pool city turn the sky upside down? Even an idiot would know that there was something wrong with him. I might have found information about Deathly Stillness or Duamu Realm. Blackpool City? Underground. Oh? I've investigated this place before, but that was a long time ago. It's right under my nose? How provocative. Luin said, Senior, don't alert the enemy. Deathly Stillness and Duamu Realm are one thing, but I still need to find the Eternal. The Eternal might not necessarily be here. I understand, otherwise you wouldn't have to hide your identity. With your strength, once you act, no one in the Black Swamp can escape. I'm looking for you to ask if you've found the location of the Hive civilization. Luin looked ahead, where sporadic fighting could be heard outside the city. The location is not fixed, and Danji can't fool me. The Immortal Master should be approaching us. The karmic phenomenon prevents Eternal Realm cultivators from entering as they please. Does that mean that once the Immortal Master comes into contact with the karmic phenomenon, Senior will know? The alarmed gate protector slowly said, the premise is that the Immortal Master must come into contact with the karmic phenomenon and enter its range. Otherwise, I don't know. After all, this is the power of the Azure Lotus Protector, and us Eternal Realm cultivators can borrow it to a certain extent. The power of karma already exists, but it's limited. These words reminded Luin of the scene in the Mirage where Master Qingqiao used the karma of the Forbidden Land to seal him. Master Qingqiao did not cultivate karma, but he could use it to attack. Even if it was a very shallow attack, it was enough to seal him at that time. However, Master Qingqiao also said that he would be sealed for 100 years. At that time, the gap between him and the Eternal Realm cultivators was too big. Therefore, Master Qingqiao could only seal him for 100 years. This proved that Master Qingqiao really did use the karma of the Forbidden Land to seal him. Otherwise, the Desolate Ancestor would not have been able to save him. If it was the Azure Lotus Protector who sealed him, not to mention the Desolate Ancestor, even he would not be able to escape now. Luin was helpless. In that case, Senior can't move, and neither can Master Qingqiao. Luo Chan's ability can allow the Immortal Master to enter the 9th heaven at any time. That would be a disaster. I understand. I hope Qinglian and the others will come back soon, the alarmed gate protector said. Luin frowned. Although the human civilization had 4 Eternal Realm cultivators, which seemed to be more than the Hive civilization, how many of them could really be moved? They could only ensure that it was enough for conventional combat. This did not include Master Qingqiao, who could betray them at any time. Senior, there is something that I can't figure out. Please enlighten me. What is it? Luin looked up at the startling Sparrow Terrace. Senior Qinglian Protector has been here for so many years. Have you really not found any clues about Deathly Silence or Wandi? He fused the Karma Heavenly Tao into the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon and soon found traces of the snow-white bones. The Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon belonged to the Green Lotus Upper Defense. How many years had it been? Wandi's clue? It did not make sense. The alarmed gate protector said, because he has been marked. Luin was surprised. Marked? Chisu is behind Wandi. Although Chisu is dead, for some reason, Qinglian will not let Chisu's power disappear. This also allows Wandi to continue to hide with Chisu's power. After all, he is an Eternal Realm cultivator. Chisu also knows that Qinglian has the Karma Celestial Phenomenon. The concealment of the Karma Celestial Phenomenon will not be easily exposed. As for Deathly Silence, although it appeared late, there is the Death Universe behind it. It is a cosmic civilization that can bring death calamity to our human civilization. It has a strange power. When the Death Universe approached, Deathly Silence's master killed Qinglian Protector. Once Qinglian Protector uses the Karma Celestial Phenomenon to search, she will be discovered. In other words, the Karma Celestial Phenomenon is transparent in Zhu's eyes. Luin was surprised. Zhu is not an Eternal Realm cultivator, but he can see through the Karma Celestial Phenomenon? Not see through it. Transparency does not mean that he can see through it. It just allows this power to appear in front of him. This is the power of the Death Universe. You should have seen Deathly Silence's method. It can make a creature's bones leave the body. It is marked. In other words, it is planted with bone language. Remember, do not let the death universe plant bone language. Do not let your power be marked, or everything will be transparent, the alarmed gate protector reminded. Lu Yin remembered what he had heard when he had looked into those eyes. Could he have been marked? The death universe's method was strange. It could make a person's bones leave the body. Li Guo had been seriously injured like this, and Wang Di's Jiazun had also been seriously injured. Lu Yin could not imagine what it would feel like to have his bones leave his body. But it should not be that easy. Li Guo had mentioned the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, saying that Hong Yuan had used some methods to plant bone language in him. Hong Yuan and Li Guo were at the same level, but Hong Yuan still needed to expend energy to plant bone language in him. It should be even more difficult to plant bone language in him. Lu Yin always felt that the words he had heard back then had been marked. If he had really been marked, then was the location of the snowy bones real? He had not been played, had he? Lu Yin got up and walked to the city wall to look underground. There were two possibilities. 1. He had been played by Eternity and Deathly Silence. The snowy bones were indeed under the Black Marsh, but just like the corpse, Eternity had deliberately left them here to attract attention. He had noticed. 2. He had not been marked. He had indeed found the snowy bones on his own, but he had done so with the help of the Karma Celestial phenomenon. If Azure Lotus Protector had been marked, the Karma Celestial phenomenon would have been transparent. Would Deathly Silence have noticed? Would the snowy bones traces be fake? 3. He had been marked, but he could still find the snowy bones. It was not his own ability, but Eternity. Eternity had betrayed Deathly Silence, and Xianxia had followed Eternity, which was the same as betraying Deathly Silence. Since Deathly Silence could mark Azure Lotus Protector, he could naturally mark Eternity as well. But even now, he could not do anything to Eternity, which meant that Eternity had the ability to counter Deathly Silence. Thus, Eternity also had the ability to help him. The fact that he had found Xianxia was coincidentally hidden by that countermeasure, making it difficult for Deathly Silence to notice. Eternity and Xianxia could not mark him or Azure Lotus Protector, so they did not know either. Thus, whether it was Deathly Silence or Eternity, he was now hidden here. What was the situation now? Lu Yin could not determine. In fact, he was leaning towards the third possibility, which came from his confidence in Eternity. He believed that Eternity had the ability to block Deathly Silence's detection and find out Deathly Silence's location. He understood Eternity. If that was the case, then Deathly Silence might be beneath his feet. I hope so, a coincidental alliance, Lu Yin mumbled to himself. Whether or not his guess was correct, he had to hide his identity and stay in Blackmarsh City. This little bit of time was nothing. He also wanted to return to the Tianyuan universe, but now was not the right time. The Immortal Master could appear at any time. The startling gate protector had to wait for the Immortal Master to enter the range of the Karma Celestial phenomenon before finding out every inch of the Karma Celestial phenomenon, including the Tianyuan universe. Thinking of this, Lu Yin looked into the distance. He was homesick, so he had to find time to visit. 82 Chinese Network. Everyone, listen up. The City Lord has ordered us to ensure that no insects attack the South Gate in 3 days. If we can do it, everyone will be rewarded with a chance to join the treasure-digging team. Someone from the City Lord's office shouted. This reward excited many of the wandering cultivators, and they immediately acted to eliminate the insects. Ling Guang laughed, if we can do it, we will have 2 chances to join the treasure-digging team. Fugue, work hard. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. It was not difficult to have no insects for 3 days. Before this, it was normal for there to be no insects for 3 to 5 days, as long as they were ruthless enough. Overwhelming attacks fell outside the city. Half a day later, many cultivators rushed out, their eyes red with killing intent. They longed for the chance to reach the heavens in one step. Just like those who dug sand in the western region, wandering cultivators wanted to protect themselves. Their cultivation was always accompanied by anxiety, and the more anxious they were, the more they wanted to reach the top. Ling Guang, and Luin also rushed out and fought with all their might. Finally, all the insects were killed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, no more insects appeared. On the afternoon of the third day, a group of people arrived at the south gate of Blackpool City. The city lord personally welcomed them and brought them into the city. Ling Guang was surprised. That is Xianxia? Luin raised an eyebrow. Xianxia? The fifth of the 7 fairies, Xianxia? Although he had never met Xianxia, he had heard from Lu Xiu that this girl was the one who proposed the condition for Luin not to force Lu Li to agree to the 5th Night Pillar's participation in the Universal War. Brother, you know her? Ling Shu was curious. Ling Guang's face was solemn. No, but I have seen Xianxia's beast carriage. Have you forgotten? It is in Dai City. Dai City? Ling Shu did not remember. Ling Guang said, it is normal that you don't remember. After all, the name of the 7 fairies is too deep for men like us. I remember now, she is the 5th of the 7 fairies, Xianxia? Ling Shu exclaimed. They were not the only ones, as many cultivators around them were discussing. Xianxia was not a mystery. Compared to Lu Xiu, Qiunan Hongya, and the others, Xianxia's background was much lower. Her father was Yumi, the city lord of Dai City, which could not be counted as a faction. However, Yumi had some ability. He had united hundreds of cities around him and established the 100 City Association. Although it wasn't a force, it was close. At the very least, their influence in this area was much greater than that of the Qiunan clan and the solitary Swan Island. Blackpool City was also one of the 100 Cities Association, second only to Big One City. Blackpool City's City Lord Yuxing is the younger brother of the 100 Cities Guild Lord Yumi, and this Xianxia is his niece. No wonder she would come here. The reason we fought before was to open up a path for Xianxia. Ling Guang said, looking at the beast carriage entering the city with infatuation. Ling Shu snorted. Stop staring at her. She's a genius. Marry her if you can. Ling Guang smiled bitterly. They could only dream about it. How could mortals like them covet the 7 fairies? To the 7 fairies, they were just mortals. Luin was also watching the beast carriage enter the city, and he did not expect to see Xianxia in such a situation. In the city lord's manor, Xianxia got off the beast carriage. Even though her face was covered by a veil, it was still difficult to hide her beauty. She added a touch of gentleness to the austere atmosphere of Black Swamp City, causing the sky to brighten. Yuxing saw Xianxia coming down, and pretended to blame her. Nonsense, why did you come to Blackpool City at this time? Do you know how dangerous it is? Xianxia smiled and bowed slightly. Sorry to disturb you, uncle. Facing Xianxia, Yuxing could not get angry. He shook his head. You brat, you're usually not willful. Why did you have to come now? Are you hiding from your father? I heard that the little Azure Prince went to Big One City. As he spoke, he brought Xianxia in. Outside the city lord's manor, many people looked away reluctantly. They did not see Xianxia, but just her beautiful figure was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. If one could marry one of the 7 fairies, then it would be a meteoric rise. Unfortunately, the gap was too big. Xianxia's arrival did not affect the war. The insects attacked a few days later, but their numbers were obviously less than when Luin first arrived in Blackpool City. Luin climbed up the city wall. Arrows flew past him and hit the insects, causing a tremor. Hey, did you hear? Xianxia came this time to run away from the marriage. Some people were discussing. Now that the war situation was not tense, many people liked to gather in 2s and 3s. That can't be. How can it not be? The insects are scattered all over the 9 firmaments, and the Junior Imperial Pavilion is open. Those talented Junior Imperial Masters have all awakened to participate in the war. The little Azure Prince went to Big One City, and so did the Boat of Bitterness and Luoning. Big One City's City Lord, Yumi, wants Xianxia to marry the little Azure Prince. I heard that the little Azure Prince agreed, but Xianxia did not, so she ran to Blackpool City. Don't talk nonsense. The little Azure Prince did not agree either. Yumi forced Xianxia to bring him to Big One City, so she ran away. How do you know? My third uncle's sister-in-law's neighbor's brother's master is in Big One City's City Lord's manor. How can I not know? You're crazy. Luin listened quietly. Was that so? None of the 7 fairies wanted to marry? The little Azure Prince was the most talented disciple of Xianxia. He was also a legend during his slumber. His legend was so exaggerated that no one could refute his title. He was the second Xianxia. Although he did not comprehend karma, he was still regarded as the successor of Xianxia. Half a king, walking the world. This was the little Azure Prince. It said that realms are meaningless to the little Azure Prince. I wonder if it's true or not, Ling Guang said enviously. Ling Shu said, I heard about it too. Once, the little Azure Prince broke through 5 realms in one day, shocking the 9 heavens. That was why everyone recognized him as the successor of Xianxia and gave him the title of Little Azure Prince. Someone else added, it's true. It was recorded in my family's history. It was a strange story. If not for Xianxia's insistence on letting the little Azure Prince sleep, the little Azure Prince might have reached the peak of coup adversity by now. The little Azure Prince sleeps in the east of the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Although there are 8 directions in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, the 4 directions are different. Luin was curious. Who else? I'm not sure. The Junior Imperial Pavilion has never said anything about the little Azure Prince sleeping in the east. I know. A girl said excitedly, the Bitter Abyss disciple is in the north. I'm absolutely sure. Ling Guang was curious. How do you know? The girl was proud. Someone in my family is a disciple of the Bitter Abyss. Really? That's amazing, to be able to join the Bitter Abyss. There are so few disciples in the Bitter Abyss. Your family has reached the heavens in a single bound. I originally wanted to go to the spirit universe to see if I could cultivate the Bitter Abyss technique, but those bugs messed up my plans. Luin recalled that he had agreed with the Bitter Abyss to go to the spirit universe to try cultivating the Bitter Abyss technique. The time had already passed, but even if the Hive civilization did not come, he would not have been able to go. If he was not returning to the Tianyuan universe, he would have been supporting the Pansensory universe. Over the past few days, the topic of discussion had been Xianxia, the 7 fairies, and the little Azure Prince. During this time, some people had mentioned Luin. They talked about how he had helped the Donglin sword sex Lu Xizhan become the head swordsman and how he had destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll to help Ming Xiaolong. Someone even said that the 6th Night Pillar's expedition to the Pansensory universe had something to do with Luin. Luin did not know how these rumors had spread, but most of them were correct. Of course, there were also some rumors that left him speechless. I'll tell you in a low voice, but don't spread it. A small man with shifty eyes whispered, pulling a group of people to squat by the wall. He smiled mischievously. According to reliable sources, Mr. Lu rejected the 7 fairies. Originally, one of the 7 fairies would definitely marry him, but they were rejected. What? Someone would reject the 7 fairies? Lower your voice, what's so strange about that? This is Mr. Lu, and his status is comparable to the Eternal Emperor. The 7 fairies can't compare to him. But the 7 fairies are beautiful. That's true. Shut up, do you still want to hear it? The small man rolled his eyes. Do you know why Mr. Lu rejected them? Luin came over. Why was he being mentioned again? The small man saw that everyone was staring at him and coughed. He proudly said, that's because. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he whispered, he likes to eat all of them. Pfft. Luin spat out a mouthful of water. The people next to him were dumbstruck, staring at the small man. Ling Guang was stunned. Hey, don't talk nonsense, or you'll be struck by lightning. The small man took out a few books. Look for yourselves. Someone saw with their own eyes that Mr. Lu got into the carriage several times. How can this be fake? When Mr. Lu first entered Jiushao, he wasn't so powerful. A senior had his eyes on him and wanted to take him as a disciple. He had been observing him, but he didn't expect him to like eating all of them. So the senior gave up. The books were snatched by the crowd, and the titles of the books were stunning. Mr. Lu and eating all of them. On the sturdiness of the beast carriage. The Great 5 Palm sect welcomes Mr. Lu. The authors were the same, there was a senior. There really is a senior. Ling Shu was speechless. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be this kind of person. Ling Guang patted her head. What are you thinking? Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get into trouble. He then threw the books to the small man. Brother, don't go overboard, or you'll be in trouble sooner or later. The small man disdainfully said, believe it or not. At this time, a hand reached out and picked the small man up. It was someone from the city lord's office. The small man panicked. Sir, what's wrong? The person from the city lord's office glared at him. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Is Mr. Lu someone you can slander? Take him away. Sir, please don't. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I was the one who pretended to be a senior. I just wanted to gain some fame. I won't do it again. The crowd watched as the small man was taken away, and they hurriedly dispersed. The person from the city lord's office shouted, I think you all have nothing better to do. Be careful not to get ambushed by the brocade Azura. He then left. Lu Yin leaned against the city wall, speechless. He hadn't expected to be ridiculed like this, but such things were common in the Tianyuan universe. It was just that he hadn't seen it before. The cultivation world was also a world where people interacted with each other. It was essentially no different from the world of ordinary people, and there were also such gossips. Due to various problems, the address has been changed. Please save the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version is slow. Please download the Love Reading app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Love Reading app. Please read the latest chapter. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 396, Star Stomper Free Reading. Brother, why don't you think Mr. Lu wants to marry the 7 fairies? I heard that he rejected the 7 fairies. Don't talk nonsense. That kind of person isn't someone you and I can talk about. Just look at Fugue. Yeah, he's so calm. Lu Yin. Not long after, someone came and asked Lu Yin, Ling Guang, and his sister to go to the city lord manor. The 3 were surprised, but they did not hesitate and followed the person to the manor. When he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he saw Yu Xianger's beast carriage and Yu Xing standing beside it. Greetings, city lord. The 3 bowed. Yu Xing nodded and glanced at the 3. You must be the rogue cultivators guarding the south gate. I've seen you before, and you work well together. I have a mission for you. If you complete it, you'll be rewarded with a chance to join the city lord manor's treasure-digging team. Ling Guang and Lu Yin looked at each other, then at Yu Xing. May I ask what the mission is? Yu Xing said, follow this beast carriage. Wherever it goes, you go. Protect the people inside. I believe you know who they are. Ling Guang said respectfully, we know, but our cultivation is too low. I'm afraid we won't be able to. Yu Xing smiled. Most of the bugs in Black Marsh have been cleared out. You're just following for peace of mind. Besides, you're not the ones protecting Xianxia. At most, you'll just clean up the trash. It's simple. Ling Guang sighed in relief. If that's the case, thank you for your kindness. Lu Yin bowed as well. Thank you, city lord. Yu Xing grunted in acknowledgement. When they left the city lord manor, Lu Yin and the rest were no longer the 3 of them. They followed Yu Xianger's beast carriage and headed out of the city. Ling Shu was puzzled. What's Yu Xianger doing outside the city? Ling Guang smiled foolishly. I don't know. Ling Shu was speechless. Brother, you're just a guard. Don't think too much. Ling Guang pointed into the distance. Ling Shu looked over and was even more speechless. A group of cultivators were leaning on the wall and watching enviously. Their discussions could be heard. That Ling Guang and his sister are so lucky to be able to protect the 7 fairies. If only I could join. I'm clearly stronger than Ling Guang, but he didn't invite me. You're ugly. Scram. Even Fugue has gone. What a pity. He's just a block of wood. How good would it be if I went? What a waste. Ling Shu shook her head and looked at Lu Yin. She immediately felt much better. This Fugue really was a block of wood. His expression didn't even change. Ling Guang was almost drooling. He was very close to the beast carriage and could smell its fragrance. Aside from the Ling siblings and Luyin, there were also quite a few half-martial ancestors and progenitors in this group. There would definitely be other experts following them in secret, but Luyin did not investigate. After all, the area beneath his feet was related to deathly stillness or mantis, and any carelessness could lead to failure on the verge of success. However, he could feel that there was an expert hiding in the dark. His gaze swept past him from time to time. The fleet quickly left Black Swamp City and entered the swamp. Luyin and the rest now knew why Xianxia had left the city. Her reason for leaving Big One City was to go to Black Pool City to dig for treasures. So, if she really wanted to dig for treasures, even if it was just an excuse, she still had to put on an act. And after following Xianxia for a few days, there were quite a few insect attacks, but they were all dealt with, so there wasn't much danger. However, Xianxia's personality was even more surprising. She was a lazy girl who didn't care about anything. If you asked her which direction to go, she would be fine. If you asked her if she wanted to dig for treasures nearby, she would be fine. If you asked her how to deal with the insects, she would be fine. She didn't seem to be interested in anything at all. Behind her back, Ling Shu said that Xianxia was not suitable to be married as a sister-in-law. Luyin couldn't help but look at her. That would have to wait until Ling Guang could marry her. He was very clear that Xianxia's personality flaw originated from Qiu Su, one of the 7 emotions. It was no wonder why Xianxia had agreed to Qiu Nan Hongya's request so that Luyin wouldn't make things difficult for the 6th night pillar. She really didn't care about anything and just went with the flow. Some people relied on their strength to survive, while others relied on pure luck. Xianxia belonged to the latter category. But if not for Qiu Su's emotions, she might not have been like this. She definitely hadn't taken the initiative to become one of the 7 fairies. Instead, it had been the Azure Lotus Emperor who had thought of a way to make her one of the 7 fairies. Otherwise, with her personality, it would have been impossible for her to bring Yuan Ba to the Karmic Sea. This is from the young mistress. Thank you for your help along the way. Xianxia's maid took out cultivation spirits and gave them to Luyin. They were all at the half-ancestor level, which was quite good. She had given out more than 10 half-ancestor cultivation spirits in one go. This didn't matter to Ling Guang, as he was a half-ancestor himself. But to an emissary like Ling Shu, this was a pleasant surprise. As long as she was willing, she could immediately become a half-ancestor powerhouse. Even for progenitor realm experts, it was a good thing to be prepared. Not every cultivator could obtain a cultivation spirit. Normally speaking, it wasn't easy for progenitor realm experts to obtain a cultivation spirit at the quasi-ancestor realm, let alone a cultivation spirit at the same level. A single half-ancestor cultivation spirit could be sold for an astronomical price. Thank you, young mistress. Everyone was grateful. As expected of the daughter of Dia City's city lord and one of the 7 fairies, she was so generous. The beast carriage continued its journey through Blackmarsh, and no one knew how long it would take. Luyin measured the ground with every step, using his emissary-level strength to probe the ground. He wouldn't be discovered because he wasn't as excessive as those who were digging for treasures. There was a rumble in the distance as the beast carriage passed by. They saw a group of people digging into the ground. Of course, the area was very small, and they didn't dare to make it too big to avoid being expelled by Blackmarsh City. In the swamps, the most common method of digging for treasures was a hook, similar to a fish hook. Once the hook was inserted into the ground, no one knew what would be hooked. The deeper the hook was, the more likely it would be to obtain good things. This required the strength of the person digging for treasures and the quality of the hook, especially the quality of the line. Thus, although Blackmarsh City wasn't near the sea or river, there were still many fishing tools. 7th sister, Xianxia's voice rang out. At this moment, Luyin was very close to the beast carriage. Every guard's position was constantly changing, and this time, Luyin happened to be the closest to the beast carriage. He heard Xianxia's voice, and even heard Lu Siyu's from YC. 5th sister, what's going on? I heard that city lord you forced you to marry the young Azure King? Lu Siyu was making a fuss, and her voice wasn't soft. Yu Xianger's voice was soft. No, he just wanted me to entertain them. I didn't want to go, so I came to Blackmarsh City to seek refuge with second uncle. That's too much, it's not like city. Lord, you doesn't know your temper, my father wouldn't be like this. Yeah, it's always been you forcing Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu has never dared to force you. Hee, I know I'm wrong. Oh right, fifth sister, the young Azure King is a good person, you really don't feel anything? Yu Xianger was helpless. It's too tiring, it's so comfortable to be alone, free and unrestrained, why find another person to share the rest of my life with? Lucy, you said, I haven't played enough, and I don't like anyone. Fifth sister, your realm is high, and you don't like anyone. How about I introduce Luine to you? Outside the beast carriage, Luine raised his eyebrows. This girl is asking for a beating. Yu Xianger smiled faintly. You like Mr. Lu, don't drag me into it. You, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I like him? Second sister told me, you specifically asked second sister to agree to his conditions. I'm not the only one who asked for mercy, sixth sister also asked for mercy, after all. Alright, there's no need to explain, we all understand. I really didn't, fifth sister, you've misunderstood, I'm just thanking Luine. No, this misunderstanding has to be resolved, I'll contact him now and introduce you to him, that should be fine, right? Outside the beast carriage, Luine hurriedly put Huixi back into his cosmic ring. Seventh sister, don't mess around, Mr. Lu might be discussing the war of the insectoid civilization with Qinglian Yu and the others, he doesn't have time to care about such trivial matters. Alright, when he's free, I'll definitely introduce you to him. Oh right, the young Azure King and the others won't chase him to Blackpool City, right? Yu Xianger said, they don't have time, the Junior Imperial Pavilion has always been fighting for the position of the first Junior Imperial Pavilion, and many people want to eliminate Mr. Lu's influence, hoping to raise a genius who can compete with Mr. Lu, so this heavy burden can only fall on the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Compete with Luine? Can they do it? I don't know, but don't underestimate those Junior Imperial Pavilions, they're all top geniuses of their respective eras, and any one of them can reach the Ku Air realm with normal cultivation, or even the Ku Air realm with perfect mastery. As for people like the young Azure King, many people say that he'll be the next Eternal Realm powerhouse, and once they're fully nurtured by the Ninth Heaven universe, they definitely won't be bad. Alright, then I'll wait and see, they don't know how powerful Luine is. Although it's frustrating that he's from the Tianyuan universe, that guy is really powerful. Soon, the beast carriage quieted down. Yu Xianger pulled open the curtains, her snow-white arms resting on the windowsill as she looked outside, her gaze lifeless, sometimes not even willing to think. Luine thought of something, though. Although he was hiding in Blackpool City, how could he come into contact with the underground? He had wanted to dig for treasures before, but the underground existence wouldn't be unguarded against treasure diggers, and no one had been able to touch the underground for so many years, proving that it wasn't easy. Then, what if another group of people tried, for example, the young Azure King? What would happen if these people came to Blackpool City? Their cultivations weren't too high, but they were all difficult to deal with, and their identities weren't ordinary either. The arrival of these people could easily stir up trouble, but it wasn't enough to scare the underground existence. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted the startled gate Xianxia. The Blackpool region was vast, and Blackpool City was located in the central west of the Blackpool. Far to the south of the Blackpool was an even larger city, Dawun City. Dawun City was outside the Blackpool, surrounded by mountains and built under the clouds. It was extraordinarily lively, and its geographical location was very special. From the southern region to the western region, many people would pass through Dawun City, and even if they used the sky cable to get to other regions, it wouldn't be far from Dawun City. And from this direction to Blackpool, one would have to pass through Dawun City. It could be said that Dawun City was a city that many people would definitely visit in their lifetime. With Dawun City as the center, the 100 Cities Association spread out, encompassing the entire Blackpool region. It wasn't a powerful force, but its influence wasn't small. In Dai City, at the end of the central street was a mountain wall surrounded by clouds and a rainbow bridge. A woman stepped on the rainbow and landed, followed by an old woman. It was Qing Yun and Granny Yin. Luo Ning welcomed them. Why are you looking for us instead of killing the bugs? Granny Yin asked Luoning. Luoning bowed. Miss, we are going to Heizei City. Qin Yun was puzzled. Why? The fight for the title of first young master is in Heizei. Qin Yun and Granny Yin looked at each other. Who said so? Senior Bai Xia. Miss, may I ask? No need, I am not interested in the title. Qin Yun said. She was also in the Junior Imperial Tower in the south, but she was not interested in the title. Regardless of whether she had the title or not, her position in the Jiuxiao universe was the most special. Qin Yun looked at Luoning and smiled. Thank you for telling me. When are you going to Heizei? Luoning thought for a moment. The little Azure King has already left. I will go immediately after meeting you. Qin Yun nodded and looked at Luoning deeply. Let me remind you of two things. Luoning bowed again with a solemn expression. Please speak. Qin Yun looked in the direction of Heizei. The purpose of the Junior Imperial Tower supporting you is very simple. They hope that in 100 or 1,000 years, one of you can compete with Luin. This is something that no one in this era can do. They can only place their hopes on you because you are the geniuses of every era. But, this is just a dream. Miss, Granny Yin could not help but say. Luoning looked at Qin Yun in surprise. It was not appropriate for Qin Yun to say such words. It was equivalent to admitting that no one in the Jiuxiao universe could compete with Luin. Qin Yun forced a smile. There is a gap between dreams and reality. I did not think that no one could compete with Luin in the past, even if he suppressed the 4 regions. However, in the battle with the insectoid nest, he killed 2 insectoid lords alone. The strength of the insectoid lords is not something you can understand. It is not a matter of strength, but the strangeness of life. Even my mother is troubled. If there is someone in the Jiuxiao universe who can compete with him, they should have appeared long ago instead of waiting for the fight for the title of first young master. Resource support. These can't support of a genius who can compete with Luin. Granny Yin's gaze was complicated. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Luin, who was from the Tianyuan universe, had suppressed the entire Nine Clouds universe. Even though the entire Nine Clouds universe was grateful to him, he was still from the Tianyuan universe. Against foreign civilizations, they were on the same side. What if Jiuxiao and Tianyuan were to fight one day? It was not impossible. Previously, some people had said that Luin would join forces with the spiritualized universe to deal with Jiuxiao, which was why he had deliberately delayed dealing with the Sea of Insects. This speculation had always existed, and it would not be forgotten along with Lu Yin's contributions. Unless the 3 universes of the human race were unified, there would always be conflicts. The 9 Firmaments universe needed someone to stand up against Lu Yin's brilliance. Luoning took a deep breath. I understand, Mississippi. Even if Luin doesn't belong to the continent of the 9 Clouds, he's still a human being. Besides, you can't do anything. We have 3 imperial gods in the continent of the 9 Clouds. Granny Yin's expression relaxed. That's right. No matter how powerful Luin was, if he was unfavorable to Jiuxiao, there was still Xianxia. It would be difficult for anyone below the Eternal Realm to compete, but the Eternal Realm was on another level. Even if Luin broke through to the Eternal Realm, he would still be alone. There were 3 in the continent of the 9 Clouds. Secondly, do you really want to compete with Prince Qing and the others for the first young imperial master? Luoning's eyes darkened, and he was silent. Granny Yin looked at Luoning. This boy was still lacking. Qin Yun slowly said, your talent is not low, and you are qualified to sleep in the Junior Imperial Tower. It also means that you are indeed qualified to compete with them, but do you really understand them? Sleeping in the right direction and sleeping in the wrong direction are different. Luoning, you need to see the facts in advance. The wrong direction is the whetstone for the right direction. Luoning was surprised and looked at Qin Yun in a daze. Qin Yun didn't say anything more and left with Granny Yin. Luoning stood in the same place, staring at the rainbow in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. On the street in the center of Dai City, Granny Yin looked back and couldn't bear it. Miss, isn't it too cruel to say that? Qin Yun said, instead of waiting for him to suffer a blow, It's better to tell him now that the Elysium Luo family is very pitiful. I hope he can bear it. Granny Een sighed. Yes, the dignified Elysium Luo family is gone just like that. I can see that this boy's mentality has changed. In fact, I quite admire him. It is said that he would rather die than accept the escape of spiritual cultivation. The one he faced at that time was Luin. Qingyan didn't say anything. This was also the reason why she reminded Luoning. Luoning had backbone and talent. He could rebuild the Luo family. She hoped that he wouldn't disappoint her. At this moment, at the edge of the black swamp, dozens of people were hurrying along. However, they were overtaken by a person in red clothes. He carried a strange weapon and left in a flash. Who is it? So fast? Father, where did the bloody smell come from? It's that person just now. It's him? Senior, do you know that person? I don't know him, but I recognize that weapon. That is the Blood Tower. Blood Tower? I seem to have heard of it. I remember now. The 8th Night Pillar, Blood in the World. The 8th Night Pillar's Night Chief? Blood Tower's eldest disciple, Blood Tower? Impossible, the Blood Tower's Night Chief should be at the 8th Night Pillar. He is a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter disaster realm. How can we see him? Senior, did you see wrongly? I didn't see wrongly. However, there are only 2 people who use the Blood Tower as a weapon. One is the Blood Tower's Night Chief at the 8th Night Pillar. The other is Shuizhan, the son of the Blood Tower's Night Chief, a genius who is in deep sleep at the Junior Palace Tower. That means that person just now was Shuizhan? Just as they said this, another gust of wind blew past. A loud shout could be heard, Shuizhan, don't run. Our fated battle has begun. For you, I have been in deep sleep. That is? I don't know. However, to be able to fight against Shuizhan, could he be a genius from the Junior Palace Tower? Further away, in a valley, insects covered a river. 2 figures stood in the middle of the river surrounded by insects. One of them had a huge physique, at least 3 meters tall. His muscles were black and purple. His powerful aura caused the river to boil. The insects didn't dare to get close. On the other side was a handsome man holding a folding fan. A gentle breeze blew past his face, causing his hair to flutter. There was a smile on his face. He had an extraordinary aura. Neither of them moved. The sea of insects around them couldn't help but rush out. Among them were the Brocade Azura and the stone dragon Calamity formed by thousands of stone dragons. The 3-meter-tall man's eyes widened. He clenched his fist and punched the void. The void cracked inch by inch. Terrifying waves of chi spread out from every crack. They were like sharp blades that slashed in all directions. The entire valley was shattered. The heat waves rose from the ground and soared into the sky. The sea of insects around them instantly disappeared. Only the man with the extraordinary aura on the river didn't move. He patted the folding fan in his hand and said leisurely, powerful. Gee, I haven't seen you for many years. You have become even more unfathomable. Ning Xiao, stop pretending. When are you going to fight me? Do you really want to fight me that badly? I am only in deep sleep in the northwest of the Junior Palace Tower. You should be challenging the Little Green King and the others. They are the true geniuses. Don't try to trick me. If I can't even win against you, how can I fight against them? Stop talking nonsense. Come. After he finished speaking, he rushed out. His 5 fingers bent and tore through the void. Ning Xiao smiled. He took a step forward and brushed past Ji. Ji's body stopped and twisted. His feet seemed to be sealed. Sealed? The Little Green King's battle technique? He roared out and raised his right leg. With a great boom, the world shook. He broke free from the sealed feet, but Ning Xiao had already disappeared. Ning Xiao, don't run. Ji rushed out and chased after him. Within an ancient forbidden ground of a certain clan, a pair of eyes opened. It was an old man. Third brother, you're awake. The owner of the eyes was a young man. He was confused, and he only woke up after quite a while. What era is it now? The Little Green King has awakened? Yes. A hive civilization from another universe waged war on our universe. However, the war has already ended. Everyone in the Junior Palace Tower has awakened to take part in the war. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? The young man was displeased. He glared at the old man. The old man was a primordial realm cultivator, while the young man was only a progenitor. However, he was willing to be scolded. This person was called Xianxia. He was from the same era as the Little Green King. He had once competed for the position of the Junior Palace Tower. He could have slept in the southwest since Xianxia hadn't been born yet, but he didn't want to. He only wanted to sleep in the right direction. If he couldn't sleep in the right direction, he would rather not enter the Junior Palace Tower. As a result, he had always slept in his clan. As long as the Little Green King woke up, he would wake up and compete with the Little Green King. I don't know if we can survive this war. Third brother, you're only a progenitor. You won't be of any help. Is the hive civilization that powerful? How many Eternal Realm cultivators are there? No Eternal Realm cultivators took part in the war, but... The old man spoke slowly to fill in the gaps in the young man's knowledge of history. Lu Yin's deeds shocked the young man. He couldn't imagine that someone from a lower universe could be unrivaled in the 9 clouds and be called the strongest under the Eternal Realm. He could even command a war that involved human civilization. That person had suppressed the entire Junior Palace Tower. Where's the Little Green King? He went to Hei's. Alright, I'll go too. Southern Region, Junior Palace Tower. Bai Xia put away the huaisi irritably. Why are you all asking? If I knew, I would have said so earlier. It's so annoying. Behind him, the maidservant carried a gun. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Bai Xia frowned and looked at the gun. It seems like a gun can no longer describe my feelings. Let's find something even more unpleasant. How about dual blades? One in each hand? Not bad. I can consider it. Young master, what's going on? The Junior Palace Tower is going to Hei's. They said that the Junior Palace Tower is going to compete for the position of the first Junior Palace Master. Bai Xia put his hands behind his back and looked up at the starry sky. How would I know? Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Someone is pushing it behind the scenes. I just don't know what their motive is. Who's pushing it behind the scenes? Could it be those people who are enemies of Mr. Liu? Bai Xia shook his head. Not necessarily. Those people hope to find a genius who can compete with Lu Yin. It's easier said than done. They all have their eyes on the Junior Palace Tower. What's the use? Don't I know how abnormal that Lu Yin is? If it's useful, I would have done it long ago. Look at the star-stepping technique. Who else could it be? The maid was puzzled. Bai Xiao's eyes flickered. Other than the god of defense, I can't think of anyone else who has the ability to avoid me and directly affect the Junior Defense Tower. The Alarmed Defense Tower? The Alarmed Defense Tower doesn't have the time to care about the Junior Defense Tower. Someone must have instigated him, and that person is obvious. Mr. Liu? Why would he do that? Bai Xia was about to answer when he suddenly realized something. He angrily rebuked, "Stupid girl, what are you asking? How would I know?" Shut up. The maid smiled faintly. She wasn't afraid, but she didn't ask any further. However, she was truly curious. At Mr. Liu's level, the Junior Defense Tower shouldn't even be worthy of his attention. Why would he interfere with the tower? Lu Yin quietly followed the carriage in Blackmarsh. At this moment, the Junior Defense Tower and the people who wanted to compete with the Junior Defense Tower had probably all arrived. The Junior Defense Tower was where the geniuses of the various eras of the 9 firmaments universe lay dormant. Every era would have more than 1 or 2 geniuses, and there would always be competition. Lu Yin had previously heard from Si Jiushi that some people were very stubborn and had set their sights on a particular Junior Defense Tower. Thus, the Junior Defense Tower might not be the only Junior Defense Tower here. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. He hoped that these fellows would turn Blackmarsh upside down and see how the underground existence would hide. Half a month passed quickly. The carriage had been in the swamp for a long time and had been attacked by many bugs. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The most dangerous time was when 3 brocadeuses attacked them. Luyin worked with Ling Guang and Ling Shu to take care of one while the other 2 were taken care of by others. During this time, Xianxia didn't get out of the carriage. However, her maid was curious and would occasionally get out of the carriage. She had become familiar with Luyin. That's the brocadeur. It's said that they can travel on flat surfaces and can't be seen, especially in books. The maid sat in front of the carriage. The old man driving the carriage was calm and not good with words. He just listened to the maid speak. Ling Guang said, I heard that the brocadeur is a bug that the insectoid nest civilization uses to destroy their inheritances. It's very sinister. It's a good thing that the insectoid hive was dealt with. Those bugs were too terrifying, she said. She then looked at Luyin. Hey, Fuguei, are your injuries all right? When the brocadeur had appeared, Luyin had purposely allowed his shoulder to bleed a little. I'm fine. Luyin moved his arm. At the side, Ling Shu said, fortunately, it's not too deep. Otherwise, this arm would be gone. The little handmaiden sympathized. Have you always been like this? Walking in danger. Ling Guang smiled and said, this is a rogue cultivator. It's very normal. Luyin smiled as well. We've encountered many dangers, and many of them were life or death situations. You don't want to experience that kind of life. The little handmaiden nodded. I just want to follow Miss and live my whole life. With that, she smiled and got into the beast carriage. Ling Shu was envious. It would be nice to have a lady like Xianxia. On this day, Xianxia's cry of surprise came from inside the beast carriage. Many people were on guard. Why would they come to Black Marsh? Lu Siyu's voice was heard. Third sister told me that they are going to compete for the position of first young master in Black Lake. Seventh sister, fortunately, you reminded me in time. I have to go. With that, he opened the curtains. Everyone, please return to Black Lake City as soon as possible. No one dared to delay and hurried to Black Lake City. Luyin laughed. They knew that Prince Xiaoqing and the others were coming to Black Marsh, so they wanted to leave. But even if they wanted to leave, they had to go to Black Lake City to inform them. They had been hurrying on their journey for the past few days. However, after going around in circles, they were too far away from Black Swamp City. It was a distance that mortals would never be able to cover in their entire lifetime. As for cultivators, even if they were half-martial ancestor experts, they would still need time to return to Black Swamp City. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by a sea of insects. Inside the beast carriage, Xianxia looked at the dense swarm of insects in the distance. Her face turned pale. Why is there a sea of insects? The little handmaiden panicked. Didn't they say that there are no more insects in Black Marsh? The cultivators around the carriage spread out and faced the sea of insects, starting to fight. Luyin, Ling Guang, and Ling Shu stayed beside the beast carriage. From time to time, they would be torn by the 7-star sword and the beast carriage would bear the brunt of the impact. With the emissary's cultivation, she could not keep up with the 7-star sword's speed and could only endure the impact. Even Ling Guang, a half-ancestor, could not see through it. Fortunately, everyone was prepared to face these insects. Although this group of cultivators was mostly made up of spirit seeds, they could not be underestimated. Qianli's appearance caused many cultivators to tremble. They were not afraid of the powerful stone dragon or the extremely fast 7-star sword, but they were most afraid of Qianli. That kind of agony was worse than death, was too torturous. If Qianli appeared anywhere, it would lead to a large-scale bombardment, and the cultivators swore to eliminate her. Luyin held onto the beast carriage tightly, but the shockwaves from the impact almost sent him flying. Ling Guang hugged Ling Shu and frowned. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his pupils flickered. This was a sign of extreme pain. He had also been injured by Qianli. Qianli could cause a half-ancestor to commit suicide. Bro, bear with it. Ling Shu screamed. Luyin grabbed Ling Guang and Ling Shu and pushed them aside. The brocadeur appeared where they had been standing. If he had been any slower, Ling Shu and the others would have been torn apart. Although Luin had hidden his identity, he had developed feelings for the Ling siblings after interacting with them for some time, and he could not bear to see them die. The expert who had been protecting Xianxia in the dark should have made his move. Just as he thought of this, the void in front of him trembled and boiled, as if tiny arrows were piercing through the void. In an instant, the surrounding sea of insects began to fall. Qianli, the brocade Azura, and even Gui Lan, who had been hidden in the void world, all fell out. None of the insects could dodge the void arrows. Luin looked in a certain direction, and the others subconsciously looked over as well. The attack had come from that direction. In the distance, a youth was walking over. He seemed to have emerged from the void, and it was so unreal that it seemed like a mirage. As he approached, the ripples in the void gradually softened, and they seemed to form a lotus that bloomed. He had emerged from the lotus. Every step he took caused the insects to die. Everyone watched in a daze as he approached, but they did not move. Ling Guang's pain lessened, and he stared blankly at the youth. The youth walked to the front of the beast carriage with a calm expression. Xianxia. Everyone gulped. Xianxia? That was too intimate. Who was this person? Could it be Xianxia? Just as he was lost in thought, Xianxia stepped out of the beast carriage. Behind her, the little handmaiden followed her step by step. Xianxia faced the youth and slowly bowed. Xianxia greets Senior. Senior? Everyone understood. No wonder he was a disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor. There were many such disciples, but they did not know who he was. The youth looked at her. You're hiding from me. Xianxia shook her head. No. You and I are brother and sister, so there's no need to be so formal. Senior Yumi hopes that you can marry me, and I won't object. If you don't want to, I won't force you, the youth said. The moment he said this, everyone knew who he was. The young Azure King was sleeping in the east of the Junior Defense Tower. Countless people believed that he would become an eternal realm cultivator in the future. He was a king with half his body and could walk the world. No one had expected to see the famous young Azure King in such a situation. That was a sign of an era. In the era when the young Azure King was born, no one could surpass him. He was accepted as a disciple by the Blue Lotus Emperor. He and the 7 fairies were accepted at different times. Some of the 7 fairies were accepted earlier than him, while some were accepted later. Regardless, the young Azure King was a true direct disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor. The 7 fairies, including Ming Zhue and Jing Lian, were all nominal disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor. The young Azure King truly represented Yihai. Greetings, young Azure King. Greetings, young Azure King. Greetings, young Azure King. Everyone hurriedly bowed to show their respect for Yihai. Luin also pretended to bow. Ling Guang endured the pain and bowed as well. The young Azure King's gaze swept across everyone, and his eyes trembled. Those who were tortured by Qianli instantly felt relieved. Ling Guang relaxed and almost fell to the ground. The pain was gone. He was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, young Azure King, for saving my life. Ling Shu's eyes turned red. Thank you, young Azure King. More than one person who was tortured by Qianli was grateful to the young Azure King. The young Azure King walked forward and entered the beast carriage. Let's go. Bring me along. Xianxia blinked and looked at the beast carriage. She seemed to want to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. She entered the beast carriage with the help of her maidservant. When the curtains were drawn, everyone retracted their gazes and suppressed their shock. They actually saw the young Azure King. That was the young Azure King. Who knew how many years later, the young Azure King might attain immortality and become a supreme expert of the human race. Now that they saw him, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. If they could catch the young Azure King's attention and be taken in as a disciple, no, an attendant would do. If they could become the young Azure King's attendant, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Wasn't this better than digging for treasures? People like the young Azure King disdained to dig for treasures. For the rest of the journey, whenever they encountered bugs, the cultivators would attack with all their might. In short, they did their best to display their prowess, hoping to catch the young Azure King's attention. Luin also put in some effort. Everyone was working hard. If he didn't do anything, he would be too conspicuous. Even Ling Guang was doing his best. In his words, it wasn't because he wanted to catch the young Azure King's attention, but because he wanted to repay the young Azure King for saving his life. He didn't want these bugs to disturb the young Azure King. In the beast carriage, Xianxia looked outside and then looked at the young Azure King. "Senior brother is more popular than me," one of the 7 fairies. "Look at those people, they almost went up to bite the bugs." The young Azure King closed his eyes and rested. He didn't care. Xianxia rolled her eyes. She leaned lazily in the beast carriage and looked outside blankly. The maidservant peeked at the young Azure King from time to time, but she didn't dare to speak. When the beast carriage entered Black Swamp City, everyone relaxed. However, they also felt that it was a pity. It would be great if they could encounter the sea of bugs again. They could show off what they had learned in their lifetime and show the young Azure King, even though the possibility of being valued was not high. "Sister, it would be great if you could marry someone like the young Azure King." Ling Guang was envious. Ling Shu was speechless. "Brother, stop dreaming. Is that kind of person someone you and I can think of? Why don't you ask me to marry Mr. Liu?" Lu Yin pursed his lips. Was this a confession? Look at Star Stomper. 8:2. After the carriage entered the mayor's mansion, Lu Yin and the rest dispersed. They had obtained the right to join the treasure-digging team, which would begin once the bugs were completely cleared. For Ling Guang and the other wandering cultivators, this was a rare opportunity. In addition, they had been assigned by the mayor's mansion once, so they had the right to join the treasure-digging team twice. Ling Shu was reluctant to leave, and so was Ling Guang. Only Lu Yin looked indifferent as he left the mansion. Looking back, the show was about to begin. On the other side, Yuxing had arranged for little Azure King to rest alone in the courtyard. Xianxia quickly bid farewell to Yuxing and was about to leave. "Xianxia, are you looking down on the family?" Yuxing looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. Xianxia did not expect Yuxing to be so serious. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Yuxing said, "Ever since you became a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple, the family's treatment of you has changed. Everyone is overly accommodating and letting you do whatever you want. But you should think about the family occasionally. Little Azure King has just arrived in Black Swamp City, and you leave, what will the family do? Who doesn't know your father's intentions, but you didn't even give him a chance and escaped to Black Swamp. Do you know how much ridicule your father received? Outsiders say that the 7 fairies are a group of their own. Whether it's Ju's second Miss Heartless, Wanxiang Valley's Ming Xiaolong, or Donglin Sword Sex Lu Xiu, no one dares to offend you in the family. The status of Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple gives you honor and glory, but even without this status, you still have a good life in the family, right? Before you became a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple, how did the family treat you?" Xianxia whispered, "I really don't want to get married." Yuxing sighed, "The family doesn't mean to force you, but you should at least give your father some face." Xianxia looked at Yuxing, "Father wants me to marry little Azure King even in his dreams. If I give him face, I'll really get married." "Uncle, you know my father's temper. Even if little Azure King doesn't marry me, he doesn't want to give up. He wants me to interact with little Azure King more. According to his theory, I'll develop feelings for him after a long time." As for little Azure King, Xianxia was helpless. "He doesn't care. He doesn't want to marry me, he can marry me." Yuxing had a headache. "Are you really that unwilling to marry Prince Qing?" "I don't want to marry anyone. I just want to live alone. That's better than anything else." Xianxia was very serious. Yuxing shook his head and smiled bitterly, "What's wrong with your personality? Fine, since that's the case, you have to think of a way to save your father's face without making yourself feel uncomfortable. In short, Xianxia, regardless of whether you're a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple or not, your father treats you very well." Xianxia returned to her residence and leaned on the windowsill. She watched the birds fly around in a daze. "You guys can be free, but I can't. What is a person pursuing in life?" After some thought, he contacted Lu Xiu and poured out all his grievances. "Fifth sister, I think your uncle is right. Your father didn't do anything wrong. He just wanted you to live a good life. Lucy, you said, I didn't see it clearly back then, and now my father. Blackpool City was shaken because one person had come, bloody battle, Junior Imperial Towers, Junior Imperial Towers, Junior Imperial Towers' son, and also Blood Towers, Senior Imperial Disciples' grand disciple. On the city wall, Luwine watched as Bloody Battle walked towards the city lord's mansion with a bloody aura. Those who didn't know would think that he was looking for trouble. Even though City Lord Yuxing was quite strong and had a cultivation of sequence law, he had no advantage against a progenitor like Bloody Battle. As soon as Bloody Battle entered the city, another person followed closely behind and issued a challenge loudly. His voice spread throughout Blackpool City and stunned everyone. Who's that? I don't know. I've never seen him before. The expected battle didn't break out. Similarly, they entered the city lord's mansion. Many people were waiting because City Lord Yuxing didn't have the power to suppress Junior Imperial Disciple, not to mention the young Azure Prince. But there was no movement for several days. Until another person arrived and left a sword shadow at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion and entered. No one knew who that person was, but since he dared to enter the City Lord's mansion and wasn't chased away by Yuxing, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Eh? Isn't that the young master of the Nanlu family? Why is he here? Nanlu family? The southernmost Nanlu family in the southern region? Which other Nanlu family? Beside Luwine, Ling Guang was surprised. Nanlu Feng. I didn't expect him to come to Blackpool City as well. Brother, he's that Nanlu Feng who's known as the first young master of the Nanlu family? Ling Shu was surprised. Ling Guang nodded. The Nanlu family is located in the southernmost part of the southern region, between the third and fourth night pillars. They have a vast territory and are much larger than Blackpool City. The Nanlu family belongs to the Nanlu family, and even though they aren't a power, they are like the 100 Cities Association and are considered the masters of their territory. They have quite a bit of influence, especially in the third and fourth night pillars. Many people have received favors from the Nanlu family, and they have a good reputation. As for this Nanlu Feng, he has the style of his ancestors, and his cultivation talent is extremely high. The people of the Nanlu family see him as a genius who will definitely be able to enter the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Luwine watched as Nanlu Feng slowly approached the City Lord's mansion. This person had probably heard that the young Azure Prince and the others were coming and wanted to compete. There were more and more people coming. There were a few other young experts who had arrived before him, but they didn't dare enter the City Lord's mansion. They rested nearby and kept an eye on it. Those people were already weaker. The fact that Nanlu Feng dared to approach the City Lord's mansion meant that he was confident. Under the gazes of countless people, Nanlu Feng arrived outside the City Lord's mansion and slowly bowed. Nanlu Feng of the Nanlu family requests an audience with Senior Yuxing, the City Lord of Blackpool City. The people inside the City Lord's mansion looked over, but no one answered. Yuxing looked outside the City Lord's mansion and wanted to receive him, but he shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to receive him, but that he had been warned. The one who had warned him was the person who had left behind the sword shadow. That person's background was ordinary and not as strong as the 100 Cities Association, but he himself was not ordinary. Yuxing had seen legends about that person in historical records. That was a genius who could compete with the young Azure Prince. If he hadn't been sealed in ice and waiting for the young Azure Prince, he wouldn't have been as strong as he was now. There would definitely be a place for him in the Nine Firmaments universe. Even though he was only a progenitor, Yuxing didn't dare to slight him. Blackpool City could only stay out of the battle for the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Nanlu Feng asked for an audience again, but there was still no response from the City Lord's mansion. He smiled and looked at the sword shadow at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. He took a step forward and walked towards the sword shadow. Separated by 3 meters, Nanlu Feng had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. He reached out to grab the sword shadow. In the distance, Luwine looked away. This person still wasn't qualified to participate in the battle. The next moment, Nanlu Feng was sent flying. Blood flowed out of his palm, and countless wounds appeared. He was shocked. Impossible. He was confident that he could stand at the peak of the younger generation and was about to go to the Junior Imperial Pavilion to sleep. He heard that the young Azure Prince and the others had awakened and come to Blackpool City. He wanted to compete with them, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even enter the gate. He was unwilling to give up. He walked towards the sword shadow and used everything he had learned in his life. In the city lord's mansion, Xianxia shook his head. He couldn't even break through a sword shadow, let alone himself. This man Lu Feng was far from enough. In a courtyard of the city lord's mansion, the person who had left behind the sword shadow slowly drank tea. Young Azure Prince, when will you and I fight? I've been waiting for this battle for too long. In another courtyard, the young Azure Prince opened his eyes. There's no rush. What should come will come. Let's settle it once and for all. The person who had left behind the sword shadow laughed and put down his teacup. That's right. Let's settle it once and for all. All right, we'll settle it once and for all. Let's see how bad the Junior Imperial Pavilion's judgment is. Someone spoke, his voice spreading throughout the city lord's mansion. It was the person who had challenged Shuizhan. He was like a ghost, and his name was Crafty Strike. In a courtyard even further away, Shuizhan's body was shrouded in a bloody aura. Faint sounds of fighting could be heard. And even further away was Yu Xianger's courtyard. Yu Xianger was vexed as she listened to their conversation. How could such a thing happen to her? If it was her seventh sister, she would be very happy. She liked to watch a good show, but she didn't. Who else would come? She wanted to leave, but she couldn't. If she left now, then she would think back to when she left in Freshman City. That would only embarrass her father. That would confirm that she was running away from the young Azure Prince and the others. How troublesome. At this time, the Huaixi vibrated. Yu Xianger picked it up. The screen was pitch black, but a voice sounded. Fifth sister. Yu Xianger was surprised. Her eyes widened. Eldest sister? The person who had contacted Yu Xianger was the Death Hill Lord, the eldest sister of the Seven Fairies. It's me. I heard that you're in trouble now. Yu Xianger was distressed. Eldest sister, please save me. After complaining, Yu Xianger looked at the screen expectantly. The Death Hill Lord's voice sounded. You're lazy, not greedy, and have a peaceful state of mind. We sisters know that. Since that's the case, why don't you generously give your father and the young Azure Prince and the others enough face and bring them to tour Blackpool City? Yu Xianger was helpless. I'm afraid that my father will think too much. Senior Marshal Brother and the others should be fine. They can just refuse directly. But eldest sister, you don't know my father's temper. My father is the type of person who refuses to leave. He's also the type of person who thinks he's wise and astute. He always thinks that he's good for you. I know. It's fine as long as your father can't force you. Then, I'll give you a move. The price is quite high. You decide for yourself. Thank you, eldest sister. On the city walls of Blackpool City, Luin watched as one elite genius after another tried to break the sword shadow but failed. He had to admit that the owner of the sword shadow was extremely strong among his peers. Even Luin was impressed. Of course, he was only impressed by the strength of the progenitor realm and not compared to himself. What was he like when he was in the progenitor realm? Luin recalled the past. Anyway, no one could defeat him at the same level. It was the same for these Xiaoyu. Exclamations could be heard from time to time. These rogue cultivators had never seen so many talented geniuses. Every one of these people was famous. Although they were not famous in the Nine Heavens, they were still famous in certain regions. Especially since most of these people had good backgrounds. This was what the rogue cultivators envied the most. Yu Xianger is out. Someone shouted. Countless gazes were attracted to the city lord's residence again. They saw Yu Xianger walking out with her maids and strolling on the streets. There were no beast carriages or guards following them. They were just strolling around Blackpool City. Then, they walked and walked until they reached the city walls. Someone on the city wall advised, Miss, please stay away, it's dangerous here. Yu Xianger looked up and swept her gaze over the crowd before walking up the city wall. Someone wanted to stop her, but in the end they didn't, allowing Yu Xianger to walk up the city wall towards Luin and the Lingguang siblings. Ling Guang stared blankly. Why was Yu Xiong'er here? And from the looks of it, was she looking for him? No, it was Fu Guo. Lu Yin looked at Yu Xiong'er standing in front of him, a little confused. Why was she looking for him? Yu Xiong'er smiled at Lu Yin. Fu Guo, we meet again. The maid standing behind Yu Xiong'er winked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was at a loss and slowly bowed. Greetings, Mississippi. Yu Xiong'er smiled. I said that when we return to the city, you and I will talk in detail. Let's go back to the city lord's mansion. Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? How was it related to him? Let's go, Fu Guo, your chance to soar is here. The maid urged with a smile. Lu Yin was puzzled. What is it? Yu Xiong'er looked at Lu Yin. Let's go. Just one word, and Lu Yin felt the might of a progenitor pressing down on him. Yu Xiong'er was a progenitor, and her cultivation was not weak. Facing an emissary like Lu Yin, she could easily lead him by the nose. Lu Yin couldn't refuse and could only leave with Yu Xiong'er. From beginning to end, the Ling Guang siblings were confused. What was going on? Lu Yin looked at Yu Xiong'er's back. Was something out of his control? Why did Yu Xiong'er suddenly look for him? Something was wrong, but the only one who knew of his existence was Alarm Gate Xiangyu. No one else knew he was hiding in Black Swamp City. Alarm Gate Xiangyu and Yu Xiong'er had nothing to do with each other. Why was Yu Xiong'er looking for him? I'm sorry to have involved you in this matter, but don't worry, when this matter is resolved, I will give you a good fortune, enough to let you get rid of your identity as a rogue cultivator and soar into the sky. Yu Xiong'er's voice sounded in his ear, and the pressure she exerted on Lu Yin was gone. Lu Yin pretended to be relieved and wiped his sweat. Miss, may I know what's going on? Let's return to the city lord's mansion first. Yu Xiong'er said. Lu Yin looked at the maid curiously. The maid pursed her lips into a smile and didn't say anything else. Soon, under countless gazes, Lu Yin and Yu Xiong'er arrived outside the city lord's mansion, standing in front of the illusory sword. Please make way for Jianing, Yu Xiong'er said, looking in the direction of the city lord's office. In the courtyard of the city lord mansion, the person who left behind the shadow of the sword looked outside. Come in by yourself. Yu Xiong'er said faintly, the battle for the throne has nothing to do with me. Please get out of my way. The man did not reply. Yu Xiong'er frowned. The maid angrily rebuked, who the hell are you? This is the Blackpool City Lord's mansion, since when is it your turn to block guests? That person still didn't answer. In the distance, someone shouted, trying to get in through the back door? How could it be that easy? He didn't even give face to the 7 fairies. He's obviously not ordinary. That's right. This person thinks that he can enter with the 7 fairies. If word gets out, he'll be on the same level as the young imperial tutor. What a joke. He should take a look at himself first. The maid glared angrily into the distance. Shut up. Those few people didn't need to say anything. They could occasionally mock them, but they couldn't really offend the 7 fairies. That would be fatal. They just didn't like Lu Yin. What right did this guy have to sneak in? One had to know that many elite geniuses had been stopped before. How many pairs of eyes were watching now? Lu Yin was calm, very calm. He was so calm that the maid felt that something was wrong. Being ridiculed and provoked like this, he didn't care at all. Inside the city lord mansion, Yu Xing was dissatisfied. He walked out, wanting to push the shadow of the sword away. City Lord Yu, don't worry. This was the voice of the little verdant prince. Yu Xing looked over. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked at the door and was attracted by a strange phenomenon. Was that a lotus? At this moment, countless people inside and outside the city lord mansion were looking at the door. Yu Xiong'er's palms were clasped together, and countless palm shadows bloomed to form a lotus. From bottom to top, it covered the shadow of the sword. The sky blue light illuminated Blackpool City, and also Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin looked at this scene in surprise. What a powerful battle technique. Lotus release hands. Someone blurted out, looking shocked. The bystanders were confused, and some were shocked like that person when they recalled it. Inside the city lord mansion, the person who left behind the shadow of the sword stared at the door. His shadow of the sword was lifted up. The little verdant prince smiled. How could the disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor not be able to lift up a shadow of the sword? What did these people think the 7 fairies were? Was it a title? Wrong, the disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor were never just titles. These were the real 7 fairies. Their appearance and family background overshadowed their own. Their identity as disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor made them incomparably noble, so much so that no one dared to provoke them. However, everyone overlooked their own strength. Even if they weren't in a deep sleep in the Junior Defense Tower, the 7 fairies were definitely the top powerhouses of their generation, especially those who weren't of the same generation as them. For example, he couldn't see through that big sister. Xianxia didn't make a move, but it didn't mean that it was useless. It was just that she didn't want to make a move. At this moment, her move shocked countless people. Lotus Release Hands, the ultimate technique of the Blue Lotus Emperor. How many years has it been? History has almost forgotten. The Blue Lotus Emperor not only has karma, but also this peerless ultimate technique, Yuxing murmured. Outside the city lord mansion, those who were mocking were speechless. They stared blankly as the shadow of the sword was lifted up. The maid pulled Luyin in, and then Xianxia slowly walked in as well. After she entered, the shadow of the sword fell down and blocked the door just like before. A single shadow of the sword could only seal the door of the city lord mansion, but it couldn't seal the other places. But with this shadow of the sword, anyone who wanted to compete with the little verdant prince and the rest couldn't take other paths. Their dignity wouldn't allow it. Xianxia was the first to enter through the shadow of the sword. After Xianxia and the rest entered the city lord mansion, they went straight to their own courtyard. On the way, the person who left the shadow of the sword was standing in front of them. The maid was furious. "It's you, right? The guy who left the shadow of the sword, get out of the way." The person who left the shadow of the sword looked at the maid with interest. "You haven't seen me before, but you can recognize me with a single glance. You have good eyesight." The maid snorted. "Shameless." That person didn't care and looked at Xianxia. "I'd like to see your lotus style." Xianxia refused. "I don't like fighting. The lotus style is the ultimate technique of the Azure Lotus defense. You don't want it to be covered in dust, right? Since the Azure Lotus defense was taught to you, it's because I hope you can carry it forward." "You're wrong. We 7 sisters know it, and so does senior brother. You'll see it for yourself. The little verdant prince is the little verdant prince. His lotus style is different from yours. I don't fight." After saying that, Xianxia walked past the person with Luyin and the maid. She didn't even look at him. That person's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept past the maid and landed on Luyin. "As a man, you're hiding behind a woman. Don't you feel ashamed?" Luyin blinked and looked at that person. Xianxia pulled Luyin's arm and whispered, "Don't mind it. This has nothing to do with you." Luyin looked at that person. "What's your name?" That person was indifferent. "Xianxia. Just you wait. Today's humiliation will be avenged in the future." Luyin was serious. Xianxia laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule. "You? Based on what?" Xianxia scolded. "Xianxia, you can compete with the little verdant prince. There are almost no peers in the world who can fight with you. Why do you have to make things difficult for a rogue cultivator?" Luyin looked at Xianxia seriously. "You've gone too far." Xianxia was stunned and looked at Luyin blankly. The maid was also stunned. Was this guy stupid? Xianxia was also stunned and looked at Luyin in a daze. Luyin was serious, unprecedentedly serious. "You shouldn't have stopped him from making things difficult for me. This will hinder my desire to improve. I'm a person who works hard and wants to stand at the top of my peers in the future. Having a good opponent like Xianxia is exactly what I want. I don't need you to reject him for me. Rejecting him now won't make me feel good, but I'll let it go since you're doing it for me. You shouldn't have brought me in just now. I have to think of a way myself. Even if it's 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years, there will be a day when I can fight my way in. I won't give up. But since you brought me in, I'll let it go. Don't do this in the future. Let's go." With that, he left along the path. His words left everyone dumbfounded. They felt that something was amiss. In the distance, the person who challenged the blood battle named Phantom Strike blinked. What a guy. He's living off a woman. Xianxia and the maid looked at each other and followed. Hey, you're going in the wrong direction. Sorry. Jianheng looked at Lu Yin's back from where he stood. This guy spoke so loftily and seemed to be very ambitious. Then why did he run? Jianheng was baffled. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. He was just casually mocking Lu Yin, but in the end, he felt like he had eaten a dead fly. He felt inexplicably sullen. On the way back to the courtyard, the maid looked at Lu Yin strangely. Xianxia also looked at Lu Yin differently. This guy was different from the one she knew. Please take a seat. Xianxia made an inviting gesture. Lu Yin was very polite. Thank you, Mississippi. Xianxia looked at him deeply, her attitude completely different from before. She was like a completely different person in front of him. The maid looked at Lu Yin curiously. This guy's attitude changed so quickly. May I know why Miss is looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia said, to ruin my reputation. Huh? Huh? Lu Yin and the maid exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Xianxia in a daze. They felt that they had heard wrong. The maid did not know about this either. Xianxia sighed and told him her thoughts. Lu Yin was speechless. What a ruthless person. Xianxia's father, Yumi, forced Xianxia to choose a husband. He valued the Little Azure King and those geniuses who could compete with the Little Azure King. However, Xianxia was not willing. Even if she clearly refused, even if the Little Azure King and the others rejected her, her father still did not believe her. He felt like he could force her to be together forever. Besides this, her father was quite good to her. She did not want him to lose face. Xianxia had no choice but to ruin her reputation. On one hand, she listened to her father and met the Little Azure King and the others openly. On the other hand, her reputation was already ruined. The Little Azure King and the others would not marry her, and her father would not force her anymore. And the way to ruin her reputation was to trouble him. We can talk through the night. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin calmly. Looking at Xianxia's serious expression, Lu Yin knew that she was not joking. Why me? Because your name is Fugue. In the cultivation world, there are geniuses and ordinary people, but even ordinary people rarely have such a name. This shows your uniqueness and untainted nature. Speak human language. Your name is so ordinary that no one dares to bully you. Lu Yin was speechless. This was too straightforward. Was that so? Well, who would bully a silly Fugue? He regretted it. He should not have called himself Fugue. Xianxia was right. Who in the cultivation world would have such a name? In a group of geniuses, ordinary people would be particularly conspicuous. His name was the same. No matter how weak a wandering cultivator was, at least his name would not be so unpleasant. Even mortals who did not cultivate rarely had such a name. Lu Yin felt like he had used too much force. He did not think too much about it before. He just wanted to blend in with the wandering cultivators. Perhaps he had been led astray by the progenitor. Fugue sounded better than a pillar. He had been high and mighty for too long, so he lacked the ability to think about certain things. Above heaven's progenitor had been schemed against by the Eternal. The Eternal hid in a corner, advancing step by step, while the progenitor shone brightly and eventually led to the destruction of above heaven. Lu Yin thought that he would not ignore the dark corners, but in fact, he had already ignored them. He had been staring at the Eternal and saw him as a threat in the dark. However, the threat was not limited to the Eternal. To the progenitor, the Eternal was not a threat. It was precisely for this reason that he ignored the Eternal. Now, in the dark, there must be someone who was dissatisfied with him and wanted to scheme against him. He did not like such people, but it was hard to guarantee that they would not be the next Eternal. Lu Yin took a deep breath, his expression heavy. He wanted to find out the existence under Blackmarsh. In fact, he was already very cautious, but he still subconsciously ignored it. He did not even consider the impact of a name. This was a big taboo. If he was really cautious, Xianxia would not have found him at this moment. He would still be standing on the city wall and watching the show without being targeted by anyone. Fortunately, Xianxia had given him a warning. The dark corners were dark because they could not be seen. He might not be able to see all the dark corners. Xianxia saw Lu Yin's serious expression and carefully said, "I'm sorry, did I go too far?" Lu Yin looked at her and smiled, "No, you're right." "Thank you." Xianxia was puzzled. "Thank you?" Lu Yin smiled and nodded, "Thank you." "Fugue, what's wrong with you today?" The maid was puzzled. Lu Yin shrugged. "It's nothing." "So, miss, you called me here just to have a candlelight talk and ruin my reputation?" "Yes, I hope you can help me." Xianxia then took out a number of cultivation spirits from her cosmic ring. "These are just compensation. Once this matter is over, I will introduce you to other places. The Four Lin Sword Sect, the Jew Clan, the Night Pillar. You can go anywhere you want. I have people there." Lu Yin didn't hesitate and put away the spirit. "All right, let's work together." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, as she had not expected Lu Yin to agree so readily. He was grateful that Xianxia had given him a timely warning. Victory after victory had made Lu Yin feel even more superior. The Tao of Karma had merged with the great phenomenon of karma, making him feel as if he was omnipotent. However, there was no such thing as omnipotence or omniscience in this world. Otherwise, how could dereliction and deathly silence survive? The Azure Lotus Guard had long since become invincible. The so-called power of karma, time, and invincibility were all just abilities of living beings. There were too many strange abilities in the universe. Luo Chan's teleportation ability was difficult to deal with, and Luo Chan was only a verdant immortal. It must have been born in a universe where creatures could teleport. Then, where were those creatures that could teleport to? Were they dead? Lu Yin didn't quite believe it. If they could teleport, then they shouldn't be dead. Humans were insignificant, and he hadn't even reached immortality. He didn't have the right to play with the world. All gains came from how much one knew. Similarly, all losses came from ignorance. Immortality could also lead to death. Let alone him. "Miss, are you really going to do this?" The maid was worried. Xianxia replied, "Of course. You know my personality." The maid sighed. If she did this, it would be difficult for her to get married in the future. However, she had no intention of persuading her, as Xianxia was just like that. The only ones qualified to persuade her were the 7 fairies, but this move seemed to have been taught to her by the 7 fairies. It was this foolish Fugue who had taken advantage of the situation. He could reach the sky in a single bound by acting. With the Mrs. Face, he would be good wherever he went. He would no longer be a rogue cultivator, and could be considered as one of the 7 fairies. Of course, there would be danger. Once someone was jealous, it wasn't impossible to secretly send someone to kill him. That night, Lu Yin stayed in the courtyard. The maid walked out and stood guard outside. Inside the courtyard, they were chatting by candlelight. When Yuxing heard the news, he rushed over to drag Lu Yin out, but was stopped by the maid. "Second master, the miss said that no one is to disturb her, or else she won't give anyone face." Yuxing looked into the courtyard and stomped his feet anxiously. "Does this girl know what she's doing?" The maid didn't answer. Yuxing watched for a while, then helplessly retreated. Gradually, the news spread out of the city lord's mansion, to Black Swamp City, and then to the 9th heaven at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia of the 7 fairies was chatting by candlelight with a man, and the maid was still standing guard outside. This news was no less shocking than thunder, and even the war with the insects was suppressed. Countless people inquired about the man's identity. They only knew his name, Fugue. Fugue? What name? Are you sure it's Fugue? Did you hear it wrong? Master, it's Fugue. Countless people discussed. Yumi, the city lord of Big One City, almost fainted from anger. On the city walls of Black Swamp City, Ling Guang stared blankly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Fugue, Fugue. Ling Shu sympathized, brother. Ling Guang was bitter. Fugue, I hope he's safe, this is not a good thing. They knew very well that Luin and Xianxia didn't have much interaction. They weren't stupid, and guessed that Luin was being used. It was easy for a rogue cultivator to get involved in this kind of thing. The next day, Xianxia and Luin walked out of the courtyard. Her usual calm expression was replaced by a happy one. She even went to look for the little verdant prince, wanting to show him around Black Swamp City. At the same time, she invited Shuizhan, Jianheng, and the others. She invited them as the 100 Cities Association's little princess. Yuxing was bitter, listening to Yumi's scolding, but there was nothing he could do. Big brother, you know Xianxia's temper, she doesn't care about anything, but if she really causes trouble, it will be hard to clean up, I can't handle it. What's the situation with that kid? Xianxia purposely found that stupid Fugue. Is that kid really called Fugue? Check his background for me. Get to the bottom of it. Understood, I've already sent people to investigate, but that kid was just being used, nothing actually happened. Nonsense, how could my daughter take a fancy to some Fugue, but we still have to investigate. Why did she choose this Fugue? See if there's anything special about him. Okay. The little verdant prince gave face. Xianxia brought Luin and the maids to invite him to tour Black Swamp City, and he went. Along the way, he looked at Luin with interest, occasionally saying a few words. Unlike Jianheng's ridicule, he was calm and showed respect. Luin was even more polite, putting himself in the shoes of a rogue cultivator facing the little verdant prince. And in the eyes of Xianxia and the maids, his attitude was different. Why was this guy changing every day? Could he be schizophrenic? Xianxia and the rest toured Black Swamp City with the little verdant prince, strolling the streets, drinking tea, and watching the fight with insects outside the city. The conversation between the little verdant prince and Luin became more frequent, and he asked a lot of questions. They strolled for a whole day before returning to the city lord's mansion. He met someone at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Ning Xiao. Luin looked at the gate curiously, and there stood an elegant man whose bearing was not inferior to the little verdant prince's. Ning Xiao? He was one of the sleeping junior emperors in the junior imperial tower, and he had heard of him before. At this moment, countless people shifted their gaze from Luin and the rest to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was standing in front of the sword shadow. This sword shadow blocked a group of elite geniuses, preventing them from stepping into the city lord's mansion. Those who were qualified to step in were all extraordinary people. Luin and the rest saw Ning Xiao, and Ning Xiao also saw them and greeted them. His gaze paused on Luin for a moment, and he nodded in a very friendly manner. Xianxia's maid's eyes lit up. Compared to the little verdant prince, Ning Xiao was the man of their dreams. The little verdant prince's status was too high. He was the disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor, the successor of Yi Hai, and was recognized by countless people as the most likely powerhouse to reach the eternal realm in the future. Such a person was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On the other hand, Ning Xiao was a rogue cultivator, a true rogue cultivator. Logically speaking, if one wanted to hibernate in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, they had to have a great power behind them. However, without the support of a great power, where would a genius come from? It was too difficult to find a true genius among rogue cultivators. Ning Xiao was the genius that countless rogue cultivators looked forward to. Such a person's future was limitless, but he also had the identity of a rogue cultivator, which made him not seem unattainable. He also had a chivalrous air, and his carefree temperament was enough to conquer countless women. In his era, his identity as a rogue cultivator could not hide his brilliance. The sword shadow was broken, but it was not broken. Ning Xiao passed through the sword shadow alone, and it was unknown how he did it. Countless people were dumbfounded. Luin raised his eyebrows. Interesting. These junior imperial attendants were not simple. Ning Xiao had just used a strange battle technique to get close to the sword shadow. No matter how the sword shadow slashed, his battle technique constantly changed, blocking and deceiving the sword will, allowing him to pass through the sword shadow easily. This was even more carefree than Xianxia's Blue Lotus release. At this time, a tall figure entered the city and arrived outside the city lord's mansion in a few steps. Ning Xiao, don't run. Ning Xiao had already entered the city lord's mansion. He looked back and smiled. Gee, the one you should challenge is him. As he spoke, He pointed his folding fan in the direction of Lu Yin's group, where the little verdant prince was. Ji looked over and saw the young Azure King. His eyes flashed with battle intent, but he didn't provoke him. He stared at Ning Xiao. I will deal with you first. Then, the giant palm slammed down. With a bang, the ground cracked and the sword shadow shattered. He stepped out and entered. Everyone was shocked. What great strength! He actually shattered the sword shadow. The young Azure King praised this strength. If his cultivation reaches the peak of the bitter disaster realm, he might be able to compete with Mr. Liu. Xianxia was surprised. Can he compete with Mr. Liu? The young Azure King smiled. I don't know, but in terms of strength, this person is unparalleled among his peers. It is too difficult for the Nine Clouds universe to produce a genius comparable to Mr. Liu, but it is not impossible to find someone who can compete with him in every aspect that Mr. Liu is good at. But it is only a comparison. He looked up at the sky. Mr. Liu's strength is unparalleled. No one can surpass him. All we can do is to be qualified to compete. This is already the limit. No one can participate in the power struggle between Mr. Liu and the Insect Lord. After Xianxia and the others entered the City Lord mansion, Jianheng threw out another sword shadow to block the entrance. Many people were helpless. This was the certification of qualifications. The young master came to Blackpool City to compete for the title of first young master, but no one knew how to compete. The young master pavilion didn't make a clear statement. They all wanted to compete with each other, but it was still very peaceful. On the second day, the young Azure King took the initiative to invite Lu Yin to visit Blackpool City. This news spread out and made Blackpool City boil. What? The young Azure King invited Fu Gui to visit Blackpool City? No way, the young Azure King invited Fu Gui to drink? The young Azure King invited Fu Gui to spar? Impossible, the young Azure King invited Fu Gui to spar? The young Azure King, please give Fu Gui some pointers. Walking on the street, Lu Yin heard the discussions. The more the rumors spread, the more unbelievable it became. Beside him, Xianxia felt strange. She didn't expect the young Azure King to invite Lu Yin to go shopping. The young Azure King naturally heard the discussions. The rumors of the world have their own hopes. Ordinary people hope to be extraordinary, and the dazzling people hope to be ordinary. This is the world. Young Azure King, please forgive me, Lu Yin respectfully. Little Green Monarch smiled and looked at Lu Yin. They're not wrong. I'm indeed here to discuss the Tao with you. Lu Yin was confused. Looking for me? Tao debate? The little Green King didn't explain. As he walked, he looked at the lively scene on the street. The insects were almost all cleaned up, and Black Swamp City had returned to its former prosperity. Countless hawking sounds filled the streets. Fu Gui, can you tell me your cultivation path? The path of cultivation? What do you mean? Little Green King was startled. He looked at Lu Yin and said, You didn't. Lu Yin shook his head blankly. In fact, the purpose of your cultivation is very simple, it's to survive. It's very similar to the universe forest in the continent of the Nine Clouds. It's normal, but not normal. We can't see it, but you can. Everyone is the same. Lu Yin nodded and said. Lu Yin stared at the verdant prince in a daze. It couldn't be, right? Xianxia was also dumbfounded. How could she give him an epiphany? This was a genius? The verdant prince had an epiphany, but on the second day, he invited Lu Yin to go shopping again. Then on the third and fourth day, he invited Lu Yin every day. As for Xianxia, it was up to her whether she wanted to follow or not. At first, everyone thought that the verdant prince had designs on Xianxia or wanted to test whether Fu Gui was worthy of being friends with her. But later, they realized that wasn't the case. He really had his eyes on that silly Fu Gui. The world is divided into black and white. Ordinary people and extraordinary people are all people, and the universe that people live in has its own destiny. We will never be able to see the side that ordinary people see, but that side is what we want to cultivate as well. What is the essence of cultivation? Ordinary people go to extraordinary people, and extraordinary people go to ordinary people. This is the essence of cultivation. The verdant prince's words spread throughout Black Swamp City, shocking countless people. They didn't understand. But they felt that it was very profound. In the city lord mansion, those junior UN geniuses couldn't sit still. The verdant prince was going to have consecutive epiphanies just because of Fugue? Yes, Fugue was ordinary. They were too talented and couldn't see the side of ordinary people. They also wanted to see what the verdant prince saw through that silly Fugue. Fugue, so that was the reason why Xianxia had chosen this person to talk to. Perhaps they really were talking because Xianxia also wanted to see the side of ordinary people through Fugue. The Azure Lotus Emperor was particular about karma. Ordinary, extraordinary, one side after another. Wasn't this in line with the teachings of the Azure Lotus Emperor? So Xianxia saw it, and so did the verdant prince. This was cultivation. These two were really ruthless. They couldn't sit still and immediately went to find Fugue. If they were a step late, the verdant prince might have transformed. Not long after, in the courtyard, Luin looked at the people in front of him in shock. They were using him as a springboard. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to see the world through the eyes of an ordinary person. They wanted to see the path of cultivation and themselves. They wanted to see the other side of the universe, a side that they had never seen before. Because they had seen that side, the verdant prince had an epiphany, and they wanted to do the same. But was that really the case? Of course not. Lu Yin's realm was higher than theirs, and he could tell at a glance that the verdant prince's epiphany wasn't because of what he had said, but rather because of the thread. That's right, it was the thread, and Lu Yin's words were the thread. The verdant prince could have had an epiphany himself, but he lacked the recognition of a third party. Luin, an ordinary person, had become the third party that had allowed the verdant prince to make a breakthrough. It was true that Luin was an ordinary person, but there were far more ordinary people than cultivators in this world. Thus, the verdant prince thought that he had seen some kind of essence and achieved the goal of an epiphany. In reality, this epiphany should have appeared. It was just like how many people needed recognition, encouragement, and faith to do things. Humans were essentially social creatures, and no matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't escape the characteristics of their species. Luin understood this, but he couldn't explain it to these people. He was just an ordinary person, someone who could show these geniuses the world of ordinary people. He couldn't understand their state of mind, so he just had to tell them what he saw and knew. He was like a video recording machine of the ordinary world. Fugue, let's go shopping together. Sly Strike approached with a face full of smiles, completely different from when he had chased after Xuezhan. Jianheng was indifferent. Fugue, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. No. His gaze turned cold. There are countless chances. Come at me. The 3-meter-tall Ji raised his hand and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, revealing a simple and honest smile. Fugue, you should be stronger. Let's go, I'll train you. Outside the courtyard, Xuezhan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. You guys are too impatient. You should ask Fugue what he thinks now. What's there to ask? Let's go. Sly Strike rolled his eyes. Jianheng growled, no, we want to hear what Fugue has to say. That's right, everyone reacted. They wanted to see the world of ordinary people through Fugue. They wanted to hear more, see more, and think more. This was what they wanted to do. Suddenly, everyone quieted down and looked at Luin anxiously. Luin was speechless and looked at Xianxia for help. Xianxia was exhausted. Why are you making things difficult for Fugue? He doesn't know anything. Sly Strike smiled. Yes, he doesn't know anything. That's why we're here. Ji said, he doesn't know about our world, and we don't know about his world. Come, Fugue, share your worldview. Jianheng was indifferent. I want what the little Azure King hears and sees from you. Luin coughed. Well, you guys are thinking too much. Actually, I don't want to say anything. Why? Ji was puzzled. Luin was helpless. I'm tired. Ji looked deeply at Luin. Really? Tired? But you clearly didn't do anything. Is it too tiring to live in this world? We cultivators have never thought about how ordinary people feel when they get along with us. Now we know that they are very tired. Jianheng looked up. The word tired speaks of bitterness. Cultivators think that cultivation is very tiring, but they have a goal. They want to live forever. But what about ordinary people? They just want to live well, but even so, they are still very tired. Xuezhan was indifferent. Tiredness is relative. Luyin was stunned. How could this be? The little Azure King had a timely epiphany, but these people wanted to forcefully achieve it. Fugue, your name has a meaning, right? Sly Strike asked. Luyin blinked. I want to get rich. Sly Strike grinned. It's a very ordinary wish, but it goes straight to the heart. Humans know how to hide things. The higher their cultivation, the more hypocritical they become. Some people appear to be sage-like, but they're actually cultivating to the point of going mad. This is the state of the mind. Many people pursue the state of the mind their entire lives, but they're actually just ordinary people. Luyin raised an eyebrow. That was right. Cultivation was a circle, and so was the universe. From life to death, and then from death to life, who could say for sure? People died, but the world remained. Perhaps they weren't dead, but their consciousness had overlapped with someone else's, allowing them to experience another life. For some reason, he actually comprehended a little. It had to be said that there was value in talking to geniuses. Even if there was no value, he could forcefully create value. Luyin had always felt that the world of mortals was the most important place for cultivators to experience the state of the mind. As a result, in order to break through to the primordial realm, he had wandered through mortal cities and divined for people, seeing through each person clearly. This was very effective in tempering the state of the mind. If mortals and practitioners were two different groups, then the state of mind of an emperor among mortals was equivalent to that of an eternal life realm expert among mortals. Both of them could kill and seize, but they were also subject to various restrictions. If the emperor killed as he pleased, the dynasty would decline. If an eternal realm cultivator killed as he pleased, even if Luyin didn't know the outcome, it wouldn't be a good outcome. At the very least, the karmic chain would prevent them from doing anything. In the world of mortals, ordinary people dreamed of climbing up. Without any cultivation methods, they could only rely on their family background, schemes, talent, and so on. In the world of cultivators, cultivators climbed up as well. They relied on their family background, schemes, opportunities, and so on. Look at /star step /then /remember /domain /name /w 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 /8 2 /z /w /c /o /m /2 groups. The universe was still the same universe, but the experience was completely different. That was why Emperor Jin used the method of getting lost to experience the various states of the world. Qin Yan was also pursuing the various states of the world. The various states of the world did not refer to the stories of 100 people, but could also be the stories of 100 classes. If one wanted to experience the state of mind, why not find the corresponding mortal class? Then, what was his corresponding class? Prime Minister? Great General? Or what? Luyin found the next stage of life that he needed to see through. Riches and honor to mortals are like resources to us. Riches and honor, if one day you become the richest person among mortals, what will you think? Jianheng asked. Luyin sat down. Have you all forgotten that I am not a mortal? I am also a cultivator. There is no difference. Ji was very honest. Luyin rolled his eyes. Xianxia blocked in front of Luyin. You all go, I want to talk to riches and honor through the night. Bloody War looked up at Xianxia. Why are you looking for him? Xianxia was about to speak. Jianheng continued, because he is called riches and honor, a person who is honest to his heart, a person who is fearless of hiding, and a person who can let you see the world of ordinary people. Xianxia, as a disciple of Blue Lotus Emperor, your state of mind has indeed surpassed us, including little Qing Wang. But now we have seen clearly that you should not monopolize it. Riches and honor belong to all of us. Xianxia was stunned and did not know how to answer. Behind them, the maid. Could not react until now. How did riches and honor belong to everyone? He was so popular? The development of the situation was getting stranger and stranger, so much so that they were seriously thinking about every word that Luin said next. These were words from ordinary people, but they were also guiding lights for their state of mind. Little Qingwang came. Seeing so many people surrounding Luin, he greeted Luin awkwardly and left. Luin found that Ningxiao did not come. Right, that person was a rogue cultivator and had experienced a lot of hardships. Riches and honor, what do you think of the gap between ordinary people and geniuses? Jianheng suddenly asked. Everyone stared at Luin. Even Xianxia was curious. They were all geniuses and never considered how ordinary people looked at them. In their eyes, there were only geniuses. In the eyes of ordinary people, what were geniuses? Luin pondered for a moment and looked at everyone seriously. In my eyes, they are all the same. Sly Strike raised his eyebrows. Impossible. How can we be the same as ordinary people? Ji shook his head and didn't believe it either. Lu Yin's expression was serious. Trust me, in my eyes, you're no different from ordinary people. Bloody War stared at Luin. That's right, it's all the same. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. Shuizhan's tone was low as he retracted his gaze. Geniuses and ordinary people are all the same if they don't reach immortality. This is our understanding. But in Fugue's eyes, the people he can't catch up with are all geniuses. Jianheng came to a sudden realization and looked at Shuizhan in amazement. Not bad, your state of mind is not bad. Anyone who can't compare to wealth is a genius. Is there a difference? It's all the same. Ji nodded in agreement. Sly Strike also understood, and he looked at Luin sympathetically. Fugue, I've touched on your sore spot. Luin felt numb, but it was all the same. Xianxia was displeased. Everyone, you may leave now. Jianheng turned and left. That's all for today. Fugue, let's go shopping tomorrow. Don't stir up trouble. Who can take Fugue away alone? Actually, you can find other ordinary people. Even ordinary people are hypocrites. Some people have not yet developed their minds, so they use such names. Fugue is the only cultivator I've ever seen, and one whose realm isn't too low to use such a name. Such people are 1 in a billion. That's why he can bring us to see the world of ordinary people. Then let's do it tomorrow. We can't let little Azure King take him away. Of course. Why don't we not go back? We'll sit around to prevent anyone from taking Fugue away. Agreed. Agreed. Their voices gradually faded away. In the courtyard, Luin rubbed his head. Geniuses, they're really good at imagining things. They're all very smart, and they can make more connections with just one sentence. How good would it be if he could deceive himself like them? Thinking about this, Luin suddenly froze in place and stared at the ground in a daze. Deceive himself, deceive himself, deceive himself. Yes, deceive himself. He could deceive himself, but his own karma still existed. Why had he never thought of investigating his own karma? No, he couldn't investigate his own karma because it belonged to him. Fortune tellers had never divined his own karma. There was only one exception, and that was when he faced a calamity and used the calamity itself to calculate its effects on himself. It was just like when he had battled with Avicii, when he had been devoured by Avicii's time template. At that time, he had used Avicii's calamity as a starting point to calculate his own karma and how he would die. He had also seen Avicii's ability. Aside from that, without a primer, he would not be able to calculate his own karma. However, he still had the karmic phenomenon. Luin looked up at the sky. In the past, he had not been able to calculate his own karma, but with the help of the karmic phenomenon, things were different. With himself as the cause, effect, and end, he could create karmic threads that constantly collided with each other. He could calculate whether or not he could calculate that someone was watching him or that someone was plotting against him. This was different from when he had calculated the future. The first time he had comprehended karma, Luin had calculated that someone was watching him, and this kind of gaze could be shifted and used different methods. However, if he used karma to calculate his own karma, then any methods that were plotting against him would not be able to be hidden. Perhaps he might not be able to see clearly what methods were used, but he would definitely know that someone was plotting against him. For example, Baigu's mark. Yes, he could calculate karma horizontally and use the karmic phenomenon. Also, the transformation of one's state of mind could also deceive one's self. Others plotting against one's self was deceiving, and so was oneself plotting against one's self. However, it could allow one to gain a deeper understanding of one's state of mind. Luin took a deep breath. Mortals could deceive themselves and calculate horizontally. He wanted to laugh. This trip had not been in vain. Even if he couldn't find deathly stillness or Wanli, it would not be a loss. I'm sorry, Fugue, Xianxia apologized. Luin was puzzled. Why? Xianxia sighed. You might not be able to rest easy after being targeted by them. Luin laughed. It's fine. They're all good people. Xianxia's gaze was complicated. She wanted to say something, but she did not. She only said, I'll take you away from Blackpool City as soon as possible. As for Fugue, you shouldn't use it anymore. Change your name. These geniuses can be very extreme sometimes. Luin nodded and did not refuse. There were several rooms in the courtyard. Xianxia went back to rest. The maid came over and looked at Luin curiously. What's wrong? Luin was puzzled. The maid was even more puzzled. Something's wrong with you. Luin touched his face. What's wrong? Are you schizophrenic? Why are you scolding me? I'm not scolding you. It's just strange. Look, you dared to provoke Xianxia, and you were so respectful to the young Azure King. At first, you were a little reserved in front of those geniuses, but then you didn't care at all. Just now, you looked like you had comprehended something. I keep feeling that the you I'm seeing is not the real you. Luin pursed his lips. You're thinking too much. This is me, an honest and ordinary person. Fugue. The maid blinked and looked away. Well, maybe I don't understand what you're thinking. After all, I've been with Miss Xianxia. You should rest well. To the outside world, it was another candlelight talk. The next day, Xianxia and the others came again and began to talk to Luin. Then the third day, and day after day, Luin couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be beyond what an ordinary person like him should do. As an ordinary rogue cultivator, he struggled on the line between life and death all year round. For a spot in the treasure hunting team, he would fight to the death. What right did he have to refuse to talk to these famous geniuses? Moreover, these geniuses had given him benefits. 10 spots in the treasure hunting team. 20. I'll go and talk to City Lord Yu. Permanent spots. You can come whenever you want. In the distance, Yuxing was helpless. This was directly making the decision for him. Luin felt that talking with these geniuses was sometimes very rewarding. Although they were geniuses, they were also human beings with stories and a thirst for knowledge. In his eyes, these geniuses were no different from ordinary people. Even the young Azure Emperor, who many people thought could become an eternal life realm genius, was very ordinary in Lu Yin's eyes. He also wanted to know what these ordinary people were thinking and their stories. However, it had been a little too long. He was worried that the existence underground would notice the clues and run away. Now that everyone except the boat of hardship was here, it was time to start. But the way to start had to be changed. In the past, he wanted Bai Xia from the Junior Imperial Tower to show up. Now, there was no need. Fugue, in the eyes of ordinary people, what are the strong like? Someone asked. It was Ji. Luin thought for a moment. Like the young Azure King. They raised their eyebrows and stared at him. The young Azure King? Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Luin nodded. As the strongest of the younger generation, the young Azure King is the strongest in our eyes. Xianxia sneered. Are you kidding? Who told you that the young Azure King is the strongest? Luin was puzzled. No? It can't be you, right? Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. Shuizhan looked at Luin. Why do you think the young Azure King is the strongest? Luine said, "It's not me. It's us who think that the young Azure King is the first junior imperial censor." Shuizhan narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. It's time to decide the first junior imperial censor." Sly Strike's eyes lit up as he stared at Shuizhan. "I forgot too. I should have defeated you long ago, Shuizhan." Ji clenched his fist. "Where is Ning Xiao?" Jianheng turned around. "Everyone, since Fugue and these ordinary people think that the young Azure King is the strongest, let's let them see who is the strongest. I suggest that we decide the strongest at the top of Blackpool City. The loser will step aside and the winner will step up." Sly Strike licked his lips. "We should have done this long ago. Fugue, watch carefully. This is a peak showdown. There may not be such an exciting showdown in the next few generations." Luine was excited. "I will definitely see it clearly. Although a normal person like me might not be able to understand it, I will try my best to tell you what I understand." "Good." Ji shouted and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "What you see is different from what we see. Watch carefully and don't let your guard down for even a second. Little Azure King, come to the top of the city wall." Jianheng stepped out and his sword intent soared into the sky. Inside the mayor's residence, Little Azure King looked up. "Okay." That one word caused a commotion in Blackpool City. The people on the city wall hurriedly went down and made way. Countless people were excited. It was finally about to begin. The battle for the position of first young master was what many people in the Ninth Heaven universe wanted to see. They wanted to gather the resources of the Ninth Heaven universe to cultivate a peerless genius comparable to Mr. Liu and spread the name of the Ninth Heaven. They did not want someone from the Tianyuan universe to suppress countless people. "Ning Xiao, are you coming?" Ji shouted. In the mayor's residence, Ning Xiao folded his fan. "Of course." Powerful aura soared into the sky. Beside the mayor's residence, similar auras appeared from the genius cultivators who had yet to enter the mayor's residence. At the top of the city gate, gods and mortals would witness the battle for the position of first young master. The so-called gods were the geniuses and mortals were ordinary people like Fugue. Since ancient times, the battle for the position of first young master was rarely witnessed by ordinary people. This time, it would definitely be recorded in history. Yuxing had the biggest headache right now. If they fought in Blackpool City, the entire city would be gone. But he could not stop it. Inside the mayor's residence, Luine looked into the distance. The position of Snowy Bones had not changed since he had arrived. What was going on down there? Soon. Outside Blackpool City, a few insects climbed the city wall, but no cultivators blocked them. They were allowed to climb in before attacking. On the city wall, the brocade azura appeared from time to time. There were also some stone dragons and Qianli inside the city wall. The houses were empty. Everyone retreated to the north of the city and waited for the battle to begin. Ji was the first to reach the city wall. He raised his hand and killed a bunch of insects. None of them could withstand his palm. Next, crafty attack also arrived, followed by bloody battle. Figures descended one after another. When the young Azure King arrived, everyone came as well. At the top of the city wall were the young Azure King, Shuizhan, Ning Xiao, Jianheng, Sly Strike, and Ji. These were the 6 experts who had entered the city Lord Manor. There were also some young cultivators who believed that they could join them. They also stood on the city wall. Lu Yin, Yu Xing, and Yu Xiang stood together, watching from afar. The first to act was Crafty Approach, who had been eyeing bloody battle for a long time. Ji slapped at Ning Xiao. Jianheng's sword intent swept out, yet he didn't make a move against the young Azure King. Instead, it swept towards the others. Those young geniuses who thought they could join the battle were directly swept out by a single sword strike, allowing them to clearly see the gap between them and the young Azure King. The young Verdant King raised his foot and took a step forward, brushing past Jianheng's body. Jianheng was prepared for this, and the tip of his sword pierced through the entire city wall and into the ground. In the distance, Lu Yin raised his brows. Dust fell from the ground. In the spacious underground, skeletons sat calmly. Some skeletons raised their heads to look, seemingly uneasy. Xianxia also did not move. She stared blankly at the incomplete spiritual treasure array. Eternity, who shared her vision, was still sitting under the tree, listening to the chirping of birds and cicadas. "Why did you come to Heizei?" "Master, please tell us," a skeleton said from underground. There was no reply, and the underground was silent. "Master, are you not here?" Huixi trembled, and a screen appeared. There was no one, but a voice sounded, "There's no movement from the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Did Baixia ask them to come to Heizei to compete for the position of first young master?" "I can't find out, but their battle has nothing to do with the Junior Imperial Pavilion." "Then it's fine. These juniors won't be able to touch this place. Just in case, be prepared at any time. Unless the alarmed lord makes a move, no one will be able to obtain everything here." In Heizei City, countless people witnessed the battle of geniuses. They were clearly only progenitors, but they were able to unleash a power that made even sequence law adepts like Yuxing tremble. All the progenitors and sequence law adepts stepped forward to stop the battle, hoping to prevent the aftermath from destroying Heizei City. The others stared into the distance. They couldn't understand what was going on, but it was extremely exciting. Shuizhan's blood qi soared into the sky. He used the Shuelo's 8 styles to fight until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His blood qi condensed outside his body, forming a towering mountain. It flickered with a scarlet cold light, swallowing the world. The crafty attack that was fighting against him was really like a ghost. It wandered between Qian Ren's blood qi and blood, ignoring the cold light as if it was nothing. It even tried to suppress the blood qi and blood. Ji's power was shocking, causing the void to collapse and crack continuously. Countless black cracks extended into the sky and the earth. Ningxiao still had a carefree bearing. A folding fan easily blocked Ji's power. One couldn't see what was in front of him, but the changes in the 9 heavens had already appeared behind him. He was also very serious. Every step the young Azure King took left behind ripples on the ground. From bottom to top, he was like a sharp arrow piercing through the void. He used the void as a disc, and he could pierce through it with great precision. Jianheng slashed the void with his sword. His sword intent was unparalleled, causing countless people to be blinded and unable to look at him. The battle between the 6 of them was like a battle, causing everyone's blood to boil. The others were all beaten down and couldn't get close to the battlefield. They fought in pairs with tacit understanding. It was only when the boat of hardship arrived that the battle situation changed. The boat of hardship created an abyss to suppress everyone. "Everyone, I don't want to be the first junior emperor. I just want to see how you will break through my power of the abyss." As soon as he finished speaking, the abyss was broken through. The 6 of them worked together, directly sending the boat of hardship flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Something like this had actually happened. The boat of hardship coughed up blood as it fell. It shook its head helplessly and left. Luyin was speechless. What had this guy come here for? Although the battle is balanced, this situation can't last for long. The junior emperor is still the junior emperor. The junior emperor pavilion won't make a mistake, and senior Baixia won't either, someone said. He was a primordial realm expert. No one had seen him at first, but now that he spoke, even Yuxing had to bow. The person waved his hand. "I've lived in seclusion in Blackpool City for many years. There's no need to be so courteous." "Senior, have you noticed something?" a woman asked curiously. The person nodded. "Shuizhan conquers the world. His aura is unstoppable, and the more he fights, the braver he becomes. He's just like his father, the most suitable for the battlefield. Although the person fighting him can hold on for a while, he won't be able to last for long." Being able to fight Shuizhan to a standstill for a short while is probably due to that person's firm competence. It's a pity that he doesn't understand the 8 styles of the Shuelo. Once he uses the 8th style, that person will definitely be defeated. However, Shuizhan definitely won't use the 8th style against that person. His opponents are still the young Azure King and Ningxiao. As for Ningxiao, it will be even easier. I understand Ningxiao very well, because I fought against him when I was young. Everyone was surprised. He was from the same generation as Ningxiao? Luyin was surprised as well. What a coincidence. That person sighed. I once thought that I could defeat Ning Xiao, but I didn't know that Ning Xiao's physique was extremely terrifying. It can be described as hidden. Any attack that hits his body will form an instinctive memory of his body, allowing him to subconsciously avoid the attack and even learn how to attack. Hidden, he can see through everything. He can learn too many battle techniques. Even when he fought with me, he used other people's battle techniques. It made me feel very aggrieved and helpless. As for the reason why that big guy is bothering him, if I'm not wrong, it should be because the two of them have cultivated the same technique. It's called the Art of Nine Deficiencies. The Art of Nine Deficiencies? Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? Yuxing was surprised. Beside Luyin, Yu Xianxia said, I've heard of it too. It seems to be a widely spread but incomplete body refining technique. The person said, the Art of Nine Deficiencies. No one knows who passed it down. It's one of the rare techniques that has dozens of pages. Even the changes of the 9 heavens that have been passed down don't have that many pages. It just so happens that 9 pages are missing, so no one knows the true name of this technique. Hence, it's named the Art of Nine Deficiencies. The Art of Nine Deficiencies specializes in body refining. Many people use it to supplement their cultivation. Those who don't rely on physical strength to fight won't cultivate it too deeply. Even if they want to cultivate it, it won't be easy because 9 pages are missing. However, there are always people with extraordinary talent who can ignore the missing 9 pages and cultivate powerful physical strength. That big guy is obviously one of them. Ning Xiao also cultivates the Art of Nine Deficiencies. That's why he has been keeping an eye on Ning Xiao. It's probably because of this. Everyone understood. What about the young Azure King and Jianheng? Yu Xianxer's maid asked. The person shook his head. I don't know about that. Beside Luyin, Yu Xianxer spoke in a soft voice, as if she was speaking only to Luyin. Senior brother young Azure King is known as a half-body king who walks the world. He has the ability to pray. Pray? Luyin was stunned. Yu Xianxer said, senior brother young Azure King prayed that he could run faster when he was born, so he used all his prayers on his feet, which led to the creation of battle techniques like piercing a willow leaf at 100 paces, sealing oneself, and one step one ghost. Hence, he is known as a half-body king who walks the world. Wait, what is praying? Is this a talent? It was the first time Luyin had heard of such a talent. Wasn't it similar to luck? Yu Xianxer shook her head. I don't know what it is. I heard that it is praying. Luyin looked at the battlefield in the distance. These geniuses were really strange. Xianxia and Luoning were like this, Shuizhan, Ning Xiao, and especially this young Azure King were even stranger. He didn't know if others felt the same way when they looked at him. Although many people thought that Xiaoyu would win, the battle had lasted for 2 days without a clear winner. It was not without reason that Jianheng and the others dared to challenge young Azure King and the others. These 2 days also allowed everyone to see the abilities of Jianheng and the others. Although it was not obvious, each of them had a strange talent, especially Jianheng. Although his sword intent was far from being comparable to that of a crossing bitter adversity powerhouse, he could condense his sword intent and form a constantly changing sword move. Coupled with his sword intent, he could display the power of a sex swordsmanship, which stunned many swordsmen. It could be imagined that when Jianheng achieved crossing bitter adversity, or even the great perfection of crossing bitter adversity, he would be a strong competitor for the 9-cloud sword head. Luyin had to admit this. The battlefield had moved from Black Swamp City to the swamp outside the city as early as yesterday. The further they went, the larger the attack range. If they didn't move away, Black Swamp City would be gone. Luyin secretly released Hairy Ball Xian and asked it to gather the remaining insects in Black Swamp and bring them to the area above where Snowy White Bones was. Hairy Ball Xian patted its chest and promised that it could do it. End of chapter 3995. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.